century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory in the dream. Just a tailor and a joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with delight. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. Even through the lean years, our support would flock in thousands. Countless trophies stand displayed for all to view. Side by side, brothers, sisters, we're united, and our children do the same. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. What's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
Right, just ask them, like, keep this one for them.
Welcome back to A Celtic State of Mind. I'm Paul John Dykes, and today I'm joined by two very special guests with Jim Orr and also soon to arrive Des McLean. They are going to be talking about Bend It Like Bertie. This is the big Acsom's charity weekender. Jim Orr, you've been part of Acsom for some time. This is an opportunity for us to raise some cash for the less privileged amongst us at Christmas time. But we do have a very special guest, Jim, someone that you know so well. And we're going to get him live in from Harry's Bar. So, Des McLean, are you able to join us?
Yes, I'm actually just walking into Harry's Bar right now, in and out the cold of snowy Rob Royston today, and we're now in Harry's Bar.
Fantastic. You want to show us a wee bit about the bar shows around?
Harry's Bar.
Yeah.
Harry's Bar, there we go. There's the man up there, first of all, Messi. Hopefully he'll get his first World Cup medal on Sunday. There's Rocky Balboa. I know that you're a fan of signed memorabilia. My wife took me there for my birthday, believe it or not, Madison Square Gardens, New York. He signed that, and I was very emotional. And I stood there. She took a photo of me and Sly, and he turned around and went, "Down the blood, there you that." And she went, "What did you say?" I said, "I've not got a clue." So basically, it's all here. This is Harry's Bar. This was the big lockdown pub. Honestly, comedy club in your front room with Zoom. It's Harry's Bar, named after my wee boy Harry. It's got Heineken signs. It's got the Rat Pack here. It's got Peaky Blinders IPA. It's got draft there. It's got draft lager. There's a full keg. It's got taxi numbers. It's got Wi-Fi codes. It's even got scampi fries. You can't even
Love
fuck
it.
with scampi fries. Although due to the recession, look at that. That is ridiculous.
Is that Buckfast miniature? Wow.
Well, that's all I can get now, Jim, Paul, with the current recession, thanks to the government. But don't get me started on that. Solidarity. I don't want to get... Anyway, there's a wee poster of me as brothers. Viva Des Vegas. There's... Hey, you come into my house, and you embarrass me. But there's everything happening here. This is Harry's Bar. I've had many a crazy night in here. It's got draft lager, neon signs, Wi-Fi, taxi numbers. I've even got an old guy in the back giving out lollipops and hair gel. That's right. He's not paid me since last year, sir. Right. Anyway, so this is Harry's Bar. And,
Hair gel. Does he do aftershaves and perfumes and all that kind of stuff as well?
He gives out the wee lollipops and the wee deodorant. The wee guys in the pub you get still, and then they demand a £1 coin. Right. So I hope you can see me. Hello to all the viewers. It's Christmas time. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost, he's nipping at your nose. Yuletide hymns being sung by a choir. And folk dressed up as Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe. Right, Jim. I say his name isn't about the day more. Nick, carry on, get straight in with it.
It's great to be on the Des McLean show. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, this is tremendous.
Listen, you're always welcome, both of these.
Love it, absolutely love that.
This is the carry on, like low power mode, just to let everybody know. Apparently, I was the master of Zoom during lockdown. I was nominated for the guy who kept everybody entertained. Now my iPhone is telling me that I've got 20% power left.
Plenty.
Master of Zoom.
Plenty.
They called me the Lionel Messi of Zoom during lockdown. I was that good that I couldn't even get through on the. I didn't even have it set up on my laptop. But we'll get there. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this.
We'll get there, Des. And if anybody phones you in the meantime, we'll get through that as well. You are doing it on your iPhone, so there won't be an issue. Jim, we have spoken quite a few times about your theatrical endeavours, and your latest one that is coming up in the new year is Bend It Like Bertie. Before we get cracking on with the show, tell us a wee bit more about this. There's going to be a link obviously underneath the video. When can we go and see the show?
Bend It Like Bertie, the Pavilion Theatre, February 9th to 11th. So that's only about 9-10 weeks away. So starring Des McLean, who you might have just seen there, as the legendary Bertie Auld. We toured it last year, did really well, so we're back for more in February. So that's us. I'm
looking forward to that. And we did do...
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was going to say that you had, for the charity weekender, you had asked me, give me a Celtic topic, and so the obvious choice is going to be Bertie Auld, obviously.
Yes.
So if Mr. McLean can make it, because he's a busy man, let's for an hour or so chat about the Bold Bertie. And what I've been doing for those who follow me on Twitter, both of them, I've been putting on an advent calendar every day, sort of kind of Bertie Auld photograph, and I thought about the 12 days of Bertie. So I've picked 12 photographs from the advent calendar, and I thought we could spend 4 or 5 minutes talking about the photographs and what's behind it and any wee stories that are therein. So that's the kind of plan for the next hour or so.
I like the concept, Jim. I really do. When we bring the pictures up, it will inevitably hide our faces. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but we will go in, because there's nothing quite like bringing up a visual to spark the imagination. And day number 1, the Bertie Advent Calendar. We've got this image here. I'm going to come to you first, Des. How much do you love the old jerseys? Look at the guys, Jimmy McGrory in his suit. You and I spoke about that, how well dressed these guys were back in the day.
Well, it's funny you should mention about how impeccably, well dressed these guys were, and that there's something. Look at the how romantic that lineup is. The old Celtic Football Club, iconic. The football strip, incredible. But that was a young Bertie, not so old there. And Bertie was playing with a different generation of greats. I remember, like, my dad, even before my dad's time, he was telling me about Willie Fernie and Bertie Peacock and Charlie Tully. But Bertie would call him Charles Patrick Tully. Bertie's attention to detail was the main thing. And Billy Connolly said that Bertie Auld would have been a brilliant professional stand-up comedian. There's no doubt. His storytelling, he was gallus, he was funny, his timing, he would have been brilliant. So it was Bertie's attention to detail, and when he would talk about Charles Patrick Tully, not just Charlie Tully, as everyone else knows and loves him, he would talk about Charlie had a soft hat, he got it out of Slater's, and he would always, off with the hat. You wouldn't have seen this hat. It was absolutely minted by me, magnificent, soft hat he had. So Bertie would always pick out these wee things about what they were wearing. The detail was amazing. So yes, those were the days. I mean, that is a lineup, and it's a very iconic photograph. Beautiful.
It is a tremendous lineup. I mean, I can spot Neely Mockin in the front row, of course, alongside Charlie Tully, Bertie Peacock, Willie Fernie, and we've got Billy McPhail, Bobby Collins. What a team! I think that's maybe
Bertie
John
got dropped,
Higgins.
of course, for Neely Mockin.
Yeah. In the final, the 7-1 game. Now, what's interesting for me as well, Jim, maybe you have or haven't noticed this. Look what Bertie's doing. He's got his hands on the shoulders of the player in front of him. And he's the youngster, almost as if he's the old guy, the old veteran, with his hands on the player's shoulder in front of you. What does this picture say to you, Jim?
I think one of the things that's interesting is the goalkeeper. Most of that team were in the 7-1 team of 57. So Bertie didn't play that day. The goalkeeper in that picture didn't. So there's a wee question for anyone who's on the online chat. Who was the goalkeeper in the 7-1 game? Because it's quite a kind of sad story behind that particular goalkeeper that played in the game, because he went to jail later in his career for match fixing. So he's known the picture. So there you go. There's a wee question. No, I mean, obviously that's a black and white picture that's been done up because the colours are too vivid for that. Jim McRory suit's bizarre. I think it's a bizarre colour brown. Also, I think apart from the guy in the left in the front row, I think the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys are pretty well known. So again, online chat people tuning in. Who are those in the first row from the second and the left onwards? See if you can name who those people are. So
it's interesting. It always has been interesting to me that obviously we think about the European Cup winning team and we can recite it almost like the alphabet, Jim. Yep. But the 1957 team that beat Rangers 7-1, we should be able to go through the team now. Yep. The only reason I know most of them, and I probably couldn't give you the Simpson Craig game all the way through, is because I studied that game for Neely Mockin. But I know the goalkeeper you're referring to. I'm not quite sure who the goalie is in the picture. That's something I'd need to check. But yeah,
it's a question for the online chat, guys.
That is a staggering bit of Celtic trivia straight off the bat, isn't it, with Jim Orr? Brilliant.
I know, it's superb. It's a wealth, but you look at some of the faces there, Sean Fallon, Bobby Evans, what a side. And then, obviously, the other two guys wearing the kind of doctor's coats, Des, they look a little bit sinister, to be honest.
They look as though they're there for some experiment to see
Aye. Harold Shipman.
In 1957, we took out these players and watch what happens in the next 90 minutes. 4 of them. So one of them went to jail for match fixing. That's interesting.
When Harold Shipman was the Celtic doctor.
That is incredible. But of course, that jersey as well. I've studied the Celtic jersey. I love it, the iconic hoops. And they wore that jersey for years and years, and it was replaced. That particular kind of rugby-style jersey was replaced with a round neck one, which we remember from the 1960s era and Lisbon, etc. Because, I mean, Celtic were wearing jerseys, Jim, for 10 years plus back then. There was no kind of commercial value in clubs releasing replica shirts. But even back then, it's the glorious green and white hoops. And they were Umbro jerseys as well. And
the Celtic jersey by Paul John Dykes available in all good bookshops. Thank you.
I know,
timing.
That was a blatant open goal for a plug there. I was surprised.
It was. It was. I'll tell you what.
Have you bought that book yet, Des? Have you bought the Celtic jersey by Paul John Dykes available at all good bookshops? Have you bought it yet?
It's a perfect stocking filler for many Celtic fans.
Perfect stocking filler.
I love that.
It's an easy digest book where you look through the glorious colours of Celtic Football Club's history. Amazing.
In fact, sold out at Amazon, but if you go to the penalty spot tomorrow, Danny McGrain will send you your copy.
Tim,
I'll be there.
He's got all weekend
Oh,
to plug
sorry.
that.
Exactly.
See you tomorrow there, Des. See you tomorrow, 11 o'clock, penalty spot. On you go.
What I love about this, before we move on to the next picture, is those socks that Neely Mockin is wearing, right? They're in the book. his son kept the socks, the actual socks that he's wearing there. And obviously they wore them for years as well. Anything else you'd like to add to that picture, Jim? It's a cracking one to get us started.
What book? Sorry, Paul, that socks in the book.
By the way, can I just say, we are never... See, when we get to the hour mark, I bet you were the second photograph.
It's likely. Let's jump onto the second one then, because I think there is a risk that we're just going to stick with that. Now, the big one here is you guys might be able to tell me. I don't know who the player is on the left. I could name the other three, I think, but I don't know who the guy is on the left, which will be to the right of Bertie Auld. Ian St John, Dennis Law. Is that right, Jim?
Correct, yeah.
Who's the guy on the left?
Don't know. There's also when Scotland drew England 2 each in 1965. They were 2 down at half time, and they came back and drew 2 each. And the English commentator, St John scored the goals, and the English commentator called him St John, and St John equalises for Scotland. So anyway, I don't know the guy on the left. I don't know who he is. Des? No.
That's another absolute cracker of a
online chat, guys. On you go. Who is that?
But no, it's funny because there's 3 players there. Obviously, Dennis Law's just. Well, you know, he had me out of the photograph. You know what a player. You can just see St John saying, you know, oh, Bertie, you cracked me up, Bertie. You're some laugh, Bertie. There's 3 players there that we can see, but there was only 3 caps, international caps for Bertie as well. That was a shocker, eh? A Lisbon Lion with a great, you know, scored goals, you know, tough guy. You know, every team would dream of a midfielder like that, but he could only get 3 caps for Scotland. And apparently, as me and Jim found out, it was because of his disciplinary record. So he only played 3 games for Scotland. So how can they say that?
The photographs from 1959. He only got his 3 caps in 1959. I mean, he was first Scottish player to be sent off on his debut for retaliation. So Bertie, that is it. So, just in terms of, there's always the kind of age-old debate about the Lisbon Lions and the fact that they get so few caps. I mean, Bertie never got a cap after 1959.
That's astonishing.
In the late 60s, because
it is astonishing.
Because Jim Baxter, obviously Jim Baxter was some player, but Jim Baxter's last game was in late 1967, and Bertie was in his pomp then, and Baxter and Bertie were around at the same age, but Bertie was playing really well there, and Bobby Murdoch never get many caps. You imagine Auld and Murdoch in the Scotland midfield.
Oh, Jim, I mean, you're talking about Sorry, Des. I'm saying you're talking about a player that played in 3 European finals, and he got 1 international cap for each of the European finals that he played in, Des.
It's staggering. And you talk about tributes, right, to and how good a player Bertie Auld. There was a brilliant interview with Pat Crerand, and they went, "Do you regret leaving Celtic?" and all that. He says, "I'd have never got into that midfield." He says, "Auld and Murdoch right away." So, you know, they all knew he was a quality midfielder. You know, a solid hard man who scored goals. I mean, we were talking about that the other time we met up, the amount of goals that Bertie scored and all that. But yeah, he never got a look in after 59. Incredible.
Another quiz question for the online chat. Pat Crerand's middle name. Go for it.
Without checking.
I'm in a kind of quizzical mood today. On you go.
Yeah,
I like that.
very much
I like
so.
that. One final observation. You're looking at Bertie there. There isn't an ounce of fat on him. Look at the waist. Look at the waist on him, right? But also, and again, I've got to mention this, that tremendous brill-creamed hair that he's got. It's superb. It's superb. Not a hair out of place.
Absolutely, yeah.
Nah, that's tremendous. And those jerseys as well, the big, massive Scotland crests on them. I love all that kind of stuff. And we are going to move on to the next picture. And you know this, I'm going to skip one and come back because number 3, there it is, number 3. And I was talking about 3 European finals earlier, Jim. Some Celtic fans might think, that's not right. We only got into 2. But of course, I was talking about when he moved down south, wasn't I?
He moved to Birmingham in 1961 for 15 grand. He fell out with Bob Kelly. Bob Kelly didn't like players that answered him back. And surprise, surprise, Bertie was one of these guys who liked to answer people back. Played in the Fairs Cup final not long after he joined Birmingham, and they lost to Roma, I think it was. And he also won the League Cup a couple of years later. Birmingham beat Villa. Local derby in the League Cup final. But yeah, he played in the First Cities Cup final in 1961. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I would need to check this, but in terms of Scottish players playing in European finals, Des, to get 3, he must be right up there. I know that Dalglish played in a few. Obviously, we had 2 European finals with Nottingham Forest with John Robertson. But Bertie played in 3 different European finals.
And yet 3 caps for Scotland. That's what we're talking about. You know, you can't that if you didn't know, if somebody says who was the guy who played in 3 European Cup finals but only get 3 caps, you wouldn't believe that as a question. You just wouldn't believe that. You know, you'd be thinking, what? John
McGovern won 2 European Cups with Forest. Never played for Scotland.
No caps.
Sorry, on you go. No caps.
But
He got no caps.
Believe
Wow.
it or not, Ali McLeod didn't know John McGovern was Scottish. By the way, that's another staggering fact. McLeod got asked about it and he thought he was English. That shows you how good McLeod was at the time.
That's
anyway,
incredible.
Now, we could talk all day.
He leaves Celtic.
Isn't it funny that Bertie is... Paul, you always said that Bertie looked like a real gangster in some of these floaties. He did look like your typical Glasgow gangster, feared gangster. But isn't it funny that he went to Birmingham, the home of the Peaky Blinders?
Absolutely.
We're going to see a man. We're going to see a man, Mr. Auld, Mr. Bertie Auld. Oh, please sit off, Tommy. Howdy. No, you won't. He's a hard man. He's the only man to get 3 caps for Scotland because they fear his disciplinary record.
Anyway, carry on.
Oh, I love it. Now, the big turning point in the 1960s, of course, Jim, came in 1965 in the Scottish Cup final. And for people to understand just how big a result this was, they need to understand how great a side Dunfermline had. Largely due to the fact that Jock Stein had gone there from Celtic because he had been coaching Celtic reserves, and everybody that were coached by him were sad to see him go, and that included some of the Lisbon Lions. You know, John Clark, Tommy Gemmell, Billy McNeil, they all played for Billy in the reserve team. He leaves for Dunfermline, and he builds a phenomenal Dunfermline side, who are still very, very strong by the time Stein goes to Hibs and then back to Celtic. And this is the game that changes everything, isn't it? 1965 Scottish Cup final.
I think we could easily talk about that picture for another 2 or 3 hours. The game that's featured in Bennerley Bertie, the pavilion this February. It's funny, there's a line in the play which wasn't meant to be funny, but people laugh at it. And it's right before the cup final, and one of the characters turns around to his son and says, what chance have we got against a really good team like Dunfermline? And that gets a big laugh.
It always gets a big laugh.
It wasn't meant to be funny because Dunfermline were going for the league that season. Dunfermline, Kilmarnock and Hearts were nip and tuck at the top of the league. They were beating major teams in Europe. They were a big team, and that was down to Jock Stein. And everyone laughs at that. You're thinking, what are you laughing at? They were big, and people can't get their heads around about how awful Celtic were, how dreadful Celtic were. They hadn't won anything for 12 years. You know, people look at the early 90s and think that was worse. It was much worse. And the thing about the 60s, which is different from the 90s, is that in the 90s, Celtic fans can look back and say, well, we once won the European Cup, we're once really good, this is bad. Whereas in the 60s, Celtic were nothing. You know, in the world stage, they were as big as Hibs or, Hearts or anything like that. But yeah, that's the game that changed everything. That's the launch pad for the Lisbon Lions. And in Bertie's book, Bertie says that was his favourite game. And that's the thing that I've made the point of before, that people talk about the 65 Cup final and it was Jock Stein coming. But it wasn't, it was Bertie Auld. Because Bertie Auld came in early January and then they went on a cup run and they beat St Mirren at Love Street. And the headlines in the paper are all this and all that. They go to Queen's Park, Hampden beat them 1-0. Again, Bertie's a star man, beat Kilmarnock 3-2 at Celtic Park. Bertie's a star man and scores a goal. Jock Stein came then and they played Motherwell at Hampden, drew 2 each. Bertie scored again. Lucky to get through that game, won the replay 3-0. So Hampden Park, it's a cup final. And Celtic have been playing really poorly. I mean, Jock Stein came there, and people who don't know the story think that, well, Jock Stein, everything, he touched on to gold. But they were poor. They were 8th in the league before the cup final. They had lost 6-2 to Falkirk 10 days before. At Falkirk, with a crowd of 4,000 people. They'd lost 2-1 to Partick Thistle at Parkhead the week before with a crowd of 10,000. He dropped Jimmy Johnson for the final. Now, he's lucky there's no social media back then.
Can you imagine?
He dropped Jimmy Johnson for the final. Are you mad? So, into the final, and Dunfermline were slight favourites for the final because of all everything I said there, and a lot of that's down to Jock Stein. So Dunfermline scored, Bertie equalises, Dunfermline scored, so that's the first goal, Bertie's first goal, equalising. They score again, Bertie equalises again, and then Billy McNeil scores. And it was kind of the Bertie Auld final, and it was really the Bertie Auld Cup run. And if you look upon that as the launch pad for the Lisbon Lions, a lot of that's down to Bertie Auld.
Oh, massively, massively. I'm going to make a few observations about this picture. Firstly, what I would say is look at that crowd, Des. Look at the crowd. It's a sensational sea of heads. You know, there's no gaps in that crowd whatsoever. And bear in mind, you used to get the attendance, and it was 80,000, over 100,000, and that's not counting the kids that were getting, lifted over the turnstiles. Des. That is sensational.
That was 108,800 people rammed in there like sardines. Bertie, explains that. But in the play, which is coming to the Pavilion in February, go and see Bendel and Bertie at the Pavilion. It's brilliant. You'll love it. Don't know where that came from. But Jim's right. People think Big Jock was a catalyst when he came back. No. Bertie was like Roy the Rovers, a real life Roy the Rovers, all the way through that run, right through that final. That was the biggest corner that Celtic turned, and basically instrumental in the big influence on what was to happen next. What would Celtic have done without Bertie, that whole cup run? I don't know.
Jim said earlier that it was the first trophy they had won in years. It was actually the first trophy, Jim, they had won since the 1957 League Cup final that Bertie was left out of for nearly mocking. It was a 7-1 game. That was the last trophy Celtic had won. And here's a wee bit of trivia, because I know Jim loves a bit of trivia. If you rewatch the game, right, and Charlie Gallagher flights over the corner and Big Billy rises and scores that headed goal to make it 3-2. The next person that touches that ball is the ball boy, right? And the ball boy runs to the back of the net and kicks it to the Dunfermline player. That ball boy is Andy Lynch, who scored a penalty kick into that goal 12 years later for Celtic against Rangers in the 1977 Scottish Cup final. How tremendous is that, eh?
Did somebody write a book about Andy Lynch? Paul John Dykes, is that the guy? I can't remember. I don't know.
I'm going to go back to Des for a moment because he looks very festive just now because of the backdrop, the environment that he's in with the snow. It looks very Christmassy. It's fantastic.
It's the most wonderful time.
You've done that. You've done that.
We did chestnuts roasting. This is.
Did you? Oh, it's okay.
It's part Bertie and part Bublé today.
I'm just glad you didn't slip there, Des. That would have been a horrific turn of events.
I'm actually getting my charger. This is how much on the hoof we are today, flying by the seat of our pants. I'm getting my charger.
It's working though. It definitely is working, and it takes us on to a moment in time. And I'm going to come to yourself first. Look at the incredible outpouring of emotion here, Jim, in that one image. You've got even the Inter Milan players, the shoulders are all down. You know, I've looked at this game and I've said it was almost like dark versus light. You had the blue and the black of the Inter Milan kits against the resplendent green and white hoops. And you know, it was dark v light, good versus evil, all that kind of stuff. That's us winning Europeans' biggest prize. What a phenomenal picture that is, Bertie.
Dark versus light. You should be a writer. Can you do that kind of stuff? I think we tend to take technology for granted a little bit. You know, we live in an age now where everyone's got mobile phones and their video and things and stuff like that. Somebody captured that photograph. Imagine capturing that photograph and all the stuff you just said there, Paul. All that's in that one photograph, the emotions, good and bad, and just hands in the air, and an incredible moment. And it's something that people still celebrate, you know, all these years later. And to have captured that is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I mean, again, you could talk about Lisbon all day, but that's why I picked that picture, because there was loads of pictures you picked about Lisbon that featured Bertie in them, but that one to me is just the final whistles went. At that point in time, they've realised they won the thing.
I mean, I think the player you can see just over the shoulder of number 5, I think is Sandro Mazzola, and he's actually looking to the ground, isn't he? It is him, I think, and he's looking to the ground, so despondent. And look at the spring in Billy McNeil's step there, Jim. Billy McNeil in between Stevie and Bertie, the spring in his step. And this is the game that changed everything. You were talking about Celtic being just another Scottish club at that time. Yeah, they had proud traditions and histories, but at that time, so did Hibs. You know, both clubs, you know, the formation of both clubs were for similar reasons in different cities in Scotland. And, you know, this is what put us on the map. And it's Lisbon and it's 67. And it's a rite of passage for any Celtic fan to recite the names from Simpson right through to number 11. Bobby Lennox, and there he is, Bertie Auld. But one of the most famous tales about that day involving Bertie was the singing in the tunnel, and it's become part of Celtic folklore, hasn't it?
Is Des ready? You ready, Mr. McLean?
He's getting his...
We were
There we go.
standing there in the tunnel at Lisbon.
Yeah, there.
I can still remember that as if it was yesterday. I'm standing looking across at the Inter Milan players, Sandro Mazzola. They looked like film stars, a whole lot of them. Wee Jinky said that. He says, Bertie, they look like film stars. Look at them. And I says, I know, Jinky, but can they play? And they did look like film stars. Sandro Mazzola, the Inter Milan team. Oh, they had the suntan. They had the gelled hair. And they had the white teeth. All your teeth on Ronnie Simpson's bonnet.
Anyway, that goes on and on and on. As you know, it's absolute poetry. That is something that's going to go down as like a Celtic version of Shakespeare. Just Bertie's, Bertie's words in the tunnel in Lisbon. There's an extended version that you can see in Bendel at Bertie at the Pavilion Theatre this coming February, which would make the ideal stop filler for any Celtic fan. So there's an extended version of that, and you know, where I deliver it with more gusto and probably slightly more industrial language too. So that whole for Bertie, not only to have, you know, we're talking about what a player he was, what an influence, what a motivator. For him to go out and start singing that in the tunnel, you know, it's like that's what you call Gallus. That moment, that's Gallus personified, isn't it? That's pure Gallus. For him to do that.
That's a great word to describe Bertie Auld. Didn't he wear the European Cup medal, Jim, round his neck on a chain?
Did he? Didn't I know? It's news to me.
Yeah, I thought it was you that told me that one. I thought it was you that told me that. And quite rightly so as well, to have that tiny wee postage stamp medal, the first non-Latin club to win. We know the fairy tale element of Celtic, and that was them becoming champions of European football. I love this poster. And I remember back in '88 when the official Celtic video came out, and as a kid watching the footage of this game against Racing Club, which for everybody who's watching at the moment, this was basically the European champions playing the South American counterparts, and this was to decide who was the best club side in the world, Jim, wasn't it?
The last two pictures of a peak, from a peak to a trough, basically one of the greatest days, one of the worst days. I think that photo's quite funny because Bertie was about 5'6", and that guy's about 8 foot, I think. So they've got him virtually the kind of same height. The games, Celtic beat them 1-0 at Hampden Park at the time, and Racing Club kicked Celtic off the park. Second game, Celtic lost 2-1, kicked them off the park even more, spat and hacked and kicked and punched. Ronnie Simpson got injured before the game started, and missile thrown from the crowd. John Fallon took over. So lost the second game 2-1, won the first game 1-0, 2 each in aggregate. Back then there was no away goals. So went to a third game in Uruguay, and at the time Bob Kelly, the chairman, didn't want to go because he feared for the safety of the players. But Jock Stein wanted to go and insisted that they went. And one of the things that Jock Stein always regretted doing, because it turned into one of the kind of worst days in Celtic's history. I think Racing Club took about 30,000 fans across the border from Argentina to Uruguay, hostile atmosphere. 4 Celtic players get sent off, a couple of Racing Club players get sent off, referee didn't know what he was doing. Bertie was one of the 4 that get sent off, but refused to go off the park.
He refused to go. He wouldn't
I'm
even
not
get
going
sent
off. No, you're not sending me off. Funny thing was that Bertie never played in the second game. He won the first game 1-0 and then lost the second game 2-1. Bertie wasn't playing. I've never found out why he wasn't playing. And so 4 Celtic players sent off, 2 Racing Clubs. Celtic lost 1-0, and that was that. And when they get back up the road, the board thought it'd be a good idea to fine all the players £250 letting the good name of Celtic down. So, it wasn't a particularly good period, good few games in Celtic's history, that one.
No, and again, it's this discipline coming up. Again, Des, we're talking about his Scotland career being affected by it. Apparently, Sir Robert Kelly, or Bob Kelly as he was back then, wanted to get rid of Bertie first time round because of his disciplinary issues, and then obviously he's got the boxing gloves on, almost literally, against Racing Club for this game as well.
He couldn't walk. I mean, he admitted that it was bang, as his dad says, just go in there, first, don't walk away from a tackle. And he made no apology about the fact that Bertie was a wee gallus guy. He took no prisoners. Always a hard man. The Leeds United team later on, I mean, they were full of hard men, notorious hard men. Your Terry Coopers and your Norman Hunter, bites your legs and all that. Nothing against wee Bertie. When it came to, so it was, but the laugh is, I need to tell Jim something that I forgot to tell him about Bendit Liberty. See that photograph there? I'm a pal who came along to see it a couple of times. It's worth going to see twice, by the way, but you can even see it once this coming February in the pavilion. He thought we show these photographs obviously between the scenes and all that, and that one came up, and they went, "Oh, that was a really good Photoshop, with the old boxing gloves." I says, "No, that was the programme." How ironic. How prophetic was it for the? They must. How did they know that it was going to be literally a real boxing match?
Also for both people who follow me on Twitter, that's today's advent calendar. 9 days to Christmas. So there you go.
Oh, Jim.
And the perfect Christmas present would be, Des.
What? Sorry.
And the perfect Christmas present would be
Bendit Liberty at the Pavilion Theatre.
Great idea.
That is a phenomenal idea.
You know how the next week is just going to be an absolute frenzy. People are going to be sitting there under pressure. Fuel costs are high. They're sitting chanting, listening to Chris Rea, driving home for Christmas, thinking, I hate this time of year. I don't have time to go to the Silverburn or Braehead or the Forge. But what I can do in this traffic jam is just click on my phone in 2 easy steps. Bendit Liberty, and that's me got a couple of tickets for my brother, my father, my mother, my nephew, whatever. It really is the Celtic play for all the family.
And also get heat. And get heat in the pavilion. It's nice and warm as well. So there you go.
This picture
really
here.
This picture, sorry.
Jim, when we're talking about this picture, and like you say, it is just round the corner, Christmas. And I think that something like this, to wake up on Christmas morning, it's also something to look forward to when, the Christmas dust is settled and you're back into the drudgery of going to your work 5 or 6 days a week, and then you've got something to look forward to. That's what I always like, having a gig ticket or a theatre ticket. So, yeah, click on the link underneath this video and get your tickets for Bendit like Bertie. This one here, I think he's looking as though he's getting to that stage of his career, Jim. You could tell me the era where there's a transformation between Bertie the player and Bertie the manager, who comes a wee bit later, where you see Bertie, and I'm not actually sure if any of these images are on the Advent calendar here, but it's Bertie with a big jacket, the hat, and the cigar, and he's kind of morphing into that Bertie, I think, in this picture with his two young kids at this moment in time.
Like that morphing into the new Bertie. Metamorphosis. I've said a few times about the Lisbon Lions. These are ordinary people who've lived this extraordinary life, and I think you never think about them as family people. That the fact that they get wives and kids and what happened, and what have you. And imagine Bertie was your dad. How mental would that be? And Robert, who I've now met a few times, Robert's son. I mean, he was Bertie's permanent minder, and obviously Dad was very much in demand everywhere and running about after him. So I just thought to myself, what it must have been like to have Bertie Auld as your dad. Are there any Lisbon Lions, but especially Bertie Auld, and maybe John Hughes, his son, to give us a bit of an insight into that. But I liked that picture because it's just Bertie, the ordinary guy, and he was an ordinary guy at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a great picture, and at that time again, the young kid does with the hoops on, and it's a passage down the generations, isn't it? To be introduced, to be born into Celtic, and I know that's become a bit of a cliche, but I can see that in the picture as well, passing on the gift of Celtic to your laddie.
Of course, I mean, and that was back then, and it is. Yes, it is. It's a whole new generation, and when you imagine, when you think about the players get nowadays, you know, ridiculous. The money's just absolutely ridiculous, you know. And when you think of what he achieved at Celtic, and you know how much of a personality he was and all that, what would Bertie be like now? You know, when you see all these absolute guys who do not deserve it, deadbeats who are on hundreds of thousands a week and all that. Bertie was a personality as well as a brilliant footballer. You know, he would have been a brilliant media guy nowadays and stuff like that. But funnily enough, I've met Robert a few times, and this is a perfect opportunity to tell the brilliant. I know we've been joking and laughing because it's Christmas and stuff like that. But Robert came along, and that was the picture that he came along to Motherwell Concert Hall, and it was a brilliant show. It was probably the first show that was really. It was just. This is when we really caught fire. You know, Motherwell Concert Hall, it was sold out, brilliant atmosphere, Saturday night, all guns blazing. And at the end of it, you kind of go, I think that was a really good one. I enjoyed every show, but I just thought this one, I think every single thing clicked. And then Robert says, can we come down and meet the cast? Of course. And he came down, bang at the door, and he you know, he was, you could tell he'd been breaking his heart. And that was the photo, that comes after. There's a very emotional part of the show. I won't give it away, Jim. And that photo.
Whoa, you've disappeared.
But after, and it's hard enough for me. There's a lot, and I thought this must be. He says, "What size are you in a jacket?" And Jim all replied,
42 medium.
Me and him are like Morecambe and Wise, we're like Anton. So he says without hesitation, 42, right? And I was like, what? I was still sinking in when you've just done a show. It doesn't matter if it's stand up or anything, or your brain's just kind of calming down. You know, it's just. And I was like, why did he ask that? I genuinely was like, it just. And then the next day at lunchtime, I'll never forget. I was standing in the house here, and I got this WhatsApp, and it was a photograph of a Lisbon Lion jacket, blazer, and I thought, and then the wee message at the bottom, it's just processing, my brain's just processing it, and it was from Robert Auld, and Robert said, here's a present from my mum, and it was Bertie's blazer, Bertie's Lisbon Lion blazer, Bertie's iconic Lisbon Lion blazer as a present, and I was like, it didn't know that your brain, you're good, no, hold on, what, you know what, and I'm looking at it, and my wife saw she's going, what is it? And I was like, you won't understand. I phoned my ma right away. I went, I've got Bertie Auld's list. Well, it's been given to me as a present, I think. Oh, you know, and I was like, no. And then it sank in. I phoned Jim. I sent him the photo, and Jim was like, no way. We got the blazer on the Tuesday. We were off to Oban to do a gig, sunny Oban, a midweek gig. The tour continued, and Robert says, you'll have it in time for that. Robert, a few photographs got took with the newspapers, and Robert put it on to me. It was like Tiger Woods putting the all green blazer on, right, and it fitted me like a glove. I mean, I had all this, right, I've got this seamstress, I've got this tailor ready, it'll either be this, or I'll be, no, fitted me like a glove. You couldn't get a better fit. And then I wore it that night, and I told the story, and it's just incredible. To get that, you don't get a bigger seal of approval than that. You don't.
Absolutely.
To give his jacket. And then Robert sent me a nice message a couple of weeks later, and he went, when I told him we were going to Vegas, and he says, yes. Robert says, the Vegas returns, the blazer returns to Vegas. And I just thought that was amazing for him to say that. So you know, his dad, who loved Vegas, Bertie was Mr. Vegas. And
I've heard many people calling him that, Des, and you'd spent some quality time with Bertie Auld on the way to and in Vegas as well, didn't you?
He was. You know how you jokingly said about Bertie.
Your signal's gone just a wee bit there, Des. We'll move on to the next picture and see if you come back in. If you can come back in. He's silenced for the moment. But we will move on to the next image, Jim. Just while Desi's signal comes back on the phone, and we'll come back to his Vegas. Are you back with us, Des? And we'll go back to his Vegas story.
Yes, I haven't.
There we go.
Sorry. But I didn't even know I was away. That would have been a highlight for many people watching. But sorry about that.
I was half an hour ago. You're away. Sorry.
Right, no.
You were
Right,
talking
so-
about Vegas just
story,
before. Yeah.
Right now,
Vegas.
Paul, Jim, how would you feel if you were sitting? You know how you sit on a plane and you go, "What am I going to do? I've read that book. I've read that mag."
There's maybe a wee issue with the Wi-Fi at the minute, Jim. But if that is the case, we'll try and get Des back. It's just a slight issue with the Wi-Fi, a wee bit technical at the moment. However, Jim, I'm going to ask you this. We'll come back to Des and that story because I'm looking forward to it. This image, Bertie, this is the Leeds United game, isn't it? After we've knocked Leeds United out of the European Cup in the semi-final. And I often wonder when I look at this, whatever happened to that hat? You know, that's the kind of thing that should be sitting in a glass case at Celtic Park, Bertie's hat. What does this picture say to you?
Des said the word Gallus earlier. There's your Gallus photograph of Bertie Auld. And to have a statue of Bertie Auld at Parkhead, that's your statue. Interesting thing, you said the hat. I always wondered whose shirt it was. And where did that end up in terms of, you know, and maybe his son Robert would maybe solve that mystery. But he's obviously got a Leeds player's shirt in his hands. So I just wondered who that shirt. Well, Hampden, 136,000 people plus, biggest crowd of a European match ever. Chances are that'll never be beaten. Lost the first game, 1-0 at Leeds. Billy Bremer equalises. Second leg on aggregate. And it's Bertie's cross for Big Yogi to equalise, and then Bobby Mulder scores the winner. And then disappointment of Milan that comes after that. But yeah, in terms of games in Scotland featuring Celtic, that has to be up there. If not the best, it must be pretty close to being the best. It shifted to Hampden because they knew it was going to, you know, be very, very a very popular game for people to go and see. So yeah, and again, unless you're a football player, you've got no idea what that must feel like. You know, to that many people watching you, the Battle of Britain. Leeds were a fantastic team at the time. Nobody was going to beat Leeds, and then Celtic beat them home and away. And that's just raw emotion at the end of the game. It's almost like I've got his shirt. I've just ripped his shirt off. You know, this is my prize here. You know, and he's got the ball in his hand again. And similar to Jimmy Johnson when he played against Real Madrid at Bernabeu, when Jimmy Johnson puts the ball above his head, Bertie's got the ball and he's got their shirt. And he's got a hat to go with it as well. So yeah, it's again, you take the technology for granted. Somebody captured that picture. What a brilliant image.
It's a tremendous image, you're right. And I do think back to the Jinky one with the world in his hands as you described it as previously, Jim. Des, you are back and I don't want to cut you off from your Vegas story. Let's go, third time lucky. Go for it.
Are we talking about this or Vegas?
Vegas. We'll go Vegas first and then we'll come back to this picture.
That photograph there is, before we move on, that should be the statue. That should be the statue, the statue of Gallusness outside Celtic. If you want to go along and that's the most, to me, that is just one of the most iconic photographs of any Celtic player ever. It's incredible. The Vegas, you know, I'm sitting on the plane and for 11 hours, Bertie Auld is regaling me with all these stories, you know, and he's sitting going,
this was a big joke, you know, at that time, wee Jinky was barred for this pub in Wishaw, and I'm telling him, you can't get down there. So then I'm sitting there, right, and wee Jinky says, well, I'm meeting up with, and I'm sitting hearing all this.
Paul, could you imagine hearing all this stuff? Right?
Oh.
Story after story after story, stuff that had never been printed, stuff that had never been told to anybody. And he's telling me, and here's another thing, right? We went out, right, and Big TG, Big Graham, he was pissed that night. So and I'm just sitting there going, this is incredible. This is incredible. And see, this was another night. Now, here's the thing, right? So and he's telling me all this stuff, and I'm just sitting here going, wow. And the fact that obviously I'm playing him. And by the way, Bertie, I swear to God, when I was doing my turn in Vegas and I was doing all the voices and all the impersonations, Bertie was the first guy to come up to me, and he loved all the impersonations. He loved all the Billy Connolly and the Stallone and Sean Connery and all that. That was a bit. He loved all that, you know. And he just loved the entertainment side. And like you can tell it, as I said earlier on, Billy Connolly said, he would have been a stand-up comedian. And when you saw him in Baird's Bar and all that, you know, he was he was as funny as anybody. You know, he's standing there with a mic and slagging everybody off, and people walking in, dealing with hecklers, the timing, big laughs. Not an easy crowd, Baird's Bar, you know, just and you could see all the players all walking in. Even the real partner mates at Libby Jinky and that were all sitting back going, oh, hold on a minute, Bertie's the man, he's holding court here. But no, to be over in Vegas and to sit, you know, and Bertie sitting telling you all these stories like only Bertie can, it genuinely felt like half an hour, a 10-hour flight, 11-hour flight. I couldn't get enough of it. And by the way, I can talk, right? Jim Orr can talk, you nothing like Bertie. Bertie just, you know, and I was just sitting going, right, and he's, amazing.
I was going to ask you, Des, how useful was that when it came round to that moment where Jim Orr pitched Bender like Bertie? You must have just gone back in time and thought the characterisation was already there.
Absolutely. Well, you and I were sitting here. You and I were here the very, very early days of lockdown. Remember that, the March, April, and Jim said, "Oh, you know, Paul John does a podcast." It was only a podcast then, you know, audio style. With a lot of listeners, because me and you were on it, and my mates were working abroad, and they messaged me to say, we heard you on a Celtic State of Mind. It wasn't the all singing, all dancing, beautiful big studio you've got now. And then I was telling you about it, and I was doing Bertie and stuff like that. But I still remember when Bertie was talking to me, the fact, you know how you mentioned that photograph earlier on back in 1957, and he's got his hands on the older guy, the way that's what Bertie was like, the wee arm round you, tactile, the wee nods, the wee, all right, son, how are you getting on? You all right? The arm round you, always like that. And yes, when he was talking about it, I mean, he's sitting, listen, son, see, you talk about your Messis and all that now, you're that, all this nonsense. That wee Jinky could walk the ball into the net. He was better than all. And he was going on about every player. And honestly, see Bobby Murdoch, I promise you, son, I promise. And he's giving me his review and his thing of every single player. And you know something? There was a boy, Stevie Murray. And it was just, this was hearing everything for Bertie Auld, you know. This money could not buy that. That was just like as good as the holiday itself. It's 10, 11 hours Bertie Auld storytelling, funny gags.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
And Bertie telling you what he thought of all the players and all that. Oh, you just couldn't. So when Jim suggested this, and obviously here's the book here, and you're reading it, and even when you're reading, and it's just like it is. Even when you're reading it, it's Bertie. You're seeing Bertie talking to you, everything. I promise you, son, honestly, it was magnificent. Here's the thing, right? Big Jock would always say, you have the ability to entertain. If you could entertain. Every syllable was a prisoner with Bertie. Every syllable a prisoner, and I love that. You know, like Billy Connolly. I've never, you know, and Bertie was the same. It was just the passion. When he was just talking about anything, the passion was brilliant. From the soft hat, you know, of Charlie Tully to his attention to detail was amazing, and that's why I loved sitting listening to him. What an honour that was! What a pleasure! What a privilege! So that's one of these ones where you go, oh, I've won a competition sitting with a Lisbon Lion, a real, you know. And let's be honest, he was the one guy that had the personality in this. We keep saying it, the gallousness, the funny guy, you know, out of them all. So to have all that, it was amazing, yeah. And then look what happened. You know, we end up playing him and then you know, getting his blazer and stuff like that. I'll bring out the blazer before the end of the show, yeah, to show you all.
No, definitely does. Talking about that attention.
Got called early for this one. That's why it's not ready, and why I'm on the phone.
The attention to detail. I remember having the absolute pleasure and privilege of speaking to Bertie once, Jim, and he was telling me about Neely because he looked up to Neely. Neely was a wee bit older than him, and he said he couldn't get angry with Neely Mockin for taking his place in the 1957 League Cup final. But he spoke about how Neely would look after him when he was a young player coming through, and he took him into the bookies because Neely Mockin loved a punt. And Bertie was quite naive to all this kind of stuff. And Neely asked him to pick a horse, and he said, when I looked up, I seen the name Kirry Muir. He goes, and it reminded me of the gingerbread that my mum used to sell in a newsagent or something like that, right? So they put all this money on this horse and it won. And I'm sitting talking to Bertie and I'm thinking, let's talk about the European Cup final. No, let's talk about a horse called the Kirriemuir and why you put all your money on it. It was just brilliant because he was such a storyteller that I was engrossed in it. It didn't matter if he wasn't, talking about the European Cup final. And you had the pleasure, of course, as well, Jim, of actually meeting him. I've heard Desi's tales there on the flight. What was your memories of meeting the great Bertie Auld?
We met Bertie a couple of years ago. I think he'd been recently diagnosed with dementia, but he was still on top form. I'd never met him before. Des had met him a number of times. He was a big fan of Des. He'd seen Des live. Actually, he worked with Des as well on a few charity things as well.
Yep.
And
sorry, Tim,
so Des, we're basically going to put this play on. I never met Bertie, and I thought it'd be a good idea to, if we could meet him, just to kind of reassure him that you're going to see something called Bender like Bertie kicking about, hopefully in the city, and don't be worried that this is what it's all about, sort of thing. So Des managed to organise a meeting. I think it was August 2020 in Bertie's golf club. We go to Bertie's golf club. And he sort of greets you like a long lost friend. Jim, how are you doing? It's great to meet you, and I've been looking forward to meet you. You're thinking, why would Bertie Auld look forward to meet me? You've written a play, son. I've written a play. And because it was my play, I did most of the speaking for like 45 minutes or so, and I brought all this memorabilia from 65. And then after about 45 minutes, Des had to go make a phone call, and Robert, his son, had to go away. And it was just me and Bertie for the next 10, 15 minutes. And I mean, Des got 10 hours of Bertie. That 10, 15 minutes was brilliant. And he was dead interested because I was telling him about football memories, which is an Alzheimer's Scotland thing that I'm involved with, and he was dead interested in. And football memories is all about trying to spark memories from people who are football fans by showing them photographs of older players. And I brought some of the cards with me. And the first one I showed him was Bertie himself. And as you would expect, he's going to say, "Oh, handsome man, that boy there. Who's he?" And I'd show them all his other players and he would rhyme them off in terms of who they were, sort of thing. So that was the highlight of my year, to spend 10, 15 minutes with Bertie Auld. And the really sad thing is you never get a chance to see the play. That was, amongst all the other sad things that we were there talking. Because Des is so good at playing him, and he'd loved it. He'd have absolutely loved it. And obviously, his son seen the play and was reduced to tears, and he just said that Des had nailed his dad's voice and his mannerisms and everything about it. So I was fortunate to spend 15, 20 minutes in the company of a great man. So that was a highlight for me.
What a seal of approval that is. And by the way, there's a thing that's coming to my mind here, Jim, about this particular picture, because it's a profile of Bertie. Is this underbite that anybody doing an impression of Bertie would need to obviously undertake that mannerism as well. You know what this reminds me of? Remember the brilliant cartoons you used to get in the paper by Malky McCormick? Remember?
It's funny you should say that, because when I look at this picture, I think, you and Game on Wallace, that looks like a picture, but Bertie, that looks like a painting.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't look like a photograph. And the other thing about this picture, obviously, that's his last game ever for Celtic. And unlike a lot of other players, he knew it was his last game. So that must have been a really emotional day for him.
Oh,
Paul,
absolutely.
how Lisbon Lions played that day?
How many?
Yeah.
Now,
That's
let me just...
One for the online chat. There you go.
I'm not going to
Is it
check
just
on
not
Wikipedia. I'm not going to check on
Staggering
Wikipedia.
fact.
So I'm looking at Willie Wallace, and I knew obviously that he left on the same day as John Hughes. So if he's there, who else would have been there? Most of them would have still been at the club. I'm going to go for 10 days. That's a stab in the dark. I'm going to say 10.
Jim, we're going to give him that, aren't we? That well done. Although we were throwing it out there to the
We're throwing it out.
No, you're
Online
correct, well done.
community. 10.
Oh, brilliant. And was the goalkeeper the only one that was... Did Simpson not play that day, was it?
I think he came out and had a wee kick about and then went away again.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And bizarrely enough, I'm going to say it was 1971. Would I be right in saying that?
Spot on again.
May 1971, yes.
Oh, superb. But I mean, he's on the shoulders there of his teammates, Tommy Gemmell, big smile. But you're right, there's almost a caricature quality to that image of Bertie. And although he's smiling there, Jim, I'm pretty sure that inside there's a lot of raw emotion that that's his final game for Celtic.
Because you mentioned his hair doesn't look right. It's like an off painting. It's like just not a perfect painting. Anyway, I digress.
I know. It's interesting when I look at all these pictures, I'm just looking at hairstyles and what they're wearing and all this kind of stuff. And there's the Bertie that many of the younger generation will remember if you've ever had the pleasure of meeting him. And I think it's probably a good time to go back to Des once he comes back into the show.
That's a nice jacket Bertie's wearing.
That's
a nice
blazer.
jacket.
Oh, look at that picture there.
Look,
there it is.
I don't know if you can see this brilliant photograph, right? Now, this was taken by, hold on, this was taken by Jim Orr. Look at that. Look at that. I'm standing there, the great man right behind me in the shadow. Can you see it?
Brilliant. And you took that, Jim?
That's better.
That was
Jim
me,
took that. And you know what? You could get 10 cameramen every single night for the next 10 nights, and they wouldn't have caught. It was just perfect. Look at that.
That is brilliant, Jim.
Exactly
And that's the
that.
blazer.
That's the blazer.
That's me wearing the blazer, and Bertie's got the blazer. And as soon as I put that up on Facebook, his granddaughter just went, "Wow, oh my, OMG," and so it was obviously struck a wee emotional note, so unbelievable. I'm trying to get a good, yeah. I mean, look at that, right behind. It was on this. Bertie was on the screen, and I was just standing there, and it's just a brilliant photograph.
It is. It's superb, Jim. Well done. Great shot. And
Jim
obviously
Watt,
that takes
many talents.
a man of numerous talents. Des. That takes us on to the that blazer, the Lisbon Lions blazer. What a gift from the family to Des. The real deal. Part of the history and the fabric, of course, at the Celtic Football Club. And Des was gifted that by the family, and that is seal of approval. They are happy with your depiction of the great man, Des, and that must fill you with a sincere amount of pride,
Couldn't believe it. I mean, honestly, it's one of these ones. I wish I could. I'm trying to go back to that moment where Robert just quite the thing. Here's a wee present for you. A wee present, Bertie's blazer from my mum. So he's went home, told his mum there's a great show, and then to get that, that's it was the ultimate seal of approval. We love what you're doing. We're behind this. This is great. It made Robert cry. I know he wouldn't thank me for it. He was breaking his heart. But then for them to say, wear that, carry the legend on. And then it wasn't just the fact we weren't on the tour. The tour was brilliant. To go to Aberdeen and Inverness and Dundee and Oban and Falkirk and all these places, it was just great. All different rooms. There was something great about every single show. They all had their funny moments and their different wee demographics and all that. But when you started wearing the blazer, it genuinely felt as if you were a superhero. You were pulling on, and it was Tony who said, "Des, that must be the next." Tony Haggerty said, "Des, that must be the next best thing to pulling on the hoops and running on the park." And I thought, it is. That to me is like, we all dream of playing for Celtic and scoring a goal, right? For Celtic, we all dream about it. That's what we. But to pull on the blazer, that's the next best thing. It's just to pull on the great man's blazer and to wear it and to be up there, being Bertie and bending like Bertie is just phenomenal. And then when his family come along, that is when hold on, I really need to do the man proud. I need to respect the man, even though he was up for a laugh and all that. But still, it's Bertie. This is his family, and when they came along, and you know what, Jim, Robert hasn't seen me with the blazer on the show yet, has he? No. So he came along to the show, Motherwell Concert Hall, and then he went, "There's the blazer." So when he comes along to the pavilion, we'll make sure of that. He'll see the blazer. It's a real deal now. And I'll also tell the story, which is a very nice, genuine story from the heart about, how we got the blazer and stuff like that. So that you cannot get any better. As I say, that I didn't, not for a minute did I dream that, when we're doing the tour and stuff like that, the family would go, Robert would say, "Right, there you go. Present from my mum, you know, Bertie's white, and that's it. That's what made it, you know, just that's what made it. And also a close second is the brilliant photograph that's now framed that I just showed you of me with Bertie in the backdrop and on the screen, and me standing there, you know. Amazing. So there you go, Jim. You're a close second.
Well captured, Jim. Well captured.
Here's a quick quiz question. Can you put the photograph back up?
Yes.
Certainly can. That one.
On his lapel is an H. What does the H stand for? Oh, leave it to online chat people.
Right, just ask online. Keep this one for them.
The H on his lapel, he's got an H.
You can see it quite clearly there, yeah. Interesting. Jim, I love your trivia, and I love this picture, in actual fact. You know, and he's in a box. I'm not sure whose box it is, but he's certainly enjoying a Celtic victory. Would it be a victory over Rangers, Jim Orr?
I thought that was a cup final in one of the trebles. I thought, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it's such a great picture. I mean, he's either 80 or about to become 80, and there he is. Doesn't he care? I think we've just won the cup. I think that's what that is. And that's his son Robert, who's standing beside him. I'm not sure who's been. Bertie had a very close group of friends, and what they've done subsequent to his death is that they formed something called the Bertie Auld Legacy to help disadvantaged people, and 25% of the profits of Ben like Bertie will be going to that, and 25% is going to football memories. And next time you show me on the screen, I'm actually wearing the Bertie Auld Legacy T-shirt. So so that's that one. So that's Bertie Auld
very
Legacy
snazzy.
And where am I? Well, there's a Bertie Auld Legacy thing down there somewhere. Not very good with this video stuff. Anyway, so anyway, what was the point? Photograph, yeah. I mean, it just shows Bertie. I mean, that's Bertie Auld, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. And I think that, Des, when you look at that, on you go.
Carry on, Paul.
When you're looking at a picture like that, obviously, you know, as someone who is acting, who's trying to get the voice right, there's also a big part of the mannerisms as well. And when you look at that Bertie, you know, the one who's all singing, all dancing, and you're able to replicate that on the stage, how difficult is it? Or is it quite natural to you to do that, having spent so long with them?
You just grow into him, and because I was telling, see now you've got the blazer, it genuinely feels as if you are Iron Man or something. You know, you feel as if you're wearing this blazer, and you just become Bertie up there, and you know, just everything, the whole vibe of the show and everything, the 60s music and everything. It's just you just become Bertie up there. Everything about every mannerism, every little quirky, every little thing, yeah. And that was such a when I first met Jim and we were doing the podcast and stuff like that, and it was just basically a rough, it was just a loose idea in the pipeline. He didn't really know, and then for it to come to this Pavilion Theatre, getting the blazer, going to Vegas, having done a tour this year, sell out shows, it just shows you, you know, dreams can come true. And
you going to Vegas? Des, you going to Vegas? What's this about Vegas?
Vegas next year.
Are we? Good. What's this? We're
off to Vegas.
Setting up for you.
Right, we're going to Vegas. We're going to the Westgate Theatre, which is the very same theatre that Elvis Presley holds a record for 8 years, the longest ever run in Vegas. Yes, and Barry Manilow's playing there just now. Not quite the same. Can you imagine that? Bermuda tricolour makes people disappear. Right, so you know, so but about Barry, we need to. Jim's had loads of Murdo MacLeod, and when I think of Jackie McNamara, like when you go through the John Fallon, loads of Celtic players, ex-Celtic players holding up the old poster, right? But we need to get Barry Manilow holding up the Bender like Bertie. Go see Bender like Birdie in Vegas. Hey, you know you want it. You just, you know. And there's the great man himself holding the poster. That's from August 2020 when he wasn't well, but it looks $1 million there.
And there's another picture of him and Des, which is not on the advent calendar. It's a brilliant picture. I love that picture because that's my player, that is, and that's Bertie Auld, that is.
Proud time for you, Jim. I mean, I think that. Oh, it is. It really is. And he's a guy that, people go on about greatest of ourselves, greatest players, greatest entertainers. Is there a better personality, Jim, in the history of Celtic Football Club than this man right here?
You can only talk about what you know yourself, and I think football has changed dramatically in the last 30, 40 years. You don't get people like Bertie Auld, you don't get players like Lisbon Lions. I don't mean like the Lisbon Lions. I mean the players who played up until maybe the mid-80s are a different breed of the people you get now. So you can't really compare them both. But I think back in the day, the players drank in the same pubs as the fans and shopped in the same shops. They're not multi-millionaires as they are now. So you could make a case, as I said earlier, for Bertie being the greatest ever Celtic player. He certainly could make a case. Not just on the field, like a whole combination of things. And after post Lisbon Lions, he was going to go to Celtic, I think, and I think that's why I mentioned earlier that if you're Bertie Auld's son, then you're virtually a full-time minder because your dad's in such demand. And as the song goes, everyone loves Bertie.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to leave you with the final word, Des. You will be on the stage playing this icon of Celtic's history. Give us one last blast of promotion for this in February. How can we get tickets? Obviously, the link is underneath. Tell us why we should be buying tickets for this play. At that moment, Des, I think your phone went. There was a wee delay.
Speechless.
Am I off? I'm still here. Right. Somebody put a lovely. There's been so many tributes to this. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody put a brilliant tribute and they said this has brought joy to Bertie's family, and that was the nicest thing that anybody said. And I thought, what if that, it was just. The fact that Bertie came up to me and went, do you know what? I love the impersonation, son. I love when you do this. I love when you do that. And I thought, for me to be doing him now, Bertie would have loved this. But it's just been, honestly, the best thing. If you love Celtic, if you love going to the theatre, if you love nostalgia, if you love the 60s music, if you love to sit there with your mum, dad, grandpa, it's the best moment. I remember talking to a grandpa until his wee grandson. The grandson was about 19, 20, and the grandpa was late 70s. Both of them loved to play, and that's it for me. Right across the board, generations loving the play, and that's it. And it's just been the greatest fun. Amazing.
Wonderful. It's been a great journey. It's been a great journey, Des, for you coming on all those years ago, like you say, and Jim being a part of Acsom for so long, to see this come into fruition, from an idea, from a blank canvas to, making it bigger and taking it on the road as you did. I'm really looking forward to it. You guys are a massive support for A Celtic State of Mind, and we are hoping to support charity this Christmas. That's why we have been here for the last hour or so. Thanks everybody for getting involved. Click on the links underneath this video for tickets to go and see Bend It Like Bertie. Download our charity single, The Glory and the Dream, and donate to the birthplace of Celtic, St Mary's. All that's left for me to say is Jim Orr and Des McLean, aka Bertie Auld. Thank you for joining me on A Celtic State of Mind. Welcome back to A Celtic State of Mind, and we have a familiar face in Laura Bradburn. How are you doing, Laura? You're back in the studio.
I'm not too bad. I thought I would come through and continue my yearly tradition of actually being here in person. So did it last year, doing it this year, hopefully do it again next year. But it's good to be here.
Yes, absolutely. We had a few issues with regards to the signal yesterday, which is the reason why we gave Des and Jim another run this morning, Laura. And I'm going to urge anybody in the comments section, because we're over 100 already. Thanks for tuning in. I know it's a wee bit early. You might have been out for a few little swallies last night. You might be feeling a bit rough. You might be watching this on your phone, laptop, television, who knows. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to A Celtic State of Mind. Let us know how it sounds, because we are recording a doubler in the studio. Laura, has been here before many, many times, and it's an absolute pleasure. But you're going to have to show us, because of the subject matter of our show, you and me, you're going to have to show us that jersey. Show us the jersey.
What, me?
Show us that jersey that you're wearing. That is a belter.
This number?
That number, absolutely. Now,
does it count as retro? That's like a couple of years old Christmas jumper from the club shop, so I don't know if it counts as retro, but I'm counting it.
right, okay, sound seems fine. Thank you, Jungle Lion. I'm just looking for confirmation because switcheroo and all that with cables and all that kind of stuff. I am a novice. I just learn through my mistakes. So if it's rubbish, I'll try and sort it. But if it's going well, superb. The reason I pointed out your Celtic jersey is someone has written a book on the history of Celtic jerseys. This is not a plug. I am genuinely, authentically interested and passionate about the hoops and everything else that's come out in relation to Celtic. I don't need that earphone in anymore. Brilliant. So we're going to have a wee chat about Celtic jerseys, but not to try and push merchandise or any of that kind of stuff. This is all a wee bit nostalgic. We're going to be talking about some of the good, the bad and the ugly in the world of Celtic. I've just selected a few at random almost, but I know that there's talking points between the jerseys that I have selected, and that's the reason why we're going to have a wee chat. Laura, before we do it though, do you have a favourite and least favourite Celtic jersey, and why?
So my favourite jersey has got to be, ironically, the one from the year that I was born, so the centenary year, for anybody who doesn't know my age. But that home jersey with the kind of pop collar and the round neck, which you were showing me earlier, a really nice programme that you had with Tommy Burns adorning it on the front cover. That's my favourite home jersey. My least favourite jersey is probably an away one, probably the same one everybody says, that kind of monstrosity grey and green jaggy line one that just looks absolutely rank. I don't know who came up with that one. I've got one at home just because you've got it, but like it's absolutely terrible. I would never wear it in public.
That jersey actually is not going to be making an appearance on the ones that I'm going to go through. It will get mentions for sure because it was very much of its time, and I do recall that there was nothing quite right about it. However, for some strange reason, because often you cannot predict this, it's become something of a cult classic. And I remember JP Mason coming through for the first time on Acsom, through in Stirling, coming through to be spoken to and join a discussion with Kevin Graham and I, and he was wearing it, and it was a genuine replica. It wasn't one of the remakes. And during my time of trying to get my hands on all the jerseys, I did want to see it in the flesh, just to remind myself how bad it was. Now, by the way, that was a template that was used by quite a few clubs. Parma had it. And remember, I think I was sharing it recently. Sliema Wanderers in Malta had it. They had a blue version. And
all the big clubs, you mean?
All the big clubs. and no matter what colour scheme they used, it was still just absolutely zany. And some people say that zigzag was almost the financial spreadsheet of Rangers, and it ended up way down there. Add to that, Laura.
It wasn't flatlined, so it can't.
It wasn't. It just disappeared in the bottom. Add to that the red, white, and blue sponsor, and the story behind that is in the book. But you know what? I'm going to share it with you. So, Brian Gilder is the guy who set up People's Ford, and he still trades to this day. And prior to that, because of the times that we were in at that moment in time, Celtic had only ever had one sponsor, which was C.R. Smith. And you and I were talking earlier about how a sponsor becomes a really important part of the actual shirt design. And you think back to some of this, the classic jerseys like AC Milan, Mediolanum, Ireland, Opel, Napoli, Mars, and the sponsor is part of the design. Yeah. C.R. Smith was a bit like that with Celtic, wasn't it?
Yeah, C.R. Smith was I was talking to you earlier about how I love the C.R. Smith design and the sponsor on the strip, because primarily I think I like to think that it looks nice, but actually I think it's to do with they were the strips of my formative years as a Celtic supporter, and I imagine somebody 10 years younger than me probably thinks the same about Carlin. But even talking about other clubs and stuff like that, I know people talk about Candy in the 80s for Liverpool, but for me growing up it was Carlsberg, and even to the point where like Pirelli with Inter Milan was so synonymous with Inter Milan, I didn't even think of it as a sponsor. I didn't know they were a tyre company. I just thought they had a nice logo and it really, really suited that strip. So it is such a major part of any, and to the point where I'm a bit of a kit geek these days as well, and actually sometimes you Google strips to look at them and you Google it by the sponsor name and the club name because you can't remember the season or whatever, so it's like a major part of what a good kit looks like.
It is. It's also a major part of identifying kits. Now, what I mean by that is if you follow us on Twitter and Facebook, not so much in the last couple of days, we've been a wee bit busy, but on a daily basis I'm posting a jersey that is part of the Celtic story, but it's not a Celtic jersey, and it's the opposition jersey that Neely Mockin had swapped, normally in a European game, with his counterpart, and often there's no crest.
Yeah.
So you're typing in the colour scheme and the sponsor,
Yeah.
and you're finding out who the team are, and then you're finding out the game it was played at, and then you're visiting the Celtic wiki to try and get an image of it so that you can actually put it out there. So absolutely agree with that. And C.R. Smith was synonymous with early Celtic jerseys. But then what happened was Terry Cassidy came to the club and fell out with Jerry Eadie. Gerard Eadie organised, set up and ran the company from Fife, as it happens, you know, the birthplace of Ollie Burke. And C.R. Smith were the shirt sponsors for all those years until Cassidy comes in, falls out, personal issue with Jerry Eadie, and Eadie pulled the sponsorship. We then had a situation where Brian Gilder, People's Ford, had been sponsoring the boards around the stadium for many years, big Celtic fan, and Terry Cassidy offered him a 1-year deal. So Brian Gilder's company actually, ironically enough, no longer has a red, white and blue colour scheme. It's all silver, right? But at the time, it was red, white and blue, even though he's a mad Celtic fan. And the Ford was very important to him. But here you go, he never ever got permission from Ford to use the logo on Celtic's jersey. Now, I don't think that would fly now.
Yeah.
I think that would be picked up on. But back in the day, it was a 1 year, it was a short deal. Ford never cottoned onto it, never contacted Brian Gilder at People's. They've still got a place. At the time, they had a place in Liverpool, I think, Glasgow, and Edinburgh. They're still in Edinburgh. I don't know where else they are.
Well, I tell you what a naive young Laura thought was the reason for People's Ford being on the Celtic strips. Now, this wasn't even a People's Ford dealership, but for anybody who knows, I come from the north side of the city to go to Celtic Park. So I come off at Blockhairn, and there's a massive Ford garage just before you go over Todd Street to get in at the back of Celtic Park. And I genuinely thought it was because there was a Ford garage near Celtic Park that they sponsored Celtic. That's the naivety of a young girl, I suppose, but there you go.
You know, at that age though, you just don't even think about
No.
the commercial aspects of a football club, do you? And at that time as well, I remember, I've referenced this interview a couple of times in the last 24 hours, but Tom Grant, I said to him who was responsible for the red, white and blue sponsor, because he was on the board. He blamed Jack McGinn.
Right.
He blamed Jack McGinn during the interview. And so for a few years I'm thinking, all right, it was Jack McGinn. You know, not only does he set up the Celtic View, but, you know, a couple of generations later, he produces John McGinn. Obviously, he didn't, but a member of his family certainly did. But this isn't one of your best creations, Mr. McGinn. However, going right to source, Brian Gilder tells us it's Terry Cassidy. And Brian, as a Celtic fan, raises the issue, do you think this will fly, Terry, red, white and blue in a Celtic jersey? Terry Cassidy didn't give a hoot. Just give me the money, Brian, and who cares? He wasn't bothered about who he upset, and the green and white hoops were tarnished with red, white and blue. Will any of those jerseys appear? Because there was only two with the People's Ford, the home and away. We shall find out. Now I'm going to bring up the first jersey that I want to discuss. Let's bring it up here. And I'm pretty sure this will be a favourite with some ease, because we were just talking, Laura, about the types of age groups that watch a Celtic State of Mind.
I should say at this point, before we see these strips, I believe Paul's by his age, but I'm not going to.
They probably are.
Yeah, I'm not going to denigrate you too much for that. But anyway,
I'm bringing this up for a few reasons, right? The first one is Celtic, for the first time, released 3 jerseys for this campaign. And anybody looking at that will remember the other shirt. And I think I do have an image that I'll bring up later on. But this jersey here was the first time we had released the 3 jerseys. It was a real commercial breakthrough, which now we expect 3 jerseys every single season, Laura. But one of the interesting things about this jersey, and we'll talk about how beautiful it is in a minute, and your memories of that, because you attach your memories obviously to specific jerseys, players, games, whether or not you like the jersey, sometimes can be influenced by that as well. And I think anybody in the comments section looking at this will be thinking Ajax, where we famously beat them away, and it was in the Olympic Stadium actually, not at the home stadium because of the crowd and the fact that Ajax had got a good result at Celtic Park. But this jersey was modelled for the Celtic view.
Okay.
And so you had the green, the bottle green with the white pinstripes. You had, and I will bring up the image later, the white one with the green pinstripes. And in the middle, you had the home jersey, which is part of this discussion. But you know what? The badge was in the middle.
All right,
So
okay.
it was V-neck and the badge was in the middle. So that was the launch, if you like. It was a picture in the Celtic view. Now, if you compare what a strip launch now entails, Laura, with all singing, all dancing, cameras, press, all that kind of stuff, this was just a black and white grainy image in the Celtic view on a Wednesday to say this is our 3 new jerseys. The one with the crest in the middle was never seen again. It turns out it was a prototype jersey, and when the home jersey was finally worn and released as a replica, it had actually gone to the left breast rather than the centre of the shirt. So before we get into it, tell me your thoughts about the aesthetics of that shirt.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting that you say that about the difference between what's a good looking shirt, what's a bad looking shirt, and what influences it, because I think it's much easier to love an ugly shirt that your team played well in than it is to love a nice looking shirt that your team played rubbish in. This is before my time in terms of memories, but aesthetically, just looking at it, not judging it based on anything like what the team played like in it, it's probably about as nice a Celtic kit as I've seen. And it reminds me of one that was out not too long ago, a New Balance one.
Yes.
That this is the ignorance of younger age, in that I didn't know that was a replica or a callback to any sort of kit until I started getting into Celtic kits and realised that, you know, it was like harking back to this one. But I still think this one takes the biscuit, again, because the traditionalist in you is like, it doesn't have the alphabet on it. It's like, there's something retro about the Umbro sponsorship for Celtic that that we've not had since like the 90s basically. And I think just the simplicity of it, you look at that and you think that's a Celtic shirt.
That is a belter. You've made a few really good points. First one being the Umbro, relationship with Umbro. Just very quickly, because I know it's not everybody's bag, but Umbro and Celtic had a relationship for 70 years. They started making our jerseys in the 1930s, right? So when you then start digging through the match-worn jerseys and going right through Jimmy Delaney's jersey, which is in the book, 1940s, they are Umbro made, but there's no insignia on the jersey. It just wasn't the done thing. And in actual fact, those old jerseys with the big buttoned-up collars were rugby jerseys. They were actually bought out of an Umbro catalogue, and they were marketed as rugby jerseys. But you're playing your football, Laura, in Scotland, and they were thicker, and obviously Celtic bought them. And Celtic bought them because they didn't want to be buying strips every season. There was no deal as such. We bought them directly from Umbro. And often what would happen is there would be a Sportsman's Emporium in Glasgow and all the major cities, and we would buy them from there as provided by Umbro. There was no deal. Celtic weren't being paid for wearing the shirts. That all kind of changed. There was a commercialisation moving into the 1960s even, where the 50s and 60s, where Umbro started shouting from the rooftops, the FA Cup winners are wearing Umbro, and then in the 60s the European Cup winners are wearing Umbro, and the World Cup winners, etc. And it was then that Celtic cottoned on, wait a minute, that there might be a commercial aspect here. But it wasn't really until the 80s that the replica market boomed, and this was part of that boom. Now the Umbro, first thing I would note, it's embroidered. The badge is embroidered. Now back in the day, even the replica jerseys had the embroidery. Maybe not the Umbro actually, but you know, on a replica jersey in the 80s, but the badge was a proper badge. Now it's just printed for cheapness and quickness and mass production, and I think a wee bit's been lost. Even the players' jerseys often don't have the embroidery. Am I just being an anorak now? I
mean, it's impressive to sit and listen to you talk about it, I have to say. I like to think I'm into them, but I've not given it this amount of thought, I have to say.
So yeah, the answer to the question is yes, Paul, you are an
It was
anorak.
diplomatic of me, I think. I think people will agree that was diplomatic.
It was, I've got to say. But you're right, and I'm going to make another point. The jersey you're talking about, the New Balance one, probably is infamous because we wore it against Molde in Europe, and that was the game that you thought, wait a minute, there's an issue here, because Chris Commons was subbed off and he had a right go at the dugout. He's shouting and screaming.
Do you know, we've got a general issue with green away jerseys. Like that. This
You're
kind
talking
of...
Clyde?
Yes. Douay and Roy Keane and like that. I mean, it's not a particularly aesthetically pleasing jersey at the best of times, but it's one of the ones that it's the only thing I can see is a defeat to Clyde when I look at that jersey.
You're right. And when people are looking at this, let us know in the comment section if I'm right. Many people will be thinking a victory away against Ajax, George McCluskey and Charlie Nicholas. And this is what jerseys do. They just spark. It's a wee bit like, music. You hear a song, it takes you back to a certain moment. And what I was going to say about that, the fact that we did revisit some of the classics, and that is actually something that happens time and time again in the Celtic jersey history. It's a wee bit like movies going and remaking a great movie of the 80s or the 90s and doing it wrongly. And often it isn't done as well as the original, which is always the risk. But I think New Balance and Nike definitely looked through the old designs and replicated so many of the old jerseys. And the one that you mentioned, the silver and pink number, they tried to sell us that as some kind of old design. We might have time to talk about it depending on how long this takes, because we're 30 minutes into the show. We've only spoken about one jersey. That's just the way it goes. There must be a part 2 in this. You'll notice here that there's a tiny wee rip. There's a wee tear in this one as well, just under the collar. But I love the thickness of the collar. That's something that I think was lost in the remake that Chris Commons wore and embarrassed himself in and had to actually apologise. But the collar wasn't thick enough. But yeah, I am an anorak, and you make no apologies for that. So that is the first jersey that we're going to talk about, and I think it's a great one to start off with. Laura, you were talking about not knowing at the time that the Chris Commons jersey was a remake. If you were to say either or was the finest of the two, is it the original?
Oh, it's got to be the original, yeah. It's just... I'm not a big fan of Dafabet as a sponsor. Apart from the whole gambling side of things, I just don't think it's a very nice looking sponsor on the strip. So taking one without the sponsor's got to be the preferred option, I think.
We've spoken about sponsorship and the importance of it aesthetically to a football jersey, but I totally agree with that. And I, for one, if you didn't have a sponsor on a Celtic jersey, I think it looks better, particularly the hoops. And we spoke about some of the ways around that. You could have white on white, you could have green on green, but the sponsors would be dead against it. What I hate, though, is when a sponsor goes with its own brand and, it kind of kills the overall design. So you've got green and white hoops, then the sponsor's black and yellow, and you think, well, that doesn't really work for me. But the next jersey I'm going to share with everybody who's tuning in for the Geek and Anorak Hour with Laura Bradburn and Paul John Dykes is, I think, a modern day classic. I've got to say, I'm a big fan. There's a lot of the modern jerseys I'm not keen on, but I think we'll look back on this one with a bit of fondness.
Yeah, and I think this one particularly, and I said I have with kits like this, is very often they don't get worn enough. This one didn't get worn enough. I can think of various other ones that didn't get worn enough. But I tell you what my favourite thing is about this particular kit, apart from the very plain black design, I really love that big giant 4-leaf clover as a badge, rather that. And I don't mean, I like the original crest on the hoops, I'll always like that. But I like them doing something a little bit different with their away kit that still symbolises Celtic. And you still look at that and go, that is the Celtic 4-leaf clover. Exactly.
Now remember, around about the time of Beram Kyle, because he wore it so well, we had a leisure polo shirt. It was yellow. You could get it in canary yellow, you could get it in green, and you could get it in white. I mean, because obviously that's the only colour palette Celtic can use. And they had the big clover, so they had taken the central crest and they'd enlarged it and they fired it right on it, and it looked amazing. They sold out rapid.
Yeah.
I mean, for love nor money, you could not get them. Brilliant designs. Why not continue to sell them, Celtic? I don't understand it. But then it was introduced onto the jersey. So the traditionalists amongst us might say, no, don't tamper with the crest. But that does look dynamite.
Yeah, and I think this is spoken as a true person who grew up in Glasgow. Your dad could walk about with that on and kind of claim it's not a Celtic strip, so he doesn't get into bother, you know?
It's that leisure aspect, isn't it? It's Adidas knowing the market and thinking, right, let's make leisure tops. The one thing for me, although Dafabet goes for the colour scheme, which is great, take that sponsor off and that's a classic.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a classic.
I even like the wee pinstripes on the sleeves as well. It's like really, really smart. Although, to be fair, on the players it looks really good on their like toned biceps and stuff like that. It doesn't so much fit the same way on most other people, I don't think.
I like long sleeve jerseys on that point. I'm going to ask you about the colour black because even, you know, to the extremes of looking at colour schemes and colour palettes and all that stuff, when I was looking at the Celtic jerseys, we asked the question, why does Fiorentina wear purple? Why do Celtic wear green and white? Sometimes it's obvious. Obviously, there's the link to Ireland, and that's the reason we wear green and white. There's no doubt about it. Fiorentina, there's a royal aspect to that. You know,
don't say that.
There is, and I know how much you love the jerseys, right?
Oh God!
It's all about you know, money and affluence. That's what the purple colour signifies.
I'm so disappointed now.
I know, and I know that you love your Batistuta style jerseys and all that stuff. But the black is one that was associated with almost like the enemy being invaded, and this is the colour palette of black, but also class, and it's a class when you look through the Celtic jersey history. Every time black's introduced, it tends to work. What I'm going to say, and I've said it on the podcast before, Laura, I think we should have a blackout jersey where the badge is black, the Adidas is black, everything on it is just a black jersey, but sales of that jersey, rather than wearing black armbands, right, to respect the passing of someone who's been associated with Celtic, the sales of the jersey goes into a kitty, and every time there is the passing of someone from the Celtic family, we are able to use those funds to support the family, the widow, whoever it may be. And I've said that for a while because, let's be honest, there is no point in a third jersey. It's for commercial purposes only. I mean, from time to time, you might have two jerseys, then you draw somebody in Europe you weren't expecting to play against, and you might need a different colour to play them. But at this moment in time, you can look at your fixture list domestically and say, right, if we have this colour away jersey, it's not going to clash.
No,
right?
yeah.
So the third jersey, there's no point in it being there other than to make money. So let's make money for the real reasons or the right reasons. Would you go for that?
Yeah, no, I would say so, and especially to go back on the point about, you know, the usefulness of a third jersey, especially if, as in our case, half the time we make the third jersey some form of green, so you couldn't wear it if you can't wear the home kit anyway. But the idea of making a third kit that in any way has charitable foundations, either for a family or members of a family of an ex-player, or for a cause that is to do with the community or something, that goes back to the roots of the club at the end of the day, and that would be an excellent way to use it in a non-cynical way, and it gives people another chance to support the club in some sort of way that's like that they can actually say, yeah, I've bought this shirt, I'm supporting a good cause, and I'm not just putting money into the pockets of a big sports brand or something like that.
Totally. I would love that to happen. Whether or not it does is an absolute other matter, because obviously we are a business, we know we need to make money, but come on, we need to realise this is probably the reason why purple is associated with money.
Stop
and
ruining
royalty.
it for me. Stop ruining it.
It was an expensive dye initially, so you needed money to use it. There you go, Billy Boy. Every day is a school day.
Maybe I've
on
just got expensive
Acsom.
taste. That's what it is.
Potentially. Let us know what you think of these jerseys. They are pretty random in the scheme of things. We've not actually seen a set so far of the famous green and white hoops, but the next jersey will be indulging the green and white hoops. So let me just prepare the next one. There's a story behind it as well. There's a reason why I've chosen this, Laura, and I probably should have asked you to choose a few as well. But you know what? You didn't even know what you were talking about when you turned up at the studio this morning, because
Does
that's how
this
we
make
roll.
me a bigger geek than you, that I didn't even know what we're talking about today, and I'm still clattering on like nobody's business?
I thought to myself, right, what what can Laura talk about for an hour? Let's talk about jerseys. I'm pretty sure we can master that. Now, there's loads of reasons why we would look at this shirt. The first one that I'm going to say to you is, again, geek alert, right? Specifically, this jersey specifically was only worn once. Now, people in the comments will be saying, you're lying, it wasn't. This particular style of jersey was only worn once. And what I mean by that is, it was made specifically, and I don't just mean the embroidery under the badge, by the way, but this jersey, this version of it was made specifically for that cup final 1985, right? When you look at all the other domestic jerseys of that style, the sponsor isn't on the white hoop.
Right.
Right? And it's
Okay.
not so small to fit on a white hoop. What you'll find is that the sponsor is in a actual block of material which is sewn onto the jersey.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Now,
I've got a replica that's what it's like, actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
This was the only time that the C.R. Smith logo was within a white hoop. It looks a lot neater for me, incidentally, and I'm surprised we got away with it because the cup final is the big game. It's live on the telly, and you would hope as a sponsor that your C.R. Smith logo would be bigger and it would stand out more. It actually stands out less on this jersey. So there is your geek alert, right? And also, when I'm looking at the designs of jerseys, particularly from this era, not on this one as it happens, I always find the sponsors too high.
Yeah.
But I've since found by talking to sponsors that they request that so that when you get the profile pictures of players, the sponsor's in them as well. So they're not too low in the jersey. But
Right.
I think often it ruins the look of the shirt.
Do they realise if they put it lower down for all the fans wearing it, they'll get a bigger logo on everybody's belly when they're wearing
Depends what team you support. It depends what team you support. Apparently, there are only certain clubs that have got 8 times XL
Well,
available, and I don't think Celtic are one of those. The main reason I brought this up, other than the massive geek alert, was the fact this was my first Celtic jersey.
yeah. It was between the centenary season one and this for me. And the thing I really like about this one, they replicated in the last season's home shirt, the kind of very, very thin pinstripe above and below the green hoops, which I think is really smart looking as well.
It is, and again, you know, when you watch back, I look at that. I think Danny McGrain, Paul McStay, Roy Aitken, Tommy Burns, great Celtic players. But you know, those cuffs around the arms, they were tight. Right, so obviously you needed something to fill them, and there has been since then the 1990s where the jerseys were really baggy.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of Jackie McNamara right when he signs, and I'm not joking. The jersey is definitely 5 sizes too big for him, right? But it goes from the 80s where everything was quite tight,
Yeah.
the 90s where it was really baggy, but you're almost mirroring the styles of the time, because in the 90s, if you look at the terrace movement and the music movement,
Yeah.
it was baggy, right? And the football jerseys were the same. Now we've got, it almost looks as though they're sprayed onto the players, Laura, and that doesn't really replicate with the replica jerseys.
A wee
on many
word,
occasions.
a wee tip for people watching: if you're buying a kit these days, do not buy match fit. That is what they call the difference. You can buy the match fit from the club, or you can buy what they call normal fit.
And do you need something to wear under the jersey just to kind of hold everything in
I've
place?
no idea, but I have made the mistake of buying match fit previously and thinking I'd bought it a couple of sizes too. It was not forgiven, let's put it that way.
When I hear match fit, I think you're fit for the game, but obviously it's no talking about that. I did like the pinstripes above and below the hoops. Probably a good time to note that what came first, right? There's 3 things on that. There's 4 things because it's a cup final, but there's 3 main things on that jersey that never used to be on a Celtic jersey. And the first one that came along was the Umbro manufacturer's logo, the famous double diamond. And in the 1980s, obviously the lowercase Umbro writing. In the 90s, that turned to uppercase. This is the level of geekery you're going to get from me, Laura, right? But that was only introduced, believe it or not, because when Celtic obviously wore green and white hoops, Umbro had no exclusivity over selling a green and white football jersey.
Right.
So when the replica market became a thing, Admiral were all over it. So they would sell green and white Celtic, Bucked had done the same. Green and white Celtic jersey, it didn't say Celtic on it, but because it was green and white hoops, they sold by the bucket load, to the point that the green and white hoop jersey was the biggest selling football jersey in Britain year on year throughout the 1960s and the 70s. but very few of them were Umbro, if any, were Umbro jerseys. So what Umbro did was, wait a minute, we're going to have to stamp our authenticity on this, and that's where the double diamond appeared. Celtic, a wee bit late to the party, then added the badge. And the badge, the crest, there's a whole history behind the crest, of course, had been around for decades, but we'd never put it on a jersey.
Yeah.
It wasn't the done thing. And then, in 1984, came the sponsor. So every single time the Umbro was added, I read the pages of the Celtic View, nobody batted an eyelid, nobody cared. The crest was added, big issue.
Yeah.
It was controversial. Desecrating the hoops with the crest, right? And then, when C.R. Smith appeared, they went into meltdown. The Celtic fan base went into meltdown. So we were aware that we're moving into commercialisation, and we weren't happy about it.
Do you know what the modern version of that is, I think? Is when you get, like, I remember a specific one towards the end of Martin O'Neill's time in charge, and I remember a couple in between times, but the Martin O'Neill one was big white panels down the inside of the sides, breaking the hoops up.
Yep.
And everybody went off their nut because they were like, it's got to be a proper hoops. And I've seen variations of people, what they consider to be proper hoops. Some people think the torso needs to be hoops, but the sleeves are okay if they're left out. Some people think you need a full hoop round the sleeve. Like, yeah, people get very het up about it.
I get the hoops one. Although that jersey now, looking back, was a cracking shirt.
Yeah.
Was that because we were successful in it? We won a treble in it, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah, these are the kind of discussions you have when you start talking about Celtic jerseys. And here we go. Yeah. Poncho. I'm gonna try and bring in as much as possible. Poncho McCafferty comes in. Sorry, Pancho. My apologies. Can't miss the logo. Bigger logos look terrible. I agree with that. The subtlety is often what makes the jersey. You know, it gives it that kind of added class. Scottish Cup final 1985. Yeah, we beat Dundee United 2-1, and I always remember this game. I wasn't at the game, but my dad was, and he came home with one Adidas Samba. He lost a Samba in the celebrations when Frank McGarvey scored the winner. There you go. And we never did find that Adidas Samba. But he still wears them to this day. Every so often, every couple of years, he needs a new pair of Sambas. Did anyone else lose a Samba, or did anyone find one in the 1985 Scottish Cup final? That's the question.
Did they have to hop home that day? Did they have to hop home that day?
You know, the drink often, dampens any comfort issues if you're walking home with one wet foot and one not so wet foot. But it was raining that day if you look back on the images. So with regards to the jerseys, this is one by complete chance. You brought this up today, this one. Mm-hmm. We're now going to talk about another controversial shirt, Laura, because at the time when this was released, there was a few comments around the fact that we were breaking tradition. So let's bring it up, right? We were breaking tradition with this shirt, and in one main way. When we look back on it, you talk about branding. Look at the Umbro branding in the hoops.
Yeah.
Does it work for you?
No, not at all. It's like somebody's decided I need to make the hoops a little bit more exciting, which I don't know why you would. And they can't think of any way to do it other than that. Kind of reminds me of, I talked to you about the shirt of the Tommy Burns management era when we signed George Cadet, where it had the same kind of really, really stark design on the hoops, and I think it just kind of, it doesn't work. Celtic is pure green and white for me. And the other thing that I think is absolutely boufing, you're just coming up to it there, is that round neck / collar thing, where I think some people chose to fold it in on itself so that it'd be a round neck. Some people had the collar out, but yeah, that kit for me is, and do you know this is going to be a controversial thing, but I'm just looking at it there. See the badge? I prefer a Celtic badge where it's just the crest, the circular crest. I don't particularly like the panel, like the shield panel on it, unless it's in certain strips. So like the away kit this season, the black and green away kit, I quite like it, but on the home kit it should just be the crest, I think.
Great points. It's almost like the designer just wanted to fill every single space. So you've got, I think you can see it in the image, you've got this shading. So even on the white hoop, you've got a Celtic shading going through it. The green hoop is 2 shades of green, and very distinctively
and
2 shades.
The hoops are too thick.
Well, there's only 4 of them.
Yeah.
Let me just zoom this out. I think that was one of the biggest issues. There's only 4 green hoops There it is, yeah. And when it's tucked in, as often was the case back then, you can only see 3. I've got to say, the fact that it's long sleeve, I always loved that, because you couldn't buy long sleeve jerseys back in the day, Laura. So if you ever saw someone at a game wearing them, you knew it had come from a player.
Do you know the only redeeming feature of this shirt? I believe it was the first Celtic shirt that in, so I can forgive it for that.
Well, I know that you've got a wee, there's something there with Simon and Jackie.
Oh yeah,
going back to those days, but baggy was the word. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit controversial, I guess. I quite like it. It's a bit OTT, right? They've done everything they possibly can to fill every space. Like you say, the collar, it's a hybrid of 3 different collars. just go with one, and not only that, let's put 2 stripes on the collar. There's the crest. Let's stick it in. Let's stick it in a badge. Let's stick it in a shield. Or the hoops, they're not good enough. Let's put Umbro logos on them. I'm looking at it and I don't mind it now. And by the way, the team was rotten, because that's the jersey we wore in the Handon season, which was my first season ticket. And that's probably why I've chosen it. Maybe that's why I've got a bit of an affection to it.
There were some redeeming features. I mean, Pierre was scoring goals for fun in that shirt.
Yes.
Which you can't forget either.
Yeah, Mark McNally was playing centre-half in that shirt as well. But
Fair.
Also, this was the jersey that we had to finally relent to pressure and put numbers on, right? So for years, the SFA tried to apply pressure, and we refused. And there's a whole thing, it's called the numbers game, a whole feature on that in the book. And you only really seen Celtic wearing numbers in Europe. Mm-hmm. It was a directive from UEFA, you had to wear them. So Celtic had the big white patch with the black number. It never looked right. And then in the 80s, they just had the black number on the green-white hoops. You couldn't even see the number half the time when it was on the TV. And I think it was for TV rights, so UEFA could sell the TV rights.
Okay.
And it was a lot easier for commentary teams from all over Europe who were basically presented with a team list of players that they'd never heard of, because it wasn't what it is now. You couldn't do your research online before you went into a European game against Scottish opposition. You could be anywhere in the world. So that was a directive. But domestically, we didn't have to wear the numbers, and we famously wore them on the shorts, which are much missed. The big green numbers on the shorts. We like to do things differently. We take a nod to our rebellious instincts of our past, and we refused. This was a season that we had to relent. And Fergus, being Fergus, thought, oh, okay, we'll put numbers on the jerseys, and they put them on the sleeves instead of on the back. And there's probably a couple of reasons for that. He came from Canadian sports.
Yep.
He was an ice hockey fan, and when you look even at some of the Canadian teams that played in the NASL, the numbers were a feature on the, and actually it looks pretty smart, but it wasn't a European look, was it? So that's what we tried. I think it lasted 2 games, and the SFA said no, on the back of the jerseys, and eventually we had to put the numbers, and we've never looked back. We've had numbers on the back ever since. Laura, what's your thoughts on that, the tradition being broken?
I never minded numbers on the back. Where I think it went over the line was the combination of names on the back and squad numbers,
And sponsors now.
because you had a situation where obviously you could end up getting a shirt with a player's name on the back, and then the player leaves the club and your shirt's automatically out of date, and depending on the manner in which they leave the club, you will or will not choose to wear that shirt ever again. For example, I would have hated to have thought what people would have done with their Celtic shirts if they'd had Mo Johnston on the back.
There's a story to that.
Not
Involving me, thankfully.
But even so, with the number and name on the back, it got even worse, because it got to the point where the biggest version of it I can remember was when Ronaldo signed for Real Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo, and started with the number 9 and changed to the number 7. And millions of people had bought Ronaldo 9 shirts, and then he changed to the 7. So the player's not even left the club, but your shirt's out of date because they've changed their number. And it's like, that's not fair.
The commercialism is one thing. I understand the UEFA directive, because back in those days, Laura, you could be a commentary team presented with a situation where you could be playing a team from anywhere in Europe, and you have to pronounce the names. You need to pretend like you know what you're talking about. And so the numbers were a massive way of assisting the commentary teams on television, because the broadcasting rights were becoming big money across the world. Now, I'm just inviting our next guest in, if you're wondering why. I'm trying to do two things at once. That is not easy, Laura, as noticed this morning when I tried to open the door to let you in. We'll not talk about what happened and what almost happened, and the fact that I almost killed you.
Well, I was going to say the fact I'm here and speaking to everybody means it's fine, but I nearly wasn't, put it that way.
It could have gone horribly wrong. It could have been a day off pre-records, I'm afraid. Thankfully, it wasn't. Now, Jungle Lion comes in, as often he does, to mention Paul Byrne. Yeah, certain players do remind you of its jerseys remind you of players, and Paul Byrne is one of those. He scored a couple of goals against Rangers that obviously he should be really proud about. Tony Cassidy comes in with his review of this jersey. Bouffing. Listen, Laura probably agrees.
It's sometimes there's only one word for a situation. Sometimes it's not a broadcastable word, but I think bouffing is appropriate in this case.
And yeah, terrible shirt. I disagree. I like it, right? Okay, and that's the end of it. I quite like this jersey. You mentioned names on the back of jerseys, right? And that is going to lead me into the next story. So bear with me for a second while I bring up the next jersey now. The jersey itself was pretty controversial anyway, and when I bring it up, I think you'll appreciate that when you see it. I did get it. I got all the jerseys. I did get this as a replica back in the day, and I was into it because at that time, Laura, you know, this is late 80s, by the way. You know, things were getting a wee bit louder. There's an American influence in a lot of the designs at this stage. Umbro didn't always get it right. And I want to know your thoughts because, again, this is a jersey that has become something of a cult classic. This is an away jersey, which was called various things, the Space Invader jersey, the Cheese and Onion jersey. But it was introduced on the back of some absolute sublime designs, which I've got a couple of them here, where we had that yellow template for the centenary season, and it was superb. It was beautiful, right? And although you had a bit of a Harlequin-esque kind of shading, it was just yellow with a beautiful collar, green shorts, yellow socks, and it worked brilliantly. And then this thing appeared.
Yeah.
So tell me, what's your thoughts looking at this jersey?
Do you know something? I sometimes think the pictures, and I don't know if it's something about the way they hang on the mannequins or whatever, don't flatter them. I've actually got a replica of this hanging up at home, and I think it's a nicer shirt than it comes across there. Again, I don't really know what they're doing with the collar, but the design itself, I think if you actually, to be honest, I think if you fix the collar, if you make the collar a lot simpler, either make, do you know what I would like? I would like the green collar there, but with like a wee green triangle pointing down the way. I think that would look quite smart.
It would work with the design.
Yeah.
It would actually work with that design. I'm looking at it all day long and I think it's a V-neck jersey all day long.
Yeah.
But what's now happening, and you've seen some of the jerseys in the World Cup, patterns are coming back.
Yeah.
Right? So we go through different fads when it comes to football jerseys, but there's a lot of patterns, but they're doing them slightly differently, so they're not as garish. It's not, you know, a bright yellow and a dark green. It's blue and blue, or, you know, yellow, and it actually works a bit better. Although I can see at some point that particular design, that template being used in the future. I can see it because it has become something of a staple when it comes to retro. That jersey is quite a hard one to get. It's a difficult one to get. As you can see, it's a long sleeve one. I think this is Paul McStay's jersey.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. And then what you get with the long sleeves is you get an added bit of design that you never see on the replicas back then anyway, and that's the cuffs.
Yeah.
Because the cuffs obviously have to be designed for the
By
match
the way,
one.
those players, like, I know Paul McStay started off earlier in the 80s, but those players that played through the late 80s and early 90s at Celtic had to endure some terrible kits.
They did.
Really, like, out of our entire history, if you ended up playing for Celtic at that time, you really were unlucky, I think.
You really were, absolutely. And I think when it comes down to even the sponsor, if you bought this like I did, or I was gifted it, the C.R. Smith for the match one jersey, you'll notice had a kind of furry, velvety kind of effect on it. the one on the replica jersey was embossed. So there was all these wee differences, but unfortunately...
Is this the only one that's got a green C.R. Smith?
Well, you know the previous one that I talked about with the V-neck from the centenary season? There was various versions of that. Right. So this is the geekery, right? So there were versions with black sponsors and green sponsors.
Right.
So you could actually buy, depending on when you bought it, because jerseys lasted longer back then, you might have had a black sponsor on your shirt or a green sponsor. But that works well, the green. Yes, now the story behind this, now, by the way, there's no real surprise, but we are kind of running out of time on this one, and we're going to be waiting until the next podcast is ready to go, and obviously at that stage we'll have a wee chat with them and see what their plans are, and we'll take it from there. But this particular jersey, it lends me to, I'm going to share two stories with you, right? So we've ran the hour. I'd love to come back to this, by the way, Laura, and I think you're the ideal guest for it, to be fair.
Because I can talk rubbish for an hour.
No, it's great, because you've got to have passion for the subject, but you've got to have an opinion on it. And my opinion's often not the one that you might expect.
I've never been accused of being short of an opinion, that's for sure.
That's great. And by the way, I'm loving the reviews. Michael Ross, utterly bogging for this particular one. Right, and now, this jersey, I remember it being launched, and back then we really didn't nail the commercialisation all that well, because we were launching jerseys mid-season.
Right.
So this was launched for the Christmas market, not in pre-season. So during a season, we launched the jersey, right? And I remember going to a game near the end of the season, and the game was at Love Street, sadly departed, Love Street, and we were playing, obviously, St Mirren, and there was a run of games leading up to the end of the season where we played Hibs, St Mirren, and then Rangers in the Scottish Cup final. And we won all three games 1-0, and Joe Miller scored the single goal in each of the games. Now, at Love Street, as we did back then, we wear our away kit. You'll remember Love Street 86 for different reasons, but that jersey made an appearance that day. And as I was walking up to the stadium with pals of ours who we travelled through with, I seen somebody with that shirt, and he had 9 Johnston on the back. And the reason he had 9 Johnston on the back is because apparently we were signing Maurice Johnston. Now, at that particular game, there's an image, look on the wiki, of Le Petit Merde sitting next to Davy Provan in the stand, and the Celtic fans, deny it all you want, it happened, were singing Mo, Mo, Super Mo. We obviously know what happened next. The strangest thing about that story is I'm travelling all over the country to photograph jerseys from collectors. By the way, everybody, I could not afford the collection that appears in the book. They're nomad jerseys. I'm driving around, taking photographs of other people's collections. And there's a section at the back of the book where I thank them all and I have a wee chat with them. There's images. I'm not going to embarrass the person, but he's in the collector's section, right? Because when I'm taking photos, he tells me the story, and I said, no, mate. That cannot be true. I remember seeing
So you were walking behind him,
right,
at Love Street?
But the reason it's probably stuck in my mind is whatever happened, it ended up in the paper because he wanted his money back. He wanted his money back, right? And I think he's maybe still got. And I'm not gonna embarrass you, mate. It's up to you to disclose this. And I'm taking photos of jerseys, and he tells me to start. I was like, mate, I almost said his name twice, by the way. There, I saw you at the game. Terrible.
Aye, because one thing we know for sure, there's no two people in the world
They would be mad enough to do it. Yeah, and by the way, if he ever admits that, fair play to you, pal. Thank you for all your support when I was doing the book. Incidentally, without the collectors, I wouldn't have been able to. We had a whole load of jerseys to go through, Laura, but because you and I love a gab, it didn't quite happen the way we had planned, and we do have our next guest sitting in the waiting room. And we are going to welcome the Jungle Gyms podcast to the show. And by the way, once the guys are on, we don't say you must speak about this, you must speak about that. It's their hour to come on and not only raise cash for charity, but maybe introduce you to a new show. So when I bring you guys in, and I'll bring you in one by one as we drop out, I'm definitely going to bring in Gavin first, because that is one belter of a hat. My man, how are you doing? Right, I can't hear you. This happened yesterday, right? I can't hear you. I think you're muted. I'll see if I can bring one of the other guys in. Can I hear you? Can I hear anybody?
Hello.
I'm not getting any sound at the moment, which is a good reason for Laura and I to stick about until I get some sound. This happened last night, actually, right? So
How we doing,
Is there
guys?
any way you're able to go in and edit your mix settings, your mic settings? It's unusual that it's happening with all four of you.
Do you need headphones in?
You know what? Laura is the voice of reason because I don't have my earphones in, which would maybe suggest that I can hear you. Go and speak, one of you, please.
Hello. How you doing?
Yes,
How
I
well
am a
done,
diddy. I am an absolute diddy. It was me. Sorry, guys. There's me talking to you like you didn't know the tech.
There was us thinking it was a setup.
Brilliant. Hey, live telly. These things happen. And it's great to see some retro jerseys as well as the home shirt on display. Laura and I have been talking about football jerseys, but over to you guys, the Jungle Gyms podcast. Thanks for supporting, and I'll see you guys in about an hour, okay?
Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, guys. It's an early start for the Jungle Gyms. Nothing gets us up this early on a Sunday morning, but I get it for charity, for a good cause. We're happy to be here. Welcome to the viewers. A lot of familiar names and a lot of people that we've never seen before, but I hope you are enjoying this Acsom weekender for the charity. It's for a great cause. And glad to see that we've got a full house for the Jungle Gyms. We've got McGinty, who I called McGregor yesterday.
I'll take it. It's a compliment.
And we've got Paddy, who appears Paddy's probably taking another toilet break. So we were on yesterday. We did our own podcast for the Jungle Gyms. We're talking about the Celtic and Aberdeen game. And today we hope to bring something fresh, something a wee bit different. We'll let Paddy explain that. I wonder what he's up to right now. But first and foremost, McGinty and James, how you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing brilliant. I had to actually think about what top I was going to wear for this one. I thought it's World Cup Day, but it's an Acsom charity day. So I thought I should have went a wee Celtic number, but I had my Celtic stuff on yesterday. World Cup only comes around every 3.5, 4 years. So we're going for the Argentina top today.
And are you optimistic for an Argentine victory?
Yes, I think I'm. After seeing France the other day, I think they're there for the taking. They're not as strong defensively as we all think, although their attack against Argentina's defence is going to be interesting, but optimistic.
And James, a good morning to you. I'm surprised that you were here. You managed to go up on time. Well done.
Yes, well, I'd like to say I put the same amount of thought into my choice of kit the day as I did McGinty, but it was just the first thing I grabbed when I got up. So I'll say that's the most thought that went in it.
Did you manage to get your ready break this morning, mate? Aye.
I've not had my cornflakes, mate, so I'm not a happy bunny.
And two of yours, we know why we're here. We're here for the Acsom's charity weekend. It's obviously a fantastic idea. I know that they did it last year. And it's kind of synonymous with the origins of Celtic for charity. I know that Celtic, whenever you look at their mission statement, they were set up to help the poor in the East End of Glasgow. And they were also there to provide a footballing club to bridge two communities. And many, many years ago, and here we are today to kind of to bring on that tradition. But Paddy, I know that you're a man from the Calton, so St Mary's, which is part of the reason that we're doing the fundraiser for, that's going to be the beneficiary. So why don't you give the guys a wee intro as to why we're here and what it means to you?
Well, obviously, coming from that part of Glasgow, born and bred in the Calton, as you said, it's been kind of synonymous with my history, as well as Celtic's. It's always been there, and obviously anybody knows the parish, anybody that goes to it will see that it's had a wee bit of decline in years. It has had some work done, and obviously last year the Acsom were good enough to do the charity weekender and raise a fantastic amount of funds. So more than eager to get on as well this year, and a big thanks for the invite as well to Mr. Dykes, and hopefully we can do the same again this year, mate, and it is a major benefit again. History of Calton, history of Celtic, all stems to St Mary's, the church room specifically, 1887. Obviously, the club accepted in 1888. So, hopefully we do them justice.
And by the way, again to the viewers, we really appreciate the fact that you're getting up so early on a Sunday morning, where you might be forgiven for having a wee hangover or so much and so forth, or might have other plans. So we really appreciate everyone being here and supporting the Acsom charity weekender. So we're going to try and do something a wee bit different. Paddy, I know that you're the brains of the operation behind this one. So why don't you explain to the viewers what we've got in store for them this morning?
Well, if I'm opinion, it's probably going to be a shambles. What we're going to try and do is we're going to try and compile each a starting 11 based on the last 11 permanent managers. And obviously, Neil Lennon's had a couple of stints, so we're going to include him as one. So we're going to work our way chronologically from Tommy Burns upwards and try and pick a player to fulfil an 11.
Paddy, just remind us, are we doing it so it's 4 sets of 11, or are we doing 11 just from the Jungle Gyms as a collective?
What do you guys want to do?
We'll do the plan, mate. We'll do the plan.
We'll
So
do
I
the
think
plan,
what you
right.
were saying, the kind of throwing the spanner in the works is that we don't get to choose exactly who we would want to choose. So I think we'd do it in a kind of a ranking order. So James might go first. That'd be the generator who might pick out his name. So he might say from a particular manager. So if we're starting from Tommy Burns, he might go Di Canio, and that means that I can't go Di Canio when it's my turn. So I might have to end up with somebody like who knows, Gary Gillespie. I don't know.
Aye, so call it round one. Round one's Tommy Burns. We'll do the random list organiser, see who goes first, second, third, or fourth. We'll do that every round, and then we'll try and pick the best team. Just something a wee bit different, I think, later.
Aye. And I assume, McGinty, you've probably got the list up of managers and their player squads, yeah?
I've basically going to cheat my way through this one because I'm not going to lie, my memory's not the greatest. I'm on Wikipedia, season 1996-97. I can just scroll to the right and go through each season, and I'm just going to have a browse, see what happens.
Cool. Right, Paddy, well, I think you're going to be the MC for this one, so I believe we're going to be starting off in chronological order with Tommy Burns, is that right?
Yes, mate, Tommy Burns. So let's get the list randomised. So this is to see who goes first, second, third, and fourth. So fortunately, the cheater down the left, Mr. McGinty, you're first, Gav second, James third, and myself fourth.
Okay, do I just get to jump right in? Just name my name?
That's it, mate. You can pick any player under Tommy Burns' reign.
Any player under Tommy Burns' reign. I'm just going to come straight out. I'm going to take Pierre Van Hooijdonk. Striker number one.
I'm glad you said that, mate.
Yeah, I don't think we need to explain Pierre.
No.
Yeah.
We don't need to explain anybody. Because I know who the players are. That's just a wee bit of fun. We're going to try and see who's got the strongest team at the end of it.
Well, you definitely don't need to explain Pierre, but you do need to explain why you never went for the best player under Tommy Burns, and that would be Paul McStay. I'm going for McStay. I think you've made a colossal mistake, and we'll see who's got the best 11 by the end of it. I'm getting competitive in round one, McGinty.
Nothing like it, I'm on the meter.
Well, I'm going to go a wee bit left field and no go for any of the three amigos. I'm going to go for a nice, solid right back in Jackie McNamara.
You absolute wee mutant.
I think James might be onto a winner there because if you look at the right backs coming up later on, there only is maybe 2 or 3 in the last 20 years that are actually of any worth. So if we don't pick wisely, I think James might have just won one there. And yourself, Paddy, who are you going for?
Well, I was going to go for McNamara, but I'll need to go for Georgie Cadete, innit?
Puts the ball in the netty.
That's the one.
Before we go into the next manager, just to clarify, are we going for a flat 4-4-2? Are we going for any formation?
You can decide that. You can decide that at the end.
Fair enough.
Right, lads. Next manager is Mr. Wim Jansen, the one-season wonder. Stopped at 10, absolute legend. And in this list, Gavin, you're first.
Yes!
Oh no! He's got it. Hey, listen.
Hilarious.
You know what that means. You know what that means.
You know exactly.
King
You
of
know
Kings,
exactly what
Henrik
this means.
Larsson.
Wait a minute. We're not finished. Gav, you're first. You jammy get. McGinty second. Me third. And me, James, boy last. Right. So, Gav, I'm assuming that you're going to pick Tosh McKinley, aye?
Mate, imagine if I said that and I just totally forgot about Henrik.
Right,
You
Larsson.
sure? You can go for him.
Oh my
Absolute
God,
dog,
I've
man.
got a brilliant team already. I've got Henrik Larsson and Paul McStay. By the way, I'm going to get so cocky that people are going to be rooting against me for this one. They'll be wanting me to fail. So I'm going to try and rein it in, chill out.
The three of us already are, mate. rooting against you. Do you see I'm going second then?
Yes, mate.
Right. I was looking at the defenders there thinking James had a smart idea, but you know what? Nah, we're going to take one of my favourite players of the late 90s, the German himself, Andreas Thom.
Wim Janssen were on, mate.
Yep. I'm
Aye,
looking at that season right now.
Okay, so
He's
that's
still there.
Andy Thom, right? Okay. I'm going to
Oh,
go
we
for...
almost had to get a VAR call for that check there.
Tell you, I'm cheating already. I've got the list.
Right. Aye, I know you're cheating. You've been cheating since last night, you. Right, I'm going to go for Mr. Lamborghini, Paul Lambert.
Oh, it's kind of some pickings for me here.
Right, that's what happens with your last spot.
I am going to go. Fuck it. They would know to win it. I'll go the man that stopped the 10, Tom Boyd.
Tom Boyd. And remember, young man, that's a pound in the swear jar because it's Sunday.
Oh, apologies.
Right, before the watershed moment, mate.
You're not on the jungle gyms now. Right, guys. Next up, we've got Dr. Joe Venglis. And the list again, Gavin first again, you dog. So it's Gav, myself, James, and McGinty last.
Right, was Viduka a player under Venglis?
He was.
Yeah,
he was.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, okay. I was thinking between him and somebody else. Oh.
Right, so you're going with Viduka, you need to take your first pick.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad you said Viduka because I'm going to go for Lubo.
Sure.
Who's next? Me last.
Can't believe you forgot him, Gav. Can't believe
I
it.
was thinking about Mialbi actually.
Oh, God, no, say it out loud in case James hears you.
Well, I'm torn between two. I'm torn between Mialbi and Lambert, but I think Paul
I've
Lambert
got
just
Lambert.
edges it for me. Have you
I've
took
got
Lambert,
Lambert,
right?
son. Aye, sorry.
Sorry, Gav. I'll take Mialbi then.
Right,
sorry,
another-
we get even.
No, I'll take that. Another question for you, though. Are you, Paddy, jotting down all our picks for this? Because I'm not keeping track of my own.
Mate, what kind of savage do you think I'm? Of course I'm.
Excellent. Just keep us all right. So, what do I have so far? Andy, Tom, and who's my striker again?
Pierre.
You should probably
Pierre.
keep track of who you've got.
Somebody needs to keep track of something here.
That might be a good idea, mate. Aye.
That is a tough one now. I'll go with Craig Burley in midfield. He's no liked after his Celtic career. I guess we don't like him too fondly, but he still was a quality midfielder for us, especially the whole Lambert and Butler thing.
When did Burley leave again? What year? Month, sorry.
Oh, we're going down to the month on this. Jesus, he's in the squad list for that season.
But
I don't know. I don't have the transfers in or out, but he's in the squad list.
Right.
He
All
probably
right.
left at the end of the Barnes era.
All right. Well, I'll allow it this morning. Right. That compiles up. So, just for McGinty's sake, you've got Pierre, you've got Tom, you've got Burley, Gav, you've got McStay, Larson, and Viduka. James has got McNamara, Boyd, and Mialbi, and I have got Cadete, Lambert, and Lubo. So, that's pretty tight now, I would say. Right, that brings us up to it. We're not going to bring in Kenny Dalglish, okay? We'll just leave him out. So, next up, that takes us to the Martin O'Neill era. And the random list.
Whoa.
What?
Are we not doing the John Barnes, Kenny Dalglish season?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. John Barnes.
Aye.
Totally missed that one out. Aye, okay. By the way, the list is given to Gavin again. So, Gav, you're first. Oof. McGinty, you're second. I'm third again. And Jamesy boy, sorry, pal, but you're last.
I missed some picks.
Right, okay. I'm liking my good fortune here, so thank you for that, Paddy. It's definitely not rigged. Like the World Cup has been for Messi. I think I might go for. Right, Mialbi. I'll go for Mialbi.
He's already picked.
I've already got him.
Oh shit! Really? Who went me?
Language. Language.
Do you want to take Raphael Shite? You can have him, Gav.
Right. Okay. John Barnes. I'm going to go for Mark Reaper, the guy who Larson put in his favoured 11.
I generally thought he was ripping the piss and taking so long and then going to see the obvious one, and he didn't, so I'm just going to take it. Stilian Petrov.
All right, then. I'm assuming Reaper was still there at that time,
Mark Reaper's still there, yes.
Right, okay. Who have I got? John Barnes. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Vidar Reset, mate. Go for it. Live dangerously.
No. Do you know what? I think I would actually rather pick Ian Wright than Vidar Reset. Do you know what? I'm going to have to go with a sweet absolute pollution of a man. Berkovic.
Pollution. He was a quality player, to be fair.
But listen. He ruined it when they started giving it all that to the fans. So.
Aye.
Do you know what, actually? Do you know what? I go for it. We've only got about an hour, so. Jamesy boy, you're up.
I am going to close off the defence and go with Alan Stubbs.
Oh, man. Stubbs.
There we go, sorted. Solid defence. Boyd, Mialby, Stubbs, McNamara.
Right, so even though I tried to skip an error, we are now back onto Martin O'Neill's. Let's get the list randomised again. Hey! I'm first. McGinty, you're second. Gav third, and James last. Again, this randomising hasn't been too good. It's not been too kind to you this morning, hasn't it? Right, okay. I have got Cadetti up front, so I'm going to bring him In fact, do you know what? I'm going to be controversial here. See, because I didn't like Berkovic, I'm actually going to pick John Hartson so that the two of them was in the same team. And hopefully there's a swift kick to the face in training again.
Aye.
So I'll go for Big Bad John.
Just to the viewers, by the way, we're not able to bring up your comments, but there was one question there for Woodsy. He was saying, is this the players that the managers bought or just played for them? It's just
played for
players
them.
who played in that era. That's all. You don't need to have purchased them.
We contemplated doing the purchasing thing, but when you start to look at how pish some of the transfer seasons were, it's pretty hard. Especially with the early two, because no many had them.
You'd have to start including, this is a Peter Lawwell signing, there wasn't a Neil Lennon signing, a Bonnie Dyler one.
So I'm up second.
Well, if you're going to go down that road, then somebody's getting the dear shifty, you know what I mean? So,
exactly.
I don't think I could wish that upon anybody. So,
So I believe that I've got a 3-man midfield just now. We Burley, Petrov, and Andreas Tom. We Pierre up front. So I think I'm going to lean towards a 4-3-3, or at least a 4-5-1 sort of thing with two wingers. But I'm going to go with the back line now. Go focus there, and I'm going to take one of my favourite signings of Martin O'Neill's era, Jus Valharn.
Oh, Jus. Big Jus.
So,
good shout.
I'm last, aren't I?
No, it's Gavin next, then you. So you're lost. Right, Gav, you're up, son.
Who did you go for, Paddy? Was it Hartson?
Big Bad John.
I'm going to go for... I'm thinking about between a midfielder and a defender. Neil Lennon. I've got Neil Lennon, Paul McStay as the centre of my midfield.
That's a solid, controlled midfield, shall we say.
Well, I was torn between Thompson and Lennon, but I think I'm still a wee bit bitter towards Lenny, so I will plump for Aaron Thompson.
It's heating up now. Right, guys. That takes us up to Martin O'Neill's replacement, the one and only Gordon Strachan. And like his son, Gavin, you're up first. Then it's McGinty, then it's myself, and then it's James again last.
Oh my God,
oh,
James.
oh.
Fixtures inquiry.
I'm telling you, mate, it's the luck of the draw.
Right, okay, Gordon Strachan. Who was the pick of the players for Gordon Strachan? I'm going to go Nakamura.
Oh, you dog. Naka.
One of the three, and I think we all know who one of the other big ones we're going to do, and I'm not going to risk not getting somebody later on, so I'm going to take the holy goalie that is Arthur Borch.
Good call.
By the way, I was actually thinking you were going to go for your absolute all-time favourite unsung hero. Remember who that was, Gav?
Oh,
Zaluska.
Zaluska.
The great Craig
No,
Gordon,
no.
yeah.
I've got an opportunity again, Arthur Borch. I will take him all day. There is one other name I contemplated as a winger, but we'll leave it there.
Who was it?
I'll let you guys guess.
Right, I'm going to go for, seeing as wee James stole my favourite number 4, I'll go for my other favourite number 4. I'm going to take Big McManus.
Yous are all absolute. Who did you go for, Gav? Sorry.
Nakamura.
You take another wing there.
Nope. I will go for Captain Fantastic, Scott Brown.
Nice. That takes Brown out the equation.
Aye, that should guaranteed a few red cards, so you as well been down to 10 minutes. All right, this is a cracker. Next we have got the Tony Mowbray era. And, Andrew, you're up first. Then it's Gavin. Then it's James. And then
The Tony Mowbray. Oh,
Can we
technically.
pause? Can we pause for a second? I know that we've got 1 hour for this Acsom slot, and we're kind of making a lot of headway. We've already went through 6 managers. So do we want to kind of recite off who we've got so far before we just kind of blow our load within the first 10 minutes of the podcast?
Right, okay. Just the way I've got it written down. So McGinty, you've got Van Hooijdonk, Andy Tom, Burley, Petrov, O'Haran, and Arthur Boric. Gav, you've got Paul McStay, the King, Larson, Viduka, Reaper, Lennon, and Naka. Jamesy Boy, you have got McNamara, Boyd, Mayalby, Stubbs, Alan Thompson, and Bruni. And the main man here has got Georgie Cadet, Paul Lambert, Lubo, Ayal Berkovic, John Hartson, and Steve McManus.
What manager would you guys go for, James, if you were to go for a manager out of all of these to kind of galvanise this ragaband? Who would you go for?
Ragaband.
Probably between Martin O'Neill and John Barnes, but I think Martin O'Neill might just pip it.
Over John Barnes, what a tough call that must have been.
Just thought about it for a bit of a wee second there. So
is that because you were a fan of his style or because you were a fan of his rap?
I'd probably say made his rap.
Can I ask a wee question, guys, about John Barnes? So after his failed tenure as manager at Celtic, how long did Barnes kind of flail about in football before he just gave up the ghost?
It was a couple of years, wasn't it? Because he ended up managing, I don't know the order, but he ended up managing Jamaica. And
Tranmere as well.
Tranmere, I think it may have been Tranmere first, actually.
I think Jamaica was his last job, but I could be wrong. But I think he flopped everywhere he went. I don't think he gets sacked for everywhere, essentially.
Surprising.
McGinty, who would your favoured manager be?
Wim Jansen. Every day of the week, Wim Jansen. Even to this day, with Big Ange, I would still pick Wim Jansen. I think he was fantastic that one season. What he did to stop the 10, absolutely amazing. And I just always remember growing up as a young lad watching a game, and within 10 minutes of the game, if he knew that the tactics weren't right, he would just change it on the whim right there, pun not meant. And you could actively see the changes happening really early in a game, and you saw him then control the game, and we'd always 9 out of 10 go on and win it. He just had that. For me, he was the first manager I knew and understood how he worked with his tactics. I thought brilliant.
Paddy, a wee question to you before you tell me your favoured manager. How do you think Tommy Burns would adapt to being a manager today? Do you think he would be even more effective? Mackenzie would understand that you don't go for the kind of the old school approach of the hairdryer treatment. He'd be able to kind of put the arm around a player. Do you think that he'd be perhaps even more effective today?
Hard to say, like, but I definitely think he would have been more advanced as a manager, because if you look at what he did after he finished as manager of Celtic, he obviously managed at Scotland. He was part of the management set up at the Scotland side, Newcastle, blah blah blah. But what he did was he kind of went about Europe, and he went specifically to Ajax, and he looked at the Ajax model, and hence brought back a lot of the ideas, and then that was kind of part of the inception of Lennox Town. So, you know, I mean, if you go to Ajax, you learn the Dutch model. That kind of tells you that you've got that kind of free-flowing, methodical approach to football. So that would translate to this kind of era, I think. And I think he would just get the total respect to every player anyway. So, you know, whatever kind of tactic he deployed or whatever way he asked the players to play, they would do it for him. And I'm pretty sure if Buzz was the manager of the day, we would be seeing the Celtic way, much like we did in between 94 and 96. And by the way, Tommy Burns was going to be my pick as manager. Not necessarily because I think he was the best manager, but because out of that lot, being local lad like myself, he's kind of part of my history. It was the first manager that I really seen in the flesh lifting a trophy, and I think that cup final win against Airdrie that day was the catalyst for the demise of Rangers' stronghold in Scottish football. So even though he never won the league, never managed it, that was a certain time in Celtic's period where it was the start of everything, you know. And Tommy Burns, what else can you say about the man? An absolute legend. So Tommy Burns for manager for me.
Please don't accuse me for having a short memory, but I think if I wasn't to go for Tommy Burns, the people's choice, I'd probably have to go for Postecoglou. I think Postecoglou has got the kind of the modern aspect of coaching, as well as that steely authority, which a lot of his predecessors would still kind of possess. So I think he can bridge two generations with the old school and the new school. A very forward-thinking manager, and we in the present are kind of seeing the benefits of that. So I think I'd go for Postecoglou. But reading the comments here before we crack on with this favourite 11 spin the wheel. For Frank Brennan, I always say, if you could have fused the skill of Viduka and the aggression and strength of Sutton, you would have the perfect striker. No doubt a £90 million player and the best leader of the line ever. But we can't go, and so Sutton always for me. Aye. And if you feed the bear, Tommy's ethos and philosophy would have destroyed these teams with some good funding. A true legend. I can imagine that if Tommy Burns was given the faith of the board and funding what he could do with the Celtic squad now, he'd be the perfect man to take over from Postecoglou whenever he leaves.
Yes.
Right. Shall we crack on?
Right. We are, where were we? Tony Mowbray era, I believe, isn't it? Yes, Tony Mowbray era.
Yep, Tony Mowbray.
So, Anthony McGinty, you're up first, mate. Then it's Gavin, then it's James, and then it's myself.
It's not a great era, is it? Because he never even finished a whole season, so there's not much you can pick from. Striker-wise, there's an obvious one I'm going to leave out, but I'm going to finish off with my defence on the right side and take Andreas Hinkle.
Oh,
by the way,
really?
Did you not mention him last night?
I did.
You did? Okay. Thanks for that.
In your sleep?
I dream about Germans. I don't even know what to say. Swiftly moving on.
No, let's go back to that. Tell us about this. Please have a seat on the couch and tell us about how Hinkle touches your. Let's move on.
Right, okay, so Tony Mowbray. By the way, I've only got one defender and I've got no goalkeepers.
After Andreas Hinkle and Arthur Borch are already taken, you've not got much luck in the Tony Mowbray era, mate.
Yeah, McGinty, is there any Germans that you can think of for me?
There's a big Irish striker that you could have if you need a striker.
Right, okay.
So I think you're not going to go for McGinty at left back then, no?
Tony Mowbray, Christ almighty. Definitely not going to go for George Thompson, if you remember him.
Yes. What was the other big boy again? Ronya.
Thomas Rowan, yeah.
Thomas Rockney.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember Ben Hutchison that we got for
Oh my God.
Middlesbrough?
Was it Middlesbrough? Aye.
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 Yeah,
You could go for big Massimo Donati. He's in there.
flattered to see.
And,
I think it must be a shout as well. Must be the only guy that can play football with two people. Just pass it, win it back, get it away again, win it back, get it away again.
Who's this?
That was a constant. Landry and Guemo.
Oh, I mean,
Absolutely fantastic at tackling, but couldn't pass
Aye.
the ball 2 yards.
Aye, his second touch was a tackle, wasn't
Aye, literally, aye.
it? Aye. Right, Gav.
Right. Okay.
I tell you,
I'm not.
there's three names I'm looking at that you could all easily pick, and they would complement any of our squads.
Just you keep them to yourself because remember I'm last
I am.
pick here.
I'm not saying anything else.
Right. I'm not happy with this. I'm just telling you, I'm not happy with Tony Mowbray being included in this list. I think it's quite unfair. I think we should just skipped over it. Paddy,
Nah.
you should take a look at
Permanent
yourself.
manager. Permanent manager.
Take a look at yourself. Right. Don't like this.
I can't believe this is such a hard decision for you when the
Shut up, you!
most obvious one is there.
Let him pick Danny Fox, right?
That's Lee Naylor at that time, is it not? Surely.
And Danny Fox.
Oh,
By the way,
oh,
I'm
I do
really
that.
tempted to take Lee Naylor because I don't have much of a defence here. Right, okay, I'm going to go for Sean Maloney.
Oh.
Good pick, but of all the other names,
Gotta go shut up, remember I'm last. Right, James,
Well-
you're up, son.
Oh, is it me?
That's you,
Right.
mate. I told you.
you need a
Right.
striker, James.
I do need a striker,
You
so
shut
I
it.
will go with one Scott Mick Robbie Keane.
Scott McRobbie.
Aye, very good.
So, first
So
answer was it Paddy? Eh?
So Scott McDonald, aye. Right, all
Robbie
right.
Keane all day long.
All right, Throbby Keane. Right, okay.
Right. Can I remind you of a few other names that you might want to pick out of here?
No.
No, okay.
Right, go for it. Hurry up, man. You're
Well,
desperate.
your Scott McDonald's there. You've got your Georgia Samaras, and you've got your Aidan McGeady still to be picked.
Who?
McGeady.
No, you're all right.
All right.
Ah,
Well,
God,
what?
okay. Right, I'll tell you what. In the spirit of being Sunday and all that, I'll go for Big Sammy. Big Sammy, that's it.
There
Not
you
my favourite
go.
player, but I'll take him. Right, okay. Next up is... Oh, right, here's one, actually. So we've got 2 spells for Neil Lennon. Right? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just go with Neil Lennon in the new and we'll just roll him into the one go. So you can pick
Aye,
any
so-
player. Listen to me. You can pick any player for the entire Neil Lennon era. Okay? And
My
the
third
list,
or fourth.
the list goes me first, Gav second, Jamesy third, and McGinty last.
Oh! Oh no!
And on that note, I shall be taking to compliment lovely Mr. Steve McManus, one Virgil van Dijk. Big Virgil.
Well, Gav,
World
you need a
Cup.
keeper.
No, mate, I am not messing about. I'm taking Kieran Tierney every day of the week.
Oh,
For my second spell.
lovely.
I also need a keeper, so I am going for Fraser Foster.
Dog. Foster.
I need a left back, so I'm not going to risk much more going forward. I'm going to take Izzy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 2, 4. Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4.
By the way, a wee private joke there. We were talking about this last night. We were trying to kind of quickly come up with a concept, and we Jamesy boy sent me a list, and it was like a formation, and he sent me, and I'm like, mate, who's this guy at left back? 1, 2, 2, 4. He's like, no, mate, it's Izzy. It's just the way I've wrote it. Okay, so
His numbers were brilliant for a fullback.
aye, mate.
Well,
Listen. Your joke was just as bad as your last video one. Right?
There's a wee comment there from Frank Kennedy. He was saying, what do Billy McNeil and Neil Lennon have in common? I would say that they're both captain Celtic and they've both managed Celtic twice. I'm assuming that might be the
Possible.
answer.
Yeah.
And by the way, who was it that picked Fraser Forster? James, that was you. So am I right in saying that Fraser Forster is the only person to have signed for Celtic 4 times?
How 4? Loan signing, then loan
Because
again.
I'm sure we signed him on loan.
And then we extended
it. So it's another loaner.
Must
Loan,
be,
loan, permanent signing, and a loan.
Must be, aye.
Even 3 times. Anybody else signed for Celtic 3 times?
Sean Maloney.
How?
Did we not sign him? Well, no. First
twice.
time he came through our youth ranks, and we signed him twice.
Uh-huh.
But he played for us 3 times.
So anybody in the comments
we had to
can
sign a
actually...
pro contract.
Shut up, you. Don't start getting
Technicalities.
Don't start getting into semantics, all right? So if anybody in the comments knows, is anybody else apart from Fraser Forster ever signed for Celtic 3 or more times? Right, that was a good round, that one, by the way. Next up is the man, the myth, the legend, Ronnie Dyler. Jamesy boy, you're up first, son. Then it's me, then it's McGinty, and then it's Gav last.
Ronnie Dyler. Ronnie Dyler. Who did Ronnie Dyler have on the wings?
A winger.
I definitely know Gary Mackay-Steven, I know that much. Ronnie Dyler.
By the way, see in terms of like footballers and tabloid stories, falling into a river, that's one of the most bizarre ones I've ever heard. And that was Gary Mackay-Steven back in the day.
He moved on at that point, had you know, to Aberdeen.
Well, I'm going to go, because I feel as if they actually played well when they played together, for Stuart Armstrong and stick him in the midfield with Scott Brown.
Oh, I'm so happy you said that, because I am next. Who are you taking?
Stuart Armstrong.
Right. You are going to hate me for this. I love me, one of the two of them. But I am going to take Captain Fantastic, the guy who came to the rescue yesterday, one Callum McGregor.
Well, fair play.
I can't believe I forgot about him.
Yep. I'm quickly racking my brain through here. I need another defender. And I need my 2 wingers. I reckon I can get a couple of wingers out of the last two managers. So I'm going to play it somewhat safe and take Jason Denier as my centre-back pairing we used for Haaland.
Okay. Denier.
And over to myself.
You want Effie Ambrose?
Right, who is this? Dyler, yeah?
Dyler is yours, yeah.
I mate, Ronnie Dyer. Remember I mentioned a guy earlier on. You're more than welcome to have Nadir Shushy if you want.
Yeah, I think I might need a goalkeeper now. Otherwise, my team are going to be shipping goals. I've only got 2 defenders and no goalkeeper. I've got 2 forwards and I've got a 4 in the midfield.
Do you want Zaluska?
The defenders. Should I go for? Nah, I need to stop fanning about here. I'm going to go for Craig Gordon, man.
Craig Gordon.
Brutal. Of all the goalkeepers that you've had over the last 25 years, and you pick him.
How many trebles did Craig Gordon win, McGinty?
Doesn't matter.
How many trebles did Zaluska win, mate?
Same as Gordon.
Shut up, you. Right.
He actually didn't. He's gone by then.
Oh, right, okay. Right, next up is going to be Brendan Rodgers. The Brendan Rodgers era. Oh, first pick again. Me. Then it's James, then it's Gav, then it's McGinty.
We all know who Paddy's going to pick in this one, straight at the bat.
Who's that?
A certain left winger, I believe you'll be looking for.
Right, hold on, just let me have a wee look at my team. I'll just go through the teams again, right? Just remind us, in case you want to add anything in. So, McGinty first, you've got Pierre, Andy Tom, Craig Burley, Stan Petrov, Yusuf Haran, Arthur Boric, Andy Hinkle, man of your dreams, Izzy, and Denier. Gav, you've got McStay.
I dream about Germans.
Right, Gav, you've got McStay, Larson, Viduka, Reaper, Lennon, Nackert, Maloney, Tierney, and Craig Gordon. Jamesy boy, You have McNamara, Boyd, Mayalby, Stubbs, Alan Thompson, Scott Brown, Robbie Keane, Fraser Forster, Stuart Armstrong, and I have George Cadvet, Paul Lambert, Libo, Berkovic, Hartson, McManus, Samaras, Van Dijk, and McGregor. So I think I'll need to start looking at defence here. Brendan Rodgers. I'll go for Mikael Lustig.
Who's up next?
Nick. Did you not listen? It's you.
Is it? Right. Well, I'm torn between two because I need a striker and I need a winger. So I'm going to back myself.
Do you know what else you need? You need an alarm clock, son, because you were late this morning.
I was the first here. I'll have Euro.
Get that on your list to Santa.
I am going to go. I'm going to back myself to get one of the first two picks for Ange, and I am going to go for Scott.
Your diver. Sorry, right, got Sinclair. Okie doke. Next up, just to remind you, it's Gavin the McGinty.
Right, okay. I think I'm going to go for Kolo Toure, but this is the Kolo Toure in his prime. I'm thinking that because I've only got two defenders that I need to get. I've got Tierney and I've got Reaper at the back. Reaper's a wee bit lonely, man. So I think I might get him Kolo Toure. Yes, there we go.
By the way, did you see that he's got the Wigan job?
Yeah.
New Wigan manager, right? He's the first.
I don't know how stable they are as a club right now.
I believe he's the first African manager in England or something along those lines.
Aye, I hope he gets a good chance at it, you know.
Right,
Yeah.
Mr. McGinty, you're up last, son.
I'm surprised nobody took him. So this is going to rejig my thinking. I was thinking to do a 4-3-3 with two wide men.
Marvin
with Pierre through the middle. But the fact that Nonnies have taken the big demolition man of Moussa Dembele, I will take that and I will garner myself up for three attackers.
I was rotten, mate.
He was shite, wasn't he?
What's your language? It's Sunday morning.
Raphael.
McGinty, we all know he's not your favourite Dembele.
If only.
I've never seen a guy who loved the Dembele.
Careful how we say this shit.
I know. I had to rein myself in there. It's not Tuesday night. Right, last but not least, the Ange Postecoglou era, and the list is deeming it me first, Gav second, Anthony first, and then Baby Bear James last. So I am a bit stifled here because I'm going to have to put somebody in the net. So I'm going to have to take Joe Hart.
It's a good pick as a keeper, to be fair. You could have had Craig Gordon.
I could have, made it and I'd have been more successful.
Right, okay.
By the way, this is a running joke between us because that man down there absolutely hates Craig Gordon. So, and he loves Lucas Olisky. Says Lucas Olisky is the best goalie he's ever seen. So
no, unsung hero. Came in, done a job. Great stats for when he played.
Aye, okay. Right, Gavin, my man, you are up next.
Right, okay. Well, the final piece of the jigsaw is a right back, and I'm going to be taking our World Cup star, soon to be departing for
Anthony Ralston.
50 million. Mate, it wouldn't be a bad shout. Imagine Tierney and Ralston on the fullback slots, but I'm going to take Josip Juranovic.
Oh, Big Joe. Double J. Jungle Jumps. Here we go. Beat it. Who's next? McGinty, you're next. James the last.
Really? I thought I was. Who did you pick, Paddy?
You were talking to me.
Oh, I forgot. Oh.
Like about a minute ago.
You started talking about Craig Gordon and I blanked everything out. So I need to finish up with a striker. So it's one of the two main guys that we have just now. And I'm going to take Kyogo as he can run around the flanks a wee bit and leave a leave big Dembele up top. So
By the
Kai
way,
will go.
mate, see if this was a real game, I'm telling you, Big Steve McManus would be sending him into orbit.
Bring it.
He
Well,
would be.
I also need a striker, so that really only leaves Giakoumakis, or does it? No, it doesn't. So I'll be going for Odsonne Edouard. He was still here at the start of Angie's reign, wasn't he?
So he was, aye. Oh,
Aye, he sold him. He was just. Because he was announced in May or something, then we sold him in September or August. So I technically fits.
Right. I tell you what we'll do, guys. Since we'll still go, I believe, 10 minutes
10
left,
minutes or so.
unless Mr. Dykes wants to cut us off because we're run right over. I will allow one substitute, and this could be any player over any of the errors mentioned.
That's very festive of you, mate.
Aye, and I will randomise this list again. Oh, Mr. McGinty, you've got first pick.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Let me get them out so you all know your order. McGinty, you're first. Me second. James third, and Gavin the Grinch last. So this can complete your team. If you get anybody missing, look at your teams here. If you want me to read the teams out again, we'll go for it. Or do you want to just go for your pick?
I'm going to
So
bring
this is
in
what- of any era?
of any
Aye,
year.
so,
from the
so
last
obviously,
5 years.
so obviously, we've done 11 rounds. We started halfway. Tommy Burns, Wim Janssen, Joe Venglos, blah 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 blah. So this can be any player across any of those managers.
Oh, that's a tough one. You're
I
throwing
think
that in
we
there. I'm
chose
trying
the
to think
best
of.
one.
There's just one right answer for this. I've already
Right,
got.
hold on.
Maybe
Remember,
I'll pick it.
wait a minute. Be quiet. Be quiet, child. Hush now. Remember, the list speaketh. Anthony, you first.
Oh, I feel like I'm about to stumble into a mistake here by not thinking whatever James is thinking, but I'm just going to go for
Why don't you think about another German? Because we know you like to dream about them.
another German. Jeez, a hat trick of Germans.
Whoa, this is getting too graphic now.
Remember,
What
this is Sunday.
what other German have we had?
This is Sunday. I know it's quiet times up in the Shepherds, mate. You've got to make your own entertainment, but come on now.
What other Germans have we had?
We've got
Anybody
two
want to help me out?
No, we've got one now.
Do we?
Aye, we've got somebody that you've actually picked as well.
I've picked two of them.
Aye, but we've got a German now.
Jens? No,
Aye.
thanks. No, fuck that. I think the best option is probably to go for a midfielder. If we're thinking of a substitution that maybe can play in a few different roles.
That's it. All I'm saying is look at your players that you've picked already.
Aye.
Look at your team.
I'm going to go with one that none of you are going to agree with, and you're all going to question the hell out of me. But I'm going to go with Ki Sung-young.
What?
Aye, exactly. Throwing in a wee midfielder who can be a bit defensive and a bit attacking in there as well. I'm taking him.
Mate, it's your pick, mate, but that's embarrassing.
I ran out. I think I can't even be bothered thinking what you guys have all picked.
Who's up next?
Me. I am going to go. I think I need a left back, actually. No, I'll tell you what I'll do. Never mind the full-backs, because you stole my favourite ever full-back, Jackie McNamara. I'm going to go for Monsieur Bobo Baldi.
And I get laughed at for Ki Sung-young.
What? Sorry about that.
Guy let us down in the biggest game of our history in our living history.
Mate, I never picked Rob Douglas. What are you talking about?
Aye.
I picked Big Bobo. Ain't nobody get by him, mate.
So I'm going to pick the right answer for this round because nobody still picked it, and I'll look at
I'm intrigued, James. I'm intrigued.
Picked. So if I need a striker, it can play there. If I need a centre half, it can play there. I think the only place it hasn't played.
Oh, aye. Fair enough.
For Christopher Sutton.
Well played.
I'll give you an extra point if you can tell me his middle name right now.
John.
Nope.
Eugene.
No, I don't know. I just wanted to get his hopes up.
Frank.
I don't know. Right,
oh, can I change mine?
Nope.
Oh.
No. No, you cannot. You have the key. You're locked in. Right, Gav.
My substitute. I hope nobody's picked him. James Forrest.
All the players,
By the way-
mate, of all those players, and that's who you picked.
Aye.
Probably still better than Keystone Young, to be fair.
By the
By
way,
the
to
way-
the viewers, just a reminder to the viewers, I believe that the link for the charity donations is somewhere on the footer. So click that if you're feeling generous at this time of the month. You want to be festive, give something to a good cause. Just a wee reminder. Probably should have said it before we were near the end of our episode today. But aye, there you go, Paddy.
That's all right. I'm sure the entire crowd that's been watching it will be watching for the entire weekend. So there it is. It's floating along the boat that way. There we go. Aye. So please donate. Please give what you can. Get some money for the chapel in the local community. That'd be great. Aye. So that kind of rounds up the player picks in. So I'll just run through them very, very quickly, and then you can pick a formation, tell what you want, and then you can all pick me as the winner. So McGinty, you've got Van Hooijdonk, Andy Tom, Craig Burley, Stan Petrov, Yusuf Haran, Arthur Boric, Andy Hinkle, man of your dreams, Izzy, Denaya, the big Dembele, Musa, and Kyogo with your special player here, Keystone Young. Gav, you have Keystone Young. Gav, you've got Paul McStay, Henrik Larsson, Mark Viduka, Mark Reaper, Lennon, Naka, Maloney, Tierney, Craig Gordon, Kolo Toure, and Joseph Juranovic with special guest James Forrest. Jamesy boy, you have McNamara, Boyd, Mayalby, Stubbs, Tom Oak, Bruni, Roy Keane, Fraser Forster, Stuart Armstrong, Scott Sinclair, Odson Edward, and one Christopher Frank, something like that you called him.
Robbie Keane. No, Roy Keane,
that's it.
Robbie Keane.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, Robbie Keane. I have got George Cadet, Lambert, Lubo, Berkovic, Hartson. He's probably going to stick the nut in Berkovic or something. Steve McManus, Samaras, Big Sammy, Virgil van Dijk, Callum McGregor, Mika Lustig, Joe Hart, and the one and only, the destroyer at the back line, Big Bobo. Bobo gonna get you.
Can I just say,
Right.
James said earlier that he's still quite bitter about Neil Lennon, but that must be the most Neil Lennon-y kind of lineup that I've heard in this whole show yet, is James's one. So much Neil Lennon in there.
No, it can't be, mate. I've no obscure loans to Poland and stuff.
No, James's is awfully Lennon kind of
Solid.
centric.
Fraser Forster, Tom Boyd, Mialby, Stubbs, McNamara, Armstrong, Brown, Scott Sinclair, and Alan Thompson on the wings, and then Eddie and Keane up front. Chris
So what's your formation, mate? 4-4-2?
4-4-2.
Right, give us a wee quick explanation again. Who's at the back line?
So it's Forster in goals, Tom Boyd, Mialby, Stubbs, McNamara. Then midfield, Sinclair, Armstrong, Bruni, Alan Thompson. Then up front is French Eddie and Robbie Keane.
Right, starting my list here, we'll go with you first, Mr. McGinty. Formations and lineups, please.
So I think I'm going with the 4-3-3, three attackers, not wingers. Who did we see? We had Arthur Boric, Hinkle, Yusuf Harn, Denier, and Izzy at the back. We've got a midfield three of Bowley, Petrov, and Tom, with three attackers of Kyogo, Pierre Van Hooijdonk, and the big Musa Dembele up top.
It's not bad, by the way. Gavin Masson.
So I've got a 4-4-2. Craig Gordon in goals, backline of Tierney, Toure, Reaper, and Juranovic. Midfield four of Maloney, Lennon, McStay, and Nakamura. And up front, we've got the unbeatable duo of Mark Viduka and Henrik Larsson.
Can't believe you got Larsson.
I know. I told you, mate, it was going to be the luck of the draw. By the way, you should have let me go with my original idea of whoever got the lucky pick of getting Larsson, well, which was the first pick in the Wim Janssen era. Obviously, you're going to pick Larsson. You should have been last pick for every round for the next 3 rounds. Right,
Pick for every round anyway.
No. I've got absolutely no idea what formation I'm going here, so I'm just going to go with 3 something. I'll go 3-5-2. Joe Hart in goals. I have got McManus, Van Dijk, and Lustig at the back. Then I've got I don't actually know what I've got. Samaras, Lambert, Berkovic, McGregor, and Lubo. And then I've got Cadet and Hudson up front.
You look so confused, Barry.
Well, for a start, I can't even read my own writing, and then I'm like, I think that was only 10 people, but no. So we're going for me for the winner then, aye. First pick.
No, I think the comments are leaning towards Gav's side, but purely because he's got Larson in there.
Right, okay. So
I
Patrick
can't even call
McLaughlin.
it my side. It's Henrik's side. I'm
We'll
not
just-
taking credit for it.
We'll just have a couple of comments there. So there's Patrick McLaughlin. He's got, excuse me, 3 in his midfield: Lambert, Petrov, and McStay. 3 up top: Larson, Moravchik, Sutton. Red Scotland is going for Gav for the win. Gav's side wins it for me. Alan Woods, Gav's side purely because Henrik is in it, and that's it. So let's have a vote then. I'm going to vote for Gavin's team, and it's purely because you have got Larson, McStay, Mark Reaper. By the way, one of the finest centre backs I've ever seen, and it was such a shame that we only got to see him for such a short time. Aye, I'll go for Gav's team. McGinty.
For Frank Brennan, is 34-year-old Fraser Forster still sitting on the Spurs bench? Good question. Twiddling his thumbs and counting his dollars. And if so, completely his choice, and which he'll regret when he's old and fat, but not for Big Joe. That's a good point. By the way, Joe has got a good trophy cabinet on his CV if you look at what he's achieved in the game. And very good point for Frank Brennan. Sorry, Paddy, I was interrupting. We're all voting for Henrik's side to be the winner out of the 4. Yeah?
No, you're fine. So there's about 5 or 6 of them giving it to yourself, Gav. Somebody's getting the drum and bass one. They're going mental up the Shetlands there, right? Having a rave. So the majority is going for Gav. I've got a wee vote there after the Shugster. By the way, Shugster, boys on tour, check his gear out. Absolutely fantastic on Facebook. And Shug is the sponsor of the Celtic Supporters Podcast. Good pals of ours. They're going to be on at 1 o'clock, I believe. So keep an eye out for them as well on here. McGinty, what's your thoughts? Who do you think's got the best team here? And
Myself.
Listen, you've just went the keys on, young mate. Try and be honest with yourself. Right?
He's not even playing. He's just a throwaway one, for merchandise reasons. No, I think I'd agree with most people. Gav's team probably is the best. I looked at Mark Reaper a few times as the early picks were coming through, but I didn't want to commit myself to a centre back without seeing what else I could get with those early kind of attackers and stuff and midfielders. So I think he's right. Reaper, McStay, Larson. It's a solid spine of a team there. I think he's probably got it.
Superb. James, boy, sorry, by the way, just before it comes on to yourself, James, 12 o'clock, by the way, sorry for the Celtic Supporters Podcast on the big weekender. So catch the boys there. That'll be Dale, Hoggy and Andy, I believe. Cracking guys, good conversation. James, what about yourself, pal? Who do you think's got the best team?
Whoever picked Larson was going to win it realistically, wasn't they? So it's got to be Gav.
So no Izzy, no Hinkle.
If we 1-2-2-4 was a cracking player, but I think Henrik just edges it.
By the way, the viewers, I'm sure that there's a lot of kind of familiar faces here anyway, so you already know. But if you don't know, we are the Jungle Gyms, and we will be doing a Tuesday TikTok, so you can catch us on YouTube, of course, and Spotify and whatever other platforms McGinty could probably tell you about. But of course, this weekend is all about the Acsom weekender for the charity for St Mary's Church. So if you can hit that link, which is already in the footer, to give whatever you can, to give for people less fortunate than us and for St Mary's. And guys, what he's doing for the World Cup final today? I'm actually heading out. I've not been out for a drink in months and months and months. I'm heading out into town to watch it. I don't know what pub I'll end up at, but what you guys doing for it?
Likewise, going to head out to the pub, wet the baby's head as such, and hopefully see Messi lift the World Cup.
Here, mate. Aye, I'll wet the baby's head and by proxy over in Glasgow. Okay.
Appreciated.
We're just going to do a 2 for 1 then, Gav. Aye,
pretty much.
James.
I've got a few mates coming up, so I'll just be sitting up here with a few of my mates watching it, get a wee drink in later on. So I hopefully see Messi winning it. I know.
Well, my wee lad, he's no well. He's got one of the strains of bugs that's going about the news, so I'll be wrapped up on the couch, covered in vomit, watching Kylian Mbappe probably lifting the cup. And it'll probably be my vomit because I can't stand him. I'd love to see Messi winning it, but my sneaking suspicions telling me that France are just going to be too strong for them.
But that's actually a good point for Patrick McLaughlin talking about best 11. Patrick McLaughlin was saying, I remember doing a best team you have seen when I was about 14 years old in school, and back then it was 1994. So we're quite lucky because we've had a lot of success since the turn of the century, whereas back in 1994. No, I don't think you'd have good options unless, of course, you're allowed to include Jock Stein's Lisbon Lions and the Quality Street gang as well. Paddy, what do you make of that one? It is a good point.
Sorry, mate, I wasn't listening. I was looking at the comments at the side.
Well, the comment of Patrick McLaughlin about I remember doing a best team back in 1994, where if you were to count back in the years, it wasn't really the most generous, unless you were allowed to include the Jock Stein's boys.
You wouldn't have been ended up with Andy Hinkle and Izzy, that's for sure. Good. But listen, I think we are being ushered to the side rather nicely. So, Gav, if you want to say your farewells and send us out, and we'll.
What dance is that, mate?
I don't know, mate. I was trying to usher people off.
Aye, guys, it's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy it. Keep on watching this Acsom podcast. It's been brilliant. Well done. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and hope France beat Messi today.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a tailor and a joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with the light. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. Even through the lean years, our support would flock in thousands. Countless trophies stand displayed for all to view. By side, brothers, sisters, we're united, and our children do the same. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise.
G'day, legends. It's the boys from Celtic Down Under joining in for our part of the Celtic State of Mind Charity Weekender. First of all, I want to start off. What a belter of a song that is. What do you reckon, Shane?
Yeah, cracking tune. Really like it. Really enjoyable. Good tune.
And Liam, how you doing,
Yeah.
mate? What do you think of the song?
That was amazing. You know, the song's great, but also, you know, considering that I'm going back to Glasgow for the first time in 3 years this later this week, that was a bit of an emotional trip as well. Looking at all those sites that I've not seen for a long time, and I'm looking forward to showing to the wife for the first time.
Happy days, mate. So, yeah, just those if you can, if you haven't already done so, just go get it, download the single, raise some funds for the for St Mary's, like we're trying to do. Everyone's getting involved, and yeah, it's great thing, and it's an honour to be part of this yet again. So thanks to Paul and the team at Acsom. So what we'll do is we'll crack on with the usual thing. So I just wanted to, before we get on, a little bit of thing here. You know what, Liam? This is the 150th actual podcast that Celtic Down Under has done, and it's part of Acsom, so it's tied in really well here. So I noticed that today, so happy days. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll get into it. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0. What was your take on the game, Shane?
A little bit of rinse and repeat of what we've seen before. You know, just dominating with the ball. Aberdeen really happy to let us have the ball, and we'll probably discuss that a little bit later. I won't jump ahead to that. You know, we were getting into good areas. First half, I really felt we were lacking that kind of final ball, that cutting pass into the final third, or playing someone in. The only real chance I can remember from that first half was the Hatate one, which drew the pretty good reaction save from the Aberdeen keeper. Second half, we looked a lot more clinical, and I thought the introduction of a couple of players was crucial to that. It looked like we were actually getting that. We were creating those chances, which we weren't in the first half, and we just actually couldn't put them away. The obvious one being the Kyogo chance that he should have put away, and we didn't. And then up steps, Captain Fantastic Kelmac. It was good to see him on his return, and it was really fitting that he actually scored that goal to break the deadlock and get us the 3 points.
Yeah, we're going to talk on Kelmac a bit later on, but yeah, for me, like, lineup is pretty much what we expected. So Hart and goals, you got your Taylor, Starfelt, Carter-Vickers, Ralston, Tade, O'Reilly, McGregor in the midfield, Kyogo, Jota, Days Mad up front. So I think it was pretty much, we knew what we're going to do. We're going to try and get out there and score, just put the pressure on them and just wear them down. And the tying into what we were saying about Kelmac there, Shane. So there was the stat that Kelmac had more passes than the whole Aberdeen team combined yesterday. Unbelievable effort from him. Liam, what your take overall on Kelmac's return?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But I'd just like to start off by offering my my condolences to any family, pet, sibling or spouse that was booted around about the 85th minute when that goal went in. And I realise that in a Rangers supporting household that might be one person, but, you know, just putting it out there. Yeah, I really enjoyed that yesterday. It was one of those games where my dad and I watched it together, and we kind of took different kind of takes on it, because he was kind of like, "Oh no, this isn't happening today. The team's flat. It's just not happening." And I was like, "No, a goal's going to come. And then bang, it comes. And I just said to him, I said, "Do you hear that faint sound?" I said, "That's 1,000 tellies being kicked in frustration."
The funny thing is, though, we used to say it, and here comes the Brendan Rodgers Claxton, but when we had him, we always were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter, we'll score that goal in the last 20 minutes. And under Ange, it's like, I'm not worried. If it gets to the last 10 minutes, I'm like, yep, there's goals coming. There's always goals in this team. So this doesn't surprise me at all that we got it. It's great to see Kelmac's return. He's such an instrumental part of what we do, and it actually balances out our midfield a lot better there. But yeah, I'm just glad he's back. I think he's actually back quicker than I thought he would be overall. So if anything, the World Cup break come in handy for him to make sure he could get up to speed and be back playing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, Liam, you got your Japanese top on.
Hmm.
We got the World Cup final. I'm going to use that as a segue because it's a very bad segue. But anyway, what's your thoughts going into the World Cup final?
It's one of those games where what do I think will happen versus what do I want to happen. I think France are probably going to win it because they've been the most consistent team at the tournament. But I would absolutely love to see Argentina win it, just to settle once and for all this whole Messi versus Ronaldo dispute. Allow Messi to take his rightful position as the true heir to Maradona, and just and bring a World Cup home for Argentina. I really would just love to see that happen. But you know, I think that France. The only time they've looked even remotely troubled in this whole tournament has been when they played England. Forgetting that they played a reserve team when they get beat by Tunisia, But the only time they've ever really looked in trouble to me was when they played England, and even then, it was never really in much doubt, I thought. So Argentina have been up and down throughout the whole tournament, but they've got there. And I did say on our World Cup preview show a while ago that after the Saudi-Argentina match, I said the last time Argentina lost their first game, they ended up going to the final. So it's happened again. Yeah, I hope Argentina will win it. I think France will win it, to sum it up.
Yeah, I'll just look at it and I'm going to cut Shane off here and say that from a purely Australian point of view, it's the final of the two teams that beat Australia at the World Cup. So there you go. I think France is a better overall team with more depth, but yeah, as you're saying, Liam, hopefully we can get a win for Messi, which will put that, as you said, the final nail in the coffin of the Messi v Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Who you hoping, Shane?
Much the same. Head says France. Heart says Argentina and Messi. So
nose says Colombia, right? Sorry, had to go there.
We've got a comment here in the here for you, Shane, from Tony Cassidy. So, young Shane, was that you that belted the goalie yesterday?
God.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but I kind of have to. Those who haven't seen, there's been a disgraceful incident over here in the A-League in the Melbourne Derby. The game was called off after 21 minutes of play with Melbourne City up 1-0 because the protest about the grand final thing being moved turned ugly. Flares were thrown. Fans jumped the crowd. Supposed fans, and belted the ref, belted the goalkeeper, threw a bucket into his face actually, and yeah, absolute shambolic situation over here. So yeah, not ideal, not a good look, and massive black eye for football in Australia. But yeah, just get on the front foot and say, as a Melbourne Victory member myself, those people who did that, they don't represent the majority of our fans. They don't represent anything that I want to be associated with as a football fan in Australia.
Well said, Jared, and completely agree. I completely and utterly condemn what happened yesterday. Anyone who partook in that, they're not true Melbourne Victory fans, and they don't represent or stand for anything that I stand for, and I don't want them as part of the club.
But back to the Celtic, which is what we're here for. Just wanted to do that because as soon as I saw the first comment there, I'm like, yeah, it had to be addressed before it gets.
Can I say, just to assure Tony, it wasn't me. I wasn't involved. I mean, just I'll be jovial for a second. If you look at me, I don't think I can lift a metal bucket, let alone hurl it to start with. So
don't worry, Shane. I was going to make the same comment. Glover's 6'5". The goalkeeper's about. So that's who got hit. The guy hitting him with the bucket was at least 6'2". You're not that. So yeah, you're safe.
Not
there,
even
mate.
close. I'm safe.
But anyway, we'll get back to the Celtic stuff we're talking about. So, off the back of the result against Aberdeen, are we now expecting teams are just going to be parking the bus against us for the rest of the season? What are your thoughts on that, Shane?
Well, this is what I was a bit surprised at. I can't remember the last time I've seen Aberdeen at Pittodrie against us or anyone else for that matter just set up the way they did yesterday. So defensively, the low block, not interested in coming out, just containing. It felt unusual. I'm used to seeing that when we'd go and play the likes of Livy, but for Aberdeen to do it, particularly at Pittodrie, was just, I was a little bit caught by surprise from it. And it was a case of, and we touched on it earlier, I think Liam touched on it really well. You did kind of feel a goal was coming because we were wearing them down. It felt like they couldn't contain that shape. They couldn't contain that concentration. And in the second half, it did start to open up a fair bit for us. In terms of your overall question, I'm not sure. I think there's definitely an argument that sitting back and putting everyone behind the ball does frustrate us in the way that we play. But then they kind of, I don't think they give themselves any opportunity if they play exactly the way Aberdeen did yesterday. They don't give themselves any opportunity to actually punish us. They didn't create anything.
And off the back of that, Shane, that's what I found most confusing about the game. Like, you're coming off a World Cup break. Our rhythm's not going to be where it should be. You know, we like to press, but they've played some pretty attractive football, Aberdeen, so far this season. And then at home, after the break where they've had so long to work on things and, you know, set plays that they want to do and formation adjustments or whatever, they've had all this time to work on it to then come out and park it that deep and give us that much possession. You'd normally think when a team does sit deep, then they try to come out and play in loosen the shackles a little bit for the last 10, 15 minutes of the game and try and at least score a goal and then park the bus even further, right? They didn't even try that because by the time, if they tried it at last 10 minutes to do it when it was still 0-0, you have a look at it and we were in our rhythm that much that they had no chance of getting their foot on the ball and even doing anything. So I found it really confusing from Aberdeen. I was not expecting that, especially when their chairman is constantly coming out saying, oh, we need to be on the attack. We need to be on the front foot. And that's the way that they want to play as a club. And then they come out and do that. Kaiser in the comments is saying they were playing Lennon ball versus Barca. Exactly. And the difference here, though, is the difference between us and Aberdeen at their best is nowhere near as good as Lenny's team back then. It's as much, as Lenny's team back then and that Barca team at their best. So to me, that's a little odd. But what do you think, Liam?
Yeah, I just I think that you raise a very good point there about this being the first post-World Cup fixture. If there's ever a time to have a go at Celtic, that's the time to do it. I mean, you look at what Hibs did the other night against Rangers. Now, granted, they lost the game in the end, but they had a right go, and they were unlucky. You know, there was the usual, the VAR decision that went the way we all know it was going to go. But, you know, I do think that they showed that coming off a long break like that, you get something if you go out and have a go. And I'll bet those Hibs fans losing 3-2 the other night went home a hell of a lot happier than the Aberdeen fans did yesterday, despite the fact that ultimately they're both in the same boat. They both lost by one goal. But one of them had a goal. The other ones, it was a constant damage limitation exercise. It was absolutely murder to watch.
Off the back of that, though, Liam, as well, you got to look at it and go, okay, it's coming in at Christmas in your shoes. People are spending 20, 30 quid a ticket to go out. If you were a Hibs fan, at least you've seen a football game where teams have gone out, scored and played.
Yeah.
You haven't gone and watched your team, spent that much money to go watch your team play anti-football, sit in the box and do nothing. So, yeah, if I was an Aberdeen fan, I'd, probably punch myself in the face because it would be more enjoyable.
What I would say is I do hope they keep it up for one more game because it will probably work against Rangers. Yeah.
And Sid in the comments, half-empty stands, parked buses. I wonder why Sky don't show more games.
I mean, that was the thing. They weren't even you're thinking if you're sitting deep and you're hoofing the ball forward, you're going to fight for those second balls. You're going to try and recover the ball further up the pitch and set up. And countless times that wasn't happening. They weren't even really fighting for those second balls. They were just happy to get it out of the area and sort of set up again. Like, it was almost as if at times they were defending a 1-0 lead.
Like, you listen to the presser on like the BBC podcast and stuff like that, and their managers coming out going, "Oh yeah, it got to the 80th minute and we could have, and it would have been happy to settle for a point." You had a point at the start of the game. Like, it was 0-0 at the start of the game. Like, at least come play some football. Like, I don't get the whole thought process on why you would play that way. Now, bringing that back to other teams for the rest of the season, which was what the question I asked was, I can understand a team like Livy or a team like St Mirren or, teams that don't have anywhere near the sort of budgets that even an Aberdeen has. But, like, that just makes no sense to me. Like, Dundee United will probably play more footy, like try and play more football, use the Aussie term there, footy. Sorry, guys. And they'll probably come out and play a bit more football against us than Aberdeen will. So, yeah, it's just odd.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, to address the point of the rest of the season, I think other teams probably would have approached games against us and against Rangers with that mentality that, it's a damage limitation exercise. But such has the almost universal backlash been against Aberdeen since yesterday, and the mockery from other supports, that I don't think other teams will be allowed to do that. I don't think their fans will accept it. Because it wasn't just the fact that Aberdeen lost yesterday, it was the fact that they never even came close to creating a chance against us. And it's just pathetic. It reminds me of it goes back to Craig Levein. I remember it was maybe when Craig Levein was managing Hearts, got about 10, 15 years ago. They lost 2-0 to Celtic at Celtic Park, but it was a very similar type of game. 10 men behind the ball, constant negativity, barely beyond their own halfway line the entire game. And Craig Levein came out in his post-match interview and said, "That's a great result because teams will come here and lose by more than 2."
Yeah.
From that day on, he lost the Hearts support. I think it was another 6 months before he got sacked, but he lost the Hearts support that night because they were like, "How can somebody be that negative with what was at the time the third biggest team in Scotland?"
I just want to touch on a couple of things in the comments here. So Kaiser has said that no one wants to come out and get beaten, but the league is the only league that Ange has been in where people don't replicate his football. They just defend. It's pitiful. Not 100% correct because of the salary cap over here in the A-League, there's some teams that don't have the depth because you've got your marquee players that are paid outside the cap here, the salary cap. So because some clubs don't have that, others do. So there's certain teams over in our league in Australia that do like to sit deep and try and hit you on the counter. They used to do that all the time, especially when Ange was at Brisbane. You had Graham Arnold was at Central Coast, and his teams were notorious for kicking lumps out of your shins and trying to hit you on the counter and win 1-0. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that's necessarily correct, but I get your point. And then Martin Heaney in the comments is, I do think that if Starfelt hadn't been as switched on all game as he was, they might have sneaked a decent chance. Well done to the big man. It's great to see some Starfelt love. Like, he copped pelters so much and it was all over the place. And I do think that him alongside Carter Vickers is our best centre-back pairing. And, yeah, it's good to have that. I just wish Sean was on here to get his response to that comment.
Well, seeing Sean's not here today, we're praising Starfelt.
Well, just because you mentioned the Aberdeen situation again, just to give you a bit more context, you obviously mentioned the comment about Kelmack and the passing. One of the comments that came up in the broadcast, unless I was mistaken or heard incorrectly, was that Kelmack, during a point of the game, had notched up the most passes that any player had made during an SPFL match this season. And I looked at the time and it was the 63rd minute. It's like, that's just staggering.
Says it all. Is the metronome that makes us tick. There you go.
I noticed that with Kelmack yesterday, though. He was getting forward a lot more than he usually does. I mean, it's never nice to be out injured, but I do wonder if the extended rest period has kind of refreshed him as a player as well,
He looked like he hadn't missed a beat. He just
Yeah.
came in and it was just the same Calmac we're used to, just buzzing around, dropping between the centre halves to collect, show for the ball. He literally, you would not have known that he'd been out for such an extended period of time the way he ran out that match.
I get what Liam's saying, though, in that, it's probably the first time we've seen Calmac not having played 60 games in the season because he's had a bit of a break now. And, he's not carrying something, whether it's a broken nose or cheekbones or whether it's a knee or some sort of knock or whatever, because he's playing so many minutes. Like, it's great to see that, he's back fit and healthy. And who knows, we haven't seen this level from Calmac in a long time. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out.
Yeah.
So if teams are expected to park the bus against us going forward, what do you think we need to do when teams do this? From a tactics point of view, should we be bringing in another striker, number 10, and changing formations? Or do you guys think, I want to get the comments on this as well, or do we need to, or do you think we still have enough in the team to be able to overwhelm our opponents and work out and grind out results the way we have been? Hope that made sense. Okay, to you, Liam.
Yeah, I think we're okay with what we've got, because I think if you look at yesterday's game, all right, the goal came quite late on, but there was a noticeable change in terms of our assertiveness going forward as soon as Abada came on.
Yep.
So Maeda's a different type of player. Wasn't really his game yesterday, although he did put in a great shift as he always does. And then Abada came on and it just opened up. So, and I think, going down the other side of the pitch when Haksabanovic is fit, you can do the same with Haksabanovic and Jota potentially. You can switch it up. Haksabanovic can also drop inside and play that number 10 role. You've got Hatate and O'Reilly both capable of getting a goal when they get forward, as is Calmac, as we saw yesterday. I just think it was a case of we were slightly off form yesterday, a bit rusty, I think, coming back from a long break. Aberdeen showed no ambition whatsoever, and in the end of the day, football won, and football will hopefully always win. And I think that we have, in a domestic capacity, certainly, we have got more than enough to see out this league championship quite comfortably. I expect Ange will add a couple of players in January because, we never stop. That is his mantra. But I do think that we already have enough to get things sorted domestically as it is.
What do you reckon, Shane?
Yeah, I had to think about it, and I agree with Liam. I think we've got what we need. I'm not necessarily convinced we're in desperate need to bring anything in or bring anyone in to help combat teams setting up this way. I think I'm glad that Liam touched on Abada, because I wholeheartedly agree that there was a significant shift after halftime when he came on. We just looked so much more direct. Everything was coming down his side, really, particularly early on in that second half. Linked up well with Ralston. So I thought Ralston had an excellent game as well, and he linked up with Abada very well in that second half. But Abada really was the one actually making things happen. That first half, we were just off a pace. We weren't able to get that final ball in. We weren't able to find anybody. Abada was doing that. He was making himself available. He was getting into dangerous areas. He was putting the ball across for someone to nod it in. He was making things happen. And so we have the luxury of being able to have those players that we can actually bring off the bench to do that. Probably the area of concern for me at the moment, there's two. Probably up front. Look, I don't doubt Kyogo, and I think he's one goal off actually, being the top of the SPFL, leading scorers, right? So, it seems a bit harsh to have a go at him, but there's just been a couple of times now where he's had a few clear-cut chances, which he's just sort of fluffed his lines on. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean, it was yesterday. Yeah, that was one yesterday, and I feel bad having a go at him. It almost feels like shooting Bambi a little bit, but we probably need to be a little bit more clinical there. The other one, and I I thought about this a lot, and then I sort of backed off it a bit. So I really around the number 10 role. Jared, you've mentioned it a couple of times on the podcast. Really missing Tommy Rogic this season. I'm giving O'Reilly a little bit of an out just because of the fact he had to drop deep when Calmac, or was the chosen option to drop deep when Calmac went out. So he hasn't really had a lot of exposure playing either as that number 10 or as the 2/8s with Hatate pushing up. But I'd like to see how we go with him and whether he can really fill that Tom Rogic role that we need, where, you know, Tom could pick a pass. That game yesterday was perfect for Tom. That was the kind of Tom Rogic game for me, where you'd have him in that role and he's the one to play that defense splitting pass. He's the one playing Kyogo in. He's the one playing Jota in so he can nod it across for Kyogo or Giakoumakis. And so I'm going to give him a little bit of an out for now because I don't think he's had enough time there this season. But, you know, to counter my own point, because for some reason I like to argue with myself, one of the things I heard on the broadcast was that I think O'Reilly's had the most shots in the Premier League this season without actually scoring, which I think is up to 35 now, unless I'm mistaken. So we're missing probably those goals coming from those outside the front three as well. So if we can improve on that, that would go a long way to helping combat, or at least make it more threatening. That would help go a long way to combating teams who sit deep against us. But general consensus is we've got what we need.
Yeah, I think for the league, definitely got enough players in the squad there. I don't think we need to change the formation because Ange doesn't like doing that. It's more, what's his plan? Plan A. If that doesn't work, you do plan A, but better. So I think there's a few little tinkers we could make. Like, we keep saying that, you know, we need a third striker, but then we also keep saying that Maeda's not a striker. A lot of our fans were saying that before the World Cup. We were saying on our pod that he is a striker.
Yeah.
And that it's basically him being pigeonholed in so that he can get games, because when you play with the one strike up front, it's either Kyogo or Giakoumakis. So putting him on the wing is him just doing a job for us. We've seen at the World Cup, Maeda is a striker. So we've got the options. We've got enough wingers. I don't think we need to do that. For me, it's still we need that quality number 6, because I would love to see Calmac released a bit more. I think that's our biggest issue at the moment, but not necessarily for the league. In the league, we're fine. I'm talking about for next season and going forward. And as you said, we never stop. We want to evolve. We want to be, as Andrew said, there's going to be constant churn. Your favourites are going to leave. They're going to move on. Other guys are going to come in, and off we go, and then we go again. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Just reading the comment here from Pato. The stat, most shots without scoring in the SPFL actually relates to Aaron Moy.
Mm.
There you go, Shane.
Really?
Apparently. Yeah, but anyway, we'll Paddy Lavery saying we need a keeper. So I don't know. I don't think the formation, like Ange has played 4 at the back, 2-2-2. He has done that before, so maybe he could bring that in, because like the formation we're playing now, he played when he was at Brisbane, he played the 4-2-3-1. When he was at Melbourne Victory, he played the 4-2-2-2. And then he went to Japan and he just did what he did over there. Played very similar to what we're doing now, so 4-3-3. So he's constantly evolving his game and the way he wants to do it. But I'm thinking once Kobayashi's available to come in, Ange does love his players to be able to switch the ball, a nice long diagonal ball. So if we can put Calmac as one of the 2 6s, or actually the 2 8s, we'd call it. One's a 6, one's 8, hold it, one can release a bit. We can play him in there. Then you got 2 10s, but the problem we've got doing that is, who do you put in there? Because there's no Rogic there. So do you play O'Reilly in one and Hatate in the other? Do you play, or put Haksabanovic into one of them, or do you put Kyogo up front with Giakoumakis, or do you put Kyogo and Maeda up front and press some teams crazy? You know, there's plenty of options. That formation may work with the squad we've got as well. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But he will change up formations if required, but I don't think he's going to do it on a whim and a prayer, basically.
No, definitely not.
So we were just touching on transfers. So I just said my bit with the transfer window now approaching us. What's your January wish list? Let's be silly for a second, okay? Because this has been a little bit too professional for this podcast. Let's just pretend for a second that a random sheikh has come in and he's like absolutely loaded out the wazoo and he doesn't really care how much money we spend. If we could sign pick 3 players to fill 2 spots in our team, which would make us at another level in Europe the next season. Have a think on that and tell us who you would want to sign. And then I'll go first just for fun, right?
Go on.
I would be wanting. I was saying about that defensive midfielder that I want, right? I'd be wanting Milinkovic-Savic, who's at Lazio, the Serbian defensive midfielder. I'd be wanting him. That's my number one priority for us. He's a midfield destroyer who is amazing skills with the ball at his feet. The other bloke I'd be wanting to sign, just lost his name. I'm looking at a goalkeeper more than anything.
Matty Ryan.
Not Matty Ryan. I'll come up with a bit. I'll let you guys go with what you're thinking, and I'll try to get the other bloke.
Too soon on the Matty Ryan thing. Sorry.
No, he's all right. I'm just thinking for crazy money. I'd be just for a laugh. Let's get Loris Karius in. Yeah, goalkeeper.
I thought he was a character in Julius Caesar. I've never heard of him.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of good German goalkeepers. I'd go look for one of them, to be honest with you. But Liam, what are you thinking?
I actually think one that we've been linked to recently, which I'd really like to see, is the South Korean striker Cho Gae-sung. Because he's got a bit more physicality about him than likes of Kyogo, but he's pretty much as fast, and he's 6'2", so he gives us that height that we're kind of missing as well. Because for all Giacomakis is a big guy, he doesn't really command the box the way that like a Chris Sutton or a John Hartson ever would, you know. And I think looking at the goals that Sung scored at the World Cup, he could do that, you know. I mean, he outjumped some pretty big guys in that Ghanaian defence when they scored those 2 goals. So, yeah, I'd like to see us get him, and he's a realistic one.
And what about a silly one then?
A silly one? Well, has Cristiano Ronaldo signed for that Saudi mob yet? Because I wouldn't actually sign him. I would let Rangers sign him because the guy will sabotage wherever he goes. So.
I was about to boo you until you said that last bit, Liam. So I'm still a little befuddled. But anyway. Shane, you got a proper one first?
Yeah. Although you may not see it, I'll go 2 proper ones because one may not be proper. And it's one you've actually brought up before, Jared. I'm looking more inward, so A-League wise. The 2 that I would like from the A-League that I think would actually really work with Ange at Celtic. Chris Economides, the big winger for Melbourne Victory, who's just starting to come back into form after a sort of an injury and interrupted past season. But also from Melbourne City, Marco Tilio. He's just a little pocket rocket, and I just love the way he plays. And he's got creativity to burn, and you can put him on, and you know he's going to make something happen. So they're probably my 2 realistic ones.
Just on Tilio for a second, Shane. You know what me and my brother call Tilio? A short Arzani. Very similar.
Yeah, they are very similar. They are really similar. I reckon Tilio's quicker than Arzani, but that might be sort of clutching. That might be.
I'm talking about the playing style, mate.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I'd love to see Tilio in a Celtic kit. And if Bernabé doesn't work out, we can get Jason Davidson over from the Belgian company he's at the moment.
No,
not happy.
He's the sort of guy that collects jerseys. You have him for a season. What's the point? We're trying to build something long term. I don't see the
I don't
point on
know.
that one.
I think Ange would be able to turn his head and keep him around. But he is 31 now, so I mean we're probably not going down that route anyway. The one that was probably unrealistic for me, the chap from Shakhtar Donetsk that absolutely played a blinder against us, Mudryk.
That
he
was
was
class.
fantastic, and I'd love to get him over because he would work wonders under Ange in the system.
Fair enough. Just to go off a serious one for me, then I'd be we're going to go with ones over here in the A League. Bloody Andrew Gallagher just beat me to it in the comments. The only Aussie would be Keanu Bacchus. I'd be trying to get him from St Mirren. He's someone I'd be looking at as well, who's over already in Scotland, in the area, can do it there, but he wouldn't really. I don't know if he'd be good enough to help us in Europe. Okay. One that could potentially, wages will be stupid. Not going to happen. I know all this stuff, but we can only dream. Bring back Musa. There you go. Done. There's a striker for us.
Well, if we're talking fantasy ones, another one that I'd like would be, I think I mentioned him before, is the Russian midfielder Denis Cheryshev. I think that guy's a class act. And he's not getting a game at Venezia at the moment, so he'd probably be available.
Yeah, but the question on that is if he's not getting the game there, how far off it's he going to be with Ange's standards that you need to be fitness-wise?
That's the issue, isn't it?
Yep. So anyway, is there anyone in Japan, Liam, in the J League that you think, who's the next couple of players you think Ange will be looking at over there?
To be honest, I'm not actually sure at the moment. I need to sit down and I've not actually had, with the World Cup here, I've not had time to really study the stats from this season's J League. But if we're talking Japanese players, a guy who is well on in years now, but would be a great presence to have if we could get him on a free, whatever, would be Yuto Nagatomo. I mean, I think he's 36 now, but he's still got such an engine. Would be a great sort of a Kolo Toure type figure, I think. Just a great guy to have in the dressing room, even if he's not playing every week. And the guy's attitude is just phenomenal. The passion that if anybody's seen the YouTube video of his pre-match speech before Japan played Spain, look it up. Even you don't even need to understand Japanese to get the passion of what is coming out in the guy's voice. It's phenomenal. He's a cracker. Another good one is playing in Germany at the moment with, I think it's Freiburg, Junya Ito. Winger. But kind of a different type of winger to what we see from Maeda or Abada, though. He's slower, but he's got more skill. He's more of a James Forrest type, good at taking a man on and beating him. Hits a lovely cross, got a good shot on him as well. Just a good all-round player. I've seen him play about 4 or 5 times for Japan, and I've yet to see him have a bad game. Only issue is I think he's 29 now, so he's probably as good as he's going to get. So the question of whether he can make that step up for the Champions League is a bit of an issue.
I just come up with one, Shane, in the A-League, one for the future. You know how all the talk's been around the brothers coming out of Central Coast? And
yeah, Qual brothers.
Qual's next one in that sort of line that I'd love us to look at, even though he's only 16, so he's one you'd have to sign, stash over here for a couple of years till he's 18 and can come over, would be Nestori Irankunda from Adelaide United, 16-year-old winger, plays for the Australian under-17 national team. I think physically he's ready to go. It's I think he'd be one for the future to be worth looking at as well.
Definitely worth looking in the A-League and lower leagues here, that's for sure.
He's one that if you can't get Tilio, he'd be the one I'd sign as a long-term prospect.
Yep. But
don't play him because you won't be able to bring him over, which means he's good. He'll avoid going to the Colts or the B team. He'll play in the A-League for a few years, so he'll get that at least 50-odd games under him. Get him early.
Learning under the likes of Craig Goodwin as well, who's been fantastic.
Exactly. All right. So, which players, though? off the back of, we're talking about players we'd like to come in. Which players do you think we would anticipate moving on either in the window now or at the end of the season? I'm going to rattle off the two for me is Itaguchi. I think his time's up. Sorry, Liam.
No, I think you're right.
And McCarthy. Those two, they're just clogging up the wage bill. So those would be the two that I think would be the priorities. And Scott Robinson seems to have put his foot in his mouth, so he can disappear just as much too.
He'll have no future and Ange scorned.
No, it's a hard lesson to learn.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Jared.
I'm like, you don't want that. You don't want to be upset. Ange upset with that nut.
No.
No,
I would. Sorry, Shane, you go ahead.
We're probably going to lead into a chat about this, but Juranovic, I think, is the one I think we can add to that list, and I think we can probably add to him going in the next this window coming up.
That ties into the next topic, so we'll use that as a segue. Off the back of Juranovic's performances at the World Cup, do performances at a World Cup or a Euro Championship or Copa America or whatever, Asian Cup, do those performances affect the players' overall value if you were to sell them, or is it all about what they do in the Champions League? What are your thoughts on that, Liam?
I think they're about equal to each other because they're both global tournaments with a global viewing audience. Anybody, I mean, for example, my dad was telling me during the Japan-Croatia game at half-time how Alan Shearer was absolutely raving about Maeda and had never actually really seen him play before. And I thought, well, that's the thing. It's like, Alan Shearer wouldn't necessarily sit down and watch a Celtic Champions League game, but he'll watch pretty much every game at the World Cup because that's the thing with the difference with the Champions League is that you tend to watch the teams you're interested in. Whereas with the World Cup, I watch every game if I can. I love watching all these wee teams that I would never. I mean, when else am I going to watch Ecuador or Saudi Arabia or South Korea or whatever? When is that ever going to happen? And I think that's the beauty of it, and that's where I think I don't think it does that much for players that are already in established Champions League markets. For example, players that are playing for England, playing for Portugal, playing for Germany, France, Spain, we know how good they are already, right? Because we've seen them play in the Champions League. But it's, like I say, it's your Saudi Arabia, your Morocco, Korea, Japan, teams that are not necessarily going to have that many players in the Champions League at the moment. I mean, that Korean striker I just rhymed off, he plays for Jeonbuk Motors in the K-League, who, last time I checked, I think were semi-professional. So, that's the kind of how wide you cast the net when you watch the World Cup. You probably have a better guarantee of quality if you're signing a player that's performed in the Champions League because he's proved it. But I think the World Cup is better for increasing awareness of players in unfancied markets or with unfancied teams. I mean, look at it this way. Celtic's own Lubo Moravcik got his move to France off the back of doing very well for Czechoslovakia in, I think it was the 1990 World Cup where they got to the quarterfinals. And we all know how good he turned out to be. So,
Make a good point there. We've got some comments here as well that I just want to bring up. So you've got Tony's agreeing with what you were just saying there. We're talking about just before about who do we anticipate moving on. Ewan Boy Martin says Turnbull has only 18 months left on his contract. Is he doing enough to get a new contract or should we sell him? I think I said last season that I couldn't see Turnbull and both Turnbull and Rogic still being with us this season. I thought Rogic would have hung around and Turnbull would have left. So, yeah, I can see him moving on at the end of the season. Yeah, so when we're going through here, there's gems out there, which is and Tony Cassidy saying that. Ange would have been watching Cho before the World Cup, which is actually, it's come out and it's been announced like through Cho's family and that yeah, he was being in talks with Celtic before the World Cup. It looks like we're being outbid on wages there. So
bugger.
yeah, but I hope he wants to come for. Ange actually gets to talk to him. I'm sure he could sell him on the project, but Ange doesn't want to sell the job. Sold. If you want to come to Celtic, you'll come along. So yeah, I think World Cups probably do add more value. I can't remember the last time I watched a Champions League game that I didn't really care about at all. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting one. Off the back of that, though, yeah, Juranovic, when he goes, I think that would have put a few extra million onto his price, hopefully. None of this 5 million rubbish was being reported for, that was at Torino or something you're coming in for. For which toe? Which toe's that 5 million for? That's all I have to say.
How many weeks do you want him on loan for that?
Exactly. No chance of that. But yeah, as we said, we've got Ralston's ready to come in and push Ralston for that jersey. So we're all good if he was to move on. Honestly, I think it'll be Juranovic will go this window, Turnbull will go in the summer, along with a couple others, and we go again. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
The one thing I would say though, the only reason why I think Turnbull might not necessarily go in the summer is that I think we all agree that McCarthy need to get chair out the door sooner rather than later, whether it's this window or the summer. I don't think Abelgard's going to be kept on because I don't think he's done anything either.
Yeah.
So that's 3 central midfielders out the door. Can you really afford to let a 4th one go before you bring in some more?
I'm not saying he's going to go early. I'm saying like if he's only going to have 12 months left on his contract in the summer, Liam.
Yeah.
And you're losing 3 already, and then you've got him with 12 months to go. His price drops. So either we sign him up.
Right. I see.
Or we either sign him up or we have to sell him.
Aye. Right.
You're at that point. So either we extend him in the next 6 months. If we don't extend him in the next 6 months, he has to be sold in the summer. There's no real reason for it. And Ange will probably back himself and be like, yeah, if I get that, then we'll go. But at the same time, I don't actually think, I'm not sure if he should go. Because I said, I don't think he suits the way we play, per se. But at the end of the day, Turnbull was one of the first names on that sheet last season, first half of the season when Ange first come in, and run himself absolutely ragged till he got injured. So I think, knowing Ange and what he looks for in a player, he respects that sort of endeavour.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that he's gone and done that for Ange will actually mean a lot to Ange as a manager, even though people can say he's a bit cold.
And I definitely think that, going back to last season, Ange was able to do something that Lenny definitely wasn't able to do, which was to have both Turnbull and Rogic in the same 11 at the same time and work effectively. And so I wouldn't necessarily say he's out the door just yet.
Yep, fair enough. Last thing, though, we'll go to, we always, on our podcast, so on the Celtic Down Under podcast, we always end our podcast with a final thought. So it's just some random thought, has no particular rhyme or reason. It can be anything for us. I'm just letting you guys know that. So when we finish the pod that way in a couple of minutes, you don't go, what the heck are these idiots on about? So that's what that is. But if you do like what we're doing, you can follow us on Twitter at Celtic Down. You can find us on YouTube and on the podcast apps Celtic Down Under. Easy enough to find. Just look for the Box and Kangaroo logo. It's in the top corner of the screen. Appreciate being involved as part of the Acsom Weekender. The last topic before we do our final thoughts is we need to talk about why Ange Postecoglou is the greatest man in the history of the world. He gets out there helping people's cars when they're bogged and sprays an Aberdeen scumbag fan for calling him some dodgy stuff when he was signing autographs. So, Shane, why is Ange the greatest man in the history of the world?
What a man.
And he's from our hometown.
Exactly. That's exactly right. He's from Melbourne. He loves Australia. That's all you need to know. He simply, and I'm going to be biased, of course, he doesn't put a foot wrong. Literally the last sort of thing that I'd say, oh, Ange, you shouldn't have done that. When he made a whole bunch of changes against St Mirren. Fella just doesn't put a foot wrong. He's Look, he's very direct, he's very blunt, but you know exactly where you stand with him. He loves the club, he loves the supporters, he loves his players, and he just wants to see this project excel, not for himself. It's not all about personal gain or anything about that. It's just about delivering for the fans. And, you know, we're all excited about when we get the little media bites, you know, when he's in the press conference and you hear a little question, you're just like, oh, yeah, shouldn't have said that. Here he comes. And it's delivered with such a kind of ease. It's cutting. It's direct. It's pretty hurtful for whoever's on the other end, but it's just so blunt.
It's like when your parents say, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. It's like that. Everybody knows that.
Exactly. And he always, you know, he always chucks mate in there. And if you're Australian, mate can mean one of two things. And sometimes it's not a nice thing. So, no, he's just, if I can use an Australian turn of phrase, he's an absolute ripper of a bloke. If you want me to list off all the reasons why he's amazing, we're going to be pushing other people out of this charity weekend. We'll extend this podcast way too long.
Yeah, 100%.
I would just add that Ange embodies every sort of positive stereotype that a Scottish person like me who's never been to Australia has of Australians. Personable, takes no crap from anybody, speaks his mind, is a man of the people. He's an honest human being, and he just embodies everything that's good about Australia and everything that's good about Celtic. So there you go.
And, you know, if I can step in for just a second, Jared, just because it's one of the first things I remember he did when he signed for Celtic, and it was one of the earliest matches that he took charge from, and I think we beat Dundee and beat them pretty well. And there was this, it wasn't even footage of it, I don't think, but there was a photo of him meeting a fan in a wheelchair after the match, and this was long after the match had finished, and he sat there with them, chatted to them, and went through things, and people were just taken aback by how affable he was and how much time that's Ange to a T. Like if you chat to him, you see all the photos. He doesn't shirk people coming up and saying hi and wanting a photo. He loves interacting with people. But that story, it just going on what Liam said about how he embodies everything that he thinks an Australian man is that embodies that story about sitting down with the fan in the wheelchair and going through things with them and giving them just that time of day after that match embodies everything that Ange is all about. Sorry, Jared, no, I've cut you off, mate.
All good. Nah, guys in the comments, Australia's green and white, absolute bloody lootly, mate.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go our final thoughts. We'll get out of here. Thanks, everyone. Before we do, please download the charity, the single. Help get us to the goal for today for St. Mary's. Great cause. And, yeah, Liam, what's your final thought?
Be kind this Christmas. Teach a Rangers fan to sing the Soldier song.
Jesus.
Shane?
Two, very quickly, thank you for having me as part of this. It's been a pleasure to be involved. Everyone, download that absolutely cracking tune and donate if you can. It's absolutely a fantastic cause. Tom Rogic starts for West Brom, gets an assist. He's starting to find his feet. Good on you, Tom.
My one final thought is if you're in a, I know it's tough over there with the weather, how bad it is at the moment, but if you get the chance, get out in nature, even if it's for 10 minutes a day. It's good for the soul. It's good for you. Really enjoyed today out with my family and that. And, yeah, happy days. Hail, hail, everyone, and thanks for having us.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a Taylor and a Joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with the light. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. We stand in paradise. So what's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
Afternoon, boys. How are we?
How you doing?
How are you,
Very
Sam?
good. Very good, mate. Very good. First of all, from the Celtic Supporters Podcast, I was on with Paul John last year, so a massive thanks for us for letting us be involved in such a brilliant cause for St Mary's, the founding home of Celtic Football Club away back in November 1887. So thanks again to Paul John and the Acsom team for letting us come on and talk some nonsense for an hour. As
Something we're used to.
Yes, a lot of you will have watched us. We're a very, very alternative podcast, to say the least. I watch a lot of different podcasts. I watch some of the Acsom, I watch some of the Celtic Exchange, I watch the Jungle Gyms, I watch different kinds. We certainly aren't too similar to some, whereas the air tends to be quite blue in a Friday evening in our podcast, where we do enjoy a couple of beers, a couple of shandies, a very, very much more laid back and relaxed way of talking about Celtic hockey, I would say, to say the least.
Yes, very much so, brother. Very much.
But aye, a massive thanks to Paul John. First of all, guys, if you haven't done so already, check the description box below. Firstly, the glory and the dream, which you've just heard before we come on, which is massively grown on me. I heard it 4 or 5 times yesterday. I listened to it on the way to work last night, and just the bit it bursts in. This feels like heaven. This is the dream. This is paradise. It's catching. Every time you listen to it, you just hear another wee bit, and very well put together. So that's available to download. I think it is tomorrow, but you can get a pre-copy of that, 99 pence. And also the GoFundMe for St Mary's. I think the last time I checked, it was at £86,000, pushing towards the £90,000 target. So what a charity and very, very good work Paul John and the team at Acsom are doing. So a tip of the hat. We'll have a wee chat off here for a donation for the CSP in the coming days as well. We'll get a donation put in for the lads as well. So we'll crack on, lads. We've got an hour to talk nonsense, which we do twice a week, so I don't think we'll struggle. First of all, keep your comments off, guys, because I have got a teaser for you too, and also for the viewers. So the World Cup final is today at 3 p.m. Lionel Messi will become the 9th player to win a Champions League / European Cup, a World Cup and a Ballon d'Or. Only the 9th player. So there's 8 players already picked up these 3 accolades, going back to, I think, the 60s as the first 3 or 4 players, then moving into a kind of more modern era round about the kind of late 90s, going into the noughties and stuff. So keep your phones away, keep the comments away. I'll try and keep a wee eye on the chat to see if any of the viewers are getting any. But 8 players previous to Lionel Messi to pick this up. So have a wee think and you can let me know your answers at the end of the show. Mr. Hogg will jump straight in with yourself, mate. We'll have a wee chat. I know the guys have been talking quite a lot the weekend, obviously, the Celts were back in action yesterday. Another hard-fought victory up at Pataudry. Calmac back in the fold, getting the winner, mate. We'll have a wee 5 minutes each and have a wee chat about the game before we move on to some other stuff. Hoggy, thoughts in the 90, mate, yesterday?
First of all, great to be back. We spoke about it on our pod for quite at length as well, how we missed it. The World Cup gave you a wee bit of a respite because there was still some sort of football on, but you can't beat the build-up in watching Celtic. So build-up was great. The game was Aberdeen really disappointed me, I thought. For how well they were doing, especially at home as well, they'd come and have some sort of go at Celtic, and they kind of seemed to follow that blueprint that's supposed to be out there on how to beat Celtic. And to be fair, listen, they were doing no too bad at it, but on a different day, Celtic got a goal early, and it's absolutely different. But 90 minutes, I thought we deserved the victory. We eked it out again. But, you know, I've seen some stuff getting sent to you as well for the other mob. It's that's them doing that again, you know, last minute goals. But hey, that's the kind of games that they win you championships and actually kind of class you as that kind of champions caliber. So first game back, 3 points in the bag, decent enough performance without being outstanding. I was pleased. It
was very good to see Calmac back in. I was wondering, Andy, obviously with the 5 week layoff, obviously the World Cup that's been on, and he had that quite serious injury before it. Obviously, I wasn't sure what type of player would have come back yesterday if he'd have lasted the 90 minutes. But best man in the park by a mile. Again, proving he's by far for me not just the best midfielder in the league, but the best player in the league. Such a complete player, mate. Everything went through him in the Celtic side yesterday, and nothing came through him coming from Aberdeen. Your thoughts on the 90 minutes and how you thought Callum McGregor done coming back from his injury yesterday, mate?
Well, just as I was settling down to watch a game, I get all sorts of phone calls I had to deal with, some things, so I was kind of watching it and not watching it at the same time. I actually managed to watch back the highlights, so I did catch the majority of it. Aberdeen, I see a lot of people being quite negative about Aberdeen, but I can take that point of view as well. But they're obviously trying to keep a score down. They're not trying to get into the game. If they get a draw out, it's a benefit. But they weren't interested in going forward at all. They're just trying to stop Celtic scoring goals. That's basically what it came down to. Yeah. And the inevitable happened. Talking about Calmac, just he leads by example, doesn't he? He's a fantastic captain. Bruno is very a shouter, a motivator. Calmac, not that he can't motivate players, because he obviously can, but he certainly leads by example. And when it comes to a game with a scruff of the neck and taking the reins and showing people this is how you win a game, you know. Yeah. I thought he was brilliant, and especially his first kind of competitive game back after such a layoff with injury, I thought was superb, because I wasn't expecting him to be so kind of on the ball like that, you know. But it was superb.
It was really good. A couple of guys have come through with some answers. You and Boy Martin, that is correct, mate. That is one of them. Chris as well's come through with one. Chris, that's correct as well. Who else have we got? Tony Cassidy, very good answer, mate. Very good answer. That was one of the ones I wasn't sure some would have got, but that's a cracking answer. I will jump back to the comments. I think that's 3 or 4 actually out the 8 already. So you're doing well, guys. We'll see how these 2 nuggets go at the end and see how many they get at the 8. Myself, mate, Hoggy touched on it, and I've seen a few things in the comments here as well. It was totally anti-football yesterday for Jim Goodwin's side, especially at a home game with the club that projects ourselves as the 3rd biggest force in Scottish football. I thought it was a poor advert for Scottish football, and for him as a manager as well. To be fair, his St Mirren side were a wee bit more free flowing and tried to play some football after such a long break, and having a decent enough side that they'll be going to hope to push for 3rd place. I thought it was park the bus at its very best It was Craig Levein-esque of the Scotland era, where they went the goalkeeper and the 10 at the back, if I remember right, Czech Republic away. It was embarrassing, Hoggy. And listen, that, as you said, Hoggy, that's one of the games that you look back at, like the Ross County game last year with Tony Ralston, and look at these games and say, aye, that's a game that make you champions. With Rangers being so poor and talking about results like that, Hoggy, our last 6 games, other than the Livingston game that we won 3-0, Dundee United, mate, 2-1 down, come back to win 4-2 with a couple of minutes to go. Ross County, 2-1, hard-fought game. Motherwell, 2-1, hard-fought game. Hearts, away, game of the season for me so far, 4-3. And then obviously Aberdeen yesterday. So 5 out of the last 6 games, mate, we have just nicked. I'm not worried in regard to going forward and winning the league. I've said it before, I think the league's already in the bag, but is that any worry for you? We've scored 16 goals, we've conceded 7, but we're just nicking them, mate. We're just nicking them.
It's not a concern for us, Dale. I think people have got this kind of idea of Celtic being just that team that goes and bulldozes everybody, and certainly, obviously, there has been phases where we've done that, but it doesn't concern me. I don't see there being any gaping issue with the defence or the midfield as well that's letting teams score against us. You look at some of the decisions in those games as well. Some of the decisions in the goals have been VAR decisions and penalties and stuff like that, which is, in another day they don't get the decisions because VAR's kind of overruled and VAR's put them on there. So there's nothing in there, mate, that certainly worries me. I think that when we get the reinforcements in, when January comes in, we've got the reinforcements in there, and we'll see if there's anybody else coming in. I know Anne said he had his eye on a couple of people coming in January, and we've already got them in the door, and Christ, when was Celtic ever that kind of efficient in their transfer dealings as well, that we've actually got the people signed before the fucking window opens, so yeah. There's nothing that concerns me, mate, with regards to the defence, midfield, the goals. I think we've got the ability to outscore anybody. And you'll remember old John Holborn as well as an old coach years at Netherdale all the years back. And one of his magic things as well was just, you win a game of football by scoring more than the opposition. They score 2, we score 3. They score 3, we score 4. And sometimes Celtic have had to have those games. If they score against it, right, we'll just score 1 more in these, and that's it. So that's a very simple way to speak about football, but it's 100% true. Goals wins you games, which takes me on quite nicely to the next point. And we've probably spoke this to death on the podcast at points, but the Kyogo Giakoumakis debate, which rages on every week on podcasts and pubs and hussies on phones. All Celtic fans talk about it, and it's there to be spoke about. The 6 games that I have just mentioned, Kyogo's got 3 goals, Giakoumakis has got 0, and also missed a penalty. Kyogo's got 10 league goals, Giakoumakis has got 6, albeit Kyogo has played and started a lot more games. We spoke earlier, Andy and Hoggy, in regards to Giakoumakis' attitude, even warming up when he wasn't playing. He had a smile on his face, his warm-ups were good. He gives absolutely everything when he's on the park. One glaring thing I did notice yesterday was he didn't look quite as settled. He looked a bit peed off yesterday, to be perfectly honest with you. And as I say, this debate's going to rage on. We as a club, obviously, and not just the one thing in regards to money, being a Scottish club, Man City go and sign Erling Haaland for whatever it was, and then a couple of weeks later go and sign the guy Alvarez, who's been an absolute sensation at the World Cup, and at 14.5 million, by the way, is going to be the signing of the century if he comes good at Man City. We as a club don't have the ability to go and get a player as good as Kyogo and Giakoumakis and give them big money and expect them to sit on the bench. If Giakoumakis does push for a January transfer, that must be a bit of a worry, Andy. I don't know if you noticed how the big man looked yesterday, but he certainly didn't look his self to me.
He's maybe been upset with the time of the substitution as well, because it was quite late on as far as I remember.
It was.
I think he's probably expected to get on a wee bit sooner. He wants to play every game, and I think there's a lot of the fan base would like to see him play in front of Kyogo. Not that they dislike Kyogo. I've been over this many times. I don't dislike Kyogo.
No,
Giakoumakis is my type of player who I like to see up front. But just on that point, I mean, how negative were Aberdeen? Like, you were saying it's a bad advert for Scottish football. I suppose it is, but how much of a bad advert is that to entice young Aberdeen fans to go and watch their local team? Can you imagine taking a wee boy to go and see that game, and this is your local team, you want to come and see them every week? I certainly wouldn't. It'd be, who's that team in the green white hoops? I like the way they play, and they wonder why teams only phone the teams that the local teams, and they're going to follow like Celtic down the road. That's the reason why. Have a go.
It's true, mate.
Especially they're at home, so have a go. But when you're talking about Giakoumakis, could they have played the two up front there yesterday? Aberdeen were so negative. The big man's got a bit of physicality about him. Put the two up front. Go for it.
I don't know how many times I've spoken about that either. I can't see that ever happening under Ange's tenure. I think he's very, very set in his ways, and he's been successful. So who are we? But you need to come on and discuss these things, or podcasts wouldn't exist. You can't just agree and say, right, that's fine. These things are here to be discussed. So, I think the big man will certainly be annoyed, Hoggy. And at 28 years of age, even though he's a massive club in Glasgow Celtic and playing in the Champions League, he'll want to be getting minutes under his belt, Hoggy, and playing on a weekly basis and getting goals, certainly at his age, mate. Maybe in the twilight of his career, probably the next 3 or 4 years is going to be the most fruitful of his career. And unfortunately, we could maybe miss out on that, mate.
Aye, listen, any professional footballer worth their salt at that level is wanting to play, is wanting to score goals, especially his position, is wanting to have that impact, is wanting to be that kind of central point of the team. And I think he's done, when he's had a run of games, he's done enough to show that he has got a shout for that leading striker for us.
Yeah.
It's again, I would never ever question Ange Postecoglou and his decisions and what he's doing. And he sees a lot more than we do. You know, we see him obviously when he turns up and plays. We don't see what happens day in, day out, sorry, at Lennoxtown. But I'm not trying to allude there that there's any problem with the laddie, but you know, Ange's decision is he seems to fancy Kyogo more for the starting place. But the whole thing, Dale, is you mentioned about his age and things like that there, and he's coming to the time now where this is his prime years. This is his next contract is going to be probably the big contract for him as well, the one that he can maybe put a bit of security to and get a bit of money in his pocket as well.
Yeah.
And for me, we spoke about it on the cup maybe a week or two ago. And it was that whole thing about a gentleman's agreement. You know, I signed this. I was told as well that if I did this and I did that as well, I'd get more money. It's let's see that kind of stuff bore off, mate, to me, and I don't mean that bad to him. If you're going to give a contract on somebody's word, then hell mend you. And if he has changed his agency but after that, then no wonder. Because if you're telling me as well, if I do X, Y, and Z that will get me money, put it in the contract. Put in the contract in that agreement as well. And if I get that, then you give me this amount of money. Right. So if it's turned out that has happened, which, you know, I would kind of pour cold water over that as well, because I don't think Celtic do their business that way anymore. But if that's the case, then he's been badly represented. He's been badly kind of advised on what that is, and whether his angst is at Celtic or just a situation that he's found himself in. But listen, I would keep the big boy if we could, if there's a way to kind of get the kind of contract situation started. But if he does see this as his prime opportunity to leave, then go.
Aye. We've said that on numerous occasions, mate, in regards to players, and Juranovic, obviously for me, the best right back at the club. Some folk will disagree. It's Tony Ralston, but that's everybody's got their own opinion in that. But we've always been that way in the podcast, mate. If it's Giakoumakis, if it's Juranovic, if it's Callum McGregor, and they come out and publicly state that they don't want to beat the football club, then I'm with you, mate. Ta-ta. And Ange is exactly the same. It comes across the same in the media. You want, if you want to play with me, you want to play at Celtic. That's it. The guy McGree who ended up at Middlesbrough was the one that showed Ange in his true colours very early on. He was offered a contract. They told Ange he had another team to speak to, and Ange says, right, forget the contract, goodbye. That's the way I feel as a fan as well. That's exactly the way I feel as a fan. If you don't want to be there, goodbye. I wish you all the best. I'm with you, Hogie. I really do hope they keep Big Giakoumakis. I'm a massive fan of him, and I hope he does stay. But Andy touched on a point there, and I've just seen Gary Melrose bringing it up in the comments as well, and it was just something I took a wee note of. The amount of empty seats at Pittodrie yesterday. Now, as I said earlier, this mob claim that they are the third biggest force in Scottish football. And going by their history and previous success, then you can't disagree. But Rangers started this fiasco years ago because they were sick of us beating them at the dump. Hibs followed suit, Hearts followed suit, Motherwell followed suit at the away end, at the Fir Park side. St Mirren have followed suit as well. I think Livingston, Ross County, Dundee United as well, actually. So you're probably talking 3/4 of the country have followed suit because their fans were unhappy. But their fans are also unhappy because they're not successful in a football park. Now, Aberdeen have got probably, I would say, more than half of the stadium empty yesterday.
Yep.
Again, the game's on Sky. It's like when Gretna were in the league and there was a game on at Fir Park and it was on Sky TV and there was 700 people in the main stand. I mean, Aberdeen are a massive club, a one-city club, but they can't fill their stadium, yet refuse to up Celtic's ticket allocation to appease their fans, which is absolutely ridiculous because you're talking 6 figures every single season, Hoggy, that Celtic and the other mob bring into these clubs for ticket sales.
Yeah,
I can understand the fans' frustration with look at the Livingston games. How much money that must bring into that club's phenomenal, and I can understand the fan situation. No wanting 4,000 and 5,000, 6,000 Celtic fans at one of their home games, but surely being realistic, they need to look at it and go, that's 2 players for us every season. That's 2 players' wages for them every season. And yesterday was shocking on the park and in the stands for an Aberdeen football club as a whole, mate. Looking at it, I thought it was quite embarrassing for them, to be perfectly honest with you. What's your thoughts on this ticket allocation fiasco and where these clubs and what these clubs should be doing, getting his tickets back and getting some money in the coffers? It's only going to benefit them and also the Celtic fans that can't get tickets for away games.
Listen, I think you're Aberdeen. Correct me if I'm wrong as well, but they've not reduced the allocation. Is that not just the same allocation we've always had at Aberdeen the last few years, though?
I don't know. It's just a wee corner, isn't it? It's just a wee corner in the south, isn't it?
Listen, there's loads of factors that you could potentially say caused that attendance yesterday as well. The time of year that it is, the weather that it is, the fact that it was on TV. But Andy's point there earlier on was absolutely on the button. The fact that you're trying to, as a club, entice young people, which is the next generation of your support base as well, entice them along now. Whether they put on incentives for kids and stuff like that to go, but what dads want to take his way to go and see that kind of football getting played as well. It's not going to entice anybody. The financial aspect of it is strange. That I know that St Mirren did a kind of wee thing where they basically put it to the fan vote. I think the fan have got a place in the board there. They put it to the fan vote. The fans decided as well that they wanted to strip down the allocation for it. But what St Mirren basically went back to them and said was, well, we're obviously taking a financial hit because of this. We're going to give you the opportunity to purchase an extra ticket. So they actually gave their fans the opportunity to say, well, if you no want us to sell these tickets on, then there you are. There's a wee link as well. Go and buy a couple of tickets. So there's means that they're trying to recoup some stuff there. But financially, it's crazy because, as you said, Dale, you know that you'll fill whatever allocation that you give to Celtic and the Rangers. And not to do that as well doesn't make sense, especially if you're your seats are going to be free. And looking at Pittodrie yesterday, as I say, for Aberdeen, such a big force, such a big name in Scottish football, to show that was just, it was poor. It wasn't really, really poor, mate.
Somebody said there was over 6,000 empty seats. Brian Conway was saying it was over 6,000 empty seats. And again, I'll reiterate, obviously, that this is every individual club's. It's up to them at the day. It's their club. They run the club. They're the money men. And I think it's a very, very fine balance, trying to keep their fans happy and also try to keep the books balanced, mate. There's no hiding away for the fact that there isn't a lot of money in Scottish football. What's your thoughts? Just as a personal opinion, obviously we don't know the ins and outs of boardrooms in Scottish football. We struggle to talk about Celtic for 2 hours, know what I mean?
Yeah. People go on about
thoughts on the ticket stuff and that, mate. What could be done to better it for the better of Scottish football?
You can understand these clubs want to keep as little or as few away fans.
Yeah.
For getting into the stadium as possible to try and affect the atmosphere and maybe get a benefit out of that to maybe up to win, get many of their fans in. But as I said before, Aberdeen's they've never had full crowds. Very, very few. A few times have you seen that stadium full? So why not take the benefit of it? Why not try and make it gain financially out of it? I mean, they're moaning and manhorn that Celtic and Rangers, they've got all the money and how can we compete with that? Well, do something about it. And the opportunity's there to make money. Surely, in this climate, in the league we're in, on the limited amount of money that you can make, you need to take every opportunity you can to make money. And it's right there in front of them. They could have given Celtic that whole stand there where they are, that whole stand. And they could have moved everybody else in and made it even more full, their own part of the stadium. Better atmosphere. That might achieve it. Listen, a lot of times when home teams have got a lot of opposition, look how hard it is to go to Livingston and get a win. And we've got 3 stands there. So it's just not necessarily go for the away team having more fans there. And they'll make money with it as well. A team like Livingston rely on things like this.
Yes.
That's what sustains them. So
definitely.
It's crazy.
It's a strange one.
It's crazy.
But Del, see, and on that, right, and we're kind of seeing the argument from a Celtic kind of point of view here.
Yeah.
But if you flip that, right, see if that was us, right, and we were one of these wee teams as well, then the big boys were coming. Would we be happy as well if our club was saying, right, see all your season ticket seats as well, we're going to shift these and we've got to put these into this one stand as well because we're going to get your full stand away. And it's one of the questions.
I don't think you would be, no.
Fan, it's like, fuck them. Pardon my language, sorry. It's like, no, I would.
That's the first one. They were warned. And apologies, by the way, if there is any kids watching. Yeah. But that's no bad talk. 32 minutes in, that's the first slip of the tongue, mate. You've done quite well. To be perfectly honest with you, I thought it would have been Andy. I thought it would have been Andy.
I'm trying to keep manually so out of my head, so don't.
Continue, Hoggy. I did definitely agree with that first point that you made, mate. That if the shoe was on the other foot, mate, you probably would be a bit peeved if you were going to home games and there's 7,000 opposing fans there. But again, it's another argument the same as everything else, mate. There's 2 sides to it. There's a board involved. There's fans involved. I do think Celtic as a club actually go to other teams and before every game and request a certain allocation, and they get told this is what you're getting, and that's it. What more can you do about it? Probably nothing, because if it's Aberdeen, it's their decision. If it's Livy, it's their decision. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. I feel sorry for Scottish football and people viewing it on the telly. I feel sorry for the Celtic fans who go home and away, because you see the amount of people looking for away tickets is absolutely unbelievable. They are harder now to get than a derby ticket or a Champions League ticket. It's so hard to get tickets for the away games. Back onto the chat, I'll have a wee look. If any of you are just joining us, guys, there was a wee teaser at the very start of the show, and there's quite a few good answers come in. But if any of you are just joining us and haven't heard it, the teaser was there was 8 players who have won the Ballon d'Or, the World Cup, and either the European Cup, where it was known, or the Champions League. 8 players have won all 3. Mr. Messi will be looking to add his name to that list at 3 p.m. today when the RGs take on France. And we will jump on it, troops. It is World Cup Day. Us at the CSP have had a wee predictor sheet going for the start of it. Mr. Hogg and Andy Boy have kind of ran away with it, to tell the truth. Hoggy sent me the outcomes which are possible for the day, which I won't read out because it's quite boring, to be honest with you. But they two are leading. Mr. Paddy Miller from the Jungle Gyms is ranked bottom. And I will add, just to annoy Paddy, that there's actually somebody above him who's not even in the prediction league anymore. So well done, Paddy, for your absolute immense knowledge in World Cup results. So, Hoggy Boy, what's the plans for this afternoon, and what are you thinking in the World Cup final, mate?
No plans this afternoon, mate. After this, I've got a proper Sunday couple of hours ahead of me. I'm going to go and pick up paint and stuff like that I bought for the
paint!
I know, paint and rollers and stuff like that as well. So that's my next hour or so. But I was talking to a wee guy at the gym this morning about it, and it's one of the ones where I'm so conflicted as well, because I want France to date, because that's but if France win, then I'll lift the predictor sheet thing. But who doesn't want Messi to sign off for the World Cup with a victory? Now, whether there'll be a bit of skullduggery about as well with FIFA and want to make that happen, because they'll obviously cash in on that. But it'll be interesting to see if there's any VAR decisions that go Messi's way. But I still think France will do it. I think France have got too much over the years of being a successful trophy-winning team on the world stage. I think Argentina obviously won one of the South American or that kind of area.
They won the Copa 2 years ago, didn't they?
Yeah, so there is that, but I just think France will be too strong a team and squad for them who can bring on for the bench.
That's the kind of way my head and heart's ruling as well. I can kind of see France nicking an army, and I'm exactly the same boat as yourself. I want Messi to win it. What I will say is that they're quite similar teams. I think the French hang with the youth on their side. I think the boy Rabiot in the middle of the park had a really, really good tournament. And Mbappe, obviously in full flight, is a good player. But for me, Alvarez, obviously if you've got Messi in your team, you've always got a chance. And the wee Scottish boy, McAllister, what a player. What a player he is, by the way. Really,
is he not for Irish descent?
I don't know, mate. I think he's granny's.
I think he's for Irish descent.
I think he's granny's for Wishy or something. I don't know.
Springburn, I think it is.
But I'm really looking forward to it. I'm with you, Hoggy. My head's definitely telling me that the French are going to nick it. My heart is wanting to see the wee man lifting it. For me, the greatest of all time, I don't know. I've always said Maradona, but he's certainly in the top 2 or 3. Better than Ronaldo, yes, 100% for me. Much more humility, nicer person on and off the park, keeps himself to himself. Good winner, good loser. Unlike the other wee peckers for Portugal. So my heart's telling me France 1-0 in a tight game. My head's telling me Lionel Messi will get the winner and lift it. How it goes, I don't know. Andy boy, thoughts?
Argentina will win 2-1.
Yes,
and I'm not having feelings of France winning it or anything like that. Argentina is going to win the day 2-1, absolutely 100%. Put 20 quid on it, Paddy Power or any other William Hill, whatever. Tell me that's going to be the score.
I'm looking forward to it, and I think the World Cup was a bit of a slow burner for most people. I think the first 2 weeks, obviously, you're probably thinking about missing the Celtic and all that, and you're going to be watching this, and the first few games weren't they very good. But I think if you look back on it, once it's finished, it's actually been quite a good World Cup. It's actually been quite decent. There's been some good games. You've probably seen guys playing at the height of their powers, like Luka Modric, like Ronaldo, like Lionel Messi, like Lewandowski, people that we'll speak about in 20, 25 years as iconic football players in our generation, and it's possibly the last time that you could see them in such a big stage in the World Cup. Even though Mr. Modric did say yesterday after the third and fourth playoff that he will play on until the 2024 Euros, which is music to my ears because he's one of the best midfield players I've ever seen in my life. So, another wee bit about Celtic, or Hoggy or Andy, if you have got anything to put in, we'll get a last wee 15 minutes on the incomings and outgoings and the potentially another busy January transfer window, other than the two guys that we've got in through Johnson and Kobayashi. But Hoggy, 20 minutes to 15, 20 minutes left. Anything you want to throw your tuppence in for, mate, before we jump onto that?
Not particularly. I think over the course of the yesterday and today as well, there'll be a lot of stuff getting spoke with all the contributors that I don't want to kind of go over what already have been spoke about and get people bored with talking about Wigan Celtic for a bit. But here's one for you, right? Because I know obviously the Jungle Gym's done a wee bit of a thing with regards to the select players and stuff like that for different managers.
Aye, the last 11 managers, and they done it with the clock before it. It was a good show, man. It was good to watch.
I was sitting trying to kind of thinking, then last night as well in preparation for this as well in the day, and trying to think of just something a wee bit different, a wee bit kind of nice to actually kind of take us.
Oh yeah, it's actually doing a wee bit of prep because we're on Acsom and that.
I'm going to stick he's on the spot, right? Because I've also got my Hoggy's final thoughts as well. We usually do on a Monday night as well, but
yes,
I'm going to bring that in. But I want to ask you the new, right? Now, I'm not going to allow you to actually select any of the Lisbon Lions in this, right? But if you could bring one player from Celtic's past into this current squad to contribute and improve our team, who would it be and why?
I think the easy one, you would just go straight to Henrik Larsson, wouldn't you, all the time? It would be the easier answer, and because of the discussion with Kyogo and Giakoumakis, maybe no scoring as many goals and the chances created, Larsson would have an absolute field day in this side with Jota. And by the way, Abada again yesterday, who came on for me, just totally lifts that full team. His directness totally lifts the team, and it's such a good headache to have with Haksabanovic and him, and James Forrest comes on, sets up the goal. So
let me make this a wee bit more difficult. Then Henrik's not allowed.
Right. Aye, that's fine. No, I wasn't actually going to select him because of that. Because I think it'd be the easiest to go-to answer.
Think obscure, maybe think obscure, no the obvious
ones.
I
wasn't going to think obscure. I was thinking more along the lines of Lubomir Moravcik. I think you can still see that hole in the middle of the park for Tommy Rogic left. Even though Matt O'Reilly's a very good player, a very inventive player, very, very busy, good skill-wise and stuff, they've broke the lines and created so many chances and scored so many good goals as Tommy Rogic did at his time at Celtic. So I think I would go to Lubo. I think I would go to Lubo to come into Angie's team. Aye, that's what my answer is before I talk anywhere crap.
Lubomir. Right, Andy, what about yourself, brother?
I'm kind of stuck between two. I know Dale's point's talking about the midfield there, so if I could quickly slip in two, I would go with Paul McStay in the midfield, but definitely 100% would be Danny McGrain.
Aye.
Why? Why?
Just world class. The guy was just absolutely world class. I think he'd be superb in this team. And he's my favourite Celtic player, so that's why.
I think that all the stories that I've heard growing up, my dad, my papa, and even talking to Frankie Roy and that on the podcast, and Tommy Sheridan and guys like that they were kind of that era that caught the tail end of the Lisbon Lions, moving into Kenny Dahl and Danny McGrain and stuff like that. That's definitely the one player. I only caught the end of Paul McStay, to be fair. My first season got to watch Celtic at Hampden and stuff, but Danny McGrain's a player that if somebody says you want to go back and watch Sunday, the Lions are the most obvious answer. But I would have loved to have seen Danny McGrain at his prime, playing well, up doing that right wing.
See,
Man,
I
that's
seen
a great
Danny,
answer, mate.
I seen Danny towards the end of his time at Celtic, but I still seen him in the flesh. I still seen him play.
I thought you were born in the same year as well.
Aye, thanks very much, still.
Right, Hockey. Round to yourself, mate. How did you select?
I had a right good talk to myself. I know I told you on the pod as well that I talk to myself quite a bit when I'm in this. Honestly, I was actually trying to convince myself who I should pick. I'm talking to myself and the hand gestures and stuff. But I was kind of sitting and I looked back at on our pod. Obviously, we do the kind of my Celtic story in our top 11s and stuff. And I had a wee look through my best Celtic 11, and there was a couple who stuck out. Now I'm looking at the comments there as well, and we're seeing Lubomir Moravcik, we're seeing Paul McStay, obviously Henrik's in there, Kenny Dalglish. You know, there's some good players there.
Aye, Danny McGrain, Gary Melrose said there, sorry, just to touch on it. Jack Charlton selected Danny McGrain in his greatest ever team. So what an accolade that is coming through there. Somebody's actually put in Didier Agat. Aye, fair enough. As I say, opinionated Glaswegian OG. So that is his opinion. Whether Didier Agat would be my first choice then. I see Jake in there, Paul McStay, Chris Sutton, Georgie.
I had a wee smile as well. Paddy Levery saying Diego Laxalt, and we've got a bit of Dewey action in there as well.
Aye, that's
Edson Braffide as well. There you are, some good
World Cup winner. Why not?
The two that kind of stuck out for me as well, and again, it's a wee bit obscure as well. It's not going to be your go-to choices for everybody as well. But in my top 11, I had Paul Elliott. I thought as well he was a big commanding, classy, big centre half as well. That I think would be an excellent foil for Cameron Carter-Vickers. And then I thought, feed the bear, Roy Aitken. I thought as well he brings in as well a bit of passion, a bit of dig as well. I was kind of stuck between those two, but I thought I would bring back Paul Elliott into the Celtic squad now as well. Just clink him right in there aside Cameron Carter-Vickers as well. Tighten that up, as you said earlier. We're maybe conceding a couple of goals as well, which is I don't think there's a huge problem, but I think a Paul Elliott for me would be the one that I'd bring in, which is totally obscure. It's away for Henrik and all the absolute greats.
Aye.
That's been voted in by our club. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting, man.
It would be a very, very good back pairing, mate. Paul Elliott was an absolute beast in the air and stuff. Very, very rarely lost anything. Cameron Carter-Vickers has been a sensational signing for us. So calm in the ball. And Carol Starfelt isn't the same player. Carter-Vickers isn't playing. And I've always gave it to Starfelt a wee bit. And I've always said I'm still not 1,000,000% convinced. Still, I think the jury's out a wee bit. Not that I don't like him. I think he's a very, very good player. I think there's a mistake in him. But when he plays with Carter-Vickers, and yesterday I thought he was phenomenal. Even though Aberdeen didn't come forward that much, he looked so much more comfortable with Carter-Vickers at the back, and he done really well. We've got a wee 10 minutes left.
What do you think, George? Just when you're on that point there as well, we mentioned earlier about the incomings, and you've got the lad, the Kobayashi that's coming in there. Yep. Now, you've then got I suppose, the kind of question. You've got Cameron Carter-Vickers, Carl Starfelt, Moritz Jens, Stephen Welsh, and then the Kobayashi. So you've got 5 recognised centre halves. Now, if you're looking at a pecking order as well, I'd probably say, I don't know what everybody's opinion is of them, mind you, but Stephen Welsh should probably be at the bottom end of that for selection as well. But
I don't know enough about Kobayashi, but I certainly don't think Ange brings him in to be below Welsh in the pecking order. August, you're bang on me, aye.
Yeah, and again, we've not seen a lot of him, absolutely not. But it's interesting. We've always said as we were wanting to get two top players for every position, and if you've then got Carter-Vickers and Starfelt, which for me is probably you're starting to, if you're picking the best. Yeah. We've got in the loan, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with his loan deal at the end of the season if we're bringing in the new lad there and have brought him in. But that gives you 4 recognised and arguably, so we've not seen him yet, but top quality centre halves. You brought in Alistair Johnson, which we know is probably going to be
Juranovic.
Cheerio for Juranovic, he'll give us a wee bit of cash in there. Can you see, if Juranovic does go for big money, can you see money being spent on a particular area of our squad or of our team? Do you think it'll be
up front? I think.
I think so as well, Andy. I do think we need another striker. And the thing is, Hoggy, and it's happened back to being in the position of being a Scottish club, and you can't speculate to accumulate. You can't sign players thinking that he's going to get injured or this or that. You have to have your squad trim enough that the finances is working, and you also have to have it trim enough to make sure that the guys that aren't playing week in, week out are making benches and getting some sort of minutes to keep them happy, which is Anne's doing that particularly well. I don't know so much, but it doesn't care, and it shouldn't care, because first and foremost, Celtic Football Club need to win games and they need to win trophies. If these guys aren't happy, it's no his problem. We need to have players in the positions. The centre half one, Welsh could go. I think it'll benefit his career. Could we no take up Jens's option to buy? Aye, probably. You might not see him at Parkhead next year either. I think the big man's trying to talk his sell into a deal right enough.
Looks like it.
But Kobayashi's come in, Andy. He's certainly not come in to be fifth choice. I'm looking forward to seeing him and the boy Johnson in the new year. But certainly a centre forward, Hoggy, I would like to see coming in, and that's probably me with Giacomakis at the forefront of my mind, thinking that he's possibly going to leave. And Kai will go misfiring, by the way, because a return to 10 league goals in 16 games, by all accounts, is good. It's more than 1.5 goals a game, right? I know you can't score half a goal, but that's what all these statistic people put up. But I would like to see a kind of Giacomakis-esque type player coming in, the big, strong number 9 penalty box striker. If we were going to spend money,
so it's as if we've planned this, and obviously we haven't.
We don't plan or write down nothing. We've made our podcast after talking crap for an hour on a Monday and a Friday. So
I can't even write.
Segue just appeared. Andy, sorry about you saying, buddy.
Says I can't even write.
There's a natural synergy and a beautiful wee segue that's appeared there, and this is kind of taking me on to my final thoughts as well, which we usually do on a Monday, and there will be a good one on Monday. And this is almost taking a appease Barry Quinn a wee bit. Barry is obviously one of our good friends on the Celtic Supporters podcast, and best friend in life. And he's been saying this for the last week or two. And I see Shugster as well, on yourself, Shugster, commenting. If Celtic had the opportunity just now to bring back Moussa Dembele into the team, into the squad, would that be one that you would be extremely happy with, make happen, or are you thinking, no, I'll go?
100%. He knows what the club's about. He's been here before. He's scored plenty of goals. He's a quality player. He's went away. He's got more experience. He'll probably get better. Obviously, he's got a wee bit older, but I think he'd be an absolute perfect fit. Absolutely.
Couldn't agree more. Mate. And I toiled with my partner in crime with Henrik Larsson when I was choosing my best 11, which was kind of always Chris Sutton with our generation when I'd done the My Celtic story, which will be returning, by the way. But I would definitely take Moussa back. If the wages are going to be a stumbling block, that's a possibility. I think he was in something like €100,000 a week or something at Lyon. He's went to Atletico and stuff like that. But mate, I would take him back tomorrow, and no gear what he wanted as such. But if you're looking for a class player that's going to make a difference in a Champions League, is it worth throwing a wee bit more money at in a wage structure sense? Aye, definitely, mate. So it would only benefit the club.
I think in theory, I think it makes sense as well. He kind of fits that type of striker you can see there, but I just think the practicality and the finances, it means that it's not going to happen. And again, one of the comments as well, is it just fan talk or is there something there? For me, it's fan talk. Somebody's put two and two together as well. He's run this
probably is.
In the last 6 months. So could we get him back in? Now, I would like to see it, but there's that bit of me that's almost like And it's a legacy win as well. So we know that there's people that's left Celtic and we're thinking, oh, if they come back, would it actually damage the legacy? Has he got that big a legacy at Celtic? Yes, he's loved and he's Twitter the chat and stuff like he's got about Celtic. He clearly has got a huge affinity for it as well. But I just think the theory is great. The practicality means that it will happen for me. I think it is just a bit of kind of fan talk, and there's no a lot in that. But I think you will see if Juranovic goes. I do think you will see people coming in, because I think Ange knew with European football not on the cards now, this is the preparation for the summer coming.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, mate. That's exactly what I was going to say, and I'd say that to Andy as well. If Juranovic does go and you get close to that 20 million mark, Hoggy, 100% agree with you. And we get guys like Robertson and maybe Welsh, and I think McCarthy's here for the next 4 years anyway, man. I don't know what he's doing, making tear son now, but if you get some of these guys after the wage bill and you get that big money in, 100% agree with Hoggy, Andy. What a perfect opportunity in January to maybe go and spend 10, 15 million quid and have this squad set going into a summer, going into another tilt at the Champions League, albeit looking at maybe losing Carter Vickers or a Jota in the summer, but a great opportunity to have that 5-6 months run up before the summer starts, and maybe no need to do a lot of business in the summer, if any.
Aye. I don't think, looking at Ange and his recruitment process and his eye for a player, I don't think we need to go and spend 20 million on 1 or 2 players. We can pick players up, quality players. He's proved that at a very good price and put them on long-term deals where we're going to benefit for them in the future. We obviously sell on and the clauses down to appearances and stuff like that. So I think we could, for 20 million quid with Angie's eye for a player, we could get quite a few players out of that. What's happening with the boy by South Korea? Is he still linked?
Is that the guy Cho?
The striker.
Aye. I think it's the rumour mill still there surrounding him. But listen,
I'm sure he's got his eye on players constantly. So
yeah, and it's only
2
weeks to January, Hoggy, and as you well know, the circus that surrounds Glasgow Celtic, which for me seems to be a lot more relevant than any other club, probably because we are Celtic fans and we notice it more. I'd imagine all the other teams will, but the rumour mill will be going daft in the next couple of weeks coming up to the 1st of January, and who's coming and who's going, and probably try to sign Raquelme and that again, and whoever else it used to be, the wee baldy guy that played by Zaragoza, was it?
Who was the Icelandic striker that we always get linked to?
I don't know. The same guys every year. But listen, we have nearly burst our hour, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Again, guys, in the description box, please check out the Glory and the Dream link for the new song, which again it is really, really good. It's a really good video. It's a catchy chorus. It catches absolutely everything about Celtic Football Club. There's bits about St Mary's in it. Paradise. The video's good. I think it was the Wakes and a guy for the Proclaimers. I'm sure the song's actually been sitting somewhere. I was watching Paul John yesterday in a vault, Hoggy, for like 35 years. This song's been there, and it's been remastered by the Wakes. Another female artist, I can't remember. Paul John will probably let them know once he comes back on. But it's a really good song. Also in there, guys, you'll find the GoFundMe for the St Mary's. So we'll be jumping off in the next minute or two. But going back to the teaser, out of the 8 players, guys, who have you got, Hoggy?
Well, I just go through the list that I've wrote.
And obviously you've had the comments on, so you've been cheating, yeah.
I've seen some of them. Right.
I'm just going to copy Hoggy, by the way. I had that written down.
Right, so who I've got, right? Maldini, Henry, Henry, Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Ronaldinho, Cannavaro, Cruyff, Mateus, Pirlo, Zlatan.
Most of them,
Zlatan get the World Cup, of course. I would have faced.
You've got 2 right out of all them you just said. Aye.
Cannavaro's one, no way.
No.
No?
No.
Cannavaro's no won the World Cup, the Ballon d'Or, and the Champions League.
No, according to what I searched, no.
Right.
So the eight, and listen, that again, this this is probably quite a good way to end, because 9 times out of 10 on a Monday and Friday we watch our podcast back and go like that. By the way, we were miles off that, man. We were talking absolute mince last night. So
What
see
about Beckenbauer?
if I'm rank here, by the way, I'm not even going to be that bothered, man, because we talked about a gump on a Monday and a Friday anyway. So the 8 players that I got on the Wikipedia, and last, by the way, I heard this on
You've not even asked me, Andy, you get any more?
Aye, Beckenbauer.
Beckenbauer's one, yes. So the list
Stefano.
The list that is published. Oh, you go, Andy. Who else? Who else did you have me at it? And that's
Stefano.
The list published on Wikipedia was Bobby Charlton, Franz Beckenbauer, Gerd Müller, Paolo Rossi, Zinedine Zidane, Ronaldinho, Kaká, and Rivaldo. That's the 8 players it's online that it was published that have previously won the 3 aforementioned accolades.
And what's the accolade again, Dale? What was it? It was the World Cup.
The Champions League and European Cup and the Ballon d'Or. So correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. That's me reading off of Google. That is certainly not my knowledge. But that was the 8 players, and Ronaldo to add his name to that list today if he does win. Listen, guys, our hour is just about up. A big, massive thank you for everybody listening. A thank you to Paul John again for the invite. We'll hopefully be back next year again. Make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. If you want to come over and watch the Celtic Supporters podcast, Monday evening, 7 o'clock, we're on reviewing the weekend's games every Monday at 7. On a Friday, we're on between about 7 and half 8, just depending on folks' situations, where we have a beer. It's called the Friday Shite Talk. Again, apologies for the slip of the tongue. We talk about the game coming up at the weekend. We have a beer with the boys. We have a bit of crack. We have the CSP Room 101, where we discuss things we want to put in the bin, like the old TV programme. Very laid back approach. It's a good laugh. So jump over to the Celtic Supporters podcast on YouTube. Give us a wee like, give us a wee subscribe, and a big shout out to our official sponsors, the Boys on Tour. You can get them on Instagram and Facebook. Check the guys out on there as well for any personalised stuff. T-shirts, flags, hats, badges. Thank you very much for your time, guys. Thanks very much to Acsom. Make sure you keep watching, guys. The podcast is on right through until 8 p.m. this evening. So keep watching, keep donating, and let's get as much money in as possible to St Mary's. Until Paul does bomb us off, Augie, you've always got a wee final thought and a wee blather, and I'm just not wanting to leave just quite yet. I know Paul John will probably go on and try to sneak in cups of teas and bits of scran because he's on all the time, but I think that's him maybe popping up now. I think that'll just be the video coming on for the song. So, right, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll speak to you all on Monday night. God bless. Take care, everybody. Have a safe weekend.
Well, guys.
Cheers, trips.
Bye-bye, guys.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a Taylor and a John and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with delight. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. Even through the lean years, our support would flock in thousands. Countless trophies stand displayed for all to view. By side, brothers, sisters, we're united, and our children do the same. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. We stand in paradise. So what's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
Wow. Follow
Well, that
that.
was that's good stuff. It's like a flashback to the '80s when I used to watch MTV and they'd play the same video like 75 times a day.
Yeah.
It's like U2 with or without you. I've seen that song so many times watching watching the channel over the last couple of days. But similarly, it's enjoyable every time. So welcome everybody. We are the Huddle Breakdown, otherwise known as the Spreadsheet Shagging podcast. So Alan Morrison is joining me. My name is James, and our third padre, Enda Cole. Alan, I didn't say this to you yet. He told me this in confidence. He thought the whole thing was a little too Irish Catholic-y. So that's why he didn't join us this weekend. He's actually yesterday he was at an effective altruism retreat, and today he's at a Scientology retreat. So that's why Enda's not with us. No, seriously, he had other commitments and couldn't join us this weekend. He's the broadcasting professional, so you're stuck with me trying to facilitate this today. So it's a little early. I'm in the U.S., so the bags under my eyes are larger than usual. So Alan from Celtic by numbers, by the way. Alan, how you getting on?
Yeah, okay. I have to say, well, firstly, the bag's under my eyes. I've got no excuse because it's obviously 1 o'clock. It's the consequence of 2 nights out in a row. At my age, I just can't do.
At your age, that's a
I can't
debacle.
do 2 nights out in a row. It's just ugly. So
I'm surprised you're not in the bathroom still.
Well, I know it was touch and go. Yeah, if I just got to scuttle off quickly, you'll know why. But no, listen, that was a fantastic song, and I think it's. It also gets in quite a few nice little references, especially you and I are kind of outside of the Glasgow bubble, and I think perhaps people that live in and around Scotland and are with this 24 hours a day, sometimes we forget what a powerful and incredible story Celtic is, and it's something I'm not sure that the club does enough really to if I use the word exploit, you know what I mean, in terms of telling that story, because it is such an engaging
Amplify. Let's say amplify.
Amplify, yeah, it's a better word. Yeah, thank you. And amplify that story. But that single does a fantastic job at it, and obviously this charity weekender and raising funds for St Mary's, is really focusing at the heart of Celtic. So well done to Paul and to the team for that.
Absolutely. So we're going to follow our own kind of unique agenda today. We try to take a more objective approach to analyzing games. So we're going to do some of that for the game yesterday, obviously. We'll talk a little bit about the big game later today, which I think is, I think the Eagles are playing somebody. No, I'm kidding. I had.
Is it game 320 of the baseball season or something?
Oh, come on. That's too cold out for baseball, Alan. Come on. But no, we'll talk a little bit about the World Cup as well. Well, let's start there. Let's get that out of the way before we do a deep dive on yesterday, and maybe talk about a little bit about the season generally for the other than the 4 people that watch us when we decide to do a podcast every week. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a review of the season so far if we have time. But before we dive into that, what are you thinking when you put your analytical brain to work, what's coming in a couple of hours here.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think international football is becoming a lot like sort of grassroots football, where teams set up very much dependent on what they think the opposition are going to do, to a far greater extent than most professional club sides do, where most teams, especially the better ones, tend to have a style of play, and they may make slight adjustments to it, but they'll generally be true to a particular pattern of play. But that isn't the case, I don't think, for either of these teams. France will probably set up in a fairly predictable shape, of sort of 4-2-3-1, but the personnel may well be quite different, and their orientation in terms of where they're trying to move the ball into, I think, will depend on where they think the weaknesses are, specifically for the Argentina team. And I think Argentina could easily play any number of combinations of shape, because I think that that's the way that their coach sees things, and he's actually navigating through this and adapting and adjusting after a terrible start and being under a lot of pressure, losing to Saudi Arabia. They've actually grown into themselves. But I mean, this is a group of footballers, Argentina, who don't lose and haven't lost. Apart from that Saudi Arabia game, is maybe a couple of defeats and about 40 internationals. I think the winning of the Copa America in 2019 in Brazil, admittedly it was in front of very few spectators because of COVID. That was an enormous moment for them in terms of their belief as a group of players. That group of players is largely very similar, and the coach seems to be a very sensible and pragmatic and intelligent guy. So I'm expecting an incredibly cagey game, having said all that, because I think Deschamps is by nature a defensive coach. They're a remarkable team, France, because of just the sheer depth of talent that they can draw upon. I don't think any other country could have lost arguably 5 first 11 picks, and still put out a team that could probably win the World Cup anyway. And then when you look at the depth of young players behind them, it's just frightening. I mean, you could see France dominating international football for years to come. But and it's interesting, we've got such a talented.
You're in the Matrix, Alan. So while Alan's in the Matrix until his connection rekindles, I'll share my thoughts, which are generally worth not much, but it's fascinating watching, especially coming off of. You're back. Are you back, Alan?
Yeah. Sorry, I realized I must have dropped off there for a sec.
That's all right. You were in the Matrix. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, finish your thought. You about 20 seconds. Oh, you're back in the Matrix. So, yeah, it's interesting the segue from yesterday's game and some of the discussions coming out of that with how defensive Aberdeen set up. It's interesting because given the talent, particularly the attacking talent that France has, some of the criticism that Deschamps realized, despite winning a World Cup, has been how defensive they play. And actually, StatsBomb put out a graphic this morning that showed, I think France has been one of the least aggressive defending teams in the tournament, meaning that they've sat back and looked to counter. And the possession data, for example, has been pretty low for a team of that talent. So not only is the depth there, as you mentioned, but I mean, so it's a fascinating juxtaposition where you've got this manager who's got a way of playing that's conservative and it's worked for him, but it's interesting given how good they are that they play that way. And I think that'll be interesting today because of I think there's some brashness in that defensive line of Argentina as they've displayed through the tournament, and so it'll be interesting, I think, how, let's say, an Otamendi, if they get caught in one of these counters, if I'm an Argentina supporter, I worry about that. Meaning that, if you can keep 11 guys on the pitch, I think it's a pretty good, coin flip kind of game. But I worry as far as one of the Argentinian defenders getting caught and then doing something brash. And hopefully, I don't want to see that happen, obviously, because then then you're looking at one team probably just trying to get the penalty kicks if the game's a draw. And I think it'd be much more exciting if we can get a back and forth game, because I'm a kind of agnostic on from a rooting interest perspective. So I see your head nodding, so I think you're out of the matrix. So if you wanted to finish your thought.
Yeah, as I was talking to myself in the Matrix, as often happens, I think making the same point you made really around Deschamps, who he has all this attacking flair available to him, and yet he plays quite defensively. Would it be different or better for France to be a more attacking team? Because you look at the players they've got and you think they could easily steamroller most teams if they really put their foot down. And they don't. They play very conservatively, and they play in bursts and in moments. And that's and both teams are like that. I think there'll be a lot of the game today where it doesn't appear like a lot is happening. And then there'll be moments, because that's how Argentina deliberately play. And it's sensible, because you can't have Messi running at you for 90 minutes. He has to pick he's only got so many runs in him. The best thing that could happen actually for the game is if one of the French players goes through Messi in the first minute and he gets a bit annoyed, because when he's annoyed, he's absolutely unstoppable. That'd be brilliant. But we saw against England, especially, and against Morocco, that the French defence is gettable. I mean, they've got young centre back in whoever they put in next to Varane, and Varane was one of the players who went down with this virus that they've said they've had going through the squad. So whether it's Upamecano or Kanati, both great players, but very, very young and quite inexperienced. We've seen, the reason that Lucas Hernandez was the first pick left back and not his brother Teo is because he's more solid defensively. And we've seen both sides of that. We've seen Teo Hernandez, score a goal in the semi-final, quite a thrilling attacking play, but he's vulnerable defensively, as we saw against Saka, especially, and against Ziyech. So they are gettable. I think they are gettable, France.
I actually we haven't had a chance to speak. We haven't had a show, and taken a little bit of a break here the last couple of weeks with the break and play, the Celtic play, and so we haven't had a chance to discuss this, Alan. But I've been talking to a couple of my other friends about it, and I actually think that the gap in let's call it probability between Morocco and France that you might think is probably not that relative to being an Argentina. Everyone's talking about Messi, and is Messi going to get his World Cup? I mean, I don't think there would have been a huge difference in the chances of Argentina winning if Morocco had been the opponent, because of that point, meaning that I think Argentina have a very good chance of scoring at least one, probably two goals against France. Whereas against Morocco, I mean, you could easily see a game where, again, a 0-0 taking it to penalty kicks, putting 8, 9, 10 guys behind the ball. And Morocco showed they were very dangerous on the counter. So probably, obviously not as dangerous as France, but probably going to be better defensively, more structured, and, flying by the seat of their pants, shall we say, a little bit more. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, Argentina really do. They obviously build the game around Messi. I mean, you have to, and as I say, he's very intelligent. He picks his moment and he sees the weakness of the team. He sees a space, and at that point, they spring to life. If you're playing against a team like Morocco who sits in, that's very difficult, because you're probably only going to generate a few moments in that game. You're not going to be relentlessly launching, and this will come back to the conversation we'll have about yesterday's game. You could launch continually balls into the box, and then you just pick up the pieces sometimes, but they don't play like that. And I think I agree with you. They would have struggled. I do hope both teams have an attacking outlook. I don't think they will. I think it will be a fascinating game for the likes of me and you that are interested in the defensive alignments and interested in how problems are being solved from a defensive perspective as much as an attacking perspective. But it might not make for great viewing for people who just want to see have a beer and watch some goals fly and sort of thing. It may not be that. But listen, I'm probably with many people on the planet in that. Whilst nothing that happens today is ever going to change my opinion of Messi as the greatest player I've ever seen and ever will see, and that's not going to change whatever happens today. My heart hopes that he's lifting that trophy, but my head says that France will find a way. They'll do just enough again to kind of to unlock. They've got so many attacking players that they can bring off the bench, and actually I think they've had the best player in the tournament in Griezmann. He's been sensational in terms of the way that he's finds space and just finds ways to affect the game. But
Defending too.
Also, yeah, exactly,
He's
absolutely
been
off the
a
ball.
man possessed. Yeah,
he's been such a worker for that team. Such that Mbappe doesn't need to do that much defensively, and Griezmann's more than kind of compensate for him. So he's been amazing, and he deserves that in terms of his role. I mean, he was at one point their sort of star striker, and now he's playing this sort of supporting number 10 role. It's almost like a bit like Deschamps. Deschamps famously was the water carrier, and Griezmann's a little bit of a combination of a classic number 10 creator. And also he does a lot of the graft as well for the midfield. So fascinating how he's kind of reinvented himself for this tournament. But yeah, the heart says Argentina, but the head says France, I think. I was just shocked that the USA, of course, didn't make the final. I mean,
yeah, right.
Been given such an easy group as well. I know you did get out of it.
Yeah, talk about stereotypes. So. Probably most people watching aren't aware. There's been a huge controversy coming out of the World Cup for the U.S. Relative to the connection to Celtic is not a good one. Claudio Reyna's son, Gio, that plays at Dortmund, and is kind of widely regarded as probably the most talented player in the team, with probably a higher ceiling than Pulisic, for example. Barely played, and it turns out the manager Berhalter went to a supposedly off the record shindig amongst corporate executives, supposed to be a management leadership conference of some sort, and he told a story about how basically he communicated with this rogue player and they almost sent him home, and that turned out to be Reyna. As things are apt to be that are supposed to be off the record, it leaked out, and so this became a whole dust up. How do you not play? Because apparently he told Reyna before they started practicing in preparation that he was not going to play a big part in the tournament. Which again, I find that an odd thing to say to a 20-year-old player, probably your most talented player in advance. So I don't know why, but again, so that's been the big drama coming out that most of the rest of the world probably has not even heard of. So we'll find out whether they end up getting rid of that manager.
Got it. I mean, he's almost permanently injured.
Right.
Right.
So it's complicated, right? Yeah. So he's had fitness issues. He was fit.
Yeah.
So he was fit coming out. The other funny part of it, funny, is apparently Berhalter, who's the manager, is very close with, like, the wives were friends and the families. With the Reyna family. So yeah, it's a soap opera.
All right.
So between the corporate retreat aspect and the ridiculousness of all this, it's very stereotypically American story. But yeah, not the most exciting tournament from a U.S. perspective. So let's segue into yesterday's game, talking about a defensive performance with a death-defying counter-attacking strategy from Aberdeen. I kept chuckling to myself. They kept calling him Duke, but obviously the phonetic pronunciation is Duck, and that immediately kept reminding me of Gene Hackman's character. What was in the Western with Clint Eastwood? I forget the name of it. Won an Oscar, where he kept calling the assassin guy for Unforgiven. Yeah, he kept calling him the Duck of Death, the English assassin that was in it. So I kept thinking that this guy is going to be the Duck of Death for us on the counterattack. Unfortunately,
the Duck of Diving. Unfortunately,
exactly. That's what it ended up being. So yeah, I think there's a lot of fertile analytical discussion to be had here relative to the narrative coming out of the game, and I did some. I did some prep, so I'll throw some numbers at you. We'll have a little fun with this, with some of the numbers that I came up with coming out of the game relative to their strategy. But so yeah, what was your impression of the game from an analytical perspective?
Yeah, I mean, well, let me I'll throw one stat out there just because it's quite remarkable, is that I think Aberdeen's expected goals of 0.06 is the lowest of any team in any game in the SPFL this season, right? So they had 2 shots, both from long distance out. Yeah, that's the lowest XG anyone's failed to create, if you like, in any game. I could see what they were trying to do, and I didn't have an issue with what Aberdeen were trying to do. And I looked at Twitter at halftime, and there was just a sea of comments about what an awful game of football it was, and I was actually sitting there enjoying it perversely, because again, I was fascinated to see, to me, their best part of their team is their attack. They've got 2 good forwards, so who are the only 2 players apart from Shankland that is up there. If you sort of plot the stats for the strikers in the league, you've got Kyogo and Giacomakis out on their own. Then you come back a bit, you've got sort of Kolak and Morelos, and then the best of the rest is sort of Shankland, and then the 2 lads from Aberdeen. So they've got 2 good strikers. And you'd think they'd want to, focus on that. But what actually happened was we went man for man with them. So you're playing 2v2, and you'll be able to draw, no doubt, some basketball analogies about this. But most teams will not do that. Most teams will not go 2v2 at the back, right? They will have an extra man. But we were going 2v2. So essentially, it was 8v8, in the Aberdeen defensive third. And I just thought, right, this is fascinating. How are we going to unpick this? Because they basically played a rigid 5 and then a rigid 3, and the 3 just shuffled along, and they kept their spacing, and their concentration levels were incredibly good. And they kept their discipline, and it was up to Celtic to how could we break them down. I didn't have a problem with that, because the thing was that what Aberdeen did terribly was they just couldn't get the ball to the strikers on the counter. The game plan was obviously to counter-attack Celtic, take advantage.
Their passing was dreadful, absolutely dreadful.
The passing was awful. I don't think they could believe that Celtic probably went 2v2 with them as well, which they're probably expecting that Celtic would sacrifice somebody to sit, one of the fullbacks, to sit back and make it a 3v2, but we didn't. So that was they just executed that terribly. I think it was a perfectly sensible plan, but they just didn't execute it well enough in terms of the attacking side of it. Well, as I say, the worst attacking performance by any team in the league this season. So I thought that was fascinating. I think for Celtic, for me, the frustration was, I normally, I'm a big proponent of, control, but with aggressive intent in terms of your passing and looking to break lines and being aggressive with your running. The hardest thing when you're playing a team like Aberdeen did the way they played yesterday is you talk about defensive teams and their concentration. It's concentrating when you're attacking. You've got to keep making the runs that you're not going to get the ball. And when you're making those runs where you're not going to get the ball, but all you're trying to do is pull somebody out of shape, and you're doing it time and time again, it's exhausting. It's not very rewarding because you're never getting the ball. And as you get tired, your concentration wanes and you stop making those moves, and it becomes easier to then defend against you. So what was really pleasing about the goal was that, Forrest made a move across the goal, and he took 2 players with him. Taylor made a great run off the ball. He was still making those runs on 87 minutes. That opened up that little bit of a space, and one of the Aberdeen midfielders, Barron, just lost his concentration for a second. That's all it took to open up the defence. And that's the risk that you take when you play that way. But I thought it was admirable that we never panicked, we never changed or looked like we were stressed in any way, and we took advantage of that one little bit of concentration through our own persistence in playing that way. But what I would say, it was a game that would have been quite happy for us to have launched balls into the box more often and taken more long shots, because what the game needed was a bit of chaos. It was too predictable, and we were too careful. And we needed to add. Because Aberdeen looked most vulnerable when suddenly the ball was bouncing around in their own box, and with the quick-witted players that we've got like Kyogo and O'Reilly, who see things very quickly. A ball into the box that isn't necessarily particularly accurate, but nevertheless causes this chaos. Your chance of then getting a second ball, I think, was where you could potentially break them down, and then shoot more long shots, which I never normally advocate. But again, if you've got 8 people parked in front of you, you take a shot and it takes a nick off somebody, you don't know what's going to happen, right? So,
Alan, you are making heads explode across the UK as an analytics guy, saying that they needed
I
to
know,
take long shots and get it into the mixer.
In that game,
because you're going to be
it's communicated.
excommunicated
I
from the
know.
analytics community.
And I never advocate this either. Grassroots football teams involved or anything like that. But it just struck me that that's what it needed. We needed to change it up a bit and just cause more chaos. We needed to create more chaos. That's the one thing I'll say. But fair play. When we did continue to make the runs, we did finally create a bit of space. And the finish was uncharacteristically clinical from McGregor, because all the way through I was thinking, take some shots, but not McGregor, because his shooting's awful. And of course, an absolute laser into the corner. So I thought it was a fascinating game, right? I honestly really enjoyed it.
I agree with you. So I'll spew some of my thoughts, but I want to because I agree with a lot of what you said. But I have a different take on a couple of things. But the first thing is I thought the most intriguing part was that they did go 5-3-2 instead of 5-4-1. So, again, Goodwin's gotten a lot of criticism, I think, understandably,
because of the outcome.
Yeah, exactly. And that was kind of my point. And I had some discussion on Twitter about this because I actually think, and I'll share some numbers on this. I think from a strategy perspective, it makes a lot of sense from an Aberdeen perspective to play that way. And not only just on a one-off game, trying to get a result of some sort. Meaning that I think probabilistically them getting a 0-0 against us is far more likely than them beating us, 3-2, right? And that's if they, as we've talked about on the Huddle Breakdown this season and last season as well, this Ange monster at Celtic is a different animal, right? This is not your, this is not your mother's Celtic, the way that we're dominating domestically against opposition, even more so in many ways than the invincible side in 16-17. So, I think there's an argument to be made just in isolation. I think not in isolation is Aberdeen are legitimately in a dogfight for a European spot, which is a meaningful thing for a club in their position financially as well, like long term. For them to pick up a couple of points against us and or Rangers this season, playing that way, could be the difference between them finishing 5th and 4th or 3rd, and qualifying for Europe and getting into the Conference League, for example. So I think it's reasonable that they went that direction. But here I started spewing. I had a question for you. So my sense was that I was actually really impressed with them going with the 5-3-2. I wouldn't have thought of that. I wouldn't have intuitively thought of that. But they kept those 3 shuffling and so narrow. One of the big strengths that we've had when creating space against opposition domestically are these wide overloads that we do, right? Bringing both midfielders, both 8s over onto one side. So Hatate and O'Reilly over, and then you get these triangles with the fullback and McGregor and the winger. They didn't care. Like they just kind of let us go out there. Go do your overload with your 3 guys wide. We're going to stay relatively narrow. We're going to have our fullback out there, a wing back.
So James, on that one, you're very good. You're very close and dear friends at the Cynic. Actually highlighted that really well in a tweet where they showed that by keeping the 3 and then the 5, they were able to essentially create a 4 block that blocked any overloads that we had wide, but they could do it like sort of on the edge of their own box, and it just essentially nullified any overloads that we did get. It was very sorry. I just thought that was quite amusing to.
Because that was immediately when I was like, yeah. So that was it struck me immediately. Wow, I was like, wow, that's actually really smart what they're doing.
What St. Mirren did exactly what St. Mirren did.
Yeah, so it was it really created problems for us. And again, if you're going to, so one of their strengths is they have a good keeper, right? So if you have a pretty good keeper and you can get the opposition to shoot 27 times with an XG below 0.1, Okay, so again, for people that don't speak spreadsheet shagging, that's a relatively low quality shot, right? 10 of those shots were from Greg Taylor and Callum McGregor, who, generally speaking, are not good shooters from distance. So it was a terrific finish from McGregor, but as Alan, you said, generally that's not something we want to be seeing, because he takes a lot of them. So I actually have numbers on that. He's taken 167. This is from 2018-19 forward. So he's taken 167 shots from 18 yards out or further, and he's scored 3% of the time. Okay. His XG from that suggests he should have scored almost 4% of the time. So generally speaking, he's not a good shooter from distance and hasn't been. So, do they go in once in a while? Of course. Did it win the game yesterday? Of course. But again, if you're talking about probabilities and statistics, it's like, okay, if I'm Aberdeen, do I want to have Greg Taylor and Callum McGregor shooting that much from 20 yards? Yes, against Roos, who's a pretty good shot stopper from distance, and having a bunch of bodies to block a bunch of the shots. So if you look at the overall stats, we only had one clear shot the whole game. That's another metric that StatsBomb keeps. We averaged 3.5 per game domestically this season, which is very high. Again, this is this monster that Ange has built. So what is a clear shot? Well, just the shooter and the keeper, no defenders around or in between. So it's a clear shot right on goal. And that was the miss that Kyogo had. That was really the only really high quality chance of the game. Outside of that, I mean, there were a couple of others that were decent, good chances, but not, clear. So I agree with you. Generally speaking, the game plan, if I'm Aberdeen, was a smart one. I'm not saying it's going to be well received. It is an eyesore. It's an offense to humanity for some people. I get it. It's not for paying customers on an entertainment basis. I get it. But I agree with you. It was how they were unable to take advantage of that 2v2. And it's not that they didn't have some chances. So again, they didn't get any shots off, but when in these kind of games, they need to capitalize when they have opportunities. And when Starfelt made that one error, for example, and the Duck of Death collected the ball centrally about 35 or 40 yards from goal, and then proceeded not to do anything with it, right? Or when Kennedy had a 1v1 wide, I think it was against Taylor, and didn't even get the ball across. He just fluffed it and then got the ball taken away from him. So the margins in these matchups are so slim that they need to create quality chances when they get those opportunities. And they did get a few of them, despite them just being horrific in passing out from the back and executing their game plan. So again, I think the game plan was actually a pretty good one, and they just failed in executing, the players did, in really doing anything to create, any kind of threat against our goal.
Yeah. And I think the two centre backs did well in the 1-to-1 matchups generally as well. I mean, I do, Starfelt, as you know, does worry me. He's such an aggressive defender, and he's what I call an optimist. So as a rule of thumb, I want my strikers to be optimists, as in never get disappointed when you don't get the ball, keep making the runs, and I like my defenders to be pessimist. What's the worst that can happen? How do I avoid this, right? And Starfelt's an optimist as a defender, and I'm very nervous about that because he always thinks he can win the ball, even when he can. But having said all that, he did pretty well. He did pretty well yesterday. I think McGregor. Listen, I was kind of criticising his shooting. He won the game with his goal, but I thought he was. I mean, his performance, given that he's been out for months, was absolutely astonishing. And you can just see that his role as captain, he's becoming more of a vocal leader. He's becoming more of an organizer. When there was a break in play near the end, he was literally positioning people. You've got to stand there. You've got to stand there. Forward. This is the shape. Yeah, this is the shape we need to bring. And that side of him, because he's generally been one of these that's led by example. He's just growing into that role, and you forget that he was ever a sort of young, quiet winger. You know what I mean? You just think this is always the Callum McGregor that we've had. But yeah, and I know 179 passes But again, that's all about taking responsibility, setting the tempo, setting the example, keeping the ball moving around, etc. So yeah, his performance was an incredible sort of standout, and I think he does this where he sees that it's needed. I wouldn't be surprised if it were home to Livingston, and let's say we're 2-0, 3-0 up, maybe halfway through. So I suspect McGregor won't necessarily have a particularly stellar game because he won't need to. But if it's a really tight game and nothing much is happening, you'll see him step up again. And that's the sort of player that he's becoming.
Yeah, the other observation I had, and again, I this was not retrospective. I actually, again, I have to do the honor system. I was thinking it when it happened. It was like when they made a substitution. I think it was when Hayes came on, is when they went 5-4-1 actually, and when they had the four, it created more space. Ironically, so even though they had, to your point, when we ended up scoring the goal, I actually thought that was a mistake retrospectively, because and I could see it.
Well, I thought they were going to put Hayes up front, and I was getting really worried because I was thinking you don't need to pass an accurate ball to Hayes because he's just so fast. You just need to get it in the general direction. But you're right, and it comes down to those three players in midfield had got 87 minutes or whatever it was, 85 minutes of muscle memory doing the same thing, and then suddenly you've changed the shape, and like you say. It probably disrupted them mentally, if nothing else.
Yeah, because then they started having a couple of them would jump out, and they were getting out of their shape. So then you had these little pockets of space. Well, let me share a couple of numbers here, because again, because I think this is a fertile. So one of the issues I have, again, this is strategically. I'm not just from a boring analytics perspective. One of the things that I think is causes some of the, let's call it that second tier of teams, whether it's Hibs, Hearts, or Aberdeen, they're the cluster where they have, a lot more money than the next tier down, which is the St. Mirrens and, the Livingston and the Motherwells, et cetera. Although they still have a lot less than us or Rangers, is, Hibs and Hearts and Aberdeen get lulled into thinking that they can go toe to toe with us, for example, particularly with Ange as manager playing the way that we are, and whether or not that's the optimal decision. So this goes back to this controversy, let's call it controversy, coming out of yesterday, which is how negative and anti-football, as they'll say, some people will say, that Goodwin set up. So I have the last 28, this goes back to the beginning of the 16-17 season. I think I captured all of the games against Aberdeen, Celtic and Aberdeen. So it's 28 fixtures. This includes cups. Okay. So there's not points, but I did it with some points numbers here as well, just to try and get some quantification. So Alan, out of those 28 games, how many clean sheets do you think Celtic kept against Aberdeen?
Against Aberdeen in the last, so what's that, last sort of
28 games, yeah. So since we really ramped up spending, we went up starting in 16-17 is when the gap in financial resources that we really, we backed Rodgers and spent another 15 million, let's say, in payroll.
Yeah.
So that's why that's the logic.
Got it. It's got to be around 20.
Yeah, it's 16. So that's 57% of the games they have not been able to score against us. Okay. How many games out of those 28 has Celtic scored 3 goals or more?
Probably maybe 5.
10.
Oh wow.
Okay. Right. So again, if you're thinking about this if I'm trying to get the most points I can because I'm in a dogfight for Europe, are you more likely to get a 0-0 draw, or are you more likely to win, or get a 2-2 or a 3-3? Now they did get a 3-3, but they had 2 penalties that game. Right. And they lost 4-3 to us one game. And I think they had 2 penalties that game. So outside of getting a penalty kick or 2, the likelihood that they're going to score more than 1 goal against us is extremely low. Okay. So their average points per game against us, again, there's some cup games in there. So I'm doing this, not exactness. Okay. Trying to get a sense.
Win, that's fine.
Right. Is 0.21. Okay. Now let's look at St. Mirren, the obvious analogy because of Goodwin, knowing that not all of this was under Goodwin's leadership. But again, we're talking about financial resources. So there's been 13 games since St. Mirren came back up over that same stretch. Okay. They have averaged 0.38 points per game against Celtic. Okay. They have a win and 2 draws over that time, whereas Aberdeen also only just had 1 win and 3 draws over that time. Now, obviously, St. Mirren have played a far more defensive style of play against Celtic than an Aberdeen have, generally speaking, over that time period. So, you know, the idea that an Aberdeen are going to be able to go toe to toe against us, it's kind of like what we've talked about during the show this season and last season, which is it's this quandary about Celtic trying to play the way Ange wants to play at the top tier of the Champions League, meaning that pot 1, pot 2, you know, legit top tier teams that RB Leipzig probably isn't, even though they were pot 2 this season, and how we're going to be able to accomplish that, you know, and if we can. Well, that's basically a similar conversation about, without having Ange Postecoglou as your manager, can, you know, reliably a Hibs, a Hearts, or an Aberdeen try to play that way, even if they're at home, against a Celtic team managed by Ange? I would say no. I think it's crazy. Like I think to try to do that, you're particularly given the importance to those clubs in trying to scratch out as many points as possible. You know, I actually give Goodwin credit for having the cojones, because it's a gamble. He's going to get absolutely slaughtered playing that way if they don't get the result. And I think that takes a certain amount of, you know, courage to do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he nearly got a point. No, I think you make an absolutely great point, and you've illustrated it perfectly. It's a great analogy, because ultimately, like you say, the difference between an Aberdeen and St Mirren is far, far smaller than between a Celtic and an Aberdeen, and you almost get, like you say, caught into.
So that's the thing. Aberdeen have triple the resources of St Mirren, and we have, you know, 6-7 times the resources of Aberdeen.
I know, absolutely spot on, and it also you know comes back to questions that we might raise ourselves about Celtic's approach in Europe, which I know, you know, is a contentious, an interesting topic in and of itself. But I don't think, I never think these things are binary, right? In terms of, you know, we stop playing the way we're playing and we have to play defensively. Similarly, Aberdeen played the way they did yesterday, but I think they could still have played that way, but just done certain things better. And maybe they didn't get the balance right between attacking and defending, and maybe they'll get, because I don't think they probably play like that very often. So, you know,
I've watched them a good bit this season. They don't. They've been pretty attacking, to your point, because they've got the talent. They've done a pretty good job. You know, I think his name's Lee Scott, was there for a season. Smart guy, you know, Twitter analytics guy. He's a chief. We left there to go to be a chief scout. So really smart guy. And so the recruitment noticeably improved over the last 15 months. Roos coming in, and some of these other, Miovski seems to have been a pretty good signing, that kind of thing. So yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah, so I think they just need to, if they're going to play that way, they just need to do it better. I think, you know, in summary, it's not it's absolutely, you've illustrated it perfectly, that it's the right general approach. They just need to execute on a few things a lot better. They needed to have got the ball forward far more accurately. Maybe it's a spacing thing. Maybe they need to give a couple of the midfielders more of a license to break on certain triggers, to create enough numbers for them to get the ball up the pitch, whatever. There's small things you can do, improvements you can make. But even having said all that, he was, you know, 3-4 minutes away from a point, which, as you say, in the context of battling for one of those European places, was spot on. So I'm 100% with you. The notion, you know, the ghost of Alex Ferguson, I suppose, and the notion that Aberdeen should go toe to toe, it's just not realistic. And again, I'll come back to, is it realistic that we think we can go toe to toe with Real Madrid? And I'm not having to go at Postecoglou. You know, I'm his biggest fan and some, but you know, there's a debate to be had there around what adjustments do we need to make to not lose 8 goals, because that's essentially what we did. and nobody wants to see that. So yeah, no, a fascinating game yesterday. I thought it'll be interesting to see how they play on Tuesday. Whether they think that the Rangers are as much of an attacking threat as what Celtic were, whether they're a bit more a bit of a different approach. I personally think they'll be a lot more forward going.
Yeah, I agree with you because again, the going back to the term amplify, the amplitude of what Celtic are under Ange domestically is just a different degree than what we've seen in recent years. The combination of his style of play with the structural advantages that we have, I think, are just significant. And the last time we probably had that degree of an advantage, Rangers were far stronger, but we had one of the best players in the world playing for us under Martin O'Neill. So it's you can do it in different ways in getting that kind of an advantage, and it's daunting. Like I just I have a degree of empathy for some of these clubs trying to come to Celtic Park in particular, and I mean it's just sheep being led to
I think
slaughter.
you can't. I mean, there's no such thing as mastering football. Obviously, that's what makes it such an enjoyable sport. But in terms of Ange Postecoglou getting his head around what is needed to win in Scotland, this is why we keep coming back to that St Mirren game that we lost, because it was such a shock. It's such an outlier in terms of the outcome, but also the performance, really, because again, it was a bit like yesterday. We didn't create a lot of good quality chances, even though we dominated it by all the stats. And the average XG per shot was low. Average chance quality was low in plain English. But
it was
it
about
such an outlier.
40% below normal. So let me just amplify that again. So one of the brilliant. So if you take every chance, average it out for again the people that aren't the spreadsheet shaggers out there, which if it just means you're not crazy like us. So part of what this monster that Ange has built is that our average chance quality has gone up 20% under Ange, even compared to the 1920 team under Lennon, which was a really, really good attacking team and scored a ton of goals, 20% higher. Yesterday, the strategy by Aberdeen was able to get that down by 40%. So 30% below even that Lennon side. And the same, again, going back to under Rodgers, the Rodgers quality was up a little bit, not, still a good bit below what it is under Ange. So I just wanted to, because, when the difference between 0.12, which is kind of our average this season under Ange, versus 0.07, and this would go back, 27 of those 33 shots were less than 0.1. And a ton of them were like 1%, 2% kind of chances. Which again, if you have think about Fraser Forster in net against, teams that are shooting that much from distance. I mean, it's like, it's just not a high probability thing when you're shooting that from distance from a guy that's got a wingspan of a 7-foot person, like Bruce seems to.
Yeah, we're 0.13 according to the FOTMob data. We're 0.13 xG per shot, which is the highest in the league. And it just to give if you're taking more than 10 to 20, 15 to 20 shot, or 15, 16 is what Celtic average, 16 shots a game, that 0.1 a difference is over a season is significant. It's probably equivalent to, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 expected goals maybe. So that's why these little margins matter a lot. But yeah, we have become excellent at winning in Scotland under Postecoglou, and it's mainly because of the volume and the quality of the opportunities that we create. The volume actually hasn't changed. Celtic, if you look back, it's one of these things that's almost a constant, that Celtic have around 15 or 16 shots per SPFL game as an average. It doesn't change if you look back. Rodgers, Lennon, you think, oh, surely it's a stylistic thing, but it isn't. There's just an inbuilt advantage that Celtic have got in terms of size of club. So that's why what really matters is looking at the quality of those shots. And that quality is going to be higher if you're getting people into positions between the posts, and they're generally attacking balls that are low rather than in the air. And you get more bodies into those areas. That's simplistically easy to say, and as we saw yesterday, very difficult to do. So yes, so last 7 minutes, James. You want to think about the upcoming window, kind of where we are, where you see us in terms of as we sit here today with the next part of the season starting upon us.
Yeah, it's so refreshing after the long, dark winter of transfer windows under a prior CEO, where there's
He's
a
back.
coherent. Well, yeah, in ways, but it's just so refreshing to see coherent planning and business getting done in a smart way. So with Johnston coming in, looks like Juranovic is leaving. Again, just looking at this from an impact on the title race and the remaining cup competitions, I don't see that as being a material change. On the margins, maybe you could argue, but I don't see that being a big difference. And as you know, and people that haven't watched our show, I've been on the low end on Giakoumakis, probably within the Celtic support. Not that he hasn't played really well and he doesn't have value. It's just I think that I don't think it's going to be that difficult to replace what he does for the team. If you spend a little bit of money and if you get decent money for him, if he wants to go play in Saudi Arabia or wherever, he wants to get some nice weather, which has been cold over there, I hear. So, I don't have a lot of anxiety. The new center back looks promising coming in from Japan. So the fact that this is all being done, that to me is the most encouraging part, is that we've kind of crossed the threshold into being more coherent and smart in planning ins and outs. And so I'm very optimistic about that. There's always, you can get into the nuance of player recruitment and whether you like profiles and all that stuff. But yeah, I think from a macro perspective, that's extremely encouraging and exciting. Like I always like new players, and it's to see how they fit in and that kind of thing analytically. So it'll be fun to see the new guys come in.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I completely agree with all that. We are now planning out. It seems like we're planning not just one transfer window, but we're planning ahead. There's a lot of forward planning. Ange apparently is a planner. That's his nature, and we're just not used to this, and we're not used to the club also falling into line behind that approach. I think we've obviously, through the recruitment of the other law, we're using links around the football industry very wisely. We're finding value in places that we probably never looked before, and so that's all encouraging. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not quite a bit of change actually in January, and if players like Juranovic and Giakoumakis, who are at the sort of top end of the age scale in terms of 27 to 28 years old, and also if they're at the kind of maximum asset value, then to me it's smart if we can reinvest that money, make a huge profit, and reinvest it in getting younger and potentially better recruits. That's the only way we're going to grow the squad to be more competitive against. Never mind Real Madrid. We're never going to compete with them within our current footballing environment, but we should be able to get closer to the likes of Leipzig, and be really battling that top 2 team and giving them a good game. But to do that, we have to start getting a more athletic, slightly younger, better quality squad. And you've got to sell some to buy some in that regard. I'm also just excited about the fact that I think between the start of the season and the break for the World Cup, we were playing something like once every 4 and a bit days, and between now and the end of the scheduled season, 33 games before the split, and then the cup game, and adding in the domestic cup games, assuming we get as far as we can in all those cup competitions, we'll be playing something like once every 5.5 days. So again, that 1.5 days extra recovery is enormous from a physiological perspective, from a sports science perspective, in terms of the squad being able to play with the intensity that Ange wants to play. It also means an extra day and a half on the training ground, And as I say, what seems to be true is that the longer that Ange has the squad on the training ground, the stronger and more coherent I believe that we become. So I'm really excited. I think this is shaping up to be what could be an extraordinary season still. We've only lost one game in the league. Yesterday's game was a classic one that if you do that 3 or 4 times in a season, as in grind out wins like that, that's what wins you. That's what wins you the title. And with another Champions League campaign, the reward for that, it's all to play for. But I think we're well set. We've got a coherent squad. We seem to be managing people better in terms of their fitness. We seem to be getting less injuries. It looks like we've got coherent and forward planning in the recruitment window, and we're going to have more time to prepare for each game. So yeah, lots to be positive about, I think. Other than, of course, I've learned over the last month of unrelenting upbeatness around how amazing our rivals are going to be under Mickey Rookie, the new manager. Obviously, I don't know why we bother getting out of bed in the morning, really. But that's obviously, don't want to end it on a downer, but we have to be realistic about the challenges that we're going to face. This is the tsunami of excellence that's going to be unleashed upon us.
Yes. I just to your point, and we'll wrap up here, is if you just think about, again, this player trading model that we talk about, and envision, let's say, Jota leaving over the summer, which wouldn't be that crazy in the grand scheme of things. Let's say we can sell him for whatever, 15 or 20 million, whatever, 10 million, whatever it is. We would still have Abada, Haksabanovic, and Maeda, and Forrest is still around. And that's without even, spending 7 or 8 million of that on a quote unquote replacement to pipeline. So you could spend that on a 19-year-old and let them, like what we're doing with Bernabé, right? So you create this conveyor belt of pipeline where you've got quality depth that enables you to kind of nurture talent, that high-end talent that you can really, sell for huge money then eventually. And as you and I, we've talked about with Enda for a long time now, that's how we get up to that next bracket in Europe, where we're not buying 3 and 5 million and selling them for 10. We're buying, 8, 9, 10 million players and selling them for 25, 30, 35 million. And that's how we create the resources.
I know we're running over, so just one quick stat to end on is there's only 3 players in the squad. There's only 3 players in the squad that weren't signed by Postecoglou, other than those that came through the youth system. So we're definitely getting there, and quickly. We're moving at quite a pace in terms of that squad rebuild.
Yep. Well, want to thank Paul John for having us again. Is this the 3rd year we've done this? So I don't know if you're bribing Paul John to have us back, or I don't know what's going on with your appearances.
No, he very
Acsom.
graciously invited us. Yeah.
So maybe Enda will maybe he'll get out of the cults that he seems to have joined recently and revisit and join us next year. But thank you everyone who've spent the time here with us. Again, we're at Huddle Breakdown on Twitter. And please know, with the cost of living crisis, there's a lot of financial pain going on out there. But if you can afford a little bit of contribution to help with the charity while we're doing this weekend at St. Mary's, we certainly appreciate any support that you're able to sacrifice and contribute for the cause. So, Alan, I've enjoyed our hour together as always, and
thank you.
Want to thank everyone for viewing.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a Taylor and a Joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with the light. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the east end of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. We stand in paradise. So what's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
And we're back, Liam, for the second time today. Welcome to our channel. How are you, sir?
Good. It's a pleasure to be here, and this is a nice wee preamble to the World Cup final in an hour's time.
It is. It certainly is. And anyone who's been tuning in all day will know that Liam is part of Celtic Down Under, and you guys have been collaborating a fair bit with us on A Celtic State of Mind. It's been really refreshing to get the insight from yourself with regards to Japanese football, and also from Sean and Jared on the Australian front. And I think that in doing so, some of you guys that tune into your show have probably discovered Acsom, and hopefully the same thing's happening in the other direction, and that's what it's all about, spreading the word. There is so much great content out there being created by the Celtic fan base, and I think I've seen that in a big way today. Yesterday I did a lot of the talking, Liam, and I've got to admit, by the end of the night the throat was feeling a bit ropey. But today, there's been a real eclectic schedule, and you guys were on earlier on. And you mentioned the song, so thanks for that, because it's a song that's obviously striking a chord with a lot of fans out there, isn't it?
Yeah, as I said, the song is beautiful, but the video really kind of hit here, because I'm going home for the first time in 3 years on Thursday, and my lovely wife has never been outside Japan before, so all that is there waiting for her to discover,
Oh, tremendous. We did try to, capture various aspects of, you often go to a game and there's a journey, and the journey can often start down the Gallagate and end up at Celtic Park, and we tried to reverse that, so it was going from Paradise back to the birthplace via the Gallagate, and it's maybe changed over the years, because Baird's Bar, for example, was a staple for a lot of people, not only for the football. I remember going to Baird's a lot of the time when I was going to go to the bars for a gig, and we would nip into the Baird's before then, but there are sites around there that you think, it reminds you of match day, it reminds you of home in your case as well, Liam, so hopefully you enjoy that when you come over. You want to talk a wee bit about Japanese football and its influence on Celtic, particularly under Ange?
Yeah, it's for me, it all kind of crystallised on that derby match back in February, where Reo Hatate just ran the show, and to me, that was the moment where, for the first time since Shinsuke Nakamura, I think everyone was looking up and saying, oh my God, Japan can produce some really good players.
Mm-hmm.
Kyoko had been doing the damage before then as well, but I think the arrival of Hatate and Maeda on the scene in that game really kind of just highlighted the diversity of talent that there is in Japan. And for me, personally, it was a real validation, because for the longest time I've been saying Celtic need to go back into the Japanese market. There is such great talent here. And they end up, although our manager is Australian, remember we got him from the J-League. And, we've got some of our best players now from Japan as well. And I really think that's a relationship that hopefully is going to grow even further. And I'm happy to report that maybe somebody at Celtic has been listening to my various rants about the situation, because I discovered this week that the Adidas Japan store is now selling Celtic tops.
Superb. Listen, our discussions have touched on things like the marketing aspect of Celtic in Japan, Liam, but we have also bemoaned the fact that we haven't been utilising the market. And obviously,
exactly.
Ange has come in and he's done it in a big, big way. And I think you're right, the crystallisation of that being in the game in February, where you're seeing just what is available in terms of the talent. But also, one of my frustrations, and I think there is definitely a whole hour show talking about this, because I says to you, from the date of Nakamura leaving Celtic, and before anybody comes in the comments, I know that we signed him from Italian football, but he is a product of Japanese football, and we did not utilise that market until Kyogo comes in 2021. All those years later. And you think to yourself, why not? And there's maybe, there was no urgency. It was maybe a market that didn't have the kudos that it's certainly now getting in this day and age. You just need to look as well. The World Cup final's coming up in, as you say, under an hour now. And Japan is a force on the international stage, Liam. It is obvious that the talent is there. You're seeing it firsthand. Is it now turning that tide, do you think, of opinion?
Yeah, I mean, there is almost an inverse relationship with Scotland and Japan, if you look at the World Cup in particular, because Japan first qualified in 1998, and Scotland have not qualified since.
Yeah.
And as Japan's stock has risen, Scotland's has dipped to the point where we are now considered, with the greatest respect, we are regarded alongside the likes of Iceland, Albania, Latvia, teams that will give you a hard game but are unlikely to ever make it to a major tournament. And that's the status Japan had probably up until the mid-90s. They threatened to qualify a couple of times, but they never, 98 was the first time they did it proper.
Mm-hmm.
And since then they've not looked back. And the JFA have got a coherent plan. They unveiled a plan as part of the preparation for the 2002 World Cup. They came out and said, we want to win the World Cup within the next 50 years.
I love that.
That sounds like, oh God, nobody knows if we'll even be playing football in 50 years' time. But no, they've got this long-term vision, and they're 20 years into it now. And I think we can see there's definite progress there.
There definitely is. And as well as talking the Japanese game up, we're going to be looking at some of the figures who have come to Celtic. Like you say, Ange came from Japanese football, but we'll also be looking at products of Japanese football and how they have come to Celtic and how well they've fared or otherwise. Paddy remembers Baird's Bar. I loved it as well, Paddy. It was something else. And I do remember a sadness when it was closed down and there was an auction and all that incredible memorabilia in there was being sold off. And I remember thinking to myself, I should really buy one of the bar stools. But I've never had one of these bars in my house or anything like that, Liam. I don't have the wee den that a lot of people have got where they can go and watch the football and have a few jars. But we do have a bar in the studio, and now I'm looking at that thinking, a wee stool from Baird's would have been cracking in there, for sure. And I wonder what happened to all that memorabilia that was in the bar there. I know you've got quite a bit of memorabilia yourself, Liam, and you love the football jerseys. I don't know, did you get a chance to tune into Laura and my show earlier on about Celtic jerseys?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't. But I do have a wee treat for you here. I have a box of jerseys, which, as I said before, I'm willing to give away for the sake of our charity today. And a variety of jerseys from a variety of countries, old and new. I will just say that I bought them all online, so I can't verify the sizes or what they should be or whatever. But basically, if you're a large or above, you won't have any issues with any of these shirts.
That's very kind of you, Liam. Very kind of you indeed. Yesterday and today, obviously, we're doing the stream. And what happens during the stream is people are watching, they know the significance of St Mary's Church in the Carlton in Glasgow. And we are here to assist them and the community, because the work that they do within the community is so important. So we raise cash with the fundraising link underneath the video. And what we did yesterday, we raised around £2,000. Hopefully we'll do about the same today. And then over and above that, we have an auction, which we're not running alongside it because there is only so many things I can do at once, Liam. But over the next couple of weeks, we'll run the auction. There'll be some great items in there as well for charity. And we have the charity single that we've already mentioned. You can pre-save the links underneath here, and that will be available for download as of midnight tonight. And accumulatively, hopefully we can raise up to, you know, the 90 grand mark in total that we've been raising over the last few years. And that's just astonishing from the Celtic support. Thanks everybody for getting involved, and thank you, Liam. That's a really kind gesture. Thanks so much for that.
Oh, well, my wife would thank you as well, because she said, you know, you're doing this charity thing, you should donate some shirts to it. And I says, I think our new house has got enough. She's like, no, you should donate some shirts to this. And I was like, okay, I see what you mean.
Let's
donate
do
them
it.
or they're getting thrown out. I know what you mean.
Superb. Lanky also remembers Bears. We were in there. What were we doing? We were down the Gallagate recently, and it wasn't filming a video. I think we were maybe just scoping the place out. And I've got to give you a shout out. I'm sorry I didn't get your name at the time, but I was approached by a fellow Celtic fan, maybe a few years older than me, and we were standing outside what Bears used to be, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it's a trendier bar now. And he came up and he says, what happened to Birds? And he was chatting away and he was talking about Andy Lynch scoring in the 1977 Scottish Cup final. We had a right good chat. It was frozen and away he went. And he actually told me that he liked Acsom. So if you're tuning in, it was a pleasure to meet you that day, pal. And I hope you're doing well and you're looking forward to Christmas. Now, I'm going to go back to Wim Jansen, right? Because I remember when we appointed Wim Jansen as the manager of Celtic Football Club, and we were in a situation at that stage where we'd been steamrollered for years, Liam, steamrollered by a Rangers side that had been free spending money that Celtic simply were not able to, and then not prepared to spend. We had the takeover from Fergus McCann in 1994, and he had a plan. Part of that plan, obviously, was rebuilding the stadium, and a lot of the finance went into that. And it got to a situation where Rangers had already equalled Celtic's 9 in a row, and we had to stop them. And the man that we brought in to stop the charge towards 10 in a row was Wim Jansen. And you yourself, you're a journalist, and you worked in Scottish journalism prior to moving over to Japan. Can you remember the attitude of the Scottish journalists and Scottish mainstream media at the arrival of Wim Jansen? Now, I know he's Dutch, before anybody reminds me. I know he played against Celtic in the 1970 European Cup final, but he came from Japanese football.
Yeah, what I would say is that it was slightly before my time, because my first job in journalism was working as a copy boy at the Herald from 2000 to 2001. One of my mentors at the time, the deputy editor, was actually Kevin McKenna, who's quite a prominent journalist and known Celtic supporter as well. So,
yeah, you know, he edited my first book, Kevin McKenna.
Is that right? Well,
he did,
God,
yes.
small world. Aye.
Spent a good bit of time with Kevin.
Aye, he's a good man. Taught me a hell of a lot in that year I was at the Herald. And funnily enough, his boss, the editor at the time, to go off on a tangent here, was the nephew of a former Prime Minister, Mark Douglas Hume. The nephew of Alec Douglas Hume. So I have a weird kind of a connection with everything there. But I remember talking to a couple of the guys at the Herald at the time about Wim Jansen, because it kind of came up, like the idea of managers kind of coming out of nowhere and then kind of disappearing as quickly as they've emerged. Because Wim was a 1-year wonder, essentially. Came in, did an incredible job, and then said, right, I'm off, see you later. And then eventually it came out it was largely because of his relationship or lack thereof with Jock Brown, unfortunately. And it was, the reflection was that, well, Celtic had the capability to look beyond the obvious targets. Because if you remember, for example, around about the same time, Walter Smith who great manager and a great man. Whatever you think of Rangers, he was a great man, and I'm honoured to say I've met him. He did wonders for Scottish football generally. When he left Rangers, they immediately went out and got Dick Advocat, who was like an internationally renowned manager, because that was what was expected at the time. Whereas I think Fergus McCann's approach was, I don't really care about what the guy's done before or where he's come from. I care about what he can do for us. And he clearly saw in Wim Jansen a guy that could do what we needed at that time, was to throw a team together quickly that could win the league.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did. And that was the thing. That was the thing that the guys at the Herald, I remember talking to them about it, and they said, Wim Jansen was still something of an enigma, because they were like, how did Celtic unearth this guy in Japan and then have the wherewithal to bring him here? And it was like, well, he had coached at various quite high level jobs before that. So Japan at that time, the J League was something of a glamour league then, as kind of the likes of Saudi Arabia and China are now. It was largely led by foreigners, and having a foreign coach was a trendy thing. So actually, at that time, you had guys like Wim Jansen, you also had guys like Zico, who were playing and then coaching. To this day, Pierre Litbarski is an occasional pundit on Japanese TV. He played in the J League at the same time as Gary Lineker and what have you. Credit to him, the guy is like basically native level Japanese now and talks away quite the thing. So fair play to him. But there was clearly there was an awareness at Celtic of the Japanese league even then, and it's a shame that we've never really fully capitalised on that, because clearly the knowledge is there. It's just the will seems to be lacking, unfortunately.
No, you're right. I mean, you mentioned Gary Lineker, and I remember his move to Japan was massive news. Obviously, back then it was completely different, and I was reading in the pages of the Shoot in the Match magazine, and what struck me was just how superb the jerseys were over there, because they weren't scared to use different designs, different colours, and obviously you knew it was not being aimed at a European market, but there was something of an allure about these, because they were so difficult to get back then. In fact, they were probably impossible to get. I now see them popping up on eBay, Grampus 8 jerseys from back in the day, and you just think, wow. I mean, they were ahead of their time with the designs, and but there has been some mention of the parallels, Liam, between Wim Jansen, who was an overseas coach at a club in Japan, and then you had Ange Postecoglou, an overseas coach at a club in Japan, and Celtic bring them in. And when they brought them in, some of the parallels that I've been looking at is they've come in and they are inheriting a backroom team, because Wim Jansen did that, and so did Ange Postecoglou. There was a huge turnover required to obviously get the team that they needed to do the job that was required, and they both did it. And I think the biggest difference, I remember some people try to make comparisons about talisman. I think the biggest difference was Ange Postecoglou had less of an onus on having that talismanic presence, because it was definitely, you could go through so many of that team and they all had fantastic impacts on the season. Obviously, Henrik Larsson was a talisman. I think Larsson became a better player after Wim Jansen, even though he talks so highly of him, and we've got to thank Wim Jansen for bringing him to the club. But what kind of, do you think there are comparisons, or is that just us guys looking for an angle when we look at the tenures of Postecoglou and Jansen?
I mean, there are parallels in the terms that both of them play a very forward-thinking, very aggressive, very attacking style of football that's great to watch. But I think what you have to bear in mind is that the J League, as I mentioned before, it was a very different league then to what it is now. Getting success in the J League in 1997 would have depended on how many good foreign players you brought into your team. Whereas when Ange won it, Yokohama had a couple of Brazilians and what have you in their team, but it was largely a Japanese team. And he took a gamble on, for example, bringing Daisen Maeda in, because he had left Matsumoto Yamaga, my local team, gone to Maritimo in Portugal, just as the whole COVID thing kicked off. So it really didn't work out for him there. It was unfortunate, but it was just a bit like Vasilis Barkas at Celtic. Not necessarily the player's fault, but just a complete inability to adapt to the surroundings, and then the isolation and the culture shock, whatever. Dyson basically was only 23 at the time. He wasn't ready to come to Europe. So Ange took him back to Yokohama, made him a much better player, and then 6 months later brought him along to Celtic as well. And I think that's the difference, is that Ange won the J-League title with a team who had not won it for quite a while, and with a largely Japanese squad. Whereas when Wim Jansen had the success he had in Japan, it was probably with a much more blended international squad. So, not to take away from it, because at the end of the day, a manager has to make whatever players he has work for the team. Yeah. And by the same token, every other team would have had a lot more foreigners in it at the time in the J-League as well. So, whatever success Wim Jansen had is definitely to be credited. But I do think it's harder to win the J-League now, especially if you're with a team that doesn't have the pedigree, which Yokohama didn't, because up until then, the good thing about the J-League, though, is that almost every year a different team wins it. I mean, right. Yokohama won it again recently, but you've got Kawasaki Frontale, you've got Urawa Reds, you've got Gamba Osaka, who are not doing too well at the moment, but historically they're a big club. You've got a good spread of 5 or 6 teams who are capable of challenging for the title every season, and those teams change year by year. So it really is a very dynamic league.
It's a league that I want to know more about, Liam, and partly due to the fact that you and I have talked about it quite a bit. But there is a certain allure about the unknown, and I do remember, many will remember in the comments section, how all of a sudden we were all Italian football fans, and the fact that the matter was because it was getting exposure, wasn't it? It was getting exposure, and it gives you something, a wee bit more exciting. And I remember the exposure that was gained by the Premier League, the launch of the Premier League down in England, and I was interested for a number of years, and I lost interest in that. So I guess I'm probably looking for another league just to have that interest in, and I think that at the moment, the Japanese league could well be the destination, and you could be my link into that, and you could keep me informed and where to watch and what to look for as well.
Aye, well, it's definitely a league that is going in the right direction. It's growing year by year. Japanese teams are having more success in the Asian Champions League as well, which is a sign of good progress. To give them their due, the A-League in Australia is coming on really well as well. I think they're maybe, I would say, 3 to 5 years behind the J-League in terms of their development, but they are coming up. And the Australian teams, every time I see them going up against the Japanese teams, they do look better each time you see them. So we don't really get much coverage of the A-League here, which is kind of daft when you think it's the same time zone basically. But no, we get like J-League games in the daytime, then we get our English and Scottish games at night. That's kind of how it goes here with the TV coverage. No, I think Asian football in general is the way forward. We're all talking about African football just now because of the amazing achievements of Morocco. Yeah. But I think, maybe not the next World Cup, but maybe within the next 10 to 15 years, it could be a Japan, an Australia, or a Korea that does that same kind of thing.
You've got me interested, Liam. You've got me interested. You've piqued my interest. Now, the wonders of live telly, as I'm calling it, meant that yesterday we had a few signal issues, and it was unfortunate, but we replayed the video that we more or less lost yesterday. And at this moment in time, I've got a locked door with Lawrence Conley on the wrong side of it, and he's coming in to talk to me about the World Cup once that finally starts. Now, we do have a classic get out in that we do have the video, which Duco James on the last show was likening listening to the MTV days of the 1980s, where With or Without You was played 75 times a day on rotation back in the 80s. And yes, I make no apologies for admitting that it's a bit like that here, because every time we need an advertisement break, be that for something to drink or to let Lawrence Conley in the studio, I will have to play this. So Liam, bear with me for 3 minutes and 11 seconds while I play the song again, my friend.
Go right ahead.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory in the dream. Just a tailor and a joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with delight. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. Even through the lean years, our support will flock in thousands. Countless trophies stand displayed for all to view. By side, brothers, sisters, we're united, and our children do the same. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. What's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
I do sometimes sing The Finest in Milan because I've been watching that song for so long. And the thing with the discussion we were having, it occurred to me that I mentioned Italian football, Liam, and I mentioned the exposure and the interest in the English game in the early 90s, but there was also a massive interest around the NASL. And I always remember, you know, back in the day of football magazines such as 442, and I thought, and I actually spoke to Chaz Nuke-Burden about this with Kevin Graham, and that's going to be one of the shows on later on in the early evening tonight. And we spoke about a wee change in the approach of football magazines from shoot and match and that kind of thing to 90 minutes and 442, and it was getting a wee bit more serious and long form and stuff like that. But they used to run this article and it was about the old NASL and it showed you the kits and the colours, and obviously they went for the razzmatazz of the big names and they failed to build the academies. So I was talking to Andy Lynch, who had obviously been part of that over there, and that's what he said. The one big issue that they always had, they were ahead of their time in many ways, but they never ever got their head round the academy. And I think the soccer over there now has got that aspect of it sorted, and they are producing their own players. But back then, talking about being ahead of their time, some of these things were quite small details, but they knew they had the foresight to realise that TV deals were important to football. At that time, if you think about it, in the 1970s moving into the 1980s, we were behind the times if you think of Scottish football or British football. Small details like squad names and numbers to familiarise fans and TV audiences with the individual players. And the match day experience was a big thing for them as well. So I remember being at... I'm trying to remember what cup final it was. It wasn't that long ago. I think it was the 1-0 game when Fraser Forster has one of the games of his life. Julien scores the winner against Rangers and Frimpong got sent off. And the halftime entertainment, Liam, right? They got a Celtic fan and a Rangers fan to stand at the tunnel. And they got one to run that way and one to run that way. And whoever came back first won the prize. That was the halftime entertainment, right? It must have cost them 10 bob to put it together.
Oh, God.
In the 70s, the NASL had a concert. And I'm not talking about a local band. They had bands like the Beach Boys playing on match day in the stadium as part of your ticket. So they were ahead of the game in many, many ways. Also, because of the geography of it, they had a setup where they had groups very similar to the Champions League groups, where they were playing games and then there was the knockouts. And so they were ahead of the game. However, unfortunately, when it came to the academies, they didn't have that in place. What we're now going to talk about is the players that Japanese football are producing. And obviously, we are benefiting in a big, big way because of the knowledge that Angie's got with the market. But you and I have had an interesting discussion, so let's go over it again. Why didn't we keep this up after the phenomenon that was Nakamura?
Right. Apologies to anybody who's listening who might, have friends or family ever who work with Celtic in a commercial capacity, because honestly, it was a combination of arrogance, ignorance, and complacency in Celtic's commercial department, their scouting department, and their marketing departments. There should have been what the NFL fans would call a full-on blitz on Japan after we got Nakamura, but there simply wasn't. And it speaks to a wider point, which I've actually explored quite a bit in a wee bit of writing I've done recently, which I'm sure you'll be aware of. And that the main problem in a commercial sense with Celtic and Japan is that Celtic approach potential fans here the same way they approach fans in Scotland. They treat them as fans, not customers or consumers. Now, if you look at the way the English League is marketed over here, the teams have the jerseys in the shops, they have the games on the TV, and they have quality controls, right? The streaming services are impeccable. They are priced appropriately. The kits are priced competitively. You can get them through places like Amazon and the manufacturers' websites, as well as from the clubs themselves. They regularly do tours to Japan where they will play games. And one of the most frustrating things for me, because in my main job, I'm a primary school teacher, and football is a great kind of conversation starter with a lot of the kids. And I wear different shirts pretty much every day I go to school, because we're allowed to wear kind of sportswear, because it's quite a kind of physical job running about the classroom and whatever. So I wear different football tops. And it's always like, oh, what country's that? Oh, can you guess? And we kind of get that going. But the amount of kids that come in with like Barcelona, Chelsea, Man United, Real Madrid shirts, these are all teams that have toured Japan in the last 5 to 10 years. I just think, for want of Celtic just getting in there, those could all have been Celtic tops.
Yes.
That is the really frustrating thing. Because you can't tell me a Japanese kid is born with any great connection to Chelsea or Liverpool, with the greatest of respect to those clubs. But I take that back. Actually, I've got zero respect for Chelsea, but that's another story.
Well, something you mentioned in a previous discussion that we had was the fact that, yes, Celtic could have capitalised on that on the back of the fact that there's a national hero having played so well for the club, but also the Japanese fans would have embraced the historical element of it, wouldn't they, Liam?
Yeah, because the J League, and in its current form, only existed from 1993 onwards. So, they're they're not quite as young as Rangers, but quite a few of the teams in the J League are get very little in terms of history. The idea is that they pretty much everybody I know in Japan who's a football fanatic has their J League team and they have their European team. Now, probably 6 or 7 times out of 10, that European team will be an English team, just because the English league is the one that's on the telly more than anything else, right? But it's not, with the greatest respect, it's not Brighton, it's not Swansea, it's not Bradford, it's Liverpool, Man United, Man City, Chelsea, West Ham, Spurs, all the historically big clubs, and Chelsea. It's one of them that, they support those clubs because they look into the history, they look into the culture of the club. And, case in point, right now, this particular guy isn't Japanese, but it's a guy who's lived in Japan for the past 20 years. My good friend William, who is from Canada and did not grow up in a kind of football background, but developed a love for the game as an adult. And he settled on supporting West Ham just because that was the team that he saw on the telly over here and thought, I like the way they play football. I like what they do. I like the kind of ethos of that club. And I'll be honest, through watching English games with him, I've become a bit of a West Ham fan myself. That's kind of a team that I look out for now. And to his credit, he's become a bit of a Celtic fan as well, thanks to me. But, he opened my eyes to the idea that fans are not necessarily born, they can be created. And I think that is something that Celtic as a club have not really grasped. This idea that you can move into territories like Japan, like America, like Canada, like Australia, and take people who are not necessarily born into a Celtic supporting family and just grab their attention and get them in. I mean, for example, Celtic's homepage now, the Japanese aspect of it is purely for selling stuff in the shop, right? That's all it is. It's just a transliterated version of the club shop. And even then, they haven't even bothered to convert the prices into yen, right?
Right.
Now, to me, there should be Japanese language history of the club, player profiles.
Yes.
They should even, and for this is something I could help them with if they just gave me a phone. They should get archive materials such as, for example, the excellent 1988 History of Celtic VHS tape, if you remember it.
Absolutely.
Something like that, and just do a Japanese overdub of it, just to give people an insight into what the history of Celtic's all about. It's such a simple thing. It would take about, it would literally take a couple of months just to throw it all together. And Celtic could have this screed of marketing material that's all there ready to go. But instead, they just use Google Translate on their club shop.
I love that idea. I love that idea because remember, we are in the process of doing the retrospective video club, the Retro Video Club, which is basically the whole collection of Celtic VHS videos, of which there are over 70, and we've got the collection. But going through them and not showing them in full on the channel, because you simply can't do that, but using them for review purposes. So we are working through that, and people are looking back at them even from Scotland and from the Acsom comments, and they're loving the nostalgia. But it's all there, Liam. So as you say, you could take the historical elements of the content that's already there, get it properly translated, overdubbed, and present it to this potential new audience. And as you say, I'm proud and I love the idea and the fairy tale of being born into a club in a state of mind, but people can, as you say, gravitate to a particular club. And obviously your
Yeah.
friend did that with West Ham, and that would have been prior to Albion Ayeti playing for them, because if he had seen him playing, I'm not sure he would have supported them. Ewan Boy Martin, welcome to the show, my friend. Sunday afternoon, World Cup final about to start. Think a wee bottle of tonic is on the cards. Well, better you than me. It's been a while since that tonic has crossed my lips, that's for sure, and it won't be happening today. But enjoy the World Cup final. As I said before, Lawrence Connolly's now in the building. Big Lawrence is here. Yes, it was Lawrence Connolly who appeared in the video. I asked the question yesterday, and the 4 options were, was it Lawrence Connolly, Kevin Graham, Colin Watt, or Natasha Meikle who appeared in the Glory in the Dream video? And the answer to that question was Lawrence Connolly. Lawrence was the gentleman standing with the Celtic fleece zipper. So he is on that particular video, which I think I've now played 76 times today. Lawrence will be joining me a couple of hours after Liam has gone on to enjoy the game. But I've got some incredible archive material, now that you mention it, that I'm going to be playing after our discussion.
All right.
Largely unseen. And this content, right, is going to just help you through the World Cup. I'm pretty sure most of you will be watching the World Cup. We're all football fans, whether or not you're supporting Argentina and Bernabeu or France and Dembele, then it's up to yourself. I'll be supporting Argentina. That's the way it is for myself. I hope that they win. But during that game, rather than us commentating on a game that isn't really Celtic related, I've got a couple of hours of content, Liam. You'll be watching the game. Watch it back. I'm going to tell you when it's from, right? It's from the era when Celtic were in dire straits. Now, you might think, why on earth would I like to watch that? This is dead interesting, right? So, Jim Orr, our very own Jim Orr, who you see on a Friday on A Celtic State of Mind, was part of Save Our Celts, which was a movement, a fan movement, who came together to try and stabilise and engage with the team, with the board rather. They were unhappy with the way the club was going. They didn't think that we would have been able to get the stadium in order, obviously after the Taylor report, Liam, and they were right, and they were right. So there was a number of meetings, for example. They used the platform of fanzine, paper media back in the day, to communicate with fans. There was a newsletter, and there was a lot of coverage, and we have got 2 hours of that coverage, which we're going to play, because I don't think the majority of this has ever been seen. So before the meeting, there's a reporter speaking to the likes of Joe Beltrami, who chaired the first meeting. There's an interview with Brian Dempsey. At that first meeting, Tom Grant, Jimmy Farrell, Jim Craig, obviously Beltrami, are all there at the meeting. The second meeting is attended by Terry Cassidy, who at the time was the chief executive at Celtic and who first employed Peter Lowell at the club as a financial analyst, I think he was. And
1991 that was, wasn't it, when Peter Lowell first joined up?
Yeah, under Terence Cassidy. The content is incredible, right, for a number of different reasons. Firstly, those interviews that I mentioned are superb to watch, right? Particularly the one with Joe Beltrami, Liam. A guy who, as soon as he speaks, you listen. And you can just tell that, you know, in criminal cases where he has been obviously defending the undefendable, he has probably got a lot of people off with murder. And there used to be that shout, "Get me Beltrami." Absolutely. When you hear him speaking about Celtic, it is phenomenal. And then what I love about it is you see the people going into Shettleston halls. And there's 2 things here. It's the first thing is the fashions. It's superb. There are so many shell suits going into Shettleston halls and the hairdos, but there are also familiar faces. There are familiar faces, so keep your eye out for a few who are still within the Celtic fraternity. And of course, you've then got the input from the likes of Dempsey, who's a brilliant speaker, a superb speaker, and he speaks passionately about the changes that Celtic had to make. And then in the second half, if we keep it running, if it's popular enough and it's, you know, getting you through the World Cup commentary, Terry Cassidy is grilled by the Celtic fans, and he's grilled about every manner of subject, from whether or not Paul McStay is going to sign a new contract to how you're going to build a new stadium. It is so worth watching, and we've been sitting on it for a long, long time, and I'm going to push play on it after you and I have been talking about Japanese influence on Celtic. So, Liam, I think that, with regards to the first arrival in Kyogo, we all fell in love with Kyogo. We really did. He has that kind of iconic ability to take an amazing photograph. I mean, you've got the one where there's the flares behind him and he's just standing in front of the flares. You've then got the ones after he scores the double in the League Cup final. So photogenic. He's coming for a wee bit of stick. But I was saying earlier on, Kyogo's always missed chances for Celtic. I know he missed another one yesterday, but he's always missed chances for Celtic. Are you concerned at his form? Do you think we need a new striker?
No, I think Kyogo's fine. He just, like most strikers, he just needs a goal to get him going, and he'll be fine. Interesting wee fact about Kyogo, actually, which people outside of Japan might not know. You know when he scores a goal and he does this, right? And the media have reported, it's a mushroom because of his haircut or whatever. No. This kind of symbol, if you look it up in a Japanese dictionary, that's a symbol for the number 8.
Right.
And Kyogo is number 8. Hachi, number 8. So that's what he's doing. He's making the sort of hand signal for his shirt number.
The thing is with that, Liam, and we'll come back to this time and time again, I'm sure, is why don't they just do the research and drop you an email when they've got a query like that, rather than making up mushroom stories, etc. Give Liam Carrigan a shout and he will clear that up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Kyogo, I'm not concerned. Yesterday, it was quite a tense affair. Kevin McCluskey and I, we did a watch along, which was the first time in a long time that we'd done it on Acsom, and it was quite a frustrating affair. And there was a nervousness and an anxiety was growing the longer it went on. Aberdeen were playing anti-football, but we kept saying throughout the game, right, we need to find a way. We still need to find a way. Were you confident we would, Liam?
Yep, absolutely. As I said on the Celtic Down Under section we did earlier, I was watching the game with my dad over the iPad, and he was saying, "Oh God, it's not going to happen today, is it? It's not going to happen." I said, "No, it's going to happen. Trust me, it's going to happen." And for me, actually, the turning point, and as much as I love the guy, the turning point was when we took Maeda off and brought on Abada, because Maeda does what he does, but yesterday was just not his game. And as soon as Abada came on, the amount of space we got down that wing with Abada's more direct approach, I just felt the game was tipping in our favour. And I thought Aberdeen are just backs to the wall here, and no offence to them, but they're not good enough a team to keep us out for 90 minutes playing like that. So I knew the goal was going to come.
You're right though about Abada. I mean, he was so direct, and we were talking during the game about how Jota had been getting a fair bit of joy down the left-hand side, but as soon as Abada came on, that stopped because everything was going down the right, and rightly so. Abada was beating his man, he was getting the ball in, and then obviously we make the change. Jota comes off for Forrest, and I disagreed with it, and I was proven wrong, gladly proven wrong. But you mentioned Maeda, one of the January recruits. There was a triple signing of Maeda, Hatate and Ideguchi. Maeda, I think, between January and the end of last season, he was very impressive. You could see the energy that he had. He goes into the World Cup there, having had a wee bit of stick, and he proved a lot of people wrong, but he also, I think, came to the attention, Liam, of a lot of people who had no idea who he was.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that particularly stuck out to me was watching the coverage of the Japan-Croatia game. Alan Shearer was raving about Maeda. And I thought, now, on one hand, it was a wee bit disappointing that a guy who I have a lot of respect for, like Shearer, had not done his research to figure out who Maeda was. But on the other hand, it was good that he was recognising his ability and giving him credit. And it takes a striker to know a striker, I think. And he, as one of the great strikers in the world in his day, Shearer recognised the qualities that Maeda has, even not just in terms of shots at goal. His play, the way he was dragging defenders all over the place, the way he was creating space. These are subtleties which not every fan is going to see or appreciate, and not every journalist is going to give you credit for. But Maeda has it in spades, and I think it does give our team a different dimension. Now, It's not what we needed yesterday. What we needed yesterday was directness, and Abada came on and gave us that, right?
Yeah.
But there are going to be other teams, other times where you want somebody like Maeda to run them ragged for 90 minutes. So
Absolutely.
it's going to be useful. He's going to be a player. And I think the debate now about, oh, he's not a striker, I think we can put that one to bed. Because what I've been saying for months, when he's played as the main striker for Japan, he is far more effective than he is as a winger for Celtic. That's just a fact.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a long time, Liam. And I
Yeah.
think that I've hinted at the fact that if we keep Kyogo and Giakoumakis, there's never been any real speculation around Kyogo, but there has been some around Giakoumakis, then we might run without a third striker because of the fact that Maeda can slot in, Haksabanovic can play there, Abada can play there, although some might say that they're not as effective within those positions. So I take that point. I'm just going to bring this up from Feed the Bear, who's thanking us all for the weekend. And what we need to do is thank you right back, and everybody who's tuning in, everybody who's watching the Glory in the Dream on YouTube. The last time I checked, it was at 6,500 views, which is phenomenal considering it's only been up for a day and a half. Hopefully by the time the head hits the pillow tonight, it's sitting at 10,000 views. And then tomorrow, you know, people can download it, and it's about awareness and raising awareness. And people might watch that video and say, well, what is this? You know, what is the relevance of this journey that Paul Sheridan of the Wakes is having and taking? And it's all about just keeping that story alive. And I hope that this song does well so that we can raise as much money as we can for charity. All the links are underneath the video description. There's also a link, I've got to update you on this one, there is also a link for an Acsom live event in February with Tommy Boyd, and I can report that there are only 6 tickets left for that. They're £15. It would make a brilliant last minute Christmas gift, plug, but it's Tommy Boyd, it's Acsom live on a stage, not your typical live event, by the way. A completely different approach to live events, and I'm really looking forward to getting Brian McClare up there in January and Tommy Boyd in February, and I'm looking forward to selling the last 6 tickets so I can tell you who's going to join us in March. Now, the other 2 players, before we talk about Kobayashi, who came in the January, are of course Edeguchi, Maeda. We have, Hatate, and we have spoken about Maeda and Kyogo. I thought Hatate yesterday looked as though he was eventually going to get a goal. I really did. And then the comments were coming in saying, oh, he looks knackered, we need to take him off. I felt that there was less energy in the legs of O'Reilly. Hatate did indeed get taken off, and we cannot argue with the substitutions that were made by Ange. I said at the beginning of the season, Hatate's going to be our MVP, he's going to be the player of the year, Liam. I think the guy is an absolute sensation. When you look at the age of him, the experience or lack of experience at senior football. Did you see that coming with Hatate?
Yes, actually I did, because Kawasaki Frontale won the league last season and he was their player of the year. He was outstanding. And he played a variety of positions, amongst others left back, funnily enough. But no, he had all the tricks, all the skills, and I'm actually amazed that Celtic got him, because the hype around Hatate at the end of last season in the J-League context, so like this time last year, was, I think, as much as the hype around Takefusa Kubo just before he signed for Real Madrid. So, you know, he was being as hyped up as Kubo was like the year before. So I really do think it's amazing that Celtic were able to go in and get him, and that's on Ange and his links with Japan, and the fact that there are Japanese players here already. So it's going to naturally be easier for any player to adapt. I mean, just to blow my own trumpet a wee bit here, you should have seen the way Yuki Kobayashi's face lit up at the recent press conference when I said hello to him in Japanese.
Absolutely loved that. I loved that, Liam. That was something else, by the way. That really was something else. And I'll tell you what, he did enjoy it, didn't he? It was a great welcome from you. Welcome him him in his native tongue, and I think you put everybody else in that press conference on the back foot with that one, Liam. Well done. That's what we like to see, and it was great also to see Celtic Down Under represented at a press conference at Celtic Park. Now, Kobayashi, you have spoken about him in the past. Give us a rundown of Kobayashi, and also let us know, is there a future for Gucci?
Right. Gucci, unfortunately, I don't think is gonna make the grade, and it's a real shame because it's not his fault. He's done nothing wrong, but going the other way, he's not done anything outstanding either. And I think Ange is the type of manager that, as a player, the onus is on you to impress him.
Mm-hmm.
And Gucci has not done anything wrong, but he's not done anything to show that he is worthy of a place above the likes of Hatate, O'Reilly, or Kalmak, unfortunately. So I think Gucci's going to go back to Japan. I think he'll have a very successful career in the J League, but unfortunately I think that's his level, because this is the third time he's tried to make the grade in Europe and it's not happened for him.
Mm-hmm.
But Kobayashi is a completely different prospect. You know, when Ange first came in, we were all quite disappointed that we didn't manage to get Ko Itakura, who was being touted as the new great Japanese defender, the kind of a natural heir to Yuto Nagatomo, who has been like the sort of the stalwart of the Japanese defence, even though he's a full back and Itakura's a centre back. But you know, Nagatomo's a natural leader you look to, and Itakura has been touted as his replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Kobayashi is similar physique to Itakura, similar skill level, but I think he's actually a better player. He has more of a physical presence. He is better in the air, which in the Scottish League in particular will be very important. I know some people have raised concerns about a Japanese defender perhaps not having the physical qualities required to make it in Scotland. Trust me, with Kobayashi, that is not going to be an issue, right? This is not another do-way scenario, okay? So don't worry about that. He's got the physique, he's got the character, and he's got the ability. And I think in the fullness of time, you may well have him and Itakura as the central defensive pairing for the Japanese national team, because I reckon they're as good as each other. And with Yoshida retiring, a gap is going to open up.
Liam, I love the level of insight that you can offer in a Japanese game. Honestly, it's astonishing. And it really does give us an insight with regards to new arrivals. We've been speaking to you about the players we've had. If you tell me Ideguchi, it's probably coming to an end, I'm going to trust that is the case, and we'll bid him farewell and wish him all the best, which is what I'm going to do to you just now, because I know that you're going to be keen to watch the World Cup final. I cannot wait to see the jerseys. I cannot wait to give you a copy of my jersey book when you're over. Go and enjoy the final, Liam, and thank you for your sterling efforts today. 2 hours on a Celtic State of Mind. Go and check the boys out on Celtic Down Under if you haven't done so already. Cheers, my man.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. See you again.
And here we go, World Cup final. I totally appreciate that many of you will be more interested in watching the World Cup final. And we do have the main man, Lawrence Conley, in the studio as we speak. But we've got a few wee bits and bobs to sort out before we come back on to say hello. And we're obviously going to have to get the game up on the big screen as well. But what I'm going to do is, I was just talking about a video file that we've had in the archive for some time now, and what we're hoping to do is to play that for you. Now, I've got to say it's a lengthy one, but it is historically relevant, and we'll start playing it just now, and we'll get the football on in here. And when we think that you want to hear anything from myself and Lawrence Conley, we will come back. So please enjoy this. This is a look back at when Celtic were in the doldrums, and there are some familiar faces that I'm sure you'll enjoy watching back.
Yep. All right. Mr. Beltrami, if I can ask you first of all, what is the need for this meeting today? You'll find out when you listen to the meeting. There's a great need for this meeting today, in my opinion. I was asked at the last minute to chair this meeting. I'm only too delighted to do that. There's a lot to be said and done. So just listen intently to us in there, please, and you'll find out the reason for this meeting.
Obviously, you're talking about problems in the boardroom at Celtic Park.
Many people are dissatisfied at the progress of Celtic in recent years. I'm only one of many. This is why we're having the meeting, to try to resolve matters.
Is it too early to say that this is the first step in a takeover bid for Celtic?
Nothing to do with takeover. Nothing to do with that. This is simply the first step, hopefully, in a new approach.
What sort of people have you invited here today?
With Brian Dempsey, ex-director, Jim Craig, Lisbon Lion, Jerry Dunbar, editor of Not the View, and one or two members of this Save Our Celts committee. About half a dozen.
Are you pleased that two Celtic directors, Mr Farrell and Mr Grant, are coming along?
I'm delighted that they're coming. I'd rather see the whole lot here. But they're coming along as it were, non-combatants. They won't be asked any questions today. There'll be a further time for this. Just wait and see.
What's the next step after today's
They're
meeting?
here today as listeners.
What's the next step after today's meeting?
Can't tell you that, I'm sorry. You'll find out.
Things are obviously happening.
Hopefully, yes.
Mr Beltrami, thank you very much. Thank you.
We're rolling now.
Okay. Willie, if I can just ask you first of all, what is the need for this meeting today?
Well, what we want to do is get a voice for the supporters, and we can see the way ahead being an independent Celtic Supporters Association that reflects all the views of Celtic fans, not just a select few.
Why are you dissatisfied with the current Celtic Supporters Association?
Well, we feel that George Delaney and that association is completely out of touch with the grassroots of support. You know, a lot of people do have genuine grievances against Celtic, and Mr Delaney does nothing. He sits back and nods his head.
How significant is it that Mr Brian Dempsey is here addressing you today?
Very significant. Mr Dempsey knows what he's talking about. He's been in at Celtic. He knows the setup there. He's a very smart, articulate man. You know, he's a good man to have on your side.
Are you pleased that two of the Celtic board are actually coming here to listen?
Delighted. It shows that there is a willingness on the board that they are going to listen, but they must listen all the time, not just one day to show that they're, you know, lip service or whatever. They've got to listen always.
Some people will read more into this, that this is the start of a possible takeover bid for Celtic. What do you say to that?
Well, it's not. It's a bid by the fans to get a voice. That's the main thing, you know, and for people to realise that there is problems at Celtic, but probably by coming together that we can help solve these problems.
That's great, Willie. Well
Okay.
done. Thank you very much. Rolling now. Okay. Brian, first of all, what is the need for a meeting like this? Save ourselves.
Well, there are obviously some supporters, Jim, who feel there's a need for it. I'm happy to attend. This is not the first Celtic supporters function I've attended. I receive a considerable number of invitations and I've yet to decline one. I'm happy to come along and listen to what they have to say, and happy to say my piece to them too, because Celtic supporters feel they're going through difficult times at the moment, and it's important for me that everyone pulls together rather than fragments into different types of groupings. So some of them feel the concern, and I hope that we can perhaps put some of that concern to rest today.
Couldn't this be seen as some form of fragmentation, the fact that we're trying to set up a separate Celtic Supporters Association?
Yes, there are always dangers in that. I mean, I know what I have to say to them in that count, and that will be to go that extra mile to try and work with the club and the present organisations to try and make it work. I'm not in favour of further fragmentation. The more one is divided, the more one is easily conquered, and that's not a good philosophy at any time.
We hear that Mr Grant and Mr Farrell are attending today. Does that please you?
I'm delighted. I'm absolutely delighted. Jimmy and Tom were great supporters within the board, as were Jack McGinn and Kevin Kelly, and I'm delighted that they'll be here with me today.
What's going to be the gist of your message, Mr Dempsey?
Well, for my part, I mean, I really want to say to them in honesty that these are very difficult times for a club such as Celtic, and it can never achieve the success that's needed both on and off the park unless everyone pulls together. And I really will be making that appeal, that we all pull together.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just coming now. Okay, I'll just chat away. You don't see anything for this particular part. Okay, I'll just chat away. Absolutely nothing. Right, count down from 6, maybe 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
See you later.
My name is Dave Ashman, one of the organisers of the family who stepped in at very short notice to chair the meeting.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, fans. Very warm welcome to this meeting, this inaugural meeting. How do you switch this on? Oh, yeah. To this inaugural meeting, organised and convened by a group of 5 young lads, and it's called the Save Our Celts Committee. I must make it clear that this young group hired this hall at their own expense. They're not asking for reimbursement. They hired this hall because they're loyal, staunch fans of Glasgow Celtic Football Club. And they, like many others of us, are dissatisfied at certain steps, at the way certain matters have been going. And this is why they decided to convene this meeting. I'm delighted at the numbers. This crowd would do credit to Firhill on a Saturday. And I must introduce the speakers we have at this table. We have, on my far right, Jim Craig, needs no introduction, famous Lisbon Lion. Willie is one of the committee members here. Mr. Dunbar, editor of the Celtic Directors. Mr. Farrell and Mr. Grant. I give them a very warm welcome to this meeting. As was said at the outset, I was asked to chair this meeting at the 11th hour. In fact, I think it was 28 minutes past 11. And the reason for this was that the previous chairman, at the last minute, declined to attend. Possibly he thought that his appearance here might incur the wrath of the Celtic board. But so far as I'm concerned, there's no such worry. I've incurred the wrath over the past 6 years, since I first started writing publicly 6 years ago, about certain aspects of the club. Now, I think we should start by giving possibly a declaration of intent, raison d'etre, reason why were here, and why so many of you have turned out. And perhaps it could be put this way. Declaration of intent must be, on our parts, to try as best we can, bearing in mind our limited resources so far as weaponry is concerned, gentlemen, but to try as best we can to arouse what I would consider to be the great sleeping giant, to rouse this giant from its deep, sound and recent slumber, so that this giant can compete formidably on the field and in the marketplace, and so that the club can regain its rightful spot within the accepted and indeed expected traditions of Glasgow Celtic football. That, it seems to me, is our declaration of intent. Now, so far as my credentials are concerned for the chair, I think it was roughly 1942 that I attended my first professional football match. I'd heard about Celtic. I'd been fed on a diet of their success. A few years earlier, they had won the Exhibition Cup. And a friend of mine decided to take me to a football match. So I went along in the early 40s to Cathkin Park, full of expectation and hope. The match finished Lanark 4, Celtic 2. I was astonished. I came out of the ground with my friend, scratching my head. I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "Why?" He'd obviously seen them before. He said, "Why?" He wasn't so surprised, you see. I said, "Well, Celtic have lost 4-2. He said, "Well, so what?" I said, "But if Third Lanark can beat them 4-2, what would the second team do to them?" And that was my first introduction to professional matches. I've seen them many, many times since. I've been abroad with them all over Europe. I've been to Russia, Czechoslovakia, Lisbon, South America. I remember Lisbon, the night following the game, and at that time the Celtic board were still speaking to me. I remember being in the club hotel at about 2 in the morning, talking to Jock Stein, Neil Moken, Sean Farren in the vestibule. Taxi pulled up, man came out with a huge green box, massive green box tied with string, put it at our feet. We opened it, and there it was, the European Cup. That's my first touch of the European Cup. Sometime after that, I think I got another touch of a famous cup, as it often is, and often has been. It's unfortunate, perhaps, that more members of the board did not appear today. They were invited. It's also unfortunate that I have in my hand, and he says that in his view, I have another piece of paper, and this is not the Elliott contract. This is a newspaper cutting in which the General Secretary of the hasn't come. He doesn't know what we're here about, but he dismisses us as a nonsense. How narrow-minded, gentlemen, can you be? Dismissal of us seems to indicate to me that he derides is to ensure that this, as I'm sure it will be, in an orderly manner, run with dignity, decorum, and responsibility. Now, I say that because I hope that the directors who are good enough to attend today will go back to their board and tell them how well this meeting was conducted. It was not a rabble. There was no slanging, conducted with dignity. Because I have a hope, gentlemen, that in the not too distant future, we'll have another meeting, perhaps in a bigger place than this, in which the directors will attend, in which they will be asked proper, relevant questions by fans who, after all, are the lifeblood of this club. And I hope that each and every one of them will attend our next meeting in the knowledge that he'll be treated with the utmost courtesy, that the meeting would be to try to redress matters, try to ascertain the reason for what seems to be malaise in this famous club of ours. To be able to put questions, relevant questions, about the ground, about where that we're racing against the clock. I would introduce you to our first speaker of the afternoon. He is Mr. Willie Wilson, a member of the group, the Save Our Celts group, a member of the 5 persons who went out of their way to engage this hall, to book this hall, to pay for this hall, as I said earlier. A man who's interested, extremely interested. Would you come forward, please?
Thank you. Let me first take this opportunity to thank you all for taking the time and effort to attend today. I hope that you will find it all very worthwhile. In a way, it's all rather sad that we find ourselves here today discussing the best ways forward for our club. 25 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. Sadly, today, it is very much a part of reality. We all know what has happened to our club over the past quarter of a century, and it would serve no useful purpose to go through all the reasons that have led to this downfall. All I will say is that 25 years ago, our club was the most feared and respected club in the world. Today, it is a shambles and an embarrassment to the most loyal, colourful and wonderful supporters in Britain. Over the years, we the fans, the true shareholders of Celtic, have never been consulted in any way on the running of our club. Instead, we have had to rely on the official Supporters Association led by Mr. George Delaney to convey our views. Mr. Delaney and his association are completely out of touch with the grassroots support. We do not intend to stoop to the level of trading insults with Mr. Delaney. All we will say on the matter is that fans should pause for thought and ask themselves, do they seriously think that Mr. Delaney has their best interests at heart? We feel that this attitude is no longer acceptable and the time for change is now upon us. But the change must be a democratic change, brought about by talking together and constructive actions, not by mob rule. It is to this end that we would like to see the setting up of an independent Celtic Supporters Association, an association that has one main aim, to give the supporters of Celtic a voice that will be listened to, a voice that will not be afraid to speak out, and most importantly, a voice that will speak for all Celtic fans, not just a select few. One thing is for sure though, The directors must realise that they have a responsibility to the fans. They must make themselves more accountable. They must listen. We asked the directors of our club to attend today. Only Mr Grant and Mr Farrell had the decency to do so. Only they chose to talk to us rather than ignore us and treat us with contempt. Mr White went as far to say that our campaign would only embarrass the club. Far from embarrassing our club, our purpose is to prevent the likes of Mr White embarrassing our club anymore. If Mr White really wants to talk about embarrassing the club, should he not redirect his comments to Mr Delaney, spycatcher? Over the years, we have stood back and watched our club become a joke due to a succession of decisions that have embarrassed the managers, embarrassed the players, and most importantly, embarrassed the fans. Well, no more. We demand a voice. We feel that an independent supporters association is the only way forward. We have now reached a critical stage in the history of our club, especially in the role that the fans will play. The time has come for a new voice to be heard within Celtic Park, a voice that will truly reflect the opinions of supporters. We would like to think that we could help provide that voice, but it is all very well for us to stand up here today and talk about change. The hard part will actually be achieving that change. Only you can bring that change about. We can do nothing without your support. So if you are sufficiently interested in the formation of an independent supporters association, please put your name and address on the forms provided at the end of each rose. We have many ideas on how the association will develop, but most importantly, we want your ideas and suggestions. For this purpose, we have placed a suggestion box at the rear of the hall. The next stage in our continuing campaign is to try to forge a direct line of communication with the board. Ideally, we would like to have a meeting with them in the very near future. What we would like you to do is inform your friends and fellow supporters of our aims and get them to write to us, including stamped address envelopes. We will then hopefully try to get newsletters out to everybody on a monthly basis telling you what exactly is happening. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, a club that we can all be proud of, both on and off the park. With that in mind, I'll leave you with the words from Mr Terry Cassidy, our Chief Executive, and I quote, "The amount of feeling people have for this club is almost unbelievable. They desperately want to be a part of it, and there has been a lack of communication." Never a truer word said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Willie Wilson. If you continue to speak like that, you too, that make two of us, will be regarded as a malcontent. I say that because I think it's one word that's very, very much in the repertoire of Mr McGinn.
Frustration at statements such as, "We cannot compete with Rangers," despite the fact that over the last 30 years, Celtic's crowds have been equal to, if not bigger, than those of our rivals who are currently leaving us in their wake, and also a sense of alienation. Any attempt to make our feelings known was met with crass denunciations like louts, malcontents, not real fans, and so on. What an insult. Now, not the view is not responsible for, are a consequence of the Celtic board's, successive Celtic boards, lack of communication with the fans, and the poverty of their vision of the future for Celtic Football Club. Now, our credentials with the grassroots of Celtic support. Just think about how much money you've spent over the last few years supporting Celtic, home and away, and in Europe. Remember Europe? We used to play there occasionally. In fact, I remember the days when we used to say, well, we won't go to the first leg, we'll just save up and go to we won't go to the first round, we'll wait and save up and go to the quarter-finals. Now, it's no wonder, if you think about it, even in those purely financial terms, it's no wonder we want some kind of accountability in exchange for our emotional and ever-increasing financial commitment and investment to the club. I think we're entitled to that, at least. Having started Not the View, and I think it's something that the Save Our Celts people will find, that we're being scrutinised McCarthy style for names that they might recognise. And the first official contact we had with Celtic was when we offered them this magnificent bus, if you like, right, whose views are never reflected in the club's officialdom. Now, why? I mean, why do we need this? Well, we feel that there is a great need for this, for as many channels of communication between the fans and the directors as possible, a need which was recognised in this document, the Taylor Report on the Hillsborough disaster. And I quote, Justice Taylor said, "As for the clubs, in some instances, it is legitimate to wonder whether the directors are genuinely interested in the welfare of their grassroots supporters. Boardroom struggles for power, wheeler dealing in the buying and selling of shares, and indeed of whole clubs. Some knowledge of the customer's needs, his tastes and his dislikes is essential with the supporters or their organisations." Now, we would hope that...
Speaker will be Mr Dempsey, a man who needs no introduction, a man who is well known to you, and possibly one of the reasons why you've come here today in the first place. So without further ado, let me introduce Brian Dempsey.
Thank you very much, Joe. When I listened to that introduction, I had to look around and see who he was talking about. I must say it is nice to be here, but the reality of life is nowadays it's nice to be anywhere. The last time could you run about a bit while you laugh, please? The last time I performed at the Shettleston Halls, I can honestly say that I did have the audience behind me all the way, but I shook them off at the Bailison lights. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom, Jimmy, Jerry, Willie, Jim, Mr. Chairman Joe Beltrami, it is a pleasure to be here today. I'm delighted to be able to come to a function such as this, a meeting, and to have the opportunity to talk to Celtic supporters. I must say at the outset, I'm also delighted, particularly delighted, to look around and see some of my fellow executive box holders at Celtic Park, and I would like to thank them for coming too, because, you know, like you and like them and like myself, is that me getting the beep already? I haven't even sworn yet. Like you and ourselves, we are all just one thing in common, and that is well-intentioned, well-meaning, loyal Celtic supporters. I suppose that in reality now, the easiest thing for me to do would be to really ingratiate myself with you and, as I read in one newspaper, toss a barrage of criticism from the sidelines to some of my former fellow directors. It may be the easiest thing to do that, ladies and gentlemen, but I cannot. To do so, I would be guilty of being less than honest with you, and certainly dishonest with myself. You can imagine a wee boy growing up in Bellsill, kicking a ball around at 10, thinking he was good enough to beat the world, and certainly could never understand by the age of 14 why Glasgow Celtic had never signed him. And the fact that he played outside right in a boys' guild team, and there was big money in those days, it only cost me 2 shillings a week to play. That they had this little red-headed guy that was keeping me out of the number 7 jersey at Celtic Park. And then suddenly in life to find myself a director of that club. I think that the sense of excitement about it all was dimmed because I had been a paying customer for a long number of years. And on the outside, I did recognise, or thought I did, all that needed to be done. But nonetheless, here I was, suddenly a director of what was part of our lives in this part of Scotland. Growing up, it was the common denominator. It was the door opener at weddings, funerals, at meetings of all sorts of description. You just talked about the Celtic and football, and here I was suddenly an administrator of that great club. And in 5 very short months, I found myself working very hard, long hours, doing all sorts of things, trying all sorts of things, coming up with all sorts of ideas, not for myself, but for the club. But you know, the truth of that is that all that you might have seen or believed to be those ideas were not solely mine. I found in my former colleagues some valuable and loyal friends. And it would be so wrong of me today to stand here and glibly pass over that. I found in Jack McGinn a chairman who really only wanted the best for Celtic. When he asked me to come along and join him, I said, "What's the deal?" He said, "All I want you to do is to say and do what you believe to be best for this football club. Not best for Brian Dempsey, or Jack McGinn, or Jim Farrell, or anyone." Because that was his approach. I found in Kevin Kelly, a vice chairman who certainly showed glimpses at times of courage and resilience, that he was prepared to stand fast and be loyal to an argument, if he believed in that argument, and be supportive to it. I found in Jimmy Farrell, an old friend of some years, a man who has a death-defying act of telling you bluntly what he thinks of you, which is rather daring when he's up at places like Stennismuir and Forth for getting a lift home, yet he still does it. An admirable quality, but a man whose knowledge of administrators and people in football, and a man whose courage of his convictions was quite second to none. And I found in Tom Grant, and I'm saying this not because they are here, but because it is true, a man who was very quick to fight the supporters' corner, a man whom I learned very early on had an intense and an immense knowledge of the running of a football stadium, and on a match day you only have to be there after 9 o'clock in the morning to really have an understanding of what goes on, and all the maintenance factors, and all the problems, and all the stewarding, and all the security, and all the police, and particular problems with visiting teams and or players or coaches, and so on, and executive club holders complaining like hell, and executive club members needing this. And he had that knowledge, and very shortly, a great responsibility is to pass on to his shoulders for the design of a new stadium, whatever that might be. But in all of this, the story that Brian Dempsey had, the plan, the way out, really is quite inaccurate. I had an idea that formulated into a plan because of the input and the support and the loyalty and the fortitude of those 4 gentlemen. And I'm not suggesting I am entitled to any credit, but if I was entitled to that type of credit, then I'm not entitled to it alone. They must also share in that. And that might not be something that you would wish to hear. And there may be things later that they may not wish to hear. But the old adage of life remains consistent. That is that the truth sometimes can hurt. And that is the truth. And what was this great scheme? It was simply this. It was a recognition that the paying customer had to be taken into account. How would supporters travel to football in the future? Within 10 years, the statisticians tell us there will be 30% more car ownership on the roads. So all we have to do is provide 30% more car parking at Celtic Park and we've resolved the problems. How will our supporters travel to football in the days that lie ahead? Who knows? But it seemed to me that this whole ethos of what was Celtic Football Club, that what you and I grew up to believe and recognise, this almost mythological concept of a fabulous tradition, of a recognition of what was your way of life, my way of life, what was all our upbringing, all our beliefs, all our hopes and aspirations rolled into one, into a Saturday afternoon, or, like Jerry, I too remember those Wednesday evenings. It's amazing how the memory sticks by you. But suddenly, here we were all together as one big convoluted empire with no future. As I've grown older after we came through the 70s, Celtic always seemed to me to be a team with a club with a glorious past and an apprehensive present, and who knows about the future. The future always seemed to be regarded as an enemy, whereas those of us in business certainly look to the future as an opportunity. And all of you, whatever you do, whether you be a housewife or a lawyer or a teacher or whatever you might be, we must all look upon tomorrow as our opportunity. Our opportunity to step forward in life, our opportunity to get a new suit, have our hair done, buy this, do that, go here, go there. We must never be apprehensive about tomorrow, because we shape our own destiny. We have it in our hands. Our forefathers proved that over a century ago, and we can do it again if we have to. I saw the need, and these gentlemen supported me, loyally and faithfully, to step out into a custom-built facility, to take the opportunity for a new beginning that recognised not just the problem of a stadium brought upon us by the Taylor Report, the aftermath of Hillsborough, but also as a recognition of our customer, that we have to start catering to his needs. We have to start looking to him, looking to the person who's going to pay all this money, and respond to him, and her, I'm sorry ladies, I use him not in a sexist way. It is nice to see ladies here today. Ladies will play a very important part in the football of tomorrow. The football customer of tomorrow will change considerably, I promise you, and more ladies will come to more and more games, provided football clubs can provide for you the kind of facilities you need, the kind of options that you have, even creche rooms for kids, but certainly good toilet facilities, to say the least. And when you consider, gentlemen, as a business, you now have opened up another half of your population, which so far you have mostly ignored. You can see the opportunities that it brings with it. But this was the opportunity of a new beginning that took the problem of the stadium and addressed it fully, that recognised that our customer was going to change and there would be various levels of that customer and how we were going to respond to him. Tom Grant was an unbelievable help in this, because I hadn't a clue about coach facilities, coach park, when the Irish coaches arrived, how they arrived, when other coaches arrived, and what we did, how we responded to them, how visiting teams came, what they would do, what they would not do, what they would need. And we had to try and start looking at catering for that. We had to look to the cardboard customer, how we catered for him, how we parked him, how we got him in and out, how we responded to him, how close he wanted to the facility, what he was looking for as part of that facility within the car park. Within the stadium itself, we had to look to the opportunity of generating a public transport system, a better one. And it was one of those things. It's a fact that Rob Royston provided the opportunity for a railway station, and that was great. It was a great opportunity and one not to be missed. But that brought with it again other problems, how we would create the kind of rail station concourse facility, and how we would direct the customer into the stadium. Again, that was very much the man at the end's gambit, and he was very much involved in helping address those problems. Within the stadium itself, we recognised what was needed. We recognised that we had opportunities here of a captive audience of 55,000 for at least 2 hours on a match day, and that opportunity had to exist where we could provide for them the fast food and slow food facilities that are needed, the cafeteria facilities, the opportunity of Celtic shops, and all that could bring. and the opportunity to look at facilities for young children, fathers with young children. I know I've taken my kids along, and after 5 minutes, I'm bored. Little did he know the truth how bored we were. And you say, shut up, watch the game. But the truth of it is, we did recognise those things. We were working down those roads. We also were looking at how we could take this sleeping giant of a brand name, how and what we could do with Celtic Football Club as such. The opportunities it brings, the young lady in the tracksuit top there, the opportunities it brings in the leisure wear industry, the changing of colours, the variety and difference of style. And all those facilities are there, but it's how that we can get out to a wider market, make it a more attractive business, offer a much wider product range to our customer, and how we can get to him. It is the opportunities not just in Scotland, but in Ireland and in England, and in the United States and Canada, and in Australia. I was, this time last year, in Australia. I went to church on a Sunday morning with a lad I grew up with, a neighbour in Belsill, and we went into church in the morning, and this family in front of me came in, man, pa, and the 2 kids, all in Celtic jerseys. I thought it was back in Belsill. The only good thing about it was they could wear the short sleeve ones and get sunburnt. We couldn't do that. But there's a big industry in itself, and something that has to be addressed, and something that has to take the Celtic Football Club business forward into the future. There were other aspects of it too that had to be looked at. It was recognised that the youth policy at Celtic is something that needed urgent and immediate attention. That had been started. I don't know where it is now, because I'm not privy to things, and these lads wouldn't discuss anything with me. But we had started that road. We had addressed that, not because I was there. It was something that had emerged, and we were going down the road. We were going forward in that. The boys' club had to be looked at in a different way, and the youth policy had to be geared in a different way, because irrespective of all, and no matter how successful our ambitions would have been in the creation of a new stadium and a new facility, the reality of life is that down the road, countries such as Scotland will never be able to compete with the Europeans spending £8 and £9 million for players. Therefore, the logic of that is to come back to the reality of a good, sound youth policy. So that was another area that had to be taken care of, and had to be viewed, and had to be looked at. And then again, the whole aspect of football. Here is an ever-changing world, and none more so than in football. We know now they're far advanced in talking of European leagues and a many-league system. We know that there are serious discussions going on about a British league and what that will involve. And we know now, and see recently, that a league reconstruction proposal now carried out in Scotland will only antagonise major clubs and make them look to different markets. So as that changes, you can't just stay the same. You've got to change your attitude to football as well, and your coaching techniques, and your scouting techniques, and your style, and your emphasis, and the type of players and what you're trying to achieve and do. And that is another area that has to be addressed, and that had begun. No one more than me recognises that the 21st century is round the corner. And I can promise these 2 directors today, and I know they accept what I'm saying, that if Celtic does not change, and change fast, and become a more dynamic, open organisation, the future does not augur well. But the converse of that is equally true. If once again we can rise to the challenge, respond to the needs that we find ourselves in, as Celtic supporters and as Celtic directors, if we meet that challenge head on, we will never have anything or anyone to fear. The future is our opportunity, but today is our future. Now is our beginning. From the beginning of next season, 10% of the standing capacity is cut in every football club in the country. Within 3 years, it means if you've done nothing to your stadium, you're down 30%, and so it goes on to the end of this decade and you must be all seated. By 1994, UEFA rulings are that European ties or any ties under UEFA conditions must be all seated. The Taylor report also addresses the fact that within that, high-profile games are also to be all seated. I don't know whose side this mic's on, but it's certainly not mine. I fear we have a spy. Paranoia runs amok. But within the Taylor report, it also addresses, now one of you is working in the second term. This goes on, I'll still be on my knees, and I know that will please one or two people I can think of. We'll change the name of the rally to from Save Ourselves to Save Brian Dempsey, I think. Thank you very much, Willie. A good railway man, always in time when needed. Like British Rail, not too reliable all the same, it's still going down. So UEFA ruling is that high-profile games also will require to be all seated. Now, how will we view, or how will the police view Celtic Rangers games and or British League games? So time is not on our side. And I'm sure the directors recognise that. They recognised it last summer, and I'm sure they recognise it today. The only tragedy is that we've lost another 4 months. I cannot tell you, as human beings, what to do or think, nor would I ever attempt to so do. And I tried when I met that night with the very astonishing and sad news that I would be ousted. I made up my mind then that the critical part of life for me from that moment on was to do nothing or say nothing which would embarrass the club. It has been painful at times, let me tell you, because certain things have been said which were not true. And I deliberately did not take the bait. I have never at any time really said what happened, nor will I. There must be confidences within a boardroom that you must respect as being required. But I will only say this, it was all so unnecessary. I knew what I was saying was not going down well. It's easy to tell at times. And I offered on a couple of occasions to go. I didn't want to come every Thursday night and make life miserable for others. I really didn't want that. You know, you must always temper everything in life, ladies and gentlemen, with the simple fact that you just might be wrong. And at the back of my mind, I was always saying to myself, I just might be wrong. And I didn't want the constant battling. I did offer a couple of times, so much so the chairman spoke to me and said, I don't want you to do that again. The night that it happened, I know Jimmy and Tom were just as shocked as myself, and there was nothing we could do. But one thing. We could do nothing that would be bad or detrimental to the club. You must always remember this great maxim in life. Two wrongs never make a right, no matter what anyone else does. No matter how wrong you might believe they are, no matter how right they might believe they are. In your own eyes, two wrongs never make a right. And later on you'll have yourself to face, and if you've been the catalyst for anything, or the architect of something, then your actions may rise to haunt you. Jimmy Farrell spoke very bluntly to the shareholders that night. And he said something which has haunted me ever since. I hope to be totally wrong. But it taught me from that night on that we have to worry for Celtic, but sooner rather than later, we have to have a dialogue and talk. I started this section by saying I cannot tell you what to do in life, nor would I, and I won't. But I promise you this. There is only one way forward, and that is with honour and integrity. There is only one kind of criticism that is good. That is constructive criticism. There's only one kind of energy that is successful, and that is a productive energy, seeking to produce something rather than destroy something else. And I make this appeal to you today. Whatever course of action you choose, whatever route you seek to go forward on, remember who you are. You're Celtic supporters. And by that very being, you are Celtic. Don't let it get you down how others may conduct themselves. Forget it. All that's important in life is how you conduct yourselves. And I make this appeal also to the chairman and directors of Celtic Football Club. For God's sake, stop this childish petulance that if anyone dares to criticise, he is creating mischief. I appeal to them to stop the paranoia. If anyone deigns to ask a question, he's causing embarrassment. We are not. We are in love. A love affair that began early in our formative years and we will take to our death. I said earlier that the common denominator at weddings or funerals, you go to see somebody in hospital, a loved one, a friend, you find yourself talking about football and the Celtic. Take their mind off their agonies. Give them a new set of agonies. We are not, and I certainly am not, and I genuinely believe that you also are not, here to create mischief or cause embarrassment to this great club. That would serve no purpose. No purpose whatsoever. But to suddenly find ourselves able to do something or contribute something or help in a productive way, that would do a lot. And I promise you, sooner rather than later, Jimmy and Tom and the others are going to have to say that these lads have something to offer. I said that Tom Grant was always very quick to fight the supporters' corner, and I have no doubt he would be very quick to say that too. I've heard Jimmy often go on about Celtic and what should be done and where should we go. I've no doubt that he would respond to that too. So I make this appeal to you on this of all days, where we see what's happening in the Middle East in a much more serious situation. All brought about out there because of lack of dialogue, lack of trust, lack of belief, lack of faith, human being to human being. And I make the appeal to you to go that extra mile, to achieve the dignity that is Celtic. Go that extra mile to achieve the rapport that you want, and as paying customers, you deserve. Go that extra mile to exhort the chairman and directors in the belief, as I'm sure Jimmy and Tom will tell them after today, that you are Celtic supporters, that you do want the best for the club, and that they can prove it by bringing the directors to meet you. Go that extra mile to create a faith and trust that has always been the integrity of the Celtic support and the Celtic administration. You are Celtic supporters. You are faithful through and through. Be so. You are the most loyal supporters in the land. Continue to be so. I've said to you, there is nothing wrong with criticism as long as it's constructive. And there is nothing wrong with any paying customer making his feelings known to the manufacturer of the product he's paying for. Continue so. But do so in such a way that continues the integrity of you as a supporters group and of Celtic Football Club as an institution. You are the best behaved supporters in the land. Make it so. You are the salt of the earth.
Keep quite close together. Willie, what is the purpose of this afternoon?
I think it's an open discussion among Celtic fans on the future of Celtic. Mr Cassidy has kindly came along. We have a lot of questions to answer and hopefully we'll get the answers that we're looking for.
Mr Cassidy, just how frank can you be, how open can you be this afternoon?
I think, as you can in any other situation, 99.9% of things that need to be said can be said. There's always something, perhaps, that because of a delicacy of a negotiation that can't go on. And apart from that, I wish people wouldn't call me Mister, because I feel old enough without being called Mister.
Sorry, Terry. I'll change the name. What about any fear at all, any trepidation before you take the stage?
Oh no, I'm working on the principle that everybody here is genuinely behind Celtic and only wants what's good for Celtic, and that's the way I'll start off. Now, if I find that I've got a few hostile individuals, I might change the way we go about it, but I mean, I've got to work on the basis that it's a positive meeting designed to, I think, initially give us, as you said, information to Celtic supporters and just have a frank discussion.
What is Sabre Celts at now? What stage is it at now?
It's just at the stage it's always been at, trying to get a better deal for the ordinary supporter within Celtic, get more communication and get an active participation within Celtic. After all, it is a fans club and it should open up a bit more. We've seen signs today that things are happening. Hopefully we can forge ahead with that.
But how representative do you think your organisation is of the Celtic fans?
Well, you only have to look today. If I would say this is a wide range of Celtic fans. This is representative as any other organisation.
Gentlemen, have a good afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
today's meeting, or for those who were here at the previous meeting, today's meeting isn't going to be the same. It's going to be run in the form of a question time or sporting question. That is, we've had questions sent in by members of the association, and we've selected will then answer the question. The questioner will be given a right to reply, and then it will be open to the floor for anyone who wishes to make a contribution. This afternoon, so much has happened in the past few months, and indeed since our last rally, there have been great changes at Celtic Park. Obviously, the departure of Billy McNeill was the end of an era, and while I believe that most people realise that the change had to come, it had to occur, and that the performance of the team on the park merited a change in manager, I think that we also recognise that Billy McNeill was a tremendous servant to the club, and that his contribution to come, that he acted with great dignity and great decorum, and at no time then or since has he publicly attacked Celtic Football Club. And I'm sure that everyone in this hall will join. To me, and I'm sure for many, many others, Paul McStay has been a beacon of greatness throughout the years of mediocrity, and it would be a betrayal of the fans for the board not to release what it takes to keep Paul McStay at Celtic Park, and I've no doubt that this issue will loom larger in our discussions this afternoon. Again, basically the same group of men doing the same things, and the new chairman is still to develop a rapport with the fans, and perhaps he could ask his predecessor just how it's done. The panellists who have agreed to turn up, well, allow me to introduce them to you. The man who needs no introduction, Terry Cassidy, Chief Executive of Celtic Football Club, formerly Managing Director of the Glasgow Herald and Evening Times, and a man who is no stranger to controversy. However, as we have a meeting to go through, I'll not list them. Many quarters have expressed some surprise at Terry Cassidy's agreement to come here this afternoon, and I've likened it to entering the Lions' den. However, if the same press were to believe, perhaps we were in a worse position when they attempt to enter the Lisbon Lions' den. Willie Wilson, James Cantley from Glasgow. That's the first question.
For a number of years now, Celtic fans have shown that they've got no equal. When will supporters get a stadium that deserves such an accolade?
Tom Pavley?
I suspect they won't. I don't think we'll ever get a stadium that is equal to their own quality. I think it's extremely unlikely they'll get a stadium sensibly to look at the whole of gambling, which we did. But in fact, to try and find money to save football. The football subcommittee consisted of two people, myself and David Coleman. And what we found then was that Rangers polls were taking £7.
Yeah, well, it's good to see, first of all, the chairman has got no views of his own. Begin there. And it's nice and interesting to one down in there, but that's not going to get as far either. And listening to experts talk about 1966, whatever. It's what happens now and what happens in the future, which is all important. We, as most of you know, we've been looking at the problem of the stadium, certainly for a year at least. And we're talking about something that hasn't been done before. We're not talking about what's happened to the football ground. We're talking about a concept in the design of the stadium which is absolutely brilliant. We've had a design concept and a fairly ready model produced for us. If we can achieve the sort of thing that we're looking at this point in time for the stadium, then it won't be the best stadium in Scotland, it will be the best stadium in Europe. Quite clearly there are problems, not least of which is finance. We think that we can resolve those problems. Once again, people are quite happy to rule out all the different ways that money can be made. We can expect to produce some sort of stadium. It will be difficult without money. And I think that the way I see the stadium anyway, nobody nobody could be anything other than proud of the kind of stadium that we would finish up with. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe some people are right, maybe we can't get the money that's involved, maybe there are problems which are insurmountable in getting that sort of money. There's always the problem of the board, obviously, in the sort of control they have and the sort of control they might finish up with one of these days. But if the sort of stadium that we are talking about and have seen in design form and plans and on model can be achieved, then, as I said, it will be easily the best in Europe. And one thing certain, it won't be because of lack of trying and lack of effort, that if we finish it without it, it won't be because of that. Well, I guess that the method of finance is pretty well known. There are only about 8 or 9 you can go to, so there's nothing new in the world. But everything's got to be looked at. I think one of the problems is that people just write up the debenture scheme simply because when you look at the way it's been done by other football clubs, it hasn't been done particularly well. And it's been done in some cases ranging from almost a sheer con, where it would be better just saying to the fans, give us £1,000 each because we need the money back, rather than try and sell them a debenture without any advantage. And most of them don't offer a great deal of value for money. Perhaps it is possible that we can look at the debenture scheme in a different way. Selling a debenture is the same as selling petrol or a bar of chocolate. What you get for your money that counts. And if you get a scheme whereby the ordinary supporter can afford to buy a debenture, but it's also good value for money and means that perhaps it might even appreciate the value. And if we can make it easy for people to buy, and easy for people to pay over a period of time, that may contribute an awful lot of money towards this game. It won't reduce them all by any means.
But can I go back to the original question of James Cantley?
Yeah, I'm quite sure, Mr. Cassidy, that it wouldn't be through lack of trying that you wouldn't get a stadium. I think what the question was, when we're going to get a stadium. I think, we were given information that we would get some sort of substantive decision by August. Then it was put back to the end of the year. And we're now at the end of the year and we still don't have any information forthcoming about a stadium. The question was when.
Well, first of all, we have a problem which every club's got, and that's because of the Taylor report. There's a time constraint when it has to be done anyway. It's got to be done by 1994. And the schedule that we're aiming for is the 1st of August 1994, effectively. Secondly, as far as the statements that were made, I think what was said was that in August we would be talking about the number of sites that were up for review, and that by November those sites would be reduced to the ones that were probable runners, and then that around about this time of the year, December time, that there would be a proposal put to the board where we would be down to 3 sites, and that's exactly what has happened. We've had meetings in the last 2 weeks. We've had 4 meetings with Superstadia, the consortium that are looking at or have been looking at all the sites, and have now come down to the wire. And there will be a proposal and a presentation put before the full board of Celtic Football on Saturday, December the 14th, where 3 sites, one of which is Celtic Park, will be presented to them. And the Superstadia people are obviously professionals in the sense that we are not. They have a design team, they have engineers, they have constructors, they have financiers, they have marketing and promotions people, and that's really why the consortium is there. They will then put those 3 sites to the board, and they will say, as independent, objective professionals, what their preferred option is. As far as the experts on construction are concerned, we are told that providing a decision is taken by the spring of 1992, and a start can be made round about 1992, spring to summer of 1992, then the deadline of August the 1st, 1994 can be met, which means that when the proposal is put to the board on December the 14th, then the board at least don't have to panic. They shouldn't be rushed into taking a decision that is under some considerable pressure.
All it's got to do is raise the money. My fear in all of this is that Mr. Cassidy is too sanguine and I'm too pessimistic. What's coming through here is that the board has to make a choice, one from three, as to the form of the stadium and the location of the stadium. But the more adventurous the stadium is to be, the more capital is going to be required. And there is no indication whatsoever that there is any imagination on the creation, the production of that capital. Now, we read in the press some considerable time ago that Mr. Cassidy was poised to give the board a range of options. Most of us here could come up with some 6 or 7 options. And I'm doing it again and again and again. And I can't find any way out in any of these options whereby a club that is already £5 million in debt, more or less, which is renowned for having been badly run, could raise the amount of venture capital that is going to be required. I mean, if Mr. Cassidy can solve this for me, so do you.
Wishes to make a contribution, if you just like, catch my eye, as they say in all good parliamentary debate programmes. Are you a Houdini, Mr. Cassidy?
To my knowledge, I don't really think it's worth commenting on those comments. Maybe move on.
Well, as our no contribution, we've got the second question, which is again to do with the stadium, and it's from Graham Mackay of Perth.
I would like to ask the panel, what is the current situation with the existing stadium?
Terry Cassidy.
You mean the stadium we're playing at the moment? Oh. Well, what do you mean, what's the current situation?
What do you mean between now and the creation of a new stadium? Will there be further ground improvements?
Well, it's being improved all the time. I mean, there was £130,000. There was £130,000 spent on new toilets in the jungle in the close season. It's not an improvement. You don't like that. You prefer to use other people's max pockets there. There's 450 odd thousand set aside for ground improvements in the budget this year. And one of the difficulties, as you must appreciate, is that we don't know yet whether we will be staying where we are and whether we're moving on. And there is some very careful decisions to be made as to whether you spend $500,000 or more on a stadium that within 2 years is left.
So I think, sorry to interrupt, Terry, people having difficulty in hearing.
Well, I suggest we get rid of the microphone.
Well, I hate to bring in like, technical advantage, but they tend to help people be audible.
As the Irish bishop said, for those at the back who can't hear me, please gesticulate. And the curate said, excuse me, my lord, it would be better.
Like Tom Grant, whose prime responsibility is to look after the stadium, we've got a very, very difficult time. And we find that time and time again, it's a health and safety committee or it's some regulatory body that come along and say, well, that isn't good enough, you've got to start all over again, you've got to spend several £100,000 on this. We, certainly to my knowledge, have never quibbled about that, and that money's been paid, and we've always done more than's been required of us. As far as the stand being closed next year, obviously we don't want that, and we can't really afford to have that. A plan has been put forward, which we believe is acceptable, and we were talking to our engineers on Thursday night, and they believe that a lot of progress has been made and that we shouldn't have the problem of having the stand closed. But it's not our decision.
Yes, I represent obviously a large number of Celtic fans, obviously I don't know, anytime major improvements have to be made, or should be made. In relation to losing a lot of revenue presently, I understand which obviously the club could do with at this particular point in time. In relation to safety and other aspects of it, the local councillors and all the rest that are jumping on the bandwagon presently in relation to safety. Safety is very, very important. And I've been on a number of occasions where crowds nearly out of control. So I'm very acquainted also with the unfortunate death of the case. I think that some people...
And my fear is this. We know from the Price Waterhouse report that which we already knew, which is that the vast majority of football...
Well, I can't help it if you can't see them.
First of all, I find Mr Cassidy's reaction to Professor Cadbury's comment very disturbing. He chose not to comment on them. But having said that, what is the position if Celtic, by 1984, can't meet the deadline? 94. That is the situation that Celtic are in.
Terry Cassidy, what is the situation?
Well, money is obviously the problem. If we can't raise the money, what's the next step?
Are there contingency plans?
Well, there isn't a choice, is there? That money has to be arranged. As people, as has already been said, talk's cheap. It's what's done that's important. You can talk forever. Well, what do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you? That we're not going to raise the money?
Can you tell us, have you any prospects of raising this money?
Yes.
Good.
Great. Next question.
I mean, I think the substantive point was what happens if the money isn't raised? You know, are there contingency plans? You know, are we going to sort of bolt down seats in the jungle sort of thing, as we did, as we've seen St Mirren and other clubs do? I mean, are there contingency plans?
Contingency plans in the event of what?
Of not raising the £50 million or whatever it is to build a new stadium.
Well, we have to build a stadium wherever it is, whether it's where we are now or whether it's on a new site by 1994 because of the Taylor report. And we have to do that. It's not a question of can we or can't we. So it's got to be done. What you're talking about is what level of stadium. Mm-hmm. But we have to have an all-seater stadium by that time. If we don't have an all-seater stadium by that time, then we're not in business.
We close the door. That's really what it
Well,
amounts to.
I don't know. I can't look into the future.
No, but we've got a deadline to meet. By
Yes, and I can't convince you, obviously, by talk. We will meet the deadline and we will have the stadium, and in my opinion, we will have the best stadium in Europe.
I'd settle for the best stadium in Glasgow, not let alone Europe.
Fine.
Thank you. We'll move on. We've got question number 3 from Matt McGlone of Glasgow.
I'd like to ask Mr Cassidy, first of all, if Liam Brady's ability to compete in the transfer market will be hindered by the fact that he's got huge sums of money to raise to build a proper stadium that Celtic fans deserve?
Well, no, obviously the idea is that, and this is where we get into all these various methods of raising money, and that's why it's important that we can try and separate the two issues, because as well as trying to raise money for a stadium, people also forget that once you've got it, it needs maintaining and it needs running, and that'll need an awful lot of money as well. So what we're trying to do is to keep the two issues separate, so that when we finally got the stadium, and that's financed however it may be financed, that traditional monies, i.e. monies that come through turnstiles, monies that come through the sale of Celtic products, pies, chips as well, and all the rest of it, that they can be kept for really the two reasons why you run a football club. And in my book, you only run a football club for two groups of people. One is the supporters and the other one is the team. And if it can be arranged that that's the way the finances are, then the stadium issue and the cost of the stadium issue will have no effect on monies available to the manager or not available to the manager.
Well, Chairman, it seems to me that the answer to the question is, of course it will have an effect.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a Taylor and a Joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with the light. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. Even through the lean years, our support would flock in thousands. Countless trophies stand displayed for all to view. By side, brothers, sisters, we're united, and our children do the same. This feels like heaven. This must be a dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. The above club was formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. What's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
Welcome back to A Celtic State of Mind. I'm Paul John Dykes, and tonight I'm joined by two Jambos. We've got the big man Graham up the top there with the headphones, and underneath we have got Greg Playfair. How are you doing, guys, first and foremost?
All good, mate. Delighted to be on with you.
It's a pleasure. I mean, you know, people who tuned into some of the other shows will recognise you. Sorry, you were saying there, Greg? You never thought you'd be on a Celtic show?
Yeah. No, sorry. Everything ended up on Acsom. No.
Well, you know, we say we're a club open to all, and we hope that we're a podcast that's open to all as well. Your faces will be familiar to anyone who used to tune into the State of Scottish Football that was also on the channel. And I felt, going into the charity weekender, that it would be interesting to speak to a group of Hibs fans, Aberdeen fans and Hearts fans about how you actually view us as Celtic fans. And obviously, we'll be speaking about this season and your hopes and aspirations for the remainder of the campaign as well. Graham, I'm going to start with yourself. Tell me a wee bit about your Hearts supporting background. What's your era? When did you start going to the games?
I started going in the kind of late 80s. I'm an 80s child, which was great. I was at Bayern Munich in 1989, which was incredible. I think my dad took to my first game when I was like about 8 or 9, and I just had the bug. I'm glad he didn't take me to the other side of Leith. That would have been an absolute disaster, so I'm glad he took me to Tynecastle. But yeah, I mean, I've been brought up with John Cahoon, John Robertson, Sandy Clark, and it was brilliant. I mean, I love Hearts to bits. My laddie started getting at them now. He's 10, so he started getting at them. So yeah, it's been up and down. I'm not going to lie. We've had the Romanoff era. We've had the Wallace Mercier era. It's been interesting. But yeah, I mean, Hearts is probably my passion really. But to be on a Celtic podcast is interesting. But no, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm just delighted to be talking about Hearts and Celtic, to be fair.
Yeah, well, that team, that era that you're mentioning there, I'm going to throw this over to Greg to find out if it's similar. That is a Hearts team I remember really, really well, because I started going, and I've shown this a few times today. This is in the studio. This is the very first game I went to, Celtic Park, 1987, ladies and gents. I'm that old. And that Hearts team, obviously, you know all about what happened in 86. But the team that you're talking about, the one that got to the quarterfinals, now correct me if I'm wrong, was it the UEFA Cup quarterfinals, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. We had the chance to play Napoli, Maradona's team, and got knocked out by Munich in the second leg. Gutted.
Wow.
Gutted.
Wow. Yeah. I remember it well, and I remember, obviously, the fact that Mike Galloway ended up coming to Celtic in 1989. An excellent player for Hearts. He seemed to score European goals, both for Hearts and for Celtic. What about yourself, Greg? What was your era? What team did you start watching as a Jambo?
So I'm quite fortunate having been born in the 90s, that I grew up in not long after 1998, going to the Cup win, going to the parades. And again, that's memories now that it still was yesterday. And then obviously kind of grew up in that era. Then you can had Craig Levein coming in replacing Jeffries, and then had, as Graham mentioned earlier, the Romanov era, which was kind of rock and roll football. In Champions League winners and Euro 2004 winners as well, pitch up at Tynecastle long onwards.
Your signal went a wee bit there, Greg, but you know, another thing I'm going to throw at you guys was, I'm thinking back to the first time I went to Tynecastle, right? And it was in 1989. Now, you might remember this, Graham, because it's a similar era to the one you were talking about. And the reason I went to Tynecastle was because Scotland under-16s were in the World Cup semi-final, and they played Portugal, and the game was at Tynecastle. Craig Brown was the manager, and they beat Portugal 1-0 that night. A youngster called Brian O'Neill scored for Scotland. But I've never seen Tynecastle so mobbed in all my life. Can you remember that, the World Cup semi-final at Tynecastle, Graham?
Yeah, I can. I've got vague recollections of that, actually. There was a couple of games at Tynecastle, I'm sure, as well. But yeah, I mean, I think I do remember that game. It has vivid memories, but I remember a game in the 90s as well, and I can't remember what date it was exactly. It might have been 91, 92, but I remember that there was a game at Tynecastle, Celtic 1-0 up, and Henry Smith made an unbelievable save from Tommy Coyne. One of the best saves like I've seen at Tynecastle. Hearts won the game 3-1 in the end, but it was an unbelievable save. And, you know, these games at Tynecastle against Celtic in those early days, when the Hearts had the old stand, like the shed and stuff, the atmosphere was unbelievable. And I kind of miss those days, I'll be honest. I do miss those days.
You know, you're bringing back memories of the early 90s, which I'd rather forget. And the very fact that Greg's telling me he was born in the 90s makes me feel even older than I do already, mate. So thank you for that. But I remember going to Tynecastle, and Celtic were so bad. And it was a game, by the way, it might have been the same game. It was in the early 90s, and you beat us 3-1. And Celtic fans realised how bad we were, and we started singing "Always Look on the Bright Side." I always remember that. You know, we were just laughing at ourselves, self-deprecating humour. And I remember buying a pie and a Bovril, and you could squeeze the grease out of the pie, but it was good. You know, I just remember these days. And things are a wee bit different now, Greg. So you've more or less watched football in more of a modern era, haven't you? And with regards to success, as a Celtic fan, I realise we've had a lot of success, right? But do you ever look at us and think we're a fan base that's a wee bit spoiled, Greg? Do you ever get that we're a bit moany and we're a wee bit spoiled? Is that your view as a Hearts fan?
Well, I think obviously when you look at Celtic invariably have to win a trophy every season, otherwise it's deemed a failure. You think back to even that in recent times when Neil Lennon and John Kennedy had that disastrous season, he still scooshed second by a country mile compared to everyone else. But I think obviously being a Hearts fan, it's almost kind of best of the rest almost, because we've seen certainly Graham as well, and the last 22 years 3 cup wins as well, which again for us is something to shout about. But 3 cup wins and years for Celtic probably would be good enough. So when you look at that, I think there is a bit of there's a element of high demand. But I suppose when you look at the respect, 6,000 fans turn up every game, you've got more money, more coffers, kind of more of a kind of worldwide appeal. So I can understand it, but I think if the wheels come off for a game or two, then it's nuclear. It's a nuclear reaction as well, which myself and Graham can have a chuckle at, because we've obviously seen Hearts get relegated twice or demoted. When it be technology for them, but I don't know what's Graham's view on it is.
Well, the thing is, I keep going back to this. There's a contributor who comes on every fortnight on a Celtic State of Mind called Jim Orr, and he says to me that he admires fans of other teams who don't have much success. And he says to me that we call ourselves the greatest fans in the world, and I do that, and I love the heritage of the fan base and the club. But it must be absolutely murder to go through that period of time and have like 3 cup wins. But Graham, I remember the 86 disappointment for Hearts and Celtic winning at Love Street. I remember that really, really well. I also remember the season where George Burley's in charge. And there's a real feeling that you guys might actually do something here. Now, do you think the gap is becoming too wide now? Or do you still dare to dream, Graham, that in your lifetime you might be one of these guys that's going to watch Hearts and you actually think either, we're going to divide, we're going to split Celtic and Rangers, or we might push for a league. Do you ever believe that? Do you ever dream about that?
Oh, of course I do. I go every season hoping we go in the league, but I know it's never going to happen. And I think, I've said to mates before that 2005, 2006 under Romanoff, under Burley, I genuinely believe we could have won the league that season. And I'll always maintain that. After Burley got sacked, it went downhill. But I think you go into every season hoping you can win the league. Look what happened to Leicester. Nobody thought Leicester could win the Premiership, and they did. You've got to have a lot of things go for you. You've got to have a lot of luck on your side. You've got to have referees on your side. It's Scottish football. That's never going to happen. You've got to be consistent. Again, that just doesn't happen. And I think for me, and probably Greg as well, I think now every season you go in thinking, right, just finish best of the rest. We've had 40 years of history that says you can't win the league. And I'll be honest, and I'll be open about this. I do get very envious of Celtic fans that they have league titles, they have Champions League football, they have all these fantastic nights, and we just don't get that. Now, last season, don't get me wrong, was great. We had European nights at Tynecastle against Istanbul, Başakşehir, RFS, Fiorentina, and the away trips. They were great. But Celtic are playing teams like Real Madrid. That's just a completely different thing. And I do get very envious of that. But I think for me, and now it's just about, we need to finish third in the league every season. I would love to split Celtic and Rangers, but it's just, we just don't have the money for that, and we just don't have the quality for that. And again, something I've said on a few shows as well is the fact that Robin Nielsen divides a lot of Hearts fans. Now, I was against him for a while, and after Borough Rangers, when we got knocked out, I wanted him gone. He's turned it round. But now, every time we get beat, there's calls for Robin Nielsen to get sacked, which is just mental. But I do get very envious of Celtic fans that they have all the success, and we just don't have that.
No, that's very honest of you, mate. And I think I do try and put myself in your shoes. I never ever feel entitled. I know that a lot of times Celtic supporters and Acsom are accused of that. I never ever feel entitled because I think there was a moment, Greg, under Ronnie Dyler, that in his second season, we won the league, but it looked as though the wheels might have come off during that season. And of course, the team at that stage that were our main challengers were Aberdeen. Do you foresee a moment like that? We've seen it. You know, all it takes is that situation where, like you suggested before, the Neil Lennon, John Kennedy season, where we were poor. And all it takes is for everything to come together at the right time. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Graham. Do you dream? Are you a dreamer? Do you think that a level of success will come to Tynecastle in your lifetime?
I think a lot of it, you've got to be pragmatic, and I know Joe Savage has came out in the summer there and saying that's what he hopes. Hopes Hearts can challenge Celtic and Rangers at the top end of the table, but I think you've got to be realistic, and it'll take a lot of planning, a lot of preparation, a lot of kind of education as well. So behind the scenes, Hearts are getting things right off the pitch. With the structure, with Joe Savage, director of football, we've got a great women's section as well. Recruitment's been enhanced, medical side. So I think you've got to put the real successes off the pitch first and foremost, and part of that as well, to get build your infrastructure, you need money. So this is where Hearts will probably need to finish third again this season to get guaranteed European group stage football, which again, ironically enough, is from Rangers' exploits last season in the Europa League. So if we're able to finish third again, and it's building on that consistency and build momentum, as you know, 9 in a row as well, that once it's habitual. So I think it will take a lot, as you say. You kind of need to both have really poor seasons, as well as having Hearts to have everything off the pitch and on the pitch working for us as well. But like Graham, I always put the odds to see what chances are Hearts to win the league.
You've got to. I mean, listen, I look at the fact that Edinburgh should have a successful football club. Now, I know it's not as simple as that, right? You can't just look at a city or a town in Scotland and say, well, their football team should be doing as well as that. Because if we did that, then Dunfermline would be matched by someone like St Johnstone, for example. If you look at the population of Perth versus Dunfermline. And we all know that St Johnstone have won a couple of domestic trophies recently and are 2 divisions above Dunfermline. So it doesn't work. It's not as simple as that. But I just look at the capital city, Graham, and I just think that either Hibs or Hearts should have a plan, be that 5 to 10 years, where they do have an infrastructure rather than the chopping and changing that we have seen. I've been talking to a Hibs fan earlier on, a similar discussion, and I just feel that they're in a state of flux. There's no stability. They've got Jack Ross, they get rid of him, they bring in Sean Maloney, they get rid of it. And I do see that with a lot of Scottish clubs. Do you think a lot of it is short-termism, Graham? Do you think there needs to be a longer-term vision at a club like Hearts?
I think there does. Under Romanov, we were sacking managers after every 5 weeks. That was a normal for us. But I think there does need to be, and I think, to be fair, I think Hearts have a plan in place now. I think when Levine came back in, there was a structure that they had to promote from within. That was never going to work. We tried to appoint Ian Cathro, and that was a disaster right for the start. I don't think the players trusted him. I don't think he had the experience. Robbie's come back in, and there's been a few downsides, don't get me wrong. Brora, Alloa, disappointing. We've been in, I think it's 3 cup finals now. Played Celtic twice and Rangers once. I'm getting sick of playing Celtic in finals, but that's the way it is. But I think there is a plan in place now. And I think we are a lot better run now than we were before. Under Romanov, it was an absolute disaster. But we are a much better run club now. Joe Savage has been excellent. I think Andrew McKinley, as CEO, has been very good. So I think there is a plan in place now, and we look a lot better. And I think we have a decent team on the pitch. But I would love us to split Celtic Rangers. But again, it's not going to happen. I keep saying this every season. I really want to see us getting second or winning the league. But unfortunately, as a Hearts fan, I know that's not going to happen because Celtic have got the money, they've got the players, they've got the manager. I've said this in a few shows as well. And again, I'll be honest. As a non-Celtic Rangers fan, I don't want to like a Celtic Rangers manager, but I find it very hard not to like Ange Postecoglou. I think he comes across a very likeable character, the way he is with the media, the way he is with his players, what he's got out these Celtic players. It's very hard to dislike him. You've had guys like Neil Lennon in the past who Hearts fans really love to hate. I don't get that with Postecoglou. He's a likeable guy, and as a Hearts fan, it's frustrating to say that, but it's true.
I find that really interesting because it leads us on to that subject, Graham, of Postecoglou. Obviously, he has got the Celtic fans on board. Greg, do you agree with Graham? He's the type of guy that when you listen to him, he is very balanced. He wants to play football the right way. Is he a likeable character for you, Greg, or are you in the same vein where, you can't like a manager who's managing the opposition?
No, I would agree with Graham, to be honest. I think about Ange Postecoglou, he's got the right values as well, and I think traditionally football it's a sport that brings people together, and definitely you can see that and how Ange Postecoglou conducts himself pitch and certainly with these football teams as well. It's kind of, there's a bit of humility to him. There's a humbleness. Obviously he's the fact his parents kind of emigrated as well to Australia to enrich their lives, obviously over there. So, he's got working class background. He doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low. And as I said, I also enjoy him when he kind of puts the establishment to the sword sometimes as well with
No, he's certainly not scared to take them to task, that's for sure. Greg's
series of mates.
Yeah, the mate. You never know if he is your mate or if he's basically giving you the 20-yard stare. Now, I'm going to ask you the question because I find it interesting when a player leaves Scottish football, Graham, right? And you kind of love when a player comes to Scotland, be that in Europe or for another team, and they leave and they start talking about the great atmosphere at Celtic Park. And, we've heard Maldini talking about it and Messi. But I've heard a lot of players talking about Tynecastle and the atmosphere at Tynecastle. What do you think it is about your home ground that creates a cauldron? Because I've heard a lot of opposition players talking about Tynecastle as being the toughest away ground to play at, an atmosphere that they thrived playing in. What do you think it is about your ground?
I think it's because it's so tight and you're so close to the pitch as well and so close to the players. But again, it depends what kind of game it is. If it's playing Celtic, Rangers, Hibs, Aberdeen, it can be very passionate and very loud. If you're playing run-of-the-mill games, no disrespect, but like St Mirren, Livingston, it can be very flat. But I think it depends who you're playing. I mean, as I say, I go back to the 80s, 90s. I loved being in the Shed. I loved being in the old Tynecastle. And it was a great ground to play at. You would intimidate teams when they came there, even Celtic and Rangers to an extent. I don't think you get that as much now. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Greg will disagree with that. But I think at times Tynecastle can be very quiet. I listened to quite a lot of Hearts podcasts and a lot of them said the same thing, that the atmosphere can be very flat. But when you play Celtic especially, it's very, very, very passionate. But I mean, I love going to Tynecastle. I do. It's one of my favourite places to go as a Hearts fan. I love going there. It's the smell of the brewery that I used to love when you walk past it. It's just a great atmosphere, but it depends who you play. As I say, if you play the run-of-the-mill teams like St Mirren, Motherwell and stuff, it can be very flat, but the bigger games, it can be fantastic. It can create a great atmosphere. And European nights especially are brilliant. I loved European nights at Tynecastle. They were absolutely fantastic.
That's really interesting because I do think back to a period of time, Greg, and I'll come to you on this, where for big games, Celtic Park was absolutely buzzing. The atmosphere was tremendous. And the club actually worked with a group of fans at the time that were called the Jungle Boys, that was to try and engage with a group of fans to inject some atmosphere into the games that Graham's probably talking about, more run-of-the-mill league games where the atmosphere was a wee bit flat. The group split at some point, the Green Brigade were born, and virtually every single game you go to is noisy and there's an atmosphere. What do you feel about the reputation that your ground has? A lot of players that have played there in the opposition team talk about it as being a an atmosphere that they enjoyed, or it was one that was almost like a cauldron. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think Tynecastle has its moments where it can be one of the most intimidating grounds to play at. As a player, I've heard players say that themselves, and I know players that have played against Hearts and have told face. So it's I think the fans though have this are the ones that Hearts always struggle with, and fair play that they need Hearts fans to sort of lift us. But time to put something on the pitch. But there has been stuff recently as well to try and create a bit of a singing section. So there has been something that's in the pipeline. But when you look at obviously the Green Brigade, the kind of difference that's made to Hearts are obviously looking enviously and thinking, that's what we could be using for these playing, for 3 points. Because at the end of the day, you want your home ground to be a fortress and you want to pick up maximum points there. But certainly when Celtic or Rangers come to town, it's the noise levels crank up a little bit. And as long as fans kind of behave themselves responsibly as well, which we've seen in the past, where passions have boiled over when Celtic have came to town or Rangers came to town. But it's as I said, I've thoroughly enjoyed Tynecastle when the atmosphere breezes the roof.
Now, we're at that point of the season. The World Cup has interrupted our domestic football. You might have loved it. You might still be loving it. But it gives you an opportunity to look at the kind of first half of the season, although obviously we're not quite at the turn of the year yet. And what we've been talking about on A Celtic State of Mind is just how well Ange Postecoglou's done. Obviously, we've done really well domestically, one defeat, and the Champions League kind of group was quite disappointing. If you have to look at your side, Graham, and you have to give it a kind of half-term report, how would you sum up Hearts' season so far? How would you actually rate the job that Robbie's doing there?
I think if I was going to score out of 10, I would probably say I would maybe go a 7. I think it's been decent. I think European results have been disappointing. We won the games that I expected us to win against RFS home and away. Besiktas here at home, it was the first game I wasn't overly that concerned, but the Fiorentina game at home was a massive disappointment. I thought we started the game very poorly. I mean, straight from kickoff, we basically, rather than press them right for the start, we sat back and just defended deep. And as soon as that happened, I thought we'd look for a long game here. And we were very, very poor. The away games, again, they weren't great, but we were very new to this. There was a lot of players who hadn't played in Europe before, so it was very difficult. But I think on the European terms, it maybe wasn't great, but we won the games I expected us to do. In the league, I think we've done okay. There's been games that's not been great, and like Motherwell away at Fir Park, we were absolutely awful, and we won 3-0. We were just clinical. So I think there has been games we've not been great, but there's been other games I think we've been decent. So I think we've done okay. And I think the fact that after European games and the injuries we've had as well, we've had a horrendous injury list to big players as well, like Benny Beningame, Liam Boyce, Craig Halkett, Stephen Kingsley. It's been huge. We're getting a few of these players back now, and I'm delighted today as well, the fact that Liam Boyce has signed a new contract. Great news for me. I think he's vastly underrated. So I think we've done okay, but I think there are times we can do a bit better. And one of them for me, and I don't know if Greg will agree with this as well, our record against Celtic and Rangers is horrendous. I mean, that is one thing that always irks me. We go to Celtic and Rangers and we just park the bus and defend. I would rather lose having a go than getting beat anyway. Just sitting back and defending, it really annoys me. The game at Ibrox before the break, we just sat back and didn't really do anything. We had one chance second half that Halliday maybe could score. But it's one of these things that does frustrate me. I think the game at Tynecastle against Celtic a few weeks ago was the one game that we've done really well. I thought we played really well. Obviously, we got the penalties. You know yourself that Michael Smith should have given away a penalty. How that wasn't given, I don't know. But our reckoning of Celtic and Rangers is awful. And that's something that I've said numerous times about Robbie has got to change. Because if we want to challenge Celtic and Rangers, we have to be better against them. And that's something that needs to change.
Right, we've lost Greg for the time being. We'll see if his signal comes back, and if so, we'll bring him back in. But for the last 5 minutes, Graham, I think you and I can chew the fat. What's your aspirations for the rest of the campaign? Where do you see Hearts finishing realistically in the league table? And we've been talking about silverware. We've been talking about that. Is that something that you can see happening this season?
I'd love to think so, but then the cup draw gives us Hibs. I mean, raging about that. 32 teams in that draw and we get Hibs. You know, I would have liked to be game against Darvel and Elgin City, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, I would love to win a cup. You know, Greg talked about it earlier. We won the cup in 98, 2006, won it in 2012. I would love to win another trophy. It would be brilliant. I think for me, the aspiration's got to be finishing third. I think Aberdeen will be right up there. They've had a good season. Difficult game for them tomorrow against Celtic. But I think third place has got to be the aim. If we can do that, I'll be delighted. I think we need to sign another striker in January. I think we're a bit short there. Another creative midfielder, because I think we are too reliant on Barry Mackay at times. And if Mackay's not playing well, we don't have a lot else. And probably another centre-back. But if we can finish third and get European football again, I'd be delighted with that. But if we can get a cup run, well, actually, if we knock Hibs out, I'll be happy with that. Cup run, I don't care about. Just knock them out, that'll be fine. But I'd love another cup.
Yeah. Another thing I was going to ask you, I've been keeping an eye on the progress of Queen's Park. And you know, they have had back-to-back promotions. They're pushing for, I mean, it might be a bridge too far. Who knows? They're doing very, very well this season as well. They're pushing for another promotion. And the way they've done it, I know there's an investment there, but the way that they've been looking at setting up youth development and also focusing on data analysis, I've been really, really impressed with what they've done there. And I know that it's a long-term plan whereby they hope to create a conveyor belt of young talent, Graham, that comes through by the age of 21. Let's say they've got 100 competitive games under the belt, and they might be able to develop players and sell them on and continue with that conveyor belt. It's something that I've not seen really in all the years that I've supported Celtic and been interested in Scottish football. That approach to data analysis and youth development. And I often wonder, maybe if a team like Hearts or Hibs or Aberdeen, one of the teams that I still regard as top 6 Scottish football teams, were to try a different approach, do you think that might work? Do you think that, yeah, we're very fickle as football fans and we're just not patient enough, and then comes January, if we're not scoring enough goals, sign a striker rather than develop your own one? Do you think we would allow it to happen? Are we patient enough as football fans, Graham?
No, I don't think we are. And I'll give a prime example. Hearts have a young guy there called Ewan Henderson, who's a striker. He's been there for quite a while and he's never really made the grade. He went to Alloa, did very well, but he came on at Ibrox a few weeks ago, 1-0 down, and I'm thinking straight away, I'm not being funny, what's he going to do? I mean, I'd love him to do well, but it's just not going to happen. We had, you know yourself as well, when Hearts ended Celtic's unbeaten run under Brendan Rodgers all those years ago, Harry Cochrane at 16. Mm-hmm. We all talked about Harry Cochrane thinking, this guy's going to be brilliant. He's going to be really good. We never saw him again. And he's dropped down the leagues, and I think he's playing for Dunfermline now.
Queen of the
South, aye. So again, there's a lot of, we talk about this a lot, the fact that there's not a lot of good young players coming through at Hearts, and it's another frustration for me as well. We don't bring a lot of good young players through. I think there's a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong. You need to finish in a certain place. You need to finish third when you're certainly Hearts anyway. And again, Craig Levine was always talked about as developing the youth players. Again, that didn't really happen. So it is something that does frustrate me. I don't see a lot of young players coming through. I'm a massive, massive fan of Connor Smith, who's at Hearts. I think he's a very good player. I've seen him a few times. Saw him at Celtic Park and I thought he was very good. But again, he's never broken into the first team, or very rarely. So I'd love to see youth given a chance at Hearts, but it just doesn't happen.
What I was saying there, Greg, to Graham, was a different approach. You know, and I cited Queen's Park as an example of a team, or a club rather, who have focused on both youth development and data analysis. And I think that a club like Hearts, Hibs or Aberdeen, I've always regarded, and to be fair, I've always regarded Dundee United within that top 6 as well, with a different approach to, not just filling gaps with signings, maybe just having a longer term approach, you probably have a bit of an advantage whereby you could maybe promise a young guy first team experience that they're not going to get at Celtic and Rangers, particularly Celtic. I mean, our youth academy to first team appearance rate is pretty poor if you actually look at it over a period of 10, 15, 20 years. And I know that Forrest and McGregor and Ralston are part of our team at the moment, but these guys are well into their 20s. Who's coming through next? And I think that it would be interesting to see a club have a different approach, Greg, but as football fans, would we have the patience? Would we allow it to happen and develop over a period of 3, 5, 7 years?
Definitely not. I think fans want kind of success instantly, and I think that's just kind of the world in which we live in. People want they don't want to kind of wait 5, 10 years to say, we'll play these youngsters and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's interesting because at the moment there's a young 16-year-old player called James Wilson who's Celtic are actually interested in him as well. He's played for Scotland schoolboys and he's got some interest from clubs down south, obviously Rangers, Celtic and Hearts as well. And a youth striker is something that's it's been kind of not happened really since John Robertson all those years ago that came through the ranks. So that's a good example of a young player that's probably on the periphery. He's got an opportunity to go to Celtic, which I think Hearts in terms of training facilities, we've kind of got a good ground in there with the Oriam, which again is also used by Scotland and both the men's, women's team as well as the rugby teams as well. So it's a kind of world class facility, kind of similar to what they have at kind of Lennox as well. So it'd be interesting what that young player would choose to do. But I think, I know everyone's kind of thoughts on Acsom with the sort of B teams as well. I know Celtic are in and Hearts have kind of put aside them for the first time this year. And there's genuinely no interest from Hearts fans in the B team. We've got guys in there. Connor Smith, you mentioned, he started off the season playing in there. So Harry Stone, who's kind of been tipped to be the successor to Craig Gordon for a number of years now, he's kind of languishing there in the fifth tier. And one thing, the rule that I like, and again a lot of people will dislike it, is the under 21 rule, or you have to have 2 homegrown players. I think used to be the rule, which I think Simon Berry on his podcast will say that's how we got a lot of his appearance money from Celtic and being on the bench. But now that there's 9 subs, I would be in favour of that, having some sort of quota system. And again, it probably forces a hand the clubs at Hearts and Celtic to kind of play youngsters as well. But yeah, I think now for Hearts, the kind of demand will be to try and finish third. And Robbie Nielsen's shown, and both spells as manager, he is reluctant to throw a youngster in. He'd rather play a player out of position.
Yeah. That's a concern, and I totally take on board the fact that we're very impatient. We want instant success, instant gratification in all walks of life these days, and football's no different. It's been a fascinating discussion, gentlemen, and I'll tell you what, it would be great to see us again at some point on the channel. I bemoan the departure and the loss of the state of Scottish football, and hopefully it will return in some shape or form in the future. I'd love to see that as well. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for supporting our charity weekender. That's very, very important at this time of the year, helping people who are a wee bit less fortunate than us. And I hope you have a great Christmas. Thanks everybody for getting involved. If you want to donate or download the single, the links are underneath this video. And all that's left for me to say is, Greg and Graham, thank you so much for joining me on A Celtic State of Mind.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks.
Welcome to A Celtic State of Mind. I'm Paul John Dykes. I'm joined by Kevin Graham, but also by Chaz Nuki Burden, who is no stranger to A Celtic State of Mind. You have appeared on the channel previously, Chaz. It's an absolute pleasure. You're joining us for a charity weekender. How have you been?
And Big Ange in charge, and it certainly makes up for all the rest of the rubbish in the world, doesn't it?
It does. Big Ange being in charge, the journey that we're on with Postecoglou, we'll be talking all about that. We're also going to be talking about football as an art form. I think for many, many years, and I'm going to ask you this first, Chaz, I think some people look down their nose at football, and what we have now is we've got a real host of artwork, literature, poetry. We've got it on the stage, we've got it in film. When do you think that attitude changed towards football?
I think the attitude was probably always there in many ways, but I mean, obviously, everyone always mentions 1990 as this great sort of turning point in football. But I think, to a large extent, a lot of the stuff that sort of changed then was kind of like just became apparent. It's not as if this sort of new breed of or this football fans sort of changed and suddenly became these sort of civilized people when we were previously barbarians, which is this whole commentary, like the subtext of it. So I always try and avoid sort of going down that sort of road. But certainly when it started crossing over with music and, you know, really good music, I think that was a big sort of moment. But I think it's always been artistic, and I think the great players certainly see it that way. As you know, because we've talked about it before, I was ghostwriter for Dennis Bergkamp for like 2 years, so I really got inside his mind. And he talked about it when I talked to him about great assists. He liked to talk about assists much more than he liked talking about goals. And when I talked to him about assists, he'd look off, always the same sort of in the same angle, and he'd actually say out loud, "I'm just making a picture." And then he said, when he's playing, he literally freeze frames. So he's, you know, just outside the box, you've got Thierry Henry there, Freddie Ljungberg's running in, you've got all the opposition defenders, the crowd, the goalkeeper, everything, the whole distraction. And he said he would freeze it for a split second and make a picture, was how he put it. And that's where the ball has to go. You need to slide it through there, and then Ljungberg can sort of run through. And I think, you know, the making a picture, that's art. And certainly of all the players that we've sort of seen in our lifetimes, Dennis Bergkamp would be one of the ones who was sort of spoken of as artistic. Just a little side note, just as I mentioned him and assist, one of the favourite things he ever told me was he said, for him, the best assist is one, obviously lands with the striker, the player who he's passing it to. But he said the perfect assist is one where he does that, but the defenders thought at first, because of the weight he put on it, that they were going to be able to intervene, but that they weren't able to intervene. He said he literally wanted to, the perfect assist was one that gave the defenders a split-second hope that they were able to intervene. I mean, what a lot to be going on in his head.
You're right, the artistry is incredible, and you were talking about getting into Dennis Bergkamp's mind. What was his state of mind at that point, Chaz?
It was actually quite a difficult time for him, most of it, because it was around the time that he was quite often, it seems sort of crazy looking back, because we forget about the harder times that star players often had. A lot of them went through a dark time, and he was quite often on the bench at that point, and he was actually he had quite bad relations with the club, you know, which he talked to me about, and he was very unhappy about a lot of things. And I think part of it was that I think they were trying to push him into going to the away matches in Europe and up north, and he was sort of missing some. And I think there was an element perhaps of freezing him out a bit to see if they could bully him into it, which there was absolutely no way they were going to. Then it got to 2002 when Arsenal won the double at Old Trafford, and you know, and all that. And then by then he was back in the reckoning, and it's no coincidence that having been frozen out, it was when he came back in that Arsenal started picking up serious silverware again. So he was quite sort of dark, you know, in quite a dark mood quite a lot of the time, and angry quite a lot of the time. What I found about him was when his agent signed him up with this company that I was working for, where we sort of hosted homepages for footballers, he said to us quite openly, he said, you will get nothing out of him, like all of the different requirements are part of it. He said he just won't do it. He doesn't do things like you sign him up with Reebok or something, and he's got a 4-year deal where he has to do 8 interviews, and he just won't do them. He doesn't like doing things like that. So I went along on the first day, and I just thought, I've got nothing to lose. So I was just, you'll be amazed to learn, you know, seeing my demeanor on Twitter and so I just absolutely just fanboyed him. I mean, borderline fangirled him. And I was just like, you know, just left him on no illusion that this was a mind-blowing experience for me, that I was so happy to be there, and that I thought he was, you know, an absolute king of football and all of that. And I think that passion, and, you know, I was in my late 20s at the time, but to look at, and certainly intellectually and mentally, I was more like a teenager. And I think that he liked that as well, because when I used to go around for shoot, like interviewing football players and going to press conferences and stuff, I'd noticed that I'd quite often be sort of surrounded by sort of men in their 50s and their 60s with enormous sort of waistlines, which there's nothing wrong with. I'm heading that way myself now anyway. But I think the footballers found it hard to be interviewed quite roughly by these men. I think the footballers would look at them and think, who are you to sort of talk to me about whether my fitness is up to scratch? So
Yeah,
when I
that's
turned up
interesting.
like a big kid, I tended to get along with them.
That's really interesting, that, because, again, you know, Kevin, you've spoken to footballers as well, and I always think there was a relationship back in the day with a lot of the guys I've spoken to for the various books, whereby there was a real relationship where they might meet up in a boozer, and both player and journalist would be having a pint or several pints and talking about the games, etc. And also they would use that to their advantage if they wanted to put it out there that they were maybe unhappy or they were looking for more money or a move. And now there's a different era, Chaz, where you've got these ultra professional athletes, but they're in a room perhaps where some of the journalistic tendencies were still there, the heavy boozing and all that kind of stuff. So maybe they were moving away from having that relationship. So it's interesting that you yourself, as a young whippersnapper, were able to go in there and create relationships with players. Did you just see it as a challenge, though, when his agent said to you, oh, by the way, Chaz, this guy's not going to want to speak to you?
I saw it as a no-lose situation at that point. I just thought, you know, there's how can, and he said it in front of the boss, and I thought, well, in a way, it was the perfect out. It's like, I'm either going to go along and get along with him, or I'm not. And I've already don't need to explain it to my boss because his agent has already said it's not going to happen. There were some players, we ended up covering about 80 players, having about 80 players' homepages. There were some that were difficult. Weirdly, or maybe not weirdly, in all my experience, the ones who are difficult are the ones, you know, it's sort of inverse, as in the ones who are lower down the league and less fame tend to be utter divas the moment that, you know, you sit down with them, and the ones who are like superstars tend to be quite easier. But I suppose it's because to get to the superstars, you have to go through so many hoops and filters and layers that they know that if you're there, that you're not going to be, you know, that you're not who they don't want to see. The agent would filter out anyone who's not going to get along with them.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned 1990. I'm going to come to Kev Graham because Kevin has occasionally worn a World in Motion artistic impression on a T-shirt on Acsom. You got some stick for that, actually. But, I mean, come on, it's part of Celtic history. John Barnes rapped on that tune and he managed Celtic. So there is a Celtic link. What do you make of that 1990, that coming together of football and terrace culture and art and music, Kev? Is that something that you buy into, or was it just highlighted at that stage?
I think it was maybe highlighted at that stage, but I also think it was because New Order were cool and they done it. And there was a change of perception. Sky at that point was going to make it nice and big and glossy. The English Premier League was going to be this. Sky were getting involved in it. I've just actually listened to a podcast with James Brown, who was the editor of Loaded and the NME. And he mentions it was the early 90s that when he's a Leeds United fan. Mm-hmm. And he says like that. He says we'd be speaking to booking agents and people in the music business. He says soon after New Order done World in Motion, he says guys who you didn't think were interested in football were talking to you about football. He says so it was the early 90s. You saw that like turn to people going, well, I'm actually into football and that, and it was so all of a sudden became cool. And then it was that point that the two worlds started merging. The Spice Boys, like where players utterly became superstars. Like they were going to award ceremonies and stuff. They were going to music award ceremonies and stuff like that. They were turning up at the whole Man United squad was turning up to Oasis gigs at Main Road and stuff like that. Mm. That's when it all got all merged together. I mean, I've also read quite a lot. The Fall released Kicker Conspiracy in 1983. And as Marky Smith points out, one journalist says the Fall must be running out of ideas if they're releasing Kicker Conspiracy. Talking about football, who talks about football? Only Yobs and Oiks talk about football. Then 5 years later, the exact same journalist is raving about, 8 years later, the same journalist is raving about World in Motion, talking about how the Fall were trailblazers in this. Just shows you the change, eh? And as I think it was Italia United definitely did change. But then that's got a lot to do with the media, I think. I think the media's idea of football changed round about that time as well. How they sold it changed. And how they sold working class dreams changed.
Definitely. You mentioned earlier about the advent of the Premier League, Chaz. That's something again that you'd have been in amongst the mix there. I remember the adverts. Can you remember the tune that soundtracked it?
Was it Alive and Kicking?
Alive and Kicking.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you had there was this team group. So all the teams were represented by at least one player. And they were all coming together for this team group. So you had, and I think it was Spurs had Gordon Jury. And I remember him, getting ready to for this team group. And the song was Simple Minds, Alive and Kicking. Absolutely. So there's that merger of music and football. And there was Razzmatazz you mentioned about some of the was it the Man City or the Man United squad going to the Oasis gigs?
Got the main road.
I remember being at a Happy Mondays gig in the 1990s, and there was Peter Schmeichel and a young David Beckham watching the Mondays that night as well.
It's the birth of celebrity culture, really. When you look back on that, it's the birth of people becoming... The only people that are public property that I can remember before that time were royals, even though we all didn't like royals here, but they were public property. But by the time you got into the 90s, everybody was public property, and it probably started with Gascoigne. Gascoigne was probably the first crossover then. Before you get it, you've got Lee Sharp, Ryan Giggs, all the guys that are coming who became celebrities in their own right. And you're right, we could have Best was public property, but not at the same level. The world was changing. Everybody was getting closer in the 90s, but it peaked in 1996. Euro 96, it peaked, really. That's when, from that point on, there was no turning back.
It's interesting.
It was always going to be linked after Euro 96.
It really is interesting that we keep talking about music and football and the fact that we've merged them, Chaz, to release a charity single, which we're going to be talking about throughout this particular discussion. But what really amazes me, we've got Kevin Graham on the show, who's a published poet and who does open mic nights and spoken word nights. Kevin, you've done quite a few. We'll be talking about that. But Chaz, I keep saying this to you every time I chat with you. I'm amazed at your bibliography, the amount of books you have written. I just came off the back of a 7-year stretch. That was writing a book. I wasn't inside. And it took me 7 years to write a book. I'm amazed at how prolific you are. Tell us a wee bit, like a potted history of your own background in writing books, your most recent adventures in doing that as well.
Well, where the sort of the speed and the pace comes from is when I started writing, it was for a magazine called 90 Minutes, which was very much in the vanguard or in the centre of what we've just been discussing, that sort of crossover between music and football. A lot of the editorial team had actually moved down to 90 Minutes direct from NME, which was the floor above us. But the reason why I mention that is I remember the editor, she said to me one day, "You write really, really quickly," because I was doing work experience, and she said, "Oh, can you do I remember it was Ray Wilkins of all people." She said, "Can you write us a profile of Ray Wilkins? Here's like the cuttings file, just put together a profile of him." So I sort of flicked through a few, read up. I read quite quickly as well, and then just wrote a profile. So I went and knocked on her door, and she said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Oh, nothing. I was just going to say I finished it." And she's like, "You finished it?" I was going to be spending the week writing it. So then she gave me another one to write and another one. And then eventually I went home that day, and she said, "You've done like 2 months worth of work experience in one day." And she said, "You write really, really quickly." And obviously anyone can write quickly, which she was saying, and that they were publishable sort of articles as well. And so having spent a lot of time in journalism after that, probably about 12 years later, I suddenly thought I need to move into a form of journalism where this particular skill that I seem to have of writing quickly will be of benefit. And it really felt like books would be the one, because if you can write books like much quicker than most other people, then you're going to be able to have more of an output, and you're going to be more attractive, I guess, to publishers, especially when I was writing in the sort of celebrity realm where, they'd sometimes want a biography of a celebrity very, very quickly. And so I'd have to sort of go from, scratch to opening up a Word document to delivering a finished book, very, very quickly. And so that was really what sort of part of the reason why I went into books. It was also because, you know, I just feel like if you write a good article for a magazine, it doesn't matter whether the magazine sells 1 million copies off the back of that or 10 copies, you get paid your fee for the article. Whereas with books, obviously, with a lot of the book deals, not all of the ones I do, but with a lot of them, you are on a royalty, and therefore, you know, you are sharing in the spoils of your success. So I think the two books wise that I really like were the two my two running books, which is Running Cheaper Than Therapy and The Runner's Code. Those are my two most recent books, and they were good fun to write. But I would say one thing, like, not that you were attacking yourself, but to defend you against yourself. That book you spent 7 years writing was about the mighty hoops, the hoops themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and I, you know, as you saw on my Facebook yesterday, because I saw you saw it, you know, one of the books I wrote during that time was a book about Taylor Swift. If I was writing a book about the mighty hoops rather than Taylor Swift, I dare say it would have taken me maybe not 7 years, but it would have been a different proposition and a different, you know, level of connection with it, which might have meant that I would have wanted a lot longer for it. And also that book was your baby. Presumably, Paul, you went to a publisher and said, can I write this?
Well, it was my baby. It was my baby, Chaz. And the way that actually developed was very interesting, because I had written a book about Neely Mockin, and it was a biography, and I felt a real sense of kind of like pressure because he's such a legendary figure at Celtic. You know, both as a player, as a coach, and then latterly as a kit man. And when he was a kit man, he also looked after the young players coming through, who were at that time called ground staff. You know, there was no academy, so they would actually have staff in the ground doing the washing, cleaning the boots, all that kind of stuff. But they were also Celtic young players, and Neely looked after them. So when I was writing that book, I got quite close to Neely's son, also Neely. And it was then that I realised, Chaz, that young Neely had inherited his dad's vast collection of Celtic memorabilia. And what he had done as a kit man is there was a tradition of swapping kits, particularly in European games, but also in friendlies and testimonials with the opposing kit man. So you had a scenario where Neely had come into contact with every European opposite number from 1964 to the day they died in 1994. So you had this unbelievable collection, but you also had the foresight, and I think it was foresight, to keep a jersey from every Celtic home and away and third, you know, over the years. So you had this unbelievable collection, as well as medals, jackets, tracksuits, training gear, unbelievable. So when I'm writing the biography, I'm looking at this collection and I'm thinking, this is history. And I always believe history has to be captured, be that in an archive, in a museum, or indeed in a book. So without knowing where it was going to take me, I just said to him, I'm going to bring in a photographer and we're going to take a couple of days just capturing all this. And I started sharing some of the pictures on Twitter, and we're going to be talking about social media and how that's impacted football, writing and everything else. And it was from that, Chaz, that a guy called Simon Shakeshaft, who's an absolute expert when it comes to football jerseys, he got to notice that I was doing the Celtic book. He'd done an Arsenal one, and he says to me, you know what, my publisher might be interested in doing this. And it was from there that I got in tow with SP Vision, who I've got to say, their patience is unbelievable, because they have waited a long, long time on this. But that's where that came about. But it became quite an obsession, I think, with the jerseys. And then you've got this whole host of Celtic authors and historians who get interested and also show a lot of support to any aspiring author or anyone who's working on a project. And you feel a bit of pressure from them as well, Chaz, because you think, oh, I've got to meet the standard, because some of the guys, you know, you think you know about Celtic and then you meet Pat Woods and you realise, wow, my knowledge of Celtic's a speck of dust in a desert, you know, compared to Pat. So you don't want to get anything wrong, and then, you know, it goes from there. So that, for me, was a real labour of love. And to finally get it finished was just it was a relief, but also a joyous moment, because I'm then excited to see the thing and actually have the book in my hand. And one of the best things that's ever happened to me, right, and it's not just being too sentimental about it, is when I was younger, I think back to my love of Celtic, and it was never pushed upon me. You know, my dad didn't want to take me to the football because he went to the football with his mates, and you know, you didn't really want a kid tagging along. So I don't think he ever pushed me into the Celtic thing, but I always had this allure for Celtic because my old fella would go to the games, and there was a real, no attention, but there was a, during that entire day, it was all kind of centred on that my dad going to the game. People would come and pick him up, and it was my mum's cousins and uncles and brothers and all that. And it was an occasion every single Saturday when my old man went to the game. But what would happen, Chaz, is he would go to the game and he would be looking like a shiny penny with his double denim and the Celtic scarf and the hair all done. I mean, he had the same hair then as he does now, which is basically a Tommy Coyne 1993 cut, right? Ginger, the lot. And he looked pristine. But then when he came back, he'd obviously had about 12 pints, he stank of booze, cigarette smoke, and Wrigley's chewing gum. And he would go into the inside pocket of the denim jacket and produce this programme. And it just, the allure of Celtic was kind of growing by the week because I couldn't go and watch them. Now, I was only maybe 4 or 5 at that time. This was at the time where Charlie Nicholas, the real Charlie Nicholas, you know, Champagne Charlie, 1983, scoring 50 goals. This young kid who incidentally had come through the ground staff with Neely Mockin. And I remember, you know, watching the football results coming through, thinking, my dad will be in a good mood because Charlie scored a hat-trick and we've won the game and all this. So the other night there, as I say, a wee bit of sentimentality, my wee fella was saying to my wife, I want my dad to sign my book, right? Because it's a coffee table book. It's quite a big thing. And he was going on about signing this book. And I'm thinking, this is bizarre. So anyway, I got home. He says, I want you to sign it. And I says, right, where about? And he wants me to sign it on the cover. Oh, fair enough. It's a Sharpie. I'll sign it there, no problem. So I did it. And he's gone, right, because he's got the same name as me, he's going to practice his signature. But he sat there and he was looking through every page, telling me the jerseys he liked, the ones he didn't like. And he starts reading it. He's 6. And I thought to myself, well, if that's the introduction to Celtic, because I've never pushed it on him, if that's the introduction, great, through the power of literature. And I think that my passion when I was younger, a big part of that was just through the power of literature. I used to stand for hours in the book section of, let's say, Waterstones or John Menzies, Chaz, and I would go to the Celtic section. And every book I picked up, I'd go to the index and I'd find the pages where George Conley appeared, and then I'd read those in the shop. And then every Christmas and New Year, birthday, I would get the Celtic books, and I was just absolutely hooked on Celtic literature. But it also came through the pages of Shoot, Match, Royal Rovers, the Celtic View. But there was a sea change, I felt, and I don't know what you think about this, guys, when 442, magazines like 90 Minutes, 442, came out, because they were written slightly differently. Am I just imagining that, or was that my kind of take on it changing, Kev? Did you notice a change in the way that football writing was approached, particularly 442? I thought the early issues were sensational.
There was a change, and again, this is maybe more down to the people who were getting jobs. It's interesting that Chaz says that the majority of the guys that came for 90 Minutes came for the NME. I mean, my love of literature came from reading the NME, and I really enjoyed football writing when it mimicked music writing, when it was that same sort of tone, that same sort of punchiness. And I think 442 had that. Then you had magazines like Loaded. I was never a big fan of Loaded, hanging enough, but you can see like 442 and Loaded and things today, like Monday Island, stuff like that. They've still got that vibe about it, where a lot of the other football writing is now uninteresting and boring. There is still guys out there that have still got I'm going to say punchiness for the want of a better word. There's a punchiness about the writing. There's a passion about their writing. They're just no reporting like this and that and facts. They're actually delving deep into the story. And I think things like 442 done that. They were a step up from Match and Shoot. Match and Shoot were telling you Brian McClare's favourite record is The Killing Moonbeam Echoing the Bunnymen. And you go, I might need to actually go and buy that or whatever you were that age. But that was more factual. Like Bobby, like, and you learned about teams from Match and Shoot, but 442 going forward, you learn stories. You learn backward stories about the players. I think that's the way I saw it.
The thing is, though, you're talking about the, what was it called, Spotlight on a player, which has now become a retro, absolute cult thing where it was, what's your favourite pre-match meal, Chaz? And it was steak and chips, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Every player, pre-match.
I had to do them. It was Focus On, it was called. And when I worked at Shoot, if you went along to a training day, you know, you'd go and grab all the big players for proper interviews, you know, or for sort of cover interviews. And then you'd sort of grab the sort of up and coming kids sort of thing to do the Focus On because... And I remember the only ticking off I ever got at Shoot was, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Dennis Bergkamp, actually. It was but before I knew him, and I did a Focus On with him, and I got back and they said, what the hell have you done a Focus On with Dennis? Nobody wants to read, you know, what Dennis Bergkamp's pre-match was. We want to talk to him. We want to put him on the cover. But I always enjoyed that. And then there was the other way that we'd get them would be like a quid pro quo. So you'd write to an agent, you say, can I have access to whoever that agent's top player is? And they'd say, yeah, if you do an interview with, you know, their reserve left back at Wigan. And then I'd say, yeah. And then we'd just do Focus On with them. And then we've got that bit ticked off in the mag. And as a result of that, you get, and it's sort of everyone's happy. But it's exactly what Kev said about 442. It was that depth and it was that slowness. When you opened up a, you know, turned to a feature in 442, there was just a, it was just, you would just tell the story more slowly and you'd go into more depth and you'd meander off this way and meander off that way, all relevant, but you were given that sort of space. And you're right, it did influence sort of other places, like some of the, you know, the Sunday broadsheets and stuff would start having that sort of vibe about it. But I think 442 did it best. The bit that came around at that time that was hit and miss was the irreverence. And I say that as someone who worked for 90 minutes. So therefore, you know, 90 minutes was one of the most irreverent football, well, it probably was the most irreverent mainstream football magazine has ever been. And I've always said this, I noticed this very early on and I still notice it to this day. It's very, very hard to write irreverently about football and to love football. A lot of the people back then who were writing irreverently about football, in my opinion, and I'm not, you know, going to mention any names, but there were people involved with the media then who were being very irreverent about football, who I think didn't truly love football, you know, mentioning no names, David Bertie Auld, but there were these people who they did that. And it's worth looking up on YouTube after this 24 hours is over, of course, when people would turn to other things on YouTube. There's a video on there of St. Greavesy went on fantasy football. Do you remember fantasy football? Yeah,
I do, yeah.
Greavesy went on. Now, Ian St. John is fuming throughout the whole interview. He clearly doesn't want to be there. He clearly is looking at Badil and Skinner. He makes it quite clear that he thinks they've not only wrecked his career because they effectively wiped St. Greavesy off our screens, but he also, I think he's clocked that where they're at with football and he doesn't like it. He's recognised that they're taking the piss and they're doing it in a really over the top sort of way. And I think they'd be a bad example of that. And 90 minutes did veer both sides of that line. I won't lie. There were times where we were irreverent in a really appropriate way because I'm irreverent. You know, we all have a laugh about football. That's part of the joy of being at football, hearing people saying really funny things about the players, even on your own side. But there is a tendency sometimes for a little bit of condescension in all of that. And I think that a lot of that came about. And just briefly going back to what we were talking about at the beginning is, I think what I was trying to get at is that there used to be these features that floated around in the mid-90s where it'd be like, oh, do you know what? There's some footballers who are actually intelligent. Graham Snow reads The Guardian and Tony Adams has stopped drinking and he's playing the piano. And Wood Hullett's got dreadlocks. And another one went camping. And they're the good ones. Oh, aren't they good? Well, aren't they an example to the rest of us? And it's just absolute, you know, nonsense. It's just absolutely kind of like, now don't get me wrong, that sort of tendency, like I said, of people to be speaking more openly in football about having other interests. But, you know, going back to Pat Nevin, like way before all of this has happened, there were players of interest and who were sort of living this sort of life. And I always felt uncomfortable when I read those features, that sort of as if these were the sort of civilized footballers sort of showing the rest the way, because as we said at the beginning, the actual stuff they do on the pitch is art.
Absolutely. Yeah, football is art. And it's interesting you mentioned Pat Nevin, because there was 3 guys, Chaz, in Scottish football in the 1980s that stood out for all of the reasons that you've just described. And it was Brian McClare, Pat Nevin, and John Colquhoun. And how dare they have an interest in literature, politics and music, because that was all, you know, all 3 of them had these interests, and it set them apart. And every other footballer must be absolutely thick. And that was almost the attitude that they had on these 3 players. And I've had the absolute pleasure of speaking to all 3 of them. And they are very, very interesting individuals. But I think sometimes it would be really good to put them around a table and record their chat and see where that goes. And I wonder how much of that would actually be on the football side of things. Pat Nevin was in here, and he was talking about when he played with Chelsea and Everton, if they were ever playing Man City or Man United, he would stay an extra night and go to the Hacienda. He became friendly with Tony Wilson. One of his best mates was John Peel, and he still DJs and all this to this day. I love the fact that you used to do that Focus On feature, Chaz, because it was one of my favourites. And I used to love Celtic ones where it was, what's your favourite second team? Celtic reserves. And that was like Peter Grant, Tommy Burns, Paul McStay. That's the type of players that we're talking about.
It's a question that they always used to ask, that wouldn't get asked today. Who would you like to marry? Or who would you like to take on a date? Like, and they wanted you name like an actress of that time. You wouldn't get away with asking that question today.
I know.
A lot of them. It just shows how much you change. It's interesting, Chaz, that you say about the poking fun at football. I think real football fans can poke fun at football when it comes through in the writing, because they know. I mean, I love and hate football in equal measures in the space of 1 minute. And I can be as irrelevant as anybody, but I love football. But I think it's the bandwagon jumpers. I think that's where we have a wee go at Badil and Lovejoy. The guys who like try to make it fun and banterish and loaded-ish at that point. You could tell that they were jumping on a bandwagon because it was cool to actually jump on a bandwagon. And I think that comes through at times. I think that's how fantasy football hasn't aged well. And now you never hear Frank Skinner talking about fantasy football, and the only time you ever hear David Baddiel talking about fantasy football is to apologise about it. Apologise for stuff that they've done at that point. So it hasn't aged well at all.
There was a good moment where Tommy Gemmell, it was Phoenix from the Flames, I think it was the feature, and he booted one of them right up the backside, and he went OTT on it. It was tremendous to see Tommy doing that. The other literature that I would love to talk about, and it's something that I completely immersed myself in, and it is relevant to today because it was fan media of its time, was the fanzine movement. Now, obviously, fanzines were very much punk influenced. There were some great punk fanzines in the 70s and 80s. And then we started seeing them being sold outside football grounds. And I can only really speak with any kind of authority on the Celtic fanzine movement. I know that there were loads of others all across British football. But in 1987, Chaz, and by the way, there were some other fanzines previous to that, but in 1987, Not The View was launched because Celtic fans, a group of Celtic fans, were sick of reading what they called Pravda, the Celtic View, and they believed, and they were right to believe, that the board were actually writing in the fan letters and printing their own letters in the fan pages. Oh, the board are doing a fantastic job and all this kind of stuff. And a group of people got together and they thought, no, let's get a photocopier and let's, rally against the board. And interestingly, they were so forward thinking that they were talking about, you know, a PLC. They were talking about going public in 1987. It didn't happen until Fergus McCann came in. What would that have been? 7 years later. They were talking about the stadium, the fact that we had a board of directors that were no way going to be able to do what at the time Rangers had done with Ibrox. Celtic Park needed completely rebuilt, and there was no confidence that the board we had at that time had the business acumen to raise the funds to do it. So let's talk a wee bit about the fanzine movement, Chaz. How important was that in the 80s and the 90s? And also, did it give us a kind of sign of things to come with the fan media movement that we're now part of?
Yeah, because I can speak directly of my experience with Celtic in both of those eras. So, you know, I won't tell the whole lengthy story again, but I got into Celtic because I was campaigning for the Birmingham Six, and I used to travel around the country to go and visit the guys and to do protests. And I travelled around with these two guys who were just mad about Celtic. I mean, you Paul, particularly, like, you know, your life is around Celtic fan media. You must talk about Celtic 24 hours a day, and yet you barely mention them compared to these guys. Even who you were talking about earlier, like even nobody would talk about them as much as these guys. And I used to hear it all the time. And you know, I was an Arsenal fan, so I was a big football fan, but I had been all my life. But I didn't really at first know who these people they're talking about, like Lisbon Lions, Paul McStay, and I'd hear all these sort of names and started looking out for the score at the weekend, and I thought, oh good, they'll be happy, or oh, they'll be in the mood tomorrow, or whatever. And then when I heard more about, you know, the roots of the club and the heart of the club and how it came to be and all that, I was like, this club represents to me my worldview much more than a club whose roots were the bloody British Army. Do you know what I mean? As in Arsenal. So, you know, that was how I became a Celtic fan. There's a lot more to it, but I don't want to tell the whole story again. But these fanzines were a lifeline for me. I subscribed to Not The View, Once a Tim, and also I did subscribe to Pravda itself. And I always loved the fact that they called it Pravda. And in Not The View, it was one of the first things that really made me laugh when I started reading it. And yeah, it was just an absolute, you know, lifeline, because not only, you know, the posters and stuff I liked in Celtic View, I liked all of that. But in terms of the actual words, it was all about what was in the fanzines. And I ended up writing to Celtic View and the fanzines and sort of saying, is there anyone who can help me out? You know, it's a pre-digital age. Is there anyone who can help me out with some VHSs of matches? I'll send you the blank tapes and all this, you know, so I can. And it was just this, you know, the postman's back nearly got put out. He was bringing so many, you know, because that warmth and love of the Celtic fan base. A lot of them came from Northern Ireland, and in the early 90s, getting package after package with Belfast. I was always a little bit nervy for my family, but I used to sit and watch the St Patrick's Day Massacre game over and over. It's still my favourite. But I love the fanzines then, being far away geographically and all of that. And it's the same now. I love, you know, watching Acsom and some of the other fan media. And I love, again, I think it's great for people who live in Glasgow and who go to all the matches, don't get me wrong. But for people like me who live, you know, a fair distance away and don't get to go all the time, it's just absolutely perfect. And, you know, there's such a range. There's so many Celtic podcasts now, and there's such a range. There's somewhere, you know that you'll be laughing throughout, you know, where there's somewhere it's more sort of serious. In terms of what it's done for the game and sort of how we consume and relate to the game, I think they just gave a lot of people permission to just be, you know, what Kev was saying, that, you know, the real football fans can be irreverent and can do all of these things, because we know that at heart, you know, there's no better way of showing a person that a friend that you love them than, you know, having a bit of banter with them, you know, giving them a bit of needle. That's often, especially with men, it's a way that we show that we care about each other, by being rude to each other in that way. And so I think that's what fanzines did back in the day. And I do think, you know, because I used to read fanzines of any club. I used to go to the shop Sports Pages, probably around the time you were going to Waterstones and John Menzies, and there was a shop called Sports Pages on Charing Cross Road in London, and they had all the fanzines there and loads of football books. And I would buy any good fanzine, whether whatever the club was, and I never read one that was, I think, better than Not The View. It was just so funny, and I ordered a load off eBay the other week, and I got them, and they were every bit as good. I thought I might read them and go, oh, I don't know why I like them, but they were, if anything, they were better than I remembered.
They're brilliant, and the fact that it still is published to this day, I find sensational. So it should be no surprise then, Kevin, when you watch the fact that Not the View, and I'm trying to think which magazine it was, they used to have a chart, and it was the best-selling football fanzines in the UK. Not the View was always in the top kind of 5, and there was a few other big sellers down south. So it should be no surprise that Celtic fans did it well in the fanzine age, in the analogue age, and they're doing it well in the digital age, Kev. Like Chaz says, there's something for everybody. If it's a bit of humour or a bit of balance or whatever, you can watch some or all of the podcasts, for example, or the broadcasts. But I think that in time, there are blurred lines, and I want to talk about that. But before I do that, I don't want to leave the books behind just yet, because I think that Celtic as a club have got a canon of literature which, correct me if I'm wrong, but it could well be unmatched in British or maybe even European football. Every single year there's a dozen books come out on Celtic. It's incredible that people still have, certain subjects they can write about. You think to yourself, surely that just about everything's been covered. And I do believe there are a few books out there that should still be written. So I'm going to ask the pair of yous in terms of Celtic. One of them obviously was the history of the strip, which has happened, and I had to change the title because there's a whole series of these books, and it's the Arsenal shirt and the Spurs shirt, and I said, no, we need to call it the Celtic jersey, because the famous quote from Jock Stein, and I always call them jerseys. So if there was a book, Chaz, that you think has to be written about Celtic, be that a history, a biography, a period, whatever it may be, what do you think the book is?
Probably Johnny Hayes, The Glory Years. No, I would say... I still, as you know, we've talked about this before, but I'm still really disappointed by how things turned out with the plan for the Paul McStay memoir, because I would walk, through fire to read that guy's sort of story. And obviously the way he went about it, it was actually quite awkward. It sort of didn't work out. So I think that would be a great one. I would have said a good biography of a good sort of book about Brother Wilfred, but I'm actually just reading one now, the new one that's come out. And so that's the one that I've had an idea of, because, to me, to be able to write a book about Celtic could be a dream, but equally it's like, I think that, being so, distant geographically and in background and all that sort of stuff, I don't want to be sort of jumping my voice in from afar, but I think one would be a compiled book of stories of how people came to be Celtic fans, because you've got sort of weirder stories like mine, and I'm sure you've got people much further afield who, how has that person become Celtic? But equally, the more traditional route stories to become Celtic fans are actually often the most fascinating, where people can talk about their ancestors and stuff like that. So I think a book, there might already be one, but I think a book, in fact, the club bought one out a while ago, though. It was a bit like that. It had Kieran Tierney on the cover.
That's right.
And that had a few stories like that in it. But I think a really sort of one that goes in depth with lots and lots of stories of how people became, how different people found themselves standing and now sitting in Celtic Park and watching matches, from the very close by stories of somebody, who grew up in the area, and there's traditional sort of Celtic fan tradition, and it's been passed through the families to people in goodness knows where, Tokyo and Australia, who've become Celtic fans. I think that
I can't disagree with that, because I think that for me, when you see the way that Celtic is embraced by various people, and for various reasons, be that people love the political ethos, people love the history, the fairy tale element sometimes of that history, whatever it may be, or it could well be that, for example, I find my dad's story really quite interesting, which I've never really delved into, but my dad became a Celtic fan when he met my mum in 1975. He wasn't born into a family of Celtic supporters, so the whole background was completely different back then, where my mum and dad were being married, and my mum's a Catholic, my dad's a Protestant, and that was an issue back in the 1970s, but he was embraced by the Celtic fan base, i.e. my mother's brothers and cousins and uncles, etc., who all took him under their wing, into the fold, and he became a Celtic fan, and what a great time to watch Celtic it was. And obviously then it's passed down to me. So I do find that side of supporting Celtic really interesting. Kevin, I've got my ideas, and I'm sometimes quite vocal about them in terms of who should still be writing a Celtic book. I agree with Chaz. I think Paul McStay's book would be
Definitely.
tremendous. You just call it the maestro. And his family history with Celtic. His great uncles, playing and managing the club. So what do you think, Kev? Any others that should be written?
The McStay one is a massive, massive hole. That's the obvious hole in the Celtic literature canon, and player canon. That one should be written, and it really, somebody needs to get Chaz in touch with Paul and get Chaz to write it. Truthfully, and I'm not just because you're on here with me, Chaz. I think there's going to be an explosive one written about Neil Lennon setting time at Parkhead.
Oh, is it going to be written by Siamese Boy? Perhaps.
Maybe. I think there's a story to be told of his appointment and the ending. I really do, and I think it could be explosive, to use a cliched term.
That's an interesting take. I was thinking along the lines of Paul McStay. He's on my list. I think there's a great Henrik Larsson autobiography that would be as big as Ibrahimovic's, I think, because, if you think of the clubs he played for, the fact that he's a Swedish national hero, that could be massive as well. And also there's a real backstory to his brother and the way that obviously their lives went in different tangents, and I think that's really interesting. John Clark, the only Lisbon Lion that's never written an autobiography. I'd love to read that one. And another one that's just a subject I can never get away from is the takeover. Because what you've got is books have been written by individuals who were part of that movement, be that from the old board or from from McCann's team. But I just think that the whole story, looking at everybody's part in that story, would be a tremendous part of Celtic history. I'd love to read that. That's another one. But it's always interesting for me to look at the Celtic literature, because obviously I've gone on to live my dream and write a few myself. We're going to talk about poetry. Chaz, have you ever tinkered with poetry? It's not something I've ever done.
No, it's not something I've ever written, but I love it. I love Kev's stuff, and I love Kay Tempest, who's doing quite a lot at the moment. And there was a series recently on TV called, I can't remember what it's called, but it was sort of hosted by Benjamin Zephaniah, and it had lots of different sort of young poets. And I felt very old watching it, because when they like something that they hear, they go like that. They don't clap. So if you relate to something while the poet's being read, kids nowadays, they just click their fingers very lightly.
Never
and
happened
just doing
to
it
me.
as if it was the most normal thing, and I was sitting there going, right, I haven't heard of that. I thought they were all trying to beckon a waiter at first. I thought it's a bit rude, doing that. Sort of rude to the waiter and rude to the poet. But no, I've never delved into it. I'd love to, as in actually attempting it. But yeah, I've always been too busy writing these bloody books.
Yeah, you're always busy, and again, it's a form of art that I have never ever been able to do on a personal level. But I remember, Kevin and I go right back to the beginning of A Celtic State of Mind, episode number 1 in 2017 it was, Kev, and since then you have obviously gone into the world of poetry, which is taking you, on quite a journey yourself. I think some of the high points that I've seen from the outside looking in, and you can tell me if you agree with this, have been your appearance at the Tommy Burns night. I think that was just tremendous. The fact that it was filmed, it was captured, and it went viral. And then we've had a couple of things with UEFA, for example. We went in the Barrowlands, and you were, you were on a video that ended up on UEFA's YouTube channel, I think. You've worked with Celtic, where you did the voiceover for the 6-2 game, which I just thought was brilliant, and it's still on YouTube. And you've been published. You've been published for your book on Henrik Larsson. So what are the high points? That's my high points as a fan and as a friend watching your development. What has your high points been in your world of poetry?
They're all great. I mean, I've really loved this year. I mean, appearing in the Celtic View this year, it was just magnificent. It's just something I always wanted to do as a child, and Celtic actually recognising that I'm out there as well with the 6-2 stuff and that. Though that I've done it for recognition. The biggest thing was for me, and it's possibly more personal, is actually just doing it. Actually just going out there and having the front to actually do it and realise that it's just having the push, for having the idea. I mean, I like the discipline that Chaz has got to write books. I mean, the reason I write poetry is because I've got no discipline, and it doesn't really need to have discipline. And as soon as I learned that, I says, right, I'm going to try and do something that I would enjoy reading myself. And it's a very selfish thing that I actually do. I actually write stuff that I would enjoy reading myself, and hopefully other people like it. But for me, there's personal highlights, like the Tommy Burns thing's brilliant. Doing the Tommy Burns supper as well for the family, and that has been utterly magnificent, and the amount of people that I've met, the amount of good people that I've met. But I see it as more as a personal development for me. I wished I would have done it when I was younger, but I don't think I could have done it when I was younger. I don't think I was probably in the correct headspace to do it when I was younger, but just to actually put myself out there and actually do something like this, do poetry, is because it is a very maligned art form. It's very, people say it's posh, and I've done gigs this year, and I've had people come up to me and go, "That's no poetry that you do. It's this and that," and I didn't really give a monkey's anymore. I really don't. I really don't, and I'll keep on doing it. And I think it's the sort of personal development in me, really, that I've, and obviously the support that I get for everybody as well. I love surprising people, and when you do a live gig and somebody will maybe come up to you and they'll go like that, "Oh, I didn't think I would like that, but I really loved that." Even if it's only one person at an audience of 100, I see that as me doing my job.
Well,
When
Kev,
you're
talking about personal development, and I think that the fact that you've done festivals and you've done, live events, and sometimes they're in scenarios where you think, right, you're in a pub full of people who have been drinking for a few hours, and you're in the city centre of Glasgow, and you're going to go up and recite some poetry. I think there's a bravery there as well. Because, I don't know if that's what they expect to see, because generally speaking, what you'll get is maybe a Q&A or someone playing some traditional Irish folk music, but then you bounce up and you do a bit of poetry. And so I think there's a bravery there, and fair play to you, and you have been published, I keep saying that. So there is only one book on the planet which is a book of poetry on Henrik Larsson, and it's you that has written that. How's that been? I mean, obviously you ended up in the Celtic View on the back of that. You've been on the Celtic YouTube on the back of that. Has that opened more doors for you?
It probably has. It's made more people realise what I've done, and it's just having your name on a bouquet. It's just that it's very, very special. It has opened doors, because I can actually then go to somebody. Have you got anything to sell? I have got some. I've got that out. That is out there. That's out there forevermore. And I do like the fact that it's been bought by Celtic fans who, in no other shape or form, would buy a poetry book whatsoever. They would actually never go near a poetry book. I also like the fact it's unique. I could have just released a collection of poems about Paul McStay, Tommy Burns and stuff like that, but it's unique. I couldn't do something that was just a collection. I had to completely complicate it by having a story behind it. And you mentioned guys like Pat Woods and that, I couldn't have written a factual Celtic book and been scared I got something wrong. So I wrote fiction about Celtic.
I like that.
I wrote faction about Celtic.
I like that.
And that was one of the reasons as well. I think I've took it to a different audience. I think that's been the main thing. That's the main door it's actually opened. And people are more receptive to it now. But again, I think that's because it's a passionate football fan that's doing it, Paul.
Yeah.
Rather than, and there's loads of others. There's a whole community out there of football poets, which I didn't realise existed as well, which is most bizarre.
Let me ask you both this question then. With regards to that, there's a community of football poets. Shouldn't Celtic, with our great tradition of literature and film and art and everything else, shouldn't we have a resident poet? Chaz, I'll ask you first, because Kev's too humble to say he should be the man. But surely the club should have a resident poet.
Yeah, because I just think that there's such a... I noticed it when I first came to Celtic Park, like from actually, there's such a, there's like a vibe, like a spark in the ground among everyone that, again, does make it like a club like no other, or certainly a club like no other of any other ground I've been to for a match. You know, the humour, the singing, the creativity of the North Curve and all of these different things, but all around the whole sort of situation and outside the ground and all of this, that I think it is obvious, and it is obvious who it should be. And I think it should definitely be the next signing of the January window should be Kev.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Now,
unveiled by Ange.
Unveiled by the big man, and they both wear the same jumper by the looks of it. So the last thing I was going to say, because you have been involved for many years in media, Chaz, I'm kind of new to the game, as is Kev, in various different ways, but you have seen the development, I guess, of alternative media, fan media, rebel media, whatever terminology it is that you use. And I've got a theory in that you have, I guess, alternative media, mainstream media, and they are separated. And people say, well, you shouldn't really deal with mainstream media, and alternative media is where it's at. That's where it's real and authentic and genuine. But I'm more of the view now, because I've seen examples of both which are good and bad. You know, I've seen broadcasts that are terrible, that have got massive budgets and all the researchers in the world, and it doesn't work. And then you've seen somebody in their bedroom or their kitchen and they're doing a stream and it's fabulous. So I tend now to look at media as one thing, and I just say it's either good or it's bad. Do you think the lines are being blurred and we are heading towards a situation where someone who sets up a broadcast or something along those lines can be just as big and go out to just as wide an audience as something that's produced by the BBC?
Oh, definitely. And I mean, you know, look at when I watch fan media on YouTube, I'm watching it on my TV. I'm actually sitting there, you know, just as I would watch anything else. And when you look at some of the figures that some fan media do and that they reach, I mean, the example that I followed closely down here was Arsenal Fan TV. You know, the scale of that, and I think what the main influence it's had is it's made club media, official club media of most clubs, really up their game on social media. They've gone from this sort of bland thing where that focus on page we were talking about earlier was like outrageous compared to what some of the clubs that are literature would put out, just absolute pointless sort of you know, bland sort of content, and they've been forced to up their game. And then obviously in recent year or so, fan media has been invited in, you know, more embraced by the club in terms of press conferences and stuff like that. I don't really watch much official club stuff anymore. I watch the goals and I like the alternative view goals and stuff, but other than that, I just watch and listen to fan media, and I've basically almost forgotten that, you know, that this other sort of official club literature. I mean, I'll buy a programme when I'm up there, but what I want to know is I want to know during the match, I want to know what people, you know, the big fans of media people are saying on Twitter about any incident. And then afterwards, I can't wait to sort of listen to all the, you know, people picking it all apart and going through it all. And yeah, I think that, but are you trying to get yourself a job here by sort of, you say you've done Kev, now you're sort of saying, shouldn't somebody who does fan media get, where's my job?
Listen, I want you to write the Paul McStay book. That's definitely a job for you, without a doubt. And by the way, you could do what I did with Andy Lynch, and you could go over and live with him for a few weeks to get to know him, you know, because obviously he's over in Australia. So
yeah, well, I'm half Aussie, Aussie, so that could work.
Well, tell us about that actually, because obviously we have had Ange Postecoglou now at the club for 18 months. So you're half Australian. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, as if I couldn't love Ange Postecoglou even more. There is a certain sort of similarity in the story in that his family obviously moved over there from Greece, and he's talked quite sort of emotionally about the experience that they had and how that helped him to really get, you know, Celtic and the Celtic story and the Celtic fan base and stuff. From my side, my mum she was a refugee. She's Latvian, but she was a refugee as a child in Germany. Grew up there in a refugee camp, and then they went from there on a boat to Australia and sort of tried to set up a new life there, having had to have left Latvia in a hurry. And when I talked to her about some of the stuff that Ange said in that interview, and her sister was round over from Aussie at the time, and they both very much sort of related to that in terms of they didn't suffer sort of hugely in Australia or whatever, but there was definitely that feeling of being a new family there, and sort of like that outsidery vibe at first that Ange talked about. And so I remember telling my mum, and I think it's the only time my mum and her sister have ever been anything other than bored off their skull by me talking about football. Suddenly they were like, now you're being interesting after so many decades of talking to, because I don't care if someone doesn't like football. If I want to talk about football, I talk about football. That's what I am. And I pretend I can't see their face getting more and more bored. But that family similarity, and maybe I've never really thought about it till now, but maybe that's partly why I feel that might be part of the story of why I feel a sort of connection, because even though I was born long after all of these dramatic events in my mum's life were over, perhaps it's sort of somewhere in my roots there's a sort of a small connection sort of with it.
Definitely, yeah, it's part of your DNA, Chaz. And I think that, again, talking about Ange when he came into Celtic, we have had people at the club who have been mercenary, they've been charlatans, but you knew that Ange understood the roots of the club. And I guess that'll bring us round nicely to the whole reason why we do the Charity Weekender. This is the third annual time that we've actually done it, and it's basically to raise cash for people who really need it, particularly at this time of the year. And we're focused on St Mary's in the Carlton because it was in the church hall, which is no longer there, unfortunately, behind the chapel that Celtic were formed all those years ago in 1887. So we have recorded a song, which is the main fundraising initiative, and it's been recorded by the Wakes featuring Carly Connor. The song is called The Glory and the Dream. You will remember that the unofficial history of the book, of the club rather, was written in a book called The Glory and the Dream, which was my Bible for many, many years. And it blew me away the very first time I did a book launch, and I was signing books, which was bizarre and surreal anyway, and I'm signing books, the Quality Street Gang books. And this old gentleman came up, didn't recognise him, and I said, who do I sign it to? And he says, could you sign it to Pat Woods? And I says to Pat, Pat, you're the reason I write about Celtic, because, you wrote, or co-wrote rather, The Glory and the Dream. And here we are now, all these years later, and we're releasing this song that was written in 1987, and it is available on the link below, underneath this video. Download it, and you know what? All you need to do, I say all you need to do, this is incredible, is to download 8,000 of these tracks, and it can get it into the charts, Kev. So you never know. I mean, I didn't make it onto the record, but I'm promoting the record, and it would be tremendous to get it in the charts. And we've got poetry, and we've got literature, and we can throw in a wee bit of music in there as well on the Acsom. And we've also got theatre with Jim Moore doing his plays. So yeah, multi-talented team at Acsom. And I love every single facet of that. Chaz, you have been a good supporter of a Celtic State of Mind for some time now. Please never be a stranger. Thank you so much for taking part in today's broadcast and for supporting the Charity Weekender. Everybody knows Kevin Graham, top right there. He's been here since day one in 2017. Thanks everybody for supporting our initiative. If you want to donate or download the single, the links are underneath the video.
Over a century has passed since we first began our journey across the sea to find the glory and the dream. Just a tailor and a joiner and a brother built our team. Greeted sometimes with hostility, but more often with delight. The boys who rise and had to clear through troubled skies. After constant days of struggle, they arrived in paradise. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. formed in November 1887 by a number of Catholics in the East End of the city. The main objective of the club is to supply the East End conferences of the St Vincent de Paul Society to support those in the missions of St Mary's, Sacred Heart and St Michael's. Many cases of sheer poverty are left unaided through lack of means. A football club will be formed for the maintenance of the dinner tables of our needy children. This feels like heaven. This must be the dream. This feels like paradise. The best we've ever seen. The best we've ever seen. We stand in paradise. Brothers, sisters, hand in hand. We stand in paradise. So what's the finest in the land? The finest in the land.
And we're back. How are you doing, Kevin?
You're doing all right, Paul. Can you hear me okay this time?
I can hear you just fine and dandy, my man.
Excellent, excellent. See, I've now realised what my mistake was from yesterday. I'd plugged my headphones in and selected the headphone option rather than headset.
Schoolboy error, mate.
Hence no mic. So schoolboy error. Exactly.
Listen, at least you weren't complaining to 4 people on a screen because I couldn't hear them, and it turns out I didn't have my earphones on, which happened earlier on today. The wonders of live
Brilliant.
telly, Kev. And we're here, we're moving into the last 2 hours of the Acsom Charity Weekender. This is the 3rd time we've done this. It has been phenomenal this year. I've got to say, every year gets a wee bit, I think, tidier and a wee bit cleaner. Even though we had a wee bit of an issue yesterday with the signal, we replayed Bend It Like Bertie this morning. And then during the World Cup final, I realised that most people just wanted to watch the football. So Big Lawrence was here and we decided, rather than us talking nonsense throughout the football, we would play a wee bit of the old archive, and we did that, and there was interviews in there from Joe Beltrami, Brian Dempsey, Terry Cassidy, Boo Hiss, et al.
A name from the past you'd rather forget.
Yes, and it's very, very interesting archive footage. We will be pulling it together for a more published and more polished mini documentary with an extended interview with Jim Orr, who was hugely involved in that particular movement. But I thought I would just play the raw footage, and I loved the shell suits and the hairdos and all that kind of stuff from the early 90s. It wasn't that long ago, but looking back, it seems like it was, Kevin. And, you know, it's always good to look back, but let's look forward. We're looking forward to raising as much money as we can for a good cause. You've just heard, I think for about the 20th time on the stream, at least, The Glory and the Dream. It's brilliant because if something goes wrong, you just put this song on and go and sort it out. And that has been my motto for the entire weekend. So where are we with the streams? Right, so our fundraising is kind of multi-layered, so that the first thing we're doing is we're going live, or we are creating 24 hours of content over a weekend, as we have done for 3 years. And during that period, people are able to drop donations into the GoFundMe link underneath this video. And we're heading towards about $3,000 that's came in over yesterday and today through that particular link, which is phenomenal. It's pushing us towards $87,000 that we've raised over the last 3 years, which is just off the scale, crazy
That's
money.
incredible.
And every single penny of that, Kevin, goes to the needy causes that we advertise. This year it is St Mary's Church in the Carlton, the birthplace of Celtic, and all the community work that they do. However, that's not the end of it, because we have taken delivery of about a dozen auction items, which will be up on the Celtic State of Mind eBay page in the next 48 hours. It will be sharing the links. Anybody who wants to buy a fantastic piece of signed and framed memorabilia will be able to do so, and these will be available very soon, with all profits going towards the final total. And then, of course, we've got the charity single, which has had over 7,000 views already on the YouTube page, Kevin. Brilliant feedback, absolutely superb feedback so far, and hopefully you're tapping your feet and you're singing along to it, because if you've been with us for the last couple of days in the comments section, you will have heard it quite a few times. By the end of the fundraiser, which obviously extends into the auction and the charity single, we hope to have raised about 90 grand all in, which is just astonishing. And when you think about the fact that the economy is absolutely knackered at this moment in time, people are scared to put their heating on, Kev, because we're being royally shafted wherever you look by this inept government, then every single penny counts. Every penny's a prisoner. And thank you, every single one of you, for tuning in, for your good vibes and for your donations as well.
Yeah, I think every penny that's donated this year more than any is probably worth more to the charity and to the causes that they're going to, because everyone's in the same boat at the moment. And as you say, there's people that are genuinely making the choice of do you put the heating on or do you buy food for dinner that night, which it's unthinkable in this day and age, and yet you're still raising the money that you're raising to this. So
it's unacceptable.
There's a big pat in the back to everyone that's actually put their hand in their pocket for this.
Too true. I mean, it is unacceptable. I was at my wee boy's nativity play just the other day, and you're sitting there and the place is obviously full of the kids who are, you know, the talent within that room. Can you imagine the talent that's in front of you? And it's just a nativity play with, you know, the primary 1s, 2s, 3s and 4s, and you're thinking these guys and girls are going to be running the country, they're going to be artists, they're going to be footballers, they're going to be astonishing human beings, and some of them are probably sitting there hungry, Kevin, because their parents aren't able to give them breakfast, and it's not acceptable. So any penny that we can raise will go to the proper causes. Earlier on this morning, we got a long overdue visit from our good friend Laura Bradburn, and I'd said to her in the morning, I hadn't told her, Kev, what we were going to be talking about, right? But I know that she loves a Celtic jersey, and she turned up with a Christmas jersey on, so we had a wee chat about Celtic jerseys. However, we only got through, I think, 3 or 4 of them, and it was quite a popular wee discussion because people in the comments were looking at the jerseys, they liked them, they loathed them, if that's the right word. Well, they said they were houfing and bogging and all that kind of descriptive terminology. But what it does do is it sparks memories of being a Celtic fan and going to games, certain players and certain moments. And we're going to do part 2 of that. And in the greatest traditions of me presenting a Celtic state of mind, you've not got a clue until not that long ago that you're actually doing part 2. I mean, who suggested that everybody gets a script from me and they've got to stick to my narrative? Could it be further from the truth?
Exactly. I'm sitting here going, be scratching my head trying to remember and get the right eras for all the strips when they come up.
Listen,
I've got this wonderful talent of matching the wrong player to the strip. I'll be, I remember Rudy Vata wearing that one, and it'll be a strip for the 1970s. So
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Now, the last one we spoke about was what I was calling the Space Invader jersey. We spoke about 1983 bottle green away pinstripes, the 1985 Scottish Cup final jersey, the home jersey with the 4 hoops that divided opinion, the black away jersey, and then finally, we actually got through 5, was the Space Invader away jersey, the yellow one. So I am going to stick to the theme of having a look at an away jersey first and foremost, Kevin. And I think we're of similar age. Are we of similar age?
I think you might be slightly older than me, Paul.
Can we just say early 40s? Can we categorise it as early 40s?
Well, at the moment, we cannot. No.
My God.
I'm still in the late 30s bracket. So
right, moving on swiftly, Kevin. What were you going to say about this away jersey, mate?
That Space Invaders one. I'm pretty sure that's the first Celtic strip that I owned.
Brilliant.
That one.
Love that.
Because I used to get all my brother's hand-me-downs.
Mm-hmm.
So I had all the hoops from he's more of your vintage, I would imagine, then in age. So I've got all the ones from the early 80s and all through basically all the strips through the 80s. I used to get his hand-me-downs, and I might be misremembering this, but I'm fairly sure that Space Invaders one was the first one that I owned. It was mine, and I loved it. And I know it's a strip that really divides opinion, but I completely loved it. I think because it was so different. But now that I'm getting older and I look at some of the other strips that we've got that's been away kits and third kits in the last decade or so, still some of them are absolute howlers. But that strip will always have a fond place in my heart.
Good, and that is what this nostalgia is all about. I look at some of the jerseys and think to myself, imagine them in a different colourway. So that yellow away Space Invaders jersey, imagine it black and dark green, and then straight away you're thinking, wait a minute, that looks like a classic strip. I just think it was quite bold at the time because of the contrast between the canary yellow and the dark green. But let's have a look at this one because this is widely regarded as something of a classic, and again, it is an away jersey. And it's an away jersey that there was a few different variations of this one. Let me, as I said this morning, put the geek anorak on for a few moments to fill you in on a few of the details that I established when I was doing my own research. And this particular jersey, Kevin, was worn over multi-seasons, which in itself is unusual now. That just doesn't happen. Look at the beauty of that embroidery, by the way. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Big, massive crest on the left breast, the umbro embroidered on the right-hand side, and the lowercase umbro, which would change to uppercase in the 1990s. The variations that I'm talking about are as follows. So you had this jersey that you're looking at right now, and then you had the same jersey worn by Celtic without umbro written underneath the double diamond. I don't know if that was a mistake, but it was worn, and we did get one of them for the book. You then had the same jersey with green C.R. Smith rather than black. Yeah. And then for 1988, not the centenary season, just the year of 1988, you had this away jersey with the centenary crest rather than the four-leaf clover. It was never available as a replica jersey. I know that since then there has been a repro, and one of our guests earlier on today was wearing the repro with the centenary crest. So there's the geek anorak side of it. I'm now just going to ask you your opinion of this. I think it's an absolute beauty, every part of it.
I love that kit. I really do. Yeah, it's classic. It's what I like about strips in general now is ones that maybe a bit plain in a sense, but I've just got some sort of clean cut about them. There's no fancy elements to it as such, but then if you look closely at that one, you see it's got the wee diamond patterns in it. There's maybe slightly different shades of the yellow, the canary yellow there. That's lovely. I do like that.
It's subtle. It is subtle, Kev.
It's really subtle, yeah. And you've got the wee kind of green piping down the shoulder and the arm as well, which sets it off. Even the collar's nice.
It is.
It's different.
And the big thing as well, it's a massive part of the history, green, white and gold, green, white and yellow, green, white and orange. It's a massive part of Celtic's heritage. But what I've noticed recently, Kev, in the official store, is that jersey I was telling you about with the centenary crest, this version with the centenary crest, they've actually got two other variations that were never Celtic jerseys. One of them's silver and one of them's black. So they're almost like leisure T-shirts. Have you seen those ones? So it's the same design, but they've redone it.
I haven't seen that, no. The silver one maybe seems to ring a bell, but I didn't know there was a black one.
There's a black one in there as
but
well.
You can see the appeal in that because it is, and I think Laura said it about one of the black kits earlier on today. It's one that, the Celtic Daz or whatever can get away with wearing them because they don't look like a football strip as such. It's got that, as you say, leisure wear appeal about them. You could just wear that going up and down the street. You'd never attract any unwanted attention with it, but you'd be wearing a fairly cool club garment.
Yeah, a bit of clobber. And it's also looking at, we done an interview, very interesting interview with Neil Herd, who's a proper football jersey trainer, geek, proper terrace culture head. And we went down to Meba headquarters in London, who used to make the Barcelona jerseys. Yeah. They've been relaunched. And he was talking about how football clubs are turning into fashion brands. And a big part of that was to look at old-fashioned crests and then trying to make them more modern so that you could put them on anything and they would sell even if you weren't into football. I don't know if that's ever going to work, but I think there was a nod to that with the four-leaf clover being enlarged and put on the jersey of the black jersey that we spoke about. Another thing about this, Kevin, is long sleeves, mate. How cool is the long sleeves?
Long sleeves are the business. Excuse me. So if the Space Invader one was my first kit, I think my favourite Celtic kit that I've got is the Black Magic one, in the kind of Chris Sutton era, and it was the first kit I got in a long sleeve. there's something about them. I think it's because I always wanted to be a winger when I was younger. So I'd get the cuffs and I'd hold them in and do the Steve McManaman thing and run. There's something special about a long sleeve, and I don't know what it is. They're just very cool.
They are.
It's the only way I can describe it.
And with regards to long sleeve jerseys, obviously back in the day, only the select few players would wear them. Paul McStay often wore a long sleeved shirt. This might have been a number 8 actually. Frank McAvenny is one of the players I think of when I look at this jersey. Obviously with the number 9 long sleeves, McAvenny wore this jersey and scored plenty of goals wearing it. I remember him scoring 4 against Morton wearing this jersey. So that is one of the memories that I have. What's your memories in the comments? And Fitzy, it reminds Fitzy of marigolds, and he's never liked it. So, it's one of the things that is about opinions here. And we've also got
a football strip that reminds you of washing the dishes. That's not it's not the selling point you want.
No, you're right. You're absolutely. At least it was the yellow marigolds and not the pink, which comes later on, and we might have a couple of those in there. Ewan Boy Martin remembers that goal. It was a screamer. I remember it well. Peter Grant scored a cracker at Easter Road in the centenary season, and yet he was wearing that particular top. Yeah, big shout out to Bernabe as well, because Argentina have just been crowned world champions. Quite the game, I've got to say, but you know what? Celtic jerseys are more important tonight, so we'll have a wee look at the next one. So I think, if you're looking at that, it is an all-time classic, and I'm trying to create a bit of a balance here. So the next jersey I'm going to look at may not be regarded in such high esteem. Are you ready for this?
I'm not. That's an absolute abomination of a football jersey.
Talk to me about it, Kev. What were they thinking?
What can you say? I don't know. Whatever drugs they were on, they were pretty good. Come up with that and think that was a good idea. That is down there as being one of my least favourite Celtic kits of all time. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the club. There's nothing in that colour scheme would make you think Celtic. I don't know if it's supposed to be one of those ones that's let's appeal to a new market. Is this going to be? I don't know. Is it? No idea what they were thinking. I'm trying to think of something that would be nice to say that there was maybe a thought process behind it. It's a horrible kit, and I do not apologise to anyone that spent their money buying that, but that you wasted 50 quid or whatever it was getting it.
Will it ever be regarded as? Will it ever be revisited in any other way? Because I remember even the Space Invaders jersey that we spoke about, plus the zigzag effort that we've been using as a backdrop on the charity weekender today. And when they're revisited in years to come, they become cult classics. Is there a place in the future for this to become a cult classic, Kev?
I really hope not. The one that gets the cult classic thing that never should is the one. Was it from the early 90s? It's the People's Ford one. I think it looks like somebody's just thrown up in the jersey. I think that might be the one you're referring to. That one, you can almost see it. There's a bit of retro in it. There's the funkiness over time, maybe. But this, it's so dull with the colours as well. Maybe if you use a different colour palette, it's going to look better. If it's a plain white with a green kind of chevron on it, don't know.
Black and green, maybe. Black and green, maybe. But that is. That's an ISO of a football jersey. Did we ever wear it? No, we didn't. And that is, that's the trivia. We never wore that jersey. Well, there's a few things I want to say about it. It is one of the few Celtic jerseys that was officially launched and never worn. There's a couple of things I look at that are too generic for my liking. So you've got the New Balance thing on the sleeve that they were doing with all the jerseys at the time. Liverpool had it, any other jersey had it. And if there's one thing I don't want is I don't want Celtic to look generic. And I feel that it has that. If that was an Everton jersey, it wouldn't surprise me. If it was any football jersey, it doesn't look like a Celtic jersey to me. And I do know that the claim in all the PR stuff that they send out when the jerseys are launched is that it was harking back to an old Celtic away jersey from back in the day, with the chevron. And it's a green jersey with a white chevron from way back. I'm talking way back. And I'm just not buying that, because surely you can have a wee bit more creativity than looking at every template the club's ever had and trying to recreate the template, And then the colour scheme, I think it's lazy. because it's like, right, let's appeal to a female market, let's make it pink. It's not 1976, So
that was my one thought of, that you could maybe redeem it somehow. It's to appeal to a broader market and it's to bring in female fans and what have you, but it's not a nice kit. It's just really not.
It's not. It's absolutely not. And when we go on to the next one, as you can see here, don't look at how many unread emails I've got in my inbox, please. But when we go to the next one, I'm doing it deliberately because of Ewan Martin's comment. And it's a centenary jersey. It's a centenary jersey from 87-88. And a couple of times over the last 2 days, I've been speaking about the first game I went to. Ewan Boy Martin says the 1988 top was quality too. And there we have it. Now, interestingly enough, this was a template, right? So if you look at the time, Rangers, believe it or not, had the same template, but obviously it was all blue. It had the same shading, the same collar, everything about the jersey other than the obvious was the same. And Aberdeen had the same jersey as well. Obviously all red with JVC on it. So the template itself, Kev, was generic, but I don't look upon this jersey as a generic jersey, do you?
No, I would never have known that if you hadn't said. The only thing, when you said, oh, it's a template and Rangers did the same, the only thing I would have thought of was the collar, because that looked like it was similar to something that Rangers had at that time. Same with Aberdeen. And you go, well, fair enough, that was the collar that Umbro were going with at the time. But I would never have guessed that the actual kit itself was a template one, because I really like that. I like that jersey. For me, I like the hooks to be very plain and simple, like that. It should be a very simple and straightforward design. You don't need to fancy it up with breaking the green up with a thin white line or two through it. Like there's one, I think it's the Van Dijk era, that's a bit like that. But I really like that kit. Also, it's the centenary year one, and that's my first real memories of Celtic winning anything, was that season. In that cup final, McAvenny getting these 2 goals, going mental. Again, I completely misremember that game though, because I keep on telling my brother that we watched it at my grand's house, and him and the rest of my family are convinced we watched it in our house. So I think they're all wrong and I'm right. But
of course that's the case.
I remember the goals at least very, very vividly. McAvenny getting them, and that's a kit that will always again have a special place in the heart for what it meant for that season and that game.
Without a doubt. I brought up the Aberdeen one. I'm not going to bring the other one up I mentioned, but yeah, it was a template.
Your screen will explode if you do, so please don't.
I know. The collar was perfect for the time. This, of course, is the Scottish Cup final jersey in that match that you're talking about, Dundee United 2-1 when McAvenny scored a couple. This won't be McAvenny's jersey. Wait a minute though, he didn't wear long sleeves that day. He was in short sleeves and the sun was splitting. That's true, isn't it? He wasn't wearing long sleeves.
I believe so. Yeah.
It could well have been Macca's. The difficulty in that era is identifying which player wore the match-worn jersey. There was a real difficulty in doing that unless you get the jersey directly from the player, Kevin, simply because we don't have the numbers on the back.
No numbers on the back.
Yeah. But I think that is an absolute iconic Celtic jersey. It is my favourite jersey, I've got to say. Not the first one I ever owned, but from the first season that I started going to the games, and it is my favourite, I've got to say. Fitzy McAvenny, absolutely superb. And
it's the simplicity of it, I think, that makes it. Umbro just took the hooks and went, here's almost some basic hoops on a strip, but it just works. Keep it like that, and having the dark C.R. Smith, the black C.R. Smith, and the white, the contrast to that as well just sets the whole thing off. So
we get away with it. And of course the crest as well, Kevin. We changed the crest for the centenary year. We wore the home jersey for 2 seasons, in actual fact. The second season, not as memorable as this particular one. As we've gone for an away jersey followed by a home, I'm going to go for... No, we didn't actually. We went 2 away because we had that silver and pink. You see, I've removed that from my brain already.
It's the abomination.
It's terrible. I'm going to go for something a little more pleasing to the eye this time round, Kevin, right? And I'm pretty sure you will agree that the next one I'm going to bring up is what is affectionately known as a belter. So here we go. And this is, of course, the original, which has been kind of reimagined for this season by New Balance. Now, I'm going to ask you the question, which do you prefer, the original or the reimagining of that kit?
For me, it's the original. I love that kit as well. Yes. If the Space Invader was my first, I think this was my second kit. I didn't get the home kit very often, didn't get that bought very often by my parents when I was growing up. I think because it was too obvious in a way. And the away kit was a bit different. My parents weren't that into football, so the fact, I wouldn't really get the hoops that much, but I'd get the away kits, and we had that one, and I loved that kit. If I'm remembering right in the era, and this is where I get my players wrong at times, I imagine Rudy Vata in that kit.
You do, mate.
And I loved Vata for some reason. Again, I think because he was just a kind of unfancied player who gave it his all. Very limited footballer, but he just gave it his all every time he played. Scored a winner, I think, or a free kick anyway against Rangers in the Hampden season. So, there's that, and then I'm pretty sure Stuart Slater would have been in that one as well. But I prefer this to the new one. I think it's because the new one's got the black back kind of. It's not got the stripes the whole way through it.
Yeah.
If it did, then it would be a very close call, because the Adidas kits are something different. But nah, for me, it's the original and best, and the fact that it's sponsorless as well helps a lot.
I know, it does. Again, yeah, you're right, Rudy Vata wore that, and later, Stuart Slater did wear it once we got back to C.R. Smith. So there's a second version of this with the sponsor, which is in the book as well. But it's the shade of green. That tone of green is fabulous. There is a shading throughout the material which says Celtic, and there's a design loosely based on the four-leaf clover. It's the collar as well. It's such an old-fashioned collar.
The big badge as well, just kind of re-noticing that. It's beautiful. I think that was the trend at the time as well, to have the bigger badge, and it suits the kit.
It does. It absolutely does. And again, I don't want to shatter anybody's memory, but that's a template. There were so many clubs who had that jersey. Loads of teams had that, different colourways. And obviously Celtic had this beautiful thing. I was going to say, for the silver and pink one we just spoke about, Kevin, someone at the club signed that off. So, a manufacturer can come up with as zany an idea as they want, but someone at the club has to agree to it. And that's a bigger concern.
Exactly. Yes. That is the concern. That's almost as bad as that People's Ford one that you were discussing this morning. I did catch a bit of the show with Laura, the one that's got the red, white and blue in it.
Yeah.
The three colours that should never, ever be in a Celtic kit. Someone has signed off on it. Someone said, yeah, that's fine. We'll go ahead with this.
And then they had the audacity to claim that it was the biggest selling Celtic jersey of all time, which is just nonsense talk. I don't believe it. Absolutely. Also, the geekery is coming out because Umbro had changed their font to uppercase by that stage, right? So yes, call me all the geeks and anoraks that you want. I'm going to now bring up what I reckon is one of the finest home jerseys. Now, I think it would be hard to argue away that the Lisbon jersey isn't the finest of all time. My own personal favourite is the Centenary jersey, right? But I get that, the classic quintessential Celtic jersey is that plain, round neck, green and white hoop jersey that we wore in the European Cup final. But there has been some examples, and I think it comes down to simplicity, that come very, very close. And I guess this one would be classed more of a modern style jersey from the early 1980s with a beautiful, thick, white V-neck. The crest and the Umbro are there, but nothing else. Just green and white hoops. And it is, amongst the collectors, for sure, one of the most popular Celtic jerseys of all time. Check that out. How stunning is that?
That is a thing of beauty. To paraphrase this, not even to paraphrase the song, it's a uniform so simple in its style. That one, it absolutely is. It's how a Celtic kit should look. My only thing, I'm just not totally sold on the collar, the white collar, with it being the V-neck. That's just because I'm not a big fan of V-necks. But the rest of it is just a beautiful kit. It's what I want in a Celtic kit, basically. It's green and white hoops. It's very simple. the crest it's where it should be. It's the right size. It stands out. It's nice and bold. And again, you get the contrast with the white umbro and the green hoop. That is a beautiful kit.
It is stunning. It really is. It's pretty flawless, to be honest with you. And I think sometimes to myself that, you know, we have gone back to V-necks over the years, but they seem almost like hybrid. That's just simple. V-neck, no lines, no trims, nothing. If we went back to something like that, it would sell by the bucket load. Sometimes you don't need to add wee designs into the shading and wee trims here and there and small details. You don't have to do it. Simplicity often is what works with the green and white hoops, and it certainly worked there.
Yeah, especially with the hoops, because I was having a look at, excuse me, some of the kits from maybe the early 2000s, and you know, they've tried to jazz up the hoops in a way in some of them with a wee design. There's the one that's 2014-15, had it written down somewhere, so I was trying to get it. It's I imagine always Chris Commons wearing it. You know, it's the one that's got quite the thick hoops, but through the green one, it's got the thin white piping through it as well. I just think if you keep that just the solid hoops, that's a classic kit, because you've gone back to the thicker stripes and the thicker hoops, and you've got less of them, and it looks really classic and clean. But then you've spoiled it for me with that, and then the big silly Magners logo in the front as well, which didn't help.
No,
you keep the hoops nice and simple, and it's the most beautiful kit going. And it's so unique because there's not that many teams wear hoops, especially not green and white.
No, and you know what you're saying there about the hoops within the hoops. It was reminiscent of the Magners logo, and there was a suggestion that that's the reason that they did it. But I've read the PR that came with that jersey, and New Balance rather, who did that shirt, reckoned that each of the white hoops within the green hoop denoted 7 in a row. There were 7 white within the green, and that's the reasoning behind it. Although it was too busy.
Yeah, I think I remember there being a story like that. Like they had their official reasoning for having those little white hoops within the green one, and it was something like that. And I don't believe it, and it makes it look too busy, like you say, and it takes away from what could have been a really, really classy strip.
Why don't they get a fans focus group in every time? Because let's be honest, you are asking those same fans to buy the jerseys. Why don't fans have a say in the development of Celtic jerseys? I mean, I just think it's something that could happen quite simply. And you're asking your consumer what they would like. Now, the reason I brought this up is this is potentially, Kevin, the last Celtic home jersey that will ever be released without a sponsor. Because we went sponsorless for 1 season after People's Ford, right? By which time Terry Cassidy had left the building and we were able to go back to Jerry Eady and get C.R. Smith back, because that was a personal issue that those two men had, and that's why we had to change sponsor. But in between times, we went for a whole season without a sponsor. And it's unlikely in these commercial times that we'll ever do that again. So this could well be the final Celtic jersey without a sponsor. What do you think of it?
Well, first of all, Celtic jerseys without a sponsor. If you're a small guy like me and you can still fit into age 15 to 16 kits, you can actually get sponsorless ones. So, so I'm very lucky with that. There's a benefit in being small after all. But yeah, as for normal size people, the last one that you'll ever get without a sponsor. On the whole, again, I quite like it because it's a fairly simple hooped jersey. I never liked the flashing bit in the sleeve though, because it breaks up the little hoop. Never quite got onto that. The collar and the neck, I'm going to say, was probably fashionable at the time, and at the time I would have liked it, but again, I don't like the little button on it now, but probably at the time it was a very, like, to say, fashionable item. But on the whole, that's a fairly nice kit again. Nice and,
I agree with
simple.
That. It is, and you know what? There are probably too many small details for it to be a classic, right? So that zigzag on the sleeve, I agree, get rid of that. But obviously this was the same season of the other one you've mentioned with the zigzag on the front, People's Ford. This jersey was the home jersey that season, and then the following year it was the same jersey without the sponsor. The collar doesn't do it for me, mate. That bit in the middle with the green and white stripes should just be part of the green hoop. Make it nice and simple. Yeah. And one thing I noticed with the match worn one, I don't know who we were getting to do our embroidery at that time, but that badge is shocking. It's a really bad embroidery job as well. But yeah, not a bad jersey, to be fair, and very much of its time. But it was worn by a poor Celtic side, which is also something that either makes you warm to a jersey or be repulsed by a certain jersey.
Exactly. I'm trying to think who that jersey was, and was that your... I'm thinking Jerry Craney and Anton Rogan and that kind of era. And that definitely sways your decision on whether a jersey's nice or not. Because, I mean, if you could imagine that the monstrosity from earlier, the kind of grey and pink thing, if Henrik Larsson's wearing that and scoring goals, your opinion of it changes because it's a successful jersey.
True. Very, very true.
That last one probably fits the era though, or fits that team, because it was a nice enough jersey, fairly inoffensive, but nothing special or flashy, and that was that team. They were kind of a half decent team, but never quite did what they should have been doing, and definitely never won the trophies that we kind of craved.
We were a little bit short, Kev, that's for sure. Now, listen.
Yes.
We've had a couple of shockeroonies over the last two jersey shows. I'm going to bring up two bona fide classics, right? And I would challenge anybody to disagree with this. I know it's all about opinions, but the first one will definitely spark up memories of a very specific game which took place in Paisley in 1986. And this is the away jersey from that era, the lime green Love Street 86 jersey, I think is all you have to call it. And exactly. What a jersey it is. It's a thing of beauty.
That is, yes. And I know we've tried to replicate that with last season's one, and I don't think we managed to pull it off, because that's a standalone classic jersey. And it's got the attachment of one of the greatest goals you'll ever see. The Celtic score. It's just a shame of who put the ball in the back of the net at the end of the move. But that's an absolute thing of sheer beauty,
It is stunning.
It's flawless. There's nothing you can say that's against that jersey. It's just beautiful.
It is. There's no shading.
If my wife is going to watch this back later on, there's your hint for my Christmas present. If you could get me one of them, because that is.
Does your missus watch a Celtic State of Mind, Kevin? I hope she does.
She will be today.
And she'll be whistling along to the song because I've played it 20 times. I was criticising the embroidery of that last jersey we looked at. All you need to do is have a look at the beauty of this particular massive crest on the shirt. Wee bit of history on this one. It was actually launched without a sponsor, and we wore it without a sponsor. First time we ever wore it was in that memorable 5-0 win against Sporting Lisbon at Celtic Park, where we were wearing our away jersey against Sporting Lisbon, who had beaten us 2-0 in Lisbon, and the manager at the time was none other than Joseph Venglos for Sporting Lisbon, and we beat them 5-0 wearing this jersey without the C.R. Smith. By the time we wear it 2 years later, it was, we've got C.R. Smith on the front, and it's more fondly remembered for clinching the league title against St Mirren when it had to be a high-scoring victory in order for us to win the league, and win the league we did. But it is another example, Kevin, of a jersey that the original and the best. We've looked at the early 90s one, which has been replicated this season. By the way, I do like the lime green one that you're referring to, the more modern jersey. I do like it, but not as much as the original, I've got to say.
I think the modern one is a grower. It's one that I really didn't like it when it first came out, and then I've seen it in the flesh, and it looks better in the flesh than it does in a picture. So I'll give it that. But that kit looks good everywhere. Like the original one. It's that is a classic. That's a cult classic strip that you don't need to be a Celtic fan to appreciate that is a beautiful jersey.
It is. There's another thing I would like to say about the remake, which happened just a few years ago. It happened during the pandemic season, mate, and it doesn't matter how cool or great or classic those kits were. We're going to look at them in a completely different light because of the season that we endured. And that's unfortunate because I actually think it was a really good design by Adidas. All the 3 jerseys that season were very good, but they won't be looked back on as fondly, will they?
No, they won't. No, and that's what we're saying. You know, your opinion of a strip can definitely change depending on how good the team was that wore it. That's got so many poor memories, that one. It's like Man United had that grey kit that they only ever wore for one half against Southampton, I think it was. You know, the association with that and getting beaten at the Dell was enough that they'd never wore it again. And you can't wear the kit from the going for the 10 season again because it's just got so many poor memories about it.
Oh no, let's not pick that scab. Let's not bring that back up.
No, that wound's almost healed, but let's not bring it back.
Ange's done well to heal that wound, but we spoke about the bottle green with the white pinstripes earlier on, Laura and I. This was basically, just a different colourway, and it was the first season we ever released 3 strips commercially, and obviously, I think both kits are absolutely stunning, but we look back on the bottle green one fondly because of the victory against Ajax. This one here wasn't used as often, but it was normally worn against Hibs at Easter Road by the likes of Frank McGarvey, who obviously is in the fight of his life at this moment in time, and we hope that he is fighting fit soon enough. And
all the best.
Absolutely. Tommy Burns, Charlie Nicholas, that era of player wore this jersey. There's some great pictures of Danny McGrain wearing it as well. And again, I guess it's just simplicity here, because we looked at the home jersey from the era, Kevin, with the white V-neck collar, the green and white hoops, untarnished, and it's a wee bit like that as well. One thing I wanted to mention earlier, so give me your take on this, mate. I wanted to mention this when I was talking about the bottle green one with the white pinstripes. I would love to see a canary yellow with green pinstripes Celtic away jersey. I think that would work an absolute treat. There's one at the moment, or over the last season or two, that Norwich have had, and it looks like a Celtic away jersey. It would be stunning.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about this one first, and I'm going to contradict myself because I know I said I didn't really like the big V-neck collar on the hooped one, but it works really well on this kit. And probably there's a little detail of like the embroidery in the collar matching right up with the pinstripe right down the middle as well.
Yeah, yep.
Even I know that designers do these things on purpose, but you've got basically the pinstripes framing the Umbro logo and the Celtic crest. They're all perfectly aligned. That is, again, just a really simple and effective and beautiful kit. And that could come back. That very kit could come back and it would sell in big numbers because it looks really, really clean the way it's cut and designed. I like that. And I'd love to see us. I like some of the yellow kits that we've had in the past. Again, who was it? With NPL as the sponsor. The yellow kit we had then. I quite like that. So I think yellow is a good away colour for us, and a nice little, say, canary yellow or Aussie yellow if we want, and a green stripe down there, a green pinstripe in it would be lovely. We could pay homage to Ange.
I like that, mate. So in the PR, it wouldn't be talking nonsense about a chevron from 1926. We would just be playing homage to the big man. Now, exactly. There's a couple of others to look at before we invite Tino and the Celtic Exchange on for the final hour of the Charity Weekender 2022. And I really am keen to hear your thoughts on this next one, because I remember seeing it for the first time and thinking it was horrific. But I think it's aged pretty well, okay? So I'm going to bring this one up, and it was just from the other season there. It was worn in Angie's first season a few times, most notably away from home against Real Betis. Let's have a wee look at what was essentially our third kit. Now, as I said before, I wasn't a fan when I first seen this one, but it's and I don't know why it's giving you that blue hue when I try to zoom in. It seems to be okay when I zoom out. But yeah, looking back on it, I don't know if it's because the Celtic crest was in a really strange position, way down, almost on the centre of the jersey, and then you've still got to get the sponsor underneath that. We've just been talking about a pinstripe jersey and how to do it, in a simple way. This one seems a wee bit too, I don't know, too much of a mishmash. There's too much going on. It's essentially the same design, but it's done wrong.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, no, I can't help but agree with that. It's a really nice kit, but everything's in the wrong place.
Yeah.
There's too much going on down the middle, down the front. If you put the manufacturer logo where it's supposed to go on the right, the badge on the left where it's supposed to go, you can lift the sponsor up a wee bit. Everything's in the right place.
Mhm.
And then that becomes another kind of classic kit because it's very similar to the last one
Yeah.
that we've seen. And it's also got the Adidas 3 stripes running along the shoulder line as well, which is, for me, I love that. It's a really classic design. I'm a big fan of Adidas wear, so something like that really sets it off. It's very classy. It had the potential to be a very, very good kit, but they just messed it up by putting everything in the wrong place.
I totally agree with that. And
they really should get a little Acsom focus group in to discuss these kits before they release them. We'll set them right.
But
we'll have them redesign that one that's over your shoulder as well and get that back out.
Absolutely. But if we say it's nice, that loads of folk will disagree. One final one to leave you with, and it's from this season, and I genuinely want to know your thoughts on this because we've been talking about associating jerseys with victories or defeats, and this season we have only been beaten on one occasion, and it was wearing what may become an infamous jersey unless we start wearing it during victories, and it was a kind of silver jersey with a kind of bright or neon yellow detail on it. I'll bring it up, and obviously this is from this season. There's a bit of detailing on the sleeve that was apparently made to match the stanchions of one of the Celtic stands, which I found a strange detail when you think of all the beautiful imagery that we have had in our history, and you think, all right, I like the way the angles of the big scaffolding bits on the side of the... No. I'm not sure about this one, and I don't know if it's because I'm associating it with that St Mirren defeat, Kevin.
I don't know. I mean, what's going through your head with that one? Eh? I've always been a fan of the architecture of the Jockstein upper, so let's get that in the kit somewhere. I don't like it as much as, again, I say I quite like a plain kit. It's the colour palette on that one. What is grey to do with Celtic with that? The greyish silvery colour. It's not us. That to me it's a training top. So again, it's something that you bring out and it's part of your training wear, your leisure wear, whatever like that. I don't like it as a kit for us. And yeah, at the moment it's got the negative connotation of it's our one defeat so far this season, and that's the kit we wore. So if we wear it again, we've got to win to remove that. But I'd rather we didn't, because I'm not a big fan of that one. That's the one also that makes me then think of that Man United analogy again. I know. Come up with. So no, it can be not a one-game wonder, but a one-game disaster if it wants, and it'll never see the light of day again. We'll just wear the hoops for the rest of the season, or the Rudy Vata kit, and that'll see us through.
I hope so, Kevin. It's been an absolute pleasure, the pair of us pretending that we're Gok Wan for an hour or so. But I'm going to bring in...
talking about seam lines and all that.
I know, I was pretty impressed with that, to be fair. I'm going to bring, first of all, Tino, and I'm also going to bring in Bridal from the Celtic Exchange. Welcome to the Charity Weekender, guys. How are you keeping? You been enjoying it?
Yeah, doing great, thanks. Caught a wee bit of this and a wee bit of the World Cup in the background, so both equally entertaining. How's it all going?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. My voice is just about to pack in, so thank you guys for taking the reins for the last round. And by the way, we were talking about that jersey you're wearing earlier on, Bridal. That for me is just classic. Do you know the reasoning behind Celtic releasing a black one and a silver one, even though they were never jerseys?
Nah, somebody's just taken a wee fancy to it. I thought it's something a bit different.
Absolutely, but it's a cracking jersey. The centenary year was a special one for myself. Kevin and I will leave you two guys to it for the last hour to chew the fat on all things Celtic. Thanks for getting involved, and I'll pop back in to say goodnight to everybody who has contributed. Thank you, lads.
No bother.
Thanks, lads. Speak to you soon. Brido, good to see you. So, first of all, welcome to the Celtic Exchange here on the Acsom Charity Weekender. Thanks to Paul John and the team for getting us involved. I'm Tino. I'm joined here tonight by Brido. Brido, I'll get into the detail of what the next hour or so is going to look like shortly. But before that, what about that World Cup final? Have you ever seen anything like that?
Unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. I mean, I'm a massive Messi fan, so I was watching it like a proper fan. It was like, I was going to try and learn some Argentinian songs to sing post and pre-game, but it was just unbelievable. I mean, I've never, for a World Cup final, which they quite often disappoint. They quite often disappoint. You know, the nerves take over. People are scared to lose rather than going and trying and winning it. Just everything with the exception of a red card, basically. It was incredible. Absolutely brilliant.
Did you think it was going to slip away from Messi towards the end?
A few times. It's just, you know, we've all been in games where you've maybe got a couple of goals up and you can see him looking up at it looked like he was looking up at the clock a few times. The camera caught him and as if he was just wanting to get over the line, just go over the line, just go over the line. And that certainly is then how Argentina played. They were just playing, and then that's when the mistakes came in. The first one from Otamendi, and then the pressure builds even more. And then, you know, Mbappe is unbelievable. I mean, if he does what he does with the longevity that Ronaldo and Messi have done it, then you know, you could be talking about him in maybe 5-10 years. But to score a hat-trick in a World Cup final, I mean, geez, I mean, that's like, and lose and not win, and not win. Incredible.
I've had some tough Sundays, Brido, but scoring a hat-trick in the World Cup final and getting up the road with nothing apart from a silver medal.
Golden boot. He got the golden boot. He got the golden boot.
Fair enough. So listen, what I'll do, I'll outline the format here before we get cracking. So, as most folk will know, Callum McGregor's winner against Aberdeen yesterday, it was the 200th goal that Celtic have scored during the Ange Postecoglou era. It took just 84 games to reach that figure, and quite bizarrely, 100 of those goals have been scored at Celtic Park, and 100 have been away from home. However, of those 200 goals, the question is, what have been the most important ones for Ange Postecoglou's side? So what we've done here today, we've picked out what we think are the top 10, and the task here between myself and Brido, mostly on you, Brido, I'll just be asking the questions, will be to narrow it down to what we think are the top 3. And then, if time allows, I might even ask you, Brido, for your absolute number 1 out of that selection. So, before we get into it, what do you think of that winner yesterday from Callum McGregor? It doesn't quite make the top 10, but it was a biggie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a biggie because of the type of game that it was. And, you know, I was watching it in the pub, actually, and there was a lot of discontent and a bit of frustration amongst the people watching the game. You're kind of saying to them, look, they're trying. I felt we were trying to move the ball quickly and we were doing all the right things. And it's very, very difficult when you've got 8 or 9 players in the box in front of you. You know, the amount of shots we got blocked. So for that one to kind of arrow its way right into that corner, it was, again, it just keeps everybody at arm's length and a bit more.
Yeah. A lot of folk have spoken about what we're now calling Goodwin ball and the way that Jim Goodwin approached it. I think he took the rarely seen 8-0-2 formation for the game. I've got to be honest with you, frustrating as it was, I don't have a huge problem with it. It's Celtic's job to find the solutions here, and I think Andrew's quoted after the game as saying, listen, we didn't do anything different, we didn't try anything different, we know how we play, we kept doing it, and eventually you get your rewards. And I think actually it was just a moment of tiredness, or a moment of slackness from Aberdeen that allowed them to switch off at the vital moment. It gave Callum McGregor that few yards just to get the ball at his feet and, you know, and strike on goal. I mean, what's your own take on it? Do you think that's, you know, it's anti-football, it's poor from Aberdeen? What's your thoughts?
No, I mean, football can be played in a number of different ways. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, that's why we're lucky as Celtic fans. But we can't be snobs about that. We did that. We got one of our greatest wins in our history by playing that way against Barcelona. Maybe not so much 8 men in the box, but it wasn't be far away from it. Mm-hmm. So, no, I don't have a problem with it. If they got beat ultimately, so therefore he's classed as a negative manager. He played an attacking way at Ibrox the other week before the break, and he got beat 4-1. So as a manager, he's going to maybe think, right, and Celtic are a better team than Rangers. I don't want to be on the end of a hiding in the first game back. So perhaps he's just been sensible, and he said it in his interview after the game. You know, it's not really his. That isn't actually his style. To be fair, he's just tried it in that game, and that's his job, to find a way to try and get something from a game that perhaps nobody thinks that he can. So No, I don't have a problem with it per se, but it's certainly not something if I was a season ticket holder at Aberdeen, if I seen it week in, week out, I'd be pleased about. And he's not the only manager to do that. The vast majority do it that way. So Celtic play away. I thought Celtic could try and get to the byline a bit more. But, ultimately we got our rewards for the efforts, and another 3 points, and the 9 point gap stays the same.
Exactly that. And, Jim Goodwin's loyalties at Aberdeen, and that's absolutely fine. But Celtic found a way, as they often do under Ange, and I suppose that's kind of part of what we're going to chat about now. Yesterday's winner, it was the sixth time in 12 months that we've won a game in the last 5 minutes. That stat comes courtesy of Celtic First on Twitter. And we're going to feature 3 of those games in the top 10 here. So to get us started, Bridal, what I'll do is I'll run through our top 10. We'll have a wee chat through each game as we go. There may be others out with this top 10 that folk feel are justified. So yesterday's won't be included. Greg Taylor's fairly late winner against Hearts earlier this season, not included, and a couple of others. So people can debate that, absolutely. But these are the 10 which we think are a fair shout. These are in date order. So 8 of these goals came from last season and 2 from this season so far. We're obviously still in the early stages, and I would expect some more big winners to come as this season progresses. But the first up of the top 10, I'm going for Jota's winner against Aberdeen. So the scoreline finished 2-1. Scottish Premiership, 3rd of October at Pittodrie. In terms of the context around that, Bridal, Celtic had been struggling, particularly away from home, and would obviously lost 3 of the opening 6 games of the Ange Postecoglou era. We were under a fair bit of pressure, but Tom Rogic stepped up with a bit of class, as he often done. He plays in young Adam Montgomery in the left. He cuts it back for Jota, and he pokes it home. And it was a big moment for Ange's side, wasn't it?
It was huge at that time, yeah. I mean, the Scottish press were doing their very best to, rile them up and create that pressure vacuum. We had, that was the famous, the supposedly well-respected Hugh Keevins come out and said absolutely not good enough. Was I think the week leading up to that game, and it was questions such as, if we didn't win at Aberdeen, could he be sacked, and have Celtic made up the biggest faux pas and getting him as the manager, and all of that really unfair, based on the fact that he didn't have anywhere near enough time to prepare a squad. We played Hearts at Tynecastle. Starfelt was literally just off the plane. Kyogo was on the bench. The team, that ended up playing Aberdeen. The mere fact that young Adam Montgomery played the games at that time, Ralston was playing and things like that. There's a lot of boys that we would never normally feature. It was actually, that was evidence that we weren't ready to be the level we're at now. So the game itself at that time it's almost just to stop that and kind of start the season from there. And the atmosphere for the fans was unbelievable. It kind of then, when we got that, when it was such a big win, such a big goal, that when Ange is celebrating with the fans after the game and stuff, it really started something at that particular point for me. We had a couple of big wins at home, I think, before that, but away from home was the issue, and that was where the pressure was coming. And that goal, a really well worked goal under the pressure as well. And it's not the first time Jota's got goals against Aberdeen since then. So
yeah, I think up until yesterday, he scored in all 4 games against Aberdeen, and yesterday he was a wee bit off the boil, and he didn't quite manage to get his goal. He can also score better goals than that. In fact, there's one on the list which we'll get to. But in terms of the importance, there's no doubt how big that was at the time. It's interesting too that you mentioned Hugh Keevins, because he was at, again, as recently as yesterday. You might have seen the clip doing the rounds where around about 83, 85 minutes, he's only too happy to come on the radio, on Radio Clyde, and talk about how Celtic have blown it, not good enough, pedestrian, blah, blah, blah. And almost while he's saying it, cue goal flash, and it comes across that Celtic have scored. And I don't get it with guys like Keevins, and maybe it's a big reason why channels like Celtic State of Mind, hopefully us and various others are now in the mix and getting prominence, because people are fed up with the shock jock, approach that Keevins takes just to rile folk up and to encourage callers. It's quite a played out tactic nowadays. You see it on channels like TalkSport day in, day out, and it lacks sincerity at best. And as I say, it's maybe why people are turning away from that type of channel and more towards stuff like what we do. To move on to the second goal, this is one in Europe, so it's Kyogo Furuhashi. It's the opener against Ferencvaros. It's a 2-0 win in the Europa League on the 19th of October. In terms of the context, Celtic needed to have a 1-to-very chance of progressing, and and more importantly, to show that they were going to do something in Europe under Ange, and at least try and restore a wee bit of credibility. We've obviously struggled in Europe in recent times. Bizarrely, if you remember, that was I think it was a kick-off. Were you there? Did you?
I was there. It was a Wednesday or Thursday afternoon? Thursday afternoon.
Aye.
It was weird, really weird.
Did you phone in sick from work? Were you at the dentist that afternoon? Was that the chat?
I mean, prescriptions don't give themselves out, so I would have had to have sorted something.
Fair enough. But the goal itself, it's as much about the pass from Jota, isn't it? He gets out his feet. If you're in the stadium, as we were, you're screaming from, because we can see Kyogo's run is a different thing whether the player in the park can, and he absolutely did. And the pass is perfect. He kind of cuts through it, lands perfectly, and it's a brilliant finish as well.
It was a fantastic goal, and the pass makes the goal, but the finish was. When Kyogo doesn't have time to think about it, he tends to do better. But during that game, Kyogo was making those runs quite a lot, and he wasn't getting found. And the pass that Jota makes is just absolutely sublime. I think UEFA did not give that the goal of the round or something, or the goal of the Europa or something like that. They got some award or whatever for it. But the goal and the finish. I was a bit nervous about that game because we tried to rely so heavily on the atmosphere at Celtic Park to win or get points on the board in Europe. So I was nervous that this could be a kind of stumbling block for us because we were playing in the afternoon, and it wasn't going to be a full house because there's kids at school and people at work and all that kind of stuff. So it was a really important goal, but it also had the quality from the pass and the finish. The finish was superb.
Yeah. I mean, at that moment, we'd lost the opening game of the group to Betis. We lost 4-3 out there. We then lost 4-0 at home to Leverkusen. And we've spoken often on the show about, very genuinely don't think that was a 4-0 game. Celtic were in that game for large spells, but just couldn't convert our chances. So the Ferencváros game was one where we really had to get points on the board. And, obviously, through Kyogo and I think it was an own goal later in the game, we managed to do so. I was going to ask you just a separate note, but it's staying with Kyogo. He's got a lot of grief online yesterday, or a fair amount of grief from some Celtic fans who think he's not good enough. He obviously missed a big chance yesterday. It was one that you would, put the mortgage on him usually, but he's missed a few chances of recent. What do you think of the flack that he's getting? And obviously there's a lot of ongoing speculation about Giakoumakis as well.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like much negativity when it comes around the club. You can kind of shoot yourself in the foot as fans and create this agenda or whatever. It's all right being a supporter of Giakoumakis. There's nothing wrong with that. That's an opinion. If you think Giakoumakis should get more game time, then that's just football. We'll debate fullbacks and centre mids and strikers. Strikers get more airtime than anybody else. It's the hardest part of and gets all the credit. But Kyogo, don't forget the big things that he has done and the goals that he has scored and the performances that he's put in. He has had some incredibly important, which some of them get mentioned probably in regards to the goals that he scored under Ange. It's just you don't need to be anti someone else to be pro another player. Just be pro that player. To explain the positives. You don't need to then shoot down the wee guy. He works hard. He's honest. He's trying his best. His downfall and his criticism, we've said it on our show a few times, is he's at Celtic because he does miss those chances. He does miss easy chances. I say 1 every 2 games. It might even be more than that, maybe less. I don't know. But that's the impression I get. It's 1 every 2 games. He misses a glaring opportunity. But he does still pop up with a goal that perhaps he shouldn't score. So I just think people need to... We're in a good place. We're in a good spot. It's like if Juranovic wants to leave and Giakoumakis is making noise about leaving, then we just ultimately trust the manager. Let's not go down the road of, he should be getting paid more money and he should be this and should be that. The club will do it the right way. That's what I think right at this minute in time. It's not always been like that. But right now, yeah, just trust them. They're doing okay.
Yeah, and I think over the years, and not that long ago, there are absolutely times to be angry at Celtic, to make your voice heard and to debate various things. I don't think now's the time for it, and it's not to be complacent, and it's not to be happy clapping and everything the garden is always rosy. That is not the case. But when the going's good, let's just enjoy it, because you know that there's something else around the corner. The interesting thing about Kyogo, you're right, he does miss some seemingly obvious and easy chances. He also gets goals out of nothing. He gets goals that he's got no right to get, and sometimes people are quite quick to forget that. So listen, he's a great striker to have. There's an argument, of course, that Celtic do need another striker, even if they keep him and Giakoumakis, but that's a different debate for a different show. Going on to the third goal, Brido, this is a big one, and it's certainly one of the biggest cheers that we got through the first season there under Ange. So it's Tony Ralston with a 97th minute winner against Ross County that resulted in a 2-1 win in the Scottish Premiership on the 15th of December up at the Global Energy Stadium. The Tony Ralston is a player that I think, if we're all being really honest with ourselves, no one really expected to have much of a future at Celtic Park. He's a player who made his debut way back, I think, in May of 2016, around about those times, under Brendan Rodgers, and it looked like the writing was in the wall and he was going to head out pretty soon. Ange Postecoglou had other ideas, and he's clearly, saw something or seen something in Tony Ralston. And I would argue that this very moment, this 97th minute goal, was potentially his biggest moment so far in a Celtic shirt.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. I mean, I think as I was at my dad's watching that game, and we just, the best part about it was obviously getting the goal, but it was the manner in which we got the goal. We just kept, like we did yesterday, we just keep on persevering, stick to the plan, stick to the process, and we'll get our rewards. And, Ralston's, he's a player that divides opinion a lot. Do I think that he should be Celtic's right back full time, all the time, for years to come? I don't know. I don't think so. He's probably got a ceiling on his quality, but he didn't have a great game yesterday. But that game that he played, and the influence and the impact he had with that goal, and how important it was at that time. We were down to 10 men, I think, in that game, if I remember right. 97th minute, and he bangs that goal in, and it just takes, like, not only does it give us that boost to get that last minute winner, it takes the breath and momentum away from your opposition who are trying to catch you. And it's so important that, and it's just like you hear all the time, they've done it again, and I'll hear things like, what's the point in watching? They always get a last minute goal. Yeah. And that feeds into our team to keep doing it and just keep continually. I mean, there's so many, like you mentioned earlier on. It's not by accident. It's not by accident that these stats are like that. So an incredible timing of the goal, but more importantly, it was that 3 points, and that just shutting the other side up a wee bit and just keeping them at arm's length.
Yeah, there's a brilliant still of the goal, and you see Ralston, who looks like he's about 20 feet high. He's soaring above everyone, but it just shows you the desire he had. Listen, he's a right back, and you'd maybe think he might be the guy who's making that cross from the right-hand side. He's at the opposite post. He's got no right to be there, but there's a desire to be there and to get that goal. And the big thing for me with Tony Ralston, I'm on a similar page. I think maybe there's an upgrade to be had there at some point. Whether that's Alistair Johnston or not, we'll find out. But what so many fans love about him is the clear passion he has for the club. I know a couple of fellas that know him. He is 1,000,000% Celtic, and you can see that. And I think, if as and when he's been really honest with himself, he'll know he's got limitations. He'll know there's things that he can't do that other players can. But you can never accuse him of not giving his absolute all for the shirt. And I think as a fan, that's what you want to see from any of your players, and it's great to see it from Ralston in the Postecoglou era so far. Moving on to the fourth goal, we're going back to Kyogo, and this thing, I tell you what I'll do, Brad, I'm going to give you the option here of what goal to pick from this game, but it's Hibs in the League Cup final. It's a 2-1 win for Celtic on the 19th of December. Obviously, it was the first trophy we won under Ange, so a huge milestone, if you like, for that team. And Kyogo scores both goals. He gets the equaliser and he gets the winner. I've picked out the equaliser as the important goal here because without the equaliser, you can't get the winner. It's so important. Paul Hanlon had opened the scoring. It was nothing each at half time, and Paul Hanlon opens the scoring in the 50th minute. And within, I think, 60 seconds, Kyogo showing his absolute class to bring one out the sky. You can barely see it for the flares and the mist in the air, but he somehow pulls one out the sky. And actually, the tragedy about that goal is the imagery from it isn't clearer, because I think it's such a good goal, but it is quite hard to make out genuinely through the grainy images. But it's such a good goal, such an important goal, and it then propels them to go on and score the winner not long after. What was your favourite goal of the two? What do you think is most important?
I mean, you're absolutely right regarding how important the equaliser was and the quality of it. And apparently that was that had been planned and stuff, straight from kickoff. I'd read that and heard that as well. So to execute that, I mean, Callum McGregor's pass is underrated for that goal. I mean, it's because Kyogo's touch is so good that he can take it in his stride and he bangs it in, and it's just, and some of the best footage is actually from Hibs fans. They're celebrating, they're going bananas, and they're looking at each other and they're giving the fingers to celebrate, and then it's, oh God, no again, and it's like, oh, and it was a cracking final, that actually, not as good as the World Cup final today, right enough.
Yeah.
But for me, I think it would have to be the second goal, just because there's only a few people, there's only a few players on the pitch, not even a few, two maybe, that could score that goal and execute the lob over the goalkeeper. And it's everything about it as well. Taking the quick free kick, Hibs are moaning they're making a substitute. A substitute who's not even got his jacket off yet, by the way, I might add. There's I think it was Rogic who plays the pass, and just to dink it over the goalkeeper like that, a lob over the goalkeeper. For me, the quality and the importance being it's Angie's first trophy, and again shuts a few people up that Angie's in there 6 months, not even that, and he's won the same amount of trophies as the loved and desired and the loving in the press for Steven Gerrard and all that. He won the exact same amount of trophies within a small period, and for me it sets us off and getting a monkey off your back, if you like, to win a trophy. So for me, it'd be as much as the first one is quality and important, for me the second one, because it actually wins you the trophy, would be the goal I would choose.
Fair enough, so we'll go with that. There's Celtic managers down the years who have stressed the importance of winning that League Cup, that first trophy that you can win. I remember it well for Wim Jansen and his one and only season, but winning I think maybe the Coca-Cola Cup it was called at the time. Martin O'Neill obviously went on to win it as part of the treble in 2000 and 2001, and then obviously fast forward to Ange. And I think in a lot of ways it gives validation to what he was doing. He's come to this country from Japan, lots of sniggers, guys like Hugh Keevins we've mentioned, and he's brought a fairly unique system, with him, and plenty of folk were happy to talk that down. And the only way to prove those folk wrong is silverware, and not only proving anybody in the media or otherwise, proving to these players that if you follow the methods that I've laid out here, you can go on to be successful. And I mean, when was it for you? I was lucky enough to speak to Jota at one of the press conferences, and ironically, he was asked about when the penny dropped that there was something in this system of Angie's, and he mentioned that 4-3 defeat to Betis that I'd spoken about on match day 1 of the Europa League. And as much as we lost the game, he said that something during that game just clicked for this. They realised as a group of players, this works, there's something to this, and they say you can learn more about yourself in defeat than in victory, and that seemed to be the case. When did the penny drop for you that there was something to this with Ange Postecoglou?
I think the cup final that we're just discussing would be certainly one of the moments for me around about that time, because it was we had been beaten at Ibrox 1-0. We obviously beat against Tynecastle, and they were big games. The big games, big pressure, the away support, the home support that we're playing against, all that kind of stuff. But for me, to do that on that big stage when it really matters, and to continue to just keep playing the same way, dominate a game, but at the same time making sure it counts, and under a bit of adversity going 1-0 down. So for me, it'd be round about then, to be perfectly honest, and that's how important I feel that League Cup was, and how important those goals were.
Yeah, I think it was huge, and it was nice to lift a trophy just, I think, 6 days before Christmas, so that was a great boost for all concerned. Moving on, Brido, to goal number 5, so it's Leah Labada. It's a 90th minute winner against Dundee United, and a 1-0 win in the Premiership on the 29th of January of this year at Celtic Park. And it's another big example of the whole we never stop mentality. We've spoken often about this, but with Ange, it's more than just buzzwords. I've slated Michael Beale recently because I do think he speaks in riddles and management speak and all that kind of stuff. With Ange, it's very, very real, and we never stop. Absolutely is the mentality that floods through this Celtic side, and no more so on that afternoon. So Rangers had drawn 3 each earlier in the day. Ross County had scored a late equaliser, and Celtic knew that a win would take them to the top spot on the table. And that's exactly what we went on to do. A young Ben Doak would make one of only 2 appearances for a Celtic shirt that day, but all in all, the day was all about Leah Labada.
Yeah, it was, and I think when we were going to the game, they were obviously the same day, early kickoff, and that last minute equaliser for Ross County, the horns were getting tooted. You know, this was essentially our moment to kind of just take on and take forward and move forward and grab it by the horns, if you like, and to say, listen, there's serious pressure. You know, we're not going to go away, and then to then go into the game and then to maybe not win it. It'd have been such a kind of shot in the arm for them that they can drop points, but so then we didn't take advantage. Maybe we wouldn't show the bottle or the metal to do it, and to do it in that way. And listen, I know I'll say it again. I know that they'd be watching that, listening to the radio, thinking they've got away with one, and then when that to happen, the kick, it's just like a kick right in the nether regions for them, and it's like, wind it yourselves, thank you very much. And then Jota crossing the ball in, following his cross run into the crowd to celebrate, standing there, and it was just lots of imagery all over. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Atmosphere as well. It was one of the loudest cheers I'd heard up until that point at Celtic Park for a wee while. It was because I think we were all just like so desperate for us to claw 2 points back, or on them, and we were going to throw it away, and we just kept going. And for Abada as well, he's had some big moments for Celtic, some big moments for a young guy. So, and he took his goal brilliantly. He could have snatched at it, but he didn't. He took his touch and slams it home, and we all started going mental. But I thought the importance of it was the timing of it. It's not an overly quality goal, but it was more the importance regarding the timing of the fact that our opposition had dropped points, and we had to then just make sure we put the foot on the gas at that point. And I'm so glad that we did, because it creates momentum for us.
Yeah, and it's one of a number of goals, big goals that Abada scored. I think his return was something around 15, there or thereabouts, and a number of assists. And for a young guy, coming away from his home country to a new environment at 19 years of age, he's had a brilliant season, and he's only going to get better. And I think we're going to be fending off a lot of offers and different bids for him in time to come. But at the moment, he's a Celtic player and happy to be there. On a similar vein, you mentioned the Jota image. So Jota makes the cross for Abada, but continues his run, his momentum takes him right into the Celtic end, and he's up on the advertising login, and it's such a strong image. And I just wonder, obviously there was all the speculation last season about Jota and Carter Vickers, who were just on loan at the time, and would they just be seeing this as a season to get minutes under their belt and get their fitness back? I wonder if moments like that, and obviously several other moments throughout the season, all added together for a guy like Jota to say, this is where I want to be, this is the kind of fans I want to play in front of, and this is the kind of atmosphere I want to enjoy as a player. Because as a flair player, there's a place for you at Celtic Park, and the fans will give you that back. And I wonder if just that very moment when he's in there with the arms outstretched, I wonder if that was a big part of Jota finally making the permanent move to Celtic Park. So big goal there for Abada. Moving on, number 6, Reo Hatate. He just joined in the January. He'd signed alongside Daisen Maeda, Yusuke Haraguchi, and Matt O'Reilly. And he'd scored a big goal for the club just a week before this one. He scored against Hearts in a midweek performance, but this was his opening goal in the 3-0 win over Rangers in early February. It was a phenomenal night, Brother. You talked about atmosphere there and the noise in the stadium when Celtic scored that winner against Dundee United. This was just another level, and it took Hatate just 5 minutes to open the scoring. Talk me through that one.
Well, the night itself was incredible because we were ready. As fans, as the club, the team, the squad, we felt ready to put the wrongs of the year before, even the wrongs of the fact we could beat 1-0 at Ibrox, a few months prior to that, but we weren't panicking, I don't think. It was a close enough game, but we didn't have anywhere near our squad. And as fans, we've got to give ourselves credit, because I think we were patient. We were definitely patient, and we could see what the manager was trying to do. But maybe didn't expect it to be so quick, the turnaround, based on what we'd seen the year before, which wasn't great at all. And one of the things that has accelerated that was the signing of those players in January. Hatate, in my opinion, probably the best one. And the atmosphere, I always remember the rain, the pyro, everything, all of the above. And then for him to slam that into the bottom corner where 2 Rangers players are knocked out at the back post, Alan McGregor flapping around like a flappy flap thing. And it's like, you're going bananas, because it's like we didn't want to give them an inch. And from the first whistle, we just didn't. It was absolutely relentless. And to get rewarded with the goal fairly early on in a Celtic Rangers game, the Glasgow Derby, just to get that first kind of draw first blood. And it was the goal that he scored, technique-wise, was excellent. But again, the importance of that in a game like that, they were deer in headlights moments for them. They had no idea as a manager. And by the way, the alarm bell should have been ringing for Rangers with Van Bronckhorst at that time, because he had absolutely no idea what to do. Credit to us for that. His players had no idea whether they were pressing, sitting, chasing, sitting, doing whatever. They were all over the place. But for me, getting that first goal, the importance of that was huge, absolutely huge, in the whole run for the rest of the season after that, and in particular that game.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, do you think that was the real turning of the tide? So obviously Celtic, as I mentioned, they lost 3 out of their first 6, but then they go on this relentless run, beating all and sundry, including winning the League Cup in December. But you've got to beat Rangers. That's the benchmark. That's what you're judged upon, and this was the first chance for Celtic to say, okay, we can take care of your Aberdeens, your Hearts, your Hibs, and everything else. But this was the first real chance to show that we are the best team in the country. And I mean, to go in at half time 3-0 up, there's no better way to do it, is there?
No, absolutely not. And I think we went top of the league that night, did we not?
I think we were on top with the Dundee United one, I think.
Had we done right? Okay, then I thought we'd been top of that night, but it was, if they'd won or whatever, they'd maybe went back top or whatever, would have lost that momentum. But it was just building so nicely, and that was a kind of crescendo, if you like, for that particular small part. If you wanted to kind of put the season into blocks, it was just putting to bed any of the laughs and the scoffs at Postecoglou's style or whatever, all of the above. I think it was really, really important, actually. Quality, atmosphere, the game itself, the result, like you say, 3-0 at half time. You can't ask for much more than that, and that started off.
Nah, an absolutely phenomenal night, and so huge in the bigger context of the season. I'm going to stay with Rangers. Bridal, you'll be glad to know. So next up, it's Cameron Carter-Vickers. He gets the winner this time at Ibrox in a 2-1 win in the Premiership on the 3rd of April. And at that point, Celtic were, in pretty good shape and looking good for the title, but we knew that a win at Ibrox would all but seal it and would have one hand in the trophy. Aaron Ramsey, remember him? He scored the opener in 3 minutes, and you're wondering if it might have been one of those days, but Tom Rogic stepped up, as he often done against Rangers, with a really important goal, and the stage is then set for Carter-Vickers to go and do what he done.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game that Carter-Vickers and Starfelt were, and the defence in general was absolutely superb. They were throwing balls into the box left, right and centre at the end of the game. But to get the goal, it would probably, I'd probably be able to tell you it'd be my top 5 because of the sheer importance of that. I would have taken a draw at that game, no problem. But to get that first win at Ibrox for Ange, and again, it's almost just to say, oh, by the way, we are a bit better than you, but we're actually a lot better than you. And even when we're not great, we're still going to beat you, and you can't do anything about it. Not the biggest and best quality of goals, but it didn't matter. It was just to go a goal down and still win. That's quite rare in derby matches to lose the first goal. I'm sure the stats will show that. So to turn it around away from home, 600 fans there, and just to then really say that was essentially, certainly to people that I know, that was it. That was the season done for them. They chucked it after that.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, that that win certainly gave Celtic almost mathematically a trophy, but ultimately we had to wait till a game against Dundee United, and that brings us on to the next goal. So we played Dundee United at Tannadice on the 11th of May, and it's Georgios Giakoumakis. And I suppose it's funny that we've come through this list, and Giakoumakis scored big goals. Last season he's hat tricks and different things. But his first appearance on this top 10 certainly is that opener against Dundee United on the 11th of May. It was obviously the night we went on to win the title, and we knew that a draw would be enough. And Giakoumakis is the man who's got us the draw ultimately with a nice header to open the scoring.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very typical Giakoumakis type goal. It's one of his strengths, is scoring goals with his head. He scored some important goals for us as well last year and this season. So, but it's all important because it gets you over the line. It doesn't matter how you get over the line. We drew 1 each with a reasonably kind of poor Dundee United side that were kind of season had pretty much, I think, had finished. And for us just to get that point that you needed to win the league and celebrate the way we did, and that's why it's important. That's why it does deserve to be in that list, I think, of the importance of the goal. that takes you to a title.
Yeah, and I think I'll stress that the purpose of this exercise and this recording, it's the 10 most important goals.
Yeah.
Some are prettier than others. You know, I've spoken about Jota's, you know, kind of the one that he prodded home at Pataudry. This is a fairly run-of-the-mill Giacomakis header. There's far more aesthetically pleasing goals. In terms of the importance, that's got to be, you know, absolutely up there for Ange and the players. I was at Tannadice that night. Were you there, Brido? Did you make it?
No, I would have been working. That was
Thursday night, maybe?
was it midweek, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was, so I wouldn't have been up there in time. My dad and my brothers were there, so they took great joy in rubbing it in to say that they were there. But obviously, Ralston put a good cross in. Ralston again, a big moment for him too to play his part in it. But yeah, it's just, I'm trying to remember the Dundee United goal. Actually, I'm trying to remember their goal.
Great goal. Dylan Levitt, I think, scored the goal. He's
That's
got
it.
it at the edge of the box, and it's been a really nice finish. I was thinking he's a guy that Celtic might want to keep an eye on. He's certainly one of their best players, and he's worth a watching.
Definitely. That's what actually a good friend of mine is a United mad, Dundee United mad, and
Is this the dog?
The dog, the dog's there. So, and I was saying to him, I think he was quite surprised. He was thinking, "Oh, really?" And I said, "No, he's because his stock, like he's where he's came from and through his youth academy and stuff. And I think he's got a reasonable CV and stuff. But his performances in a team that isn't great, you know, they're not the worst team down United. There's some decent players, but just his composure and stuff. And I've been reasonably impressed in the games he's played. Besides, I don't think he played in the 9-0 game. I'm not sure, but he's definitely he would suit the way we play. I think a lot of energy, but good quality on the ball. But perhaps your level is slightly above that. I think, but definitely maybe kind of squad player type. I wouldn't be unhappy if we had a look at him. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's a very decent player. You'd mentioned there, just in terms of that one at Tannadice, that it's Ralston that puts up the cross, and I think again it's further credit to Ralston. He's won titles at Celtic, you know, officially. You know, he's got the medals and stuff. But this was the first one where he really played his part, and I think he and various others can take great pride in that. Maybe guys like Greg Taylor, who were maybe on the fringes of what Celtic were doing, they were now, you know, very well established first team players. Callum McGregor's first title as a captain, and you could almost feel the relief. There was a bit of tension that night at Tannadice, and it wasn't a great first half. It wasn't a great game overall. But I think ultimately when it comes to those games, it's all about winning. I think back to when Celtic won the league the first time under Martin O'Neill, and it was Tommy Johnson with that kind of fairly scrappy finish, a 1-0 win over St Mirren at Celtic Park, in a game where you thought you were going to win 5, 6 and 7. And when it comes to these games, there's no doubt that, you know, nerves and tension can play its part, and it can maybe just cause the players to clam up a wee bit. But the most important thing was getting that point on the night, and it was Giacomakis who was the main man to do so. 2 more goals, Brido, before I start asking you some tougher questions and narrowing this down. And the next 2 of these come from this season, so the only 2 goals from this season. And this next one is potentially the best goal I've ever seen in any sort of Celtic Rangers game. Abada had opened the score in the 8th minute, and next was this moment of magic from Jota. It starts with a pass from Matt O'Reilly, which is class in itself, but Jota still got plenty to do. So, of course, I'm talking about the Rangers game, 4-0 on the 3rd of September at Celtic Park. What is your thoughts on that goal?
Quality. Just pure quality. Like, again, almost epitomised exactly what the manager wants as well. Taking the quick free kick. You know, I think one of the first videos we ever seen is that training ground when Ange is saying we never stop. The other team can stop. That's good for us. If they want to stop, that's better for us. We stop at half time, we stop at full time, and then if we win, we celebrate and we're going back. And that is because 3 or 4 Rangers players stopped to try and get a breath or just switched off, and we didn't. And not only that, to do it and the quality when Jota gets the pass is a really good pass. That's your, you're talking earlier on, that's your left winger. He's ran across the face of their back 4, bent his run, and then timed it to perfection. They want offside, it's not offside. But he's also had that touch, and then the ability to on the stretch. It's on the stretch. The only way he can score that goal is by dinking it over. I think McLaughlin was the man, goalkeeper.
Yeah,
it's incredible. And to be honest with you, most of the people I was beside at the ground didn't really, when he took his touch, they thought it was too heavy, maybe wanted to cut it back or take a touch. So when he done that, it was a bit of surprise and shock and amazement that when the ball hit the back of the net, it was just like, what What have we just seen? Larson-esque type, 6-2 finish. Incredible goal. I mean, absolute quality and incredibly important. Rangers didn't do a great deal in that game either. But to get that second goal at home, it just sets you off again to go and find your third and then get gifted your fourth off McLaughlin when Turnbull tucks it away. But it's just the quality of that. Again, alongside, as you've rightly said, the importance of these goals. But that, you're right, it's one of the best goals I've certainly seen in a derby match, that's for sure.
Yeah, you'd mentioned when talking about the Kyogo goals against Hibs in the League Cup final that only certain players can score those types of goals, and I think that absolutely applies to Jota in this case. As you say, when he takes his first touch, you're thinking, what can he do now? Can he stop it in the byline? Can he cut it back? Can he find a teammate? It doesn't even enter his thoughts. He takes his first touch and he says, how am I finishing this? I know what I'm doing, I'm dinking it. Matched only by the celebration, the kind of head down, hand bowed, Jesse Owens type thing, and that in itself is quite an iconic image now to have come out the last 18 months or so. You've also touched on the fact that prior to O'Reilly even getting it, to feed back into the we never stop mentality, it's Callum McGregor who gets the ball down, and I think he plays it between three Rangers defenders who are sleeping. Yep. I think it's Ryan, Jack, Lundstrom, and another who think they've got it blocked off, and McGregor's too sharp for them, dinks it in between the three of them, and before you know it, O'Reilly's on the ball and he's making that pass. And it's almost like Ange Postecoglou's ethos summed up in about 8 seconds.
Yeah, but again, it shows the importance of Callum McGregor being there. I know we done well without him being there. We grinded a few results out, which was great because I thought we might struggle. So credit to O'Reilly and Hatate and all these boys that have had to do different things. Aaron Moy, types like that. But when McGregor's there, like yesterday showed as well, he controls the tempo and he does not let it drop. Unless we wanted to drop, which we tend to sometimes as fans, we want them just to take their time and put it in the corner and stuff. See the game out and we're trying to dribble past 4 players and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes you want them to do that, but it's just not in their the DNA to do that. So again, it's just executing these things and continually doing them. It's a great habit to be in.
Yeah. You're absolutely right to highlight McGregor's importance to this team. Celtic, I think, won 8 domestic games in the bounce in his absence, and that's great, and that's all you can do. You can't do more than win those games, but he adds a different element, a different dimension to this Celtic team, and highlighted no more so than yesterday in terms of, I think he made more passes in that game than any other player in the Scottish Premiership this year. Yep. He was absolutely everywhere. He was man of the match. Of course, he got the goal, and it was almost like he was proving a point as well. He came back, he rolled up the sleeves, and when we needed him, he was absolutely there. And you can't underestimate the importance of Callum McGregor to this Celtic side. Last goal out of the Ten Bridle again from this season, it's Giacomakis again. So it's the winner against St Johnstone and a 2-1 win in the Premiership not too long ago on the 8th of October at McDermott Park. Celtic had been leading that one through an Andy Considine own goal in 42 minutes, and it looked like that would be that, and we would see out to a 1-0 victory. But then Alex Mitchell scores from a set piece in the 93rd minute, and you're kind of thinking it's all over, but you've seen enough from this Celtic side to think we've maybe still got a wee chance here. And lo and behold, it's Giacomakis who steps up with a real genuine striker's finish in the 95th minute. Bernabe does well, and I think Aaron Moy ahead of him has done some good stuff to keep the move alive. And it's just Celtic, for Ange Postecoglou, Celtic all over the back.
Well, yeah, I think it was James McCarthy, actually. It was James McCarthy on the left wing. And at this odd moment that, I don't know what happened. I think they played the ball off the boy Dre Wright, and it thing with he jerked his ankle or something with the ball, and he goes down, and McCarthy wins it. Plays a 1-2 with Bernabe, who puts a fantastic ball across. A player I've not seen a great deal of, if I've been honest, regarding Bernabe. It takes time to settle in. He'll probably be absolutely blitzed tonight watching Argentina win the World Cup. Hopefully he doesn't drive his car. But I think, again, because of that period, and we're missing a few players and things like that, and a tough run of games with the European games and stuff like that. Each season we're in Europe, we do find it quite tough, in certain grounds away from home, lunchtime kickoffs or whatever. We've seen teams drop points, mainly draws, but not necessarily defeats. I think we'd be forgiven saying, oh, you know what, it's unlucky, a last minute equaliser, but we just don't give up. And again, Giakoumakis proving his importance. He's a striker that stays between the posts. Other parts of his game's not great. That's probably why Kyogo gets the nod. His movement's not necessarily fantastic. His link-up play is not overly brilliant, but it's good enough. It's certainly good enough domestically. But most importantly, and this is why he's got one-touch finishes, because he's between the posts and positions to score with one touch. He doesn't have to do anything else. And for me, that's why I'm a fan of his. I don't, if he gets sold, which I think we might, he's replaceable. I mean, I've had arguments and stuff in the last couple of weeks. I don't think he's done enough for me to be terribly worried if he's not there. But the goals like he has scored, that we've mentioned in this list, shows that he is important because of the goals that he scored at particular times of games. And it's great that we can, bring him off the bench or whatever to score these goals. He's not happy a lot of the time because he is coming off the bench and still scoring the goals. So I think that goal for this season and to help us maintain this gap with a lead up to this kind of period, we get to the break, to get to the World Cup, to keep that gap. It just again stopped any momentum on the other side, and it just keeps us firing all cylinders. So again, it's such a great habit to have.
Yeah, and interesting just on Giakoumakis. I remember reading an article, some point in the first half of last season. I think it was in the Athletic, and it was really interesting about. He came into this Celtic side injured. He wasn't quite at himself. He didn't, he certainly didn't set the header light early bells. He missed that big penalty against Livingston, when there was a chance to win all 3 points. And overall, it wasn't a great start to his Celtic career. He was definitely playing second fiddle to Kyogo. And there was a suggestion within this article that he was trying too hard. He was coming outside the box. He was going wide. He was running channels. And it seemed at some point there was quite a deliberate move, engineered by Ange as a suggestion, for him just to stay between the posts as you stay. You don't need to go wide, you don't need to come deep, you don't need to drop in the 10 or drop in any deeper than that. Just stay between the posts, make your runs, be a handful, and you'll be a success. And he absolutely was. And I don't know how many goals he scored for Celtic. I think it's now 25 goals in 51 games after yesterday, I think. And the vast majority are one-touch finishes. He is a true number 9. That's exactly what he does. And you're right, Kyogo's got more to his game. But in terms of an out-and-out striker, he does what he does, and he's kind of no frills at times, and a lot of folk are happy with that. I do like him a lot. I've been a wee bit critical of him just in terms of I think he could do more, but I do like him. But I also think that if he goes, he's not irreplaceable. But let's see what happens. I do want him to stay, but we'll see what happens in the time ahead. So listen, Big, that's us covered all 10 goals. So obviously, some great goals in there, some great memories, but this is where it gets a wee bit tougher. So we now need to whittle that list of 10 down to just 3. I don't like to know where we start going about that. Is there any off the top of the head that you'd say, listen, good goal, important goal, but it won't make the top 3? Any that jump out?
That won't make the top 3? Yeah, probably.
Be ruthless.
I would say the Kyogo Ferencváros was a really good goal, but the importance of that wasn't as important as many on the list. I would say as good quality as it was. I'd remove that one from any hint of top 3 this.
I'm going to have to push you for some more. So
I would actually say the Giakoumakis one at Dun United winning the title. I think we'd have still won the title, in another game. So I'd probably take that one away.
Okay.
I would take Jota's second against Rangers. Again, we'd already got the goal up, but they probably got another second based on the way the game was going.
Yeah.
I mean, it feel terrible actually removing that from anything.
I thought you were a football purist, Ryder, but
well, I am. I certainly am. I'm going on the importance aspect. I would probably take. I would take Giakoumakis against St Johnstone off that list because I think we've still got the gap, and so that would be okay. I would.
I'll pause you there. So you've taken 4 off, which is fine. Before we progress, what's one that definitely has to stay there? What jumps out at you at the moment is one that definitely has to make the top 3?
I'd say the Jota one at Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Because of the pressure at that stage, and that win and what that done, that galvanised fans with the manager and the celebration. There's something just kind of hit home at that point. and I would say that definitely has to be in there.
And one other that might definitely make the top three, so I know it's getting hard, but one other that definitely makes your top three.
I would probably say the Kyogo Cup final, just to get that trophy. You know, it seems a bit daft me saying that and the Giakoumakis one not being in it, but this was actually a cup final and your first cup final as a manager and a group of players, a new group of players really. Quality and importance, I'd probably put that one in there as well. So that'd be two definitely my top three.
Okay, so that's all good. So you've now got 4 left, and this is where it's going to get tough. So I'll remind you the 4 that you've not covered here. So it's Ralston's 97th minute against Ross County. It's Abada's 90th minute winner against Dundee United. We've got Rio Hitati's goal against Rangers back in February, that special midweek night. And you've got Carter Vickers' goal at Ibrox. So 3 of them need to go. 3 of them need to be chopped. So I don't know how you want to do it. Do you want to take off 3? Or do you want to just tell me the absolute number one that then joins the?
I think I know the one I would put in if it was 3. I think Carter Vickers at Ibrox is for me. I think that's essentially when we won the league, and really kind of put our foot in their throat as if to say, just you stay down there, don't you bother getting back up. That'll do me fine. And I think that goal, and 1,000 people could argue another 1,000 different ways and a different 3, but for me, those are the ones that throughout Angie's time have had real timestamps on them as to when we kind of kicked on again. Obviously, all of those were last year and last season, but this season we've only played with 16 league games. There'll be big moments to come this year, I think. I'm fairly certain of that.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. So I said if I had time, I would push you for your ultimate, number one goal, the most important goal of the Ange Postecoglou era. You've narrowed it down to those 3. So it's Jota with a late winner against Aberdeen in October. All of these are last season, of course. Kyogo's winner against Hibs, so it's the lobbed finish after the through ball from Tom Rogic, wasn't it? So he lobbed the goal at 2-1. And then it's Carter Vickers with the kind of scrambled effort, if you like, in the box, but less about the beauty of the goal, more about the importance of the goal. So 3 huge goals, and yeah, you're right, people could argue the toss any which way and maybe even add in goals that we've not spoken about today, but of those 3, what is the most important goal of Ange's time at Celtic so far?
The cup final. Kyogo's cup final. Simply because that involves just us winning a trophy against a team that's in front of us. It doesn't involve, points in the table, getting a lead, getting momentum, and anything like that in regards to other teams. For me, it's just straight up winning trophies. It's hard. They're not easy to do.
Yeah.
They're not easy to do. And that just sets us on our way, I think. And like I said, I think that'd be a time where I'd be looking, going, something this could be special. The guy's got his team able to have the mentality to come from a goal down and get over the line and win a trophy. And it was a great atmosphere and stuff as well to do that and to do it with that kind of finish. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, I'd say that's my most important goal so far.